In a magic material store in Nocturne Alley, an 11-year-old boy with a short black hair and an oriental face was observing the surroundings with a sly look. Seeing that there was no one around, he stepped directly onto a low stool, stood in front of a high cabinet, and reached out to a glass bottle on the top on tiptoe. After successfully obtaining the fist-sized glass bottle, Hope immediately smiled, jumped down quickly, held the glass bottle in both hands, and rushed to the second floor through the stairs on the side. He came to his room, closed the door, jumped onto the bed, and then looked at the glass bottle in his hand. The glass bottle contained a slightly fluorescent red liquid, which seemed to be alive, and a faint light could be seen flowing inside. Dragon blood. The blood in the glass bottle was dragon blood, from the Ukrainian iron belly, a large fire dragon. This 10-ounce dragon blood was already a high-priced product in his store. A small bottle was sold for 200 to 300 galleons. Hope carefully placed the dragon blood on the table and casually took out a bronze key from his pocket. This key is not the key to any door, but it can be said to be used to open the door. The counters in the store were all cast with black magic by his mother, Hanny Ho, to prevent thieves with ill intentions from sneaking in. Once these thieves set their sights on those tempting goods and rashly reach out to touch them, they will be directly attacked by the black magic and branded with a terrible curse. However, after staying in Nocturne Alley for so many years, Hope only saw one reckless person whose arm was dyed black by black magic, unable to move and felt a needle-like pain. And the key in his hand is the key to bypass the black magic, so he dared to steal things from his own counter boldly. Obviously, such a sneaky method can already predict that the key in his hand is also not from a legitimate channel, but a spare key that was secretly found in his mother's room when his mother went out to buy goods. The reason for doing this is not to resell it for money, but because of the secrets in himself. Hope is a time traveler, reincarnated in this magical world, and learned about the existence of Death Eaters from the scare stories his mother read to him when he was a child. If you don't obey, the Death Eaters will come to your door and take you away. There is no doubt that this is the world where Harry Potter is, and Hope calculated according to the time, he might be in the same class as Harry, which is this year. Hope is considered to be reincarnated into this world. At first, he was no different from an ordinary baby. He was confused until he was about 2 or 3 years old and awakened his wisdom and began to understand this world. When he learned that he would be the same age as Harry Potter, Hope's first reaction was to stay away. Whether it is the neighboring Durmstrang School of Magic or Bosbatan School of Magic, it will be much safer than Hogwarts. But after he cried and refused to go to Hogwarts several times, his mother Hanny, who was born in Hogwarts, severely taught him a lesson. This idea was strangled. Who made him just an ignorant child in his mother's eyes? Unless he dared to reveal his identity as a time traveler and pointed out that Voldemort would return to Hogwarts, there might be some turning points, but it was only a possibility. It was more likely that he would be taught a lesson by his mother again. He had no choice but to accept his fate and work hard to become a world-shaking wizard stronger than Dumbledore before the first grade. But this was just his idea. In fact, it proved that there was a reason for entering school at the age of 11. Even if he secretly bought his first wand in his life with the pocket money he saved, he couldn't stand the age. Compared with his peers, he was at most ahead of a few commonly used spells. As for dark magic, he was not good at it. Although he has a family background of learning, his mother is from Slytherin College and is naturally close to dark magic, but his mother does not let him touch dark magic at all, because dark magic is too harmful to children, and early exposure may overly affect their personality. The neighbors around are all dark wizards, but if you want to learn dark magic from them, you have to help count the money even if you were sold. Reality is so cruel. In a blink of an eye, he has reached school age and is no different from other little wizards in wizard families. The business is not halfway through and it collapses. No matter how well the plan is written, the execution depends on the defense. Just when Hope thought he was going to enter Hogwarts like this, a miracle happened. The system finally appeared when he received the Hogwarts admission notice. Don't mention how relieved he was at that time. Although it's late, what else can I do? I can only forgive it. All Things Fusion System, member 10,000 times critical hit version. Well, there is a VIP logo on the upper right corner of the system screen, which almost made him think that this was not a system, but a plugin for membership. This system can fuse all things, extract characteristics from the fused items, and based on the membership privileges, can obtain 10,000 times the characteristics. I have to say, VIP is awesome. The process of extracting characteristics is called analysis, and the number of tasks that can be analyzed is currently 2, which means that he can now fuse 2. The bottle of dragon blood in front of him is naturally what he prepared for his system. He learned from the system that the system can only fuse life-related items at present, and he naturally thought of the magical animals in this world. The fire dragon is undoubtedly the most powerful magical animal, and the phoenix has the same name as it. But the number of phoenixes is rare, even the materials on their bodies are also rare, while the number of fire dragons is more, and he has ready-made ones at home, so there is no need to go far. Hope held the glass bottle and unscrewed the cork on it, and a strong smell of blood immediately rushed into his nose. As if sensing something, the bright red blood in the glass bottle surged, beating against the glass bottle wall like a tide. As expected of a magical animal, Hope was surprised, feeling that even if the blood was separated from the dragon's body, it still had strong activity, like a unique life split from the dragon. Hope raised his eyes, stretched out his hand to pull a glass cup on the table closer, slowly tilted the glass bottle in his hand, and aimed the bottle mouth at the glass cup. Pa! A slight sound sounded, and a drop of bright red blood fell and landed on the bottom of the glass cup. Seeing this, he stopped his hand in time, straightened the bottle body, and plugged the bottle mouth of the dragon blood with a wooden cork again. Then he picked up a plate of keys, walked out of the room quickly, carefully poked his head out in front of the stairs to look at the first floor, and confirmed that his mother had not returned yet, and hurriedly ran downstairs to put the dragon blood back in its original place. After putting the spare key back, he ran back to his room and breathed a sigh of relief. Fusion items don't require too much, just a little bit of sample is enough. Besides, this bottle of dragon blood is worth 200 or 300 galleons, all given to Huo Huo, and when his mother comes back, she will definitely give him a loving beating. Just a light black magic can make his buttocks feel as hot and painful as if he was beaten hard by a belt a dozen times, and the key is that there are no side effects. As if he remembered something, Hope touched his buttocks with fear and retracted his palm as if he was electrocuted. He shook his head, shook off the memory, hurried back to the table, picked up the glass on the table, and stared at the dragon blood inside. There was only one drop, but it was not spread out directly like ordinary blood, but condensed into a ball, like a plump ruby. Hope then stretched out his index finger with anticipation and touched the drop of blood. Fusion, Hope said softly in his heart. Detected fusionable items, start the analysis task. Current fusion item, Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon Analysis Difficulty, A-Level Analysis Progress, 1/10,000 Current Extraction Characteristics, 1 Tough Skin, effectively resist physical damage and effectively resist magic damage. Note, the degree of this characteristic is linked to the analysis progress. When the analysis is completed, you can obtain the 10,000 times characteristic. Current analysis efficiency increased by 1 point per day, and the analysis progress can be improved through related tasks. Tough skin? Hope stared at the content on the system with wide eyes. For a moment, he felt that his skin seemed to have changed, but when he touched it, he didn't find anything special. In other words, he now has a layer of defense on his body? Hope was still very surprised about this characteristic. If there is a turtle shell that no one can break, wouldn't it be invincible to some extent? It's just that he doesn't know to what extent this characteristic can be achieved, but in a blink of an eye, this is a characteristic extracted from the fire dragon, it should not be bad. And when the analysis is completed, he can get 10,000 times tougher skin. Even if it is bad, after superposition 10,000 times, he may be invincible. Thinking of this, Hope showed a sincere smile on his face. It seems that Hogwarts is not a place that cannot be ventured into. But, the analysis speed seems to be a bit slow. 1 point a day, which means that it takes 10,000 days to complete the analysis, which is 27 years in total. It is not so long that he has no hope in his life, but he may not live to that time. When Voldemort returns completely, if he is unlucky, he may not have the time to develop. And young people should not be frivolous. What is the use of this system? Mission? Hope noticed that it seems that the progress can be accelerated through the mission. He scanned the system page and found the mission caused by the analysis. Exclusive mission eating goats. Each goat eaten can increase the analysis progress by 1, and this mission can be repeated. Note, this mission is an exclusive mission for the Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon Fusion. Looking at this task, Hope couldn't help but twitch his lips. What kind of a task is this? But after thinking about it for a moment, he found a blind spot. It seems that creatures like fire dragons like to eat goats. Could this be the reason? Well, it seems that he only needs to eat 9,999 goats to successfully analyze and completely fuse. It's so simple, bullshit. Not to mention how much money these nearly 10,000 goats cost, even this one goat, it would take him several meals to finish, and he didn't know if it included some internal organs and other parts. Hope shook his head slightly. Forget it, it's a task to speed up the progress anyway, he can only do it according to his ability. After taking a closer look at the analysis task again, Hope made a new discovery. The analysis difficulty is S level. Does this mean that the analysis time and difficulty are linked? If he chooses some weaker tasks, will the analysis speed be faster? A trace of thought flashed in Hope's eyes. He can now set up a fusion task. If he chooses some weaker creatures, perhaps the analysis speed can be faster, and after the analysis is completed, he can set up another analysis task. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to obtain more 10,000 times the characteristics, which seems to be more cost-effective than fusing creatures like fire dragons? Thinking of this, Hope felt that he had made a mistake. If it took more than 20 years to analyze another task, then this system would be useless. He secretly warned himself that it would only take about 4 or 5 years for Voldemort to return completely. If he only had 2 characteristics by then, it would be a failure. At the same time, Hope also discovered that this analysis task might not only analyze one characteristic, but this was just his guess. After thinking for a while, Hope lay on his bed with a smile on his face. No matter what, he would have a system in the future. But, what is the next magical animal to be integrated? Hope immediately began to ponder. It would be best if it was a weak magical animal, the difficulty of analysis should be as low as possible, and it should be something he could get in touch with. Because there were only a few days left before school started, he didn't have much time left. He received the admission letter at the end of July, and it took him almost a month to plan this dragon blood. After all, he had to wait until his mother was not in the store, and this month was gone. Suddenly Hope sat up. He thought of something, flew downstairs, came to the cabinet, and picked up a feather duster. This feather duster is black, and the feathers used are from sniff. It is not a magic prop, but an ordinary duster. On the one hand, it can sweep away dust, and on the other hand, it symbolizes wealth. After all, creatures like sniff are particularly sensitive to some gold, silver, and jewelry. This duster means to attract wealth. Pull out a fluff from it and hold it in your hand. Fusion. Detected fusionable items, start the analysis task. Current fusion item, sniff analysis difficulty, D-level analysis progress, 1/500 current extraction characteristics, 1, treasure induction, have induction of valuable treasures within a certain range. Note, the degree of this characteristic is linked to the analysis progress. When the analysis is completed, the 10,000 times characteristic can be obtained. At this moment, Hope suddenly felt a little dazed. Unlike the changes brought by tough skin, the treasure induction gave him a particularly obvious feeling. He seemed to see a lot of fluorescence, some weak, some strong. He looked at the counter in the store, and could see a lot of fluorescence, among which the fluorescence represented by the bottle of dragon blood was the brightest of all. Hope then ran around the store to see if his mother had hidden any treasures, but there was nothing. Hope curiously opened the system and also found a new exclusive task. Exclusive task, treasure hunting. Every time you get a treasure worth 100 galleons, you will increase the progress point by 1. This task can be repeated, and the progress point is limited to the progress of the sniff analysis. As he guessed before, as the difficulty of the fusion object decreases, the time required will also be different. 500 points, and 1 progress point will be increased every day, so it will only take more than a year to complete the fusion. Compared with the fire dragon, this time is greatly reduced, but this feature is relatively more auxiliary, not as practical as tough skin. And this task? Hope raised his eyebrows. 100 galleons can increase a little, so these 500 progress points will require 50,000 galleons. 50,000 galleons. Hope feels that only pure-blood families with a long history can have such an amount. Suddenly, he thought of something, walked quickly to the second floor, hurriedly took out the key he had put back before, and returned to the first floor. Open a cabinet at random and touch it lightly with one hand. Touched several in a row, opened the system and looked at it. His face instantly became surprised. I saw that the analysis progress of the sniff jumped from 1 to 2, which means that his previous operation was actually recognized by the system. The so-called acquisition does not require holding it all the time, but only a short-term holding is enough. His face was excited, and he quickly touched around in the store, and soon touched all the fluorescent things in the store. Current fusion item, sniff analysis progress, 11/500. The total value of all the goods in the store is about 1,000 galleons. The most surprising thing is that he found that the sensing range of his treasure has become much larger. In this way, the so-called 10,000 times feature does not need to wait until the analysis is completed, but gradually increases with the improvement of the analysis progress. However, when he was immersed in this joy, he heard a click, and the door of the store opened. A cold and beautiful blonde woman walked in, her tall body shrouded in a black robe, and her eyes fell on Hope, or to be exact, the key in his hand. He glanced at the open cabinet door again, and everything was clear. "Mom, listen to my explanation." Hope's smile froze, and just as he was about to say something, he saw his mother had already pulled out her wand. The magic light fell on Hope, and then there was a scream in the store. Hope sat at the table with an honest face, watching Hanny put 2 bowls of fried rice on the table. Hope quickly took it, smelled the tempting aroma, and was already hungry, and wolfed it down as usual. Eat slowly," Hanny said unhappily with a smile on her face. Looking at her son like this, she thought he hadn't eaten for a few days. Hearing this, Hope's eating speed suddenly slowed down a lot. In just a short time, most of the fried rice in the bowl was empty. When you get to Hogwarts, you won't be able to eat these. Thinking of parting with her son, Hanny's face eased a little, and she touched Hope's hair with one hand. Hope didn't feel much discomfort. Although he had an adult mentality after crossing over, he did regard Hanny as his mother. After all, as a single-parent family, Hanny was very strict with her son, but behind it she was also a mother with tenderness. After Hope finished eating, Hanny took out a cloth bag and put it on the table, attracting his attention directly. From the rustling sound, Hope probably knew what was inside, and his eyes widened. "You are 11 years old now. Go to Diagon Alley and buy things tomorrow. The galleons here should be enough. You don't need to buy things at home. Just buy some textbooks and wands, Hanny slowly instructed, still trusting her son. Hope quickly took the purse and opened it. A quick glance showed that there were about 40 galleons, which was a large sum of money for him. By the way, you can buy yourself an owl with the remaining money, Hanny continued to instruct. Hope nodded and happily accepted the purse. Hanny didn't know that he had secretly saved money to buy a wand, which means that the 7 galleons here will belong to him. Mom, which house do you think I will be assigned to? Hope looked at Hanny and asked curiously. Of course it's Slytherin, Hanny answered without any thought. Can't it be other houses? Hope couldn't help asking. In his impression, Slytherin was not a good place. It was definitely a reserve army for Death Eaters. What's good about Death Eaters? Although Voldemort advocates pure blood theory, pure blood wizards have more power than Muggle wizards. But Voldemort is still above the pure blood theory in Voldemort's mouth. Death Eaters are all servants of Voldemort. Where can they get any power? No matter how powerful the servants are, they are still servants. What are you thinking? You have the blood of pure blood wizards. How can you go to other colleges? Hanny rolled her eyes at Hope and said unhappily. Hope's face moved. From this tone, he found out that his father, whom he had never met, was also a pure blood wizard. As far as Hope knew, his father in this life had passed away long ago, and Hanny never mentioned him, but occasionally he would let it slip. From Hanny's surname, we know that Hope's father is an Oriental wizard. As a pure blood wizard, Hanny was lucky not to be involved in the Wizard War. During the period when Voldemort was at his strongest, Hanny went to the East as an exchange student. He stayed there for many years, got married, and had children, and when he came back, Voldemort had already been defeated. Hope shook his head helplessly and did not continue to argue. Everything depended on the Sorting Hat. As long as it was not Slytherin, other colleges were pretty good, but it was not something he could decide. The second day after the career change, Hope was woken up by Hanny early in the morning. Hanny tidied up Hope's clothes with a helpless look on her face, and then pulled Hope to the fireplace. Hope had a purse in his pocket, and grabbed the flue powder in the elevated wooden basin in front of the fireplace with his right hand and sprinkled it casually. The next moment, his whole body was on fire, and his figure disappeared in front of the fireplace. All this was very skillful. As a child in Nocturne Alley, he was strictly forbidden by Hanny to go out on weekdays. Even if he played, he just used flue powder to go to Diagon Alley. Nocturne Alley has never been a place suitable for children to play. Hope felt his eyes blurred, and then he appeared in the leaky cauldron. Mr. Tom, good morning. Morning, little Hope. Hope greeted the bar owner skillfully, and then entered Diagon Alley through the door of the bar. Diagon Alley is very lively as the school is about to start. Although there are very few new students in Hogwarts now after 10 years of Voldemort's rule, it is not only new students who appear here, but also students of other ages. Hope looked at the wizards on the street with an undisguised excitement on his face, which was different from the previous time he came here. Today, he even had a different perception. He could faintly see that the whole street was emitting fluorescence. Treasure sensing can be turned on and off as he controls it. This is just a kind of sensing and will not affect his vision. Through this sensing, he can even know which wizard walking on the street has hidden huge wealth. If he becomes a thief, his future is definitely bright. Of course, the reason for his excitement is not because he realizes that he has a promising career option, but because he decided to completely integrate his treasure sensing characteristics today. 50,000 galleons, he doesn't believe that Diagon Alley can't get 50,000 galleons worth of goods. His treasure sensing range is very large, and he can feel a glow like the sun from a distance. He follows the guidance and comes to the fluorescence like a moth. But when he looked up, he saw the sign of Gringotts at once. There is indeed no place richer than a bank. But it is obvious that any penny in the bank that does not belong to him cannot be touched even if he wants to. Hope turned around and left, went to the bookstore first, bought all the books required in the notice, and took advantage of the time to buy books to get in touch with the fluorescence in the bookstore. Although many books are repeated, the system seems unable to identify them, and just counts each book as a valuable treasure. In a short period of time, his analysis progress increased rapidly, his perception continued to expand, and became clearer and clearer, and he could even vaguely see what the perceived treasure was. But such behavior still attracted the attention of the store owner, and he had no choice but to leave. Then Hope went to the pet store to buy an owl, but found that such magical creatures would not be identified as treasures, and hurriedly left with the treasure in the cage in his hand. He went straight home, put the things down, and went out again. This time Hope came to the flying broom store, where the fluorescence was much more intense and dazzling than other stores. A simple new model broom cost thousands of galleons, which was simply a holy place for doing tasks. He pretended to visit and kept touching the flying broom in the store, and the analysis progress suddenly soared by nearly 200 points. However, he was soon noticed by the owner of the store, who drove him out as a naughty child. After all, Hope, an 11-year-old child, was not a potential customer. If there were adults following him, it would be another matter. Just as Hope wanted to continue looking for the next store, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed out quickly, squeezed through the pedestrians on the roadside, came to a place, squatted directly, and picked up a galleon from the ground. He couldn't stop smiling on his face. The treasure perception characteristics were greatly improved. He could now even select the treasures he perceived without spending much effort. Soon Hope continued to rush out, and a busy teenager appeared on the streets of Diagon Alley. Every time he stopped, he could get a galleon. In a blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen galleons in his purse, some of which had just fallen, and some were hidden in a more hidden place and were easily found by him. Not bad. Although the amount was not much, this act of picking up money was really good, and Hope smiled with satisfaction. How did you find it? Did you cast any magic? At this moment, a tender female voice sounded beside him. Hope looked back and saw a girl with thick and fluffy brown hair, frowning at him. Hope couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance, but the other party didn't know him. This girl was Hermione. Seeing Hope constantly passing by, she became interested. She secretly observed Hope for a while and found that he could even find the galleons hidden in the corners. She was very puzzled. She had never seen such magic in the textbook, but she asked, "I'm just lucky. Have you heard of the Felicia?" Hope said casually, and then he sensed again, but found that there were no more single galleons. As for the 2 coins, Sickle and Nat, he didn't waste time picking them up, so he could only put the galleon in his hand into his pocket with a little regret. Seeing Hope put the galleon he picked up so casually, Hermione frowned more and more. "What is that?" Hermione asked more concernedly. Hope looked at the encyclopedia lady in astonishment, and she didn't even know this. Then he suddenly realized that the encyclopedia lady seemed to have come to buy books today, which was indeed understandable. "It seems that your knowledge is a little lacking," Hope said with a little emotion, and I believe this sentence can only be said now. Hearing this, Hermione narrowed her eyes and wrinkled her nose, as if she had entered a certain combat state. Just when she was about to say something, she heard shouting in the distance. "Hermione, we're going to the next one." Hermione turned her head and looked at Hope, her eyes seemed a little unwilling, and finally she could only snort and leave. Hope didn't care and continued to aim at the next store. Next, he visited the magic material store, the ready-made clothing store, the second-hand robe store, and even the beauty potion store. Every time he left under the drive of the store owner, but the harvest was really good. It took a lot of time to finally complete the analysis progress of the sniff. The fusion of the sniff was successful, and the analysis obtained the following characteristics: 1. Treasure sensing. 2. Digging and digging. Hope felt that his current treasure perception had contained the whole of Britain, and all treasures were clearly visible. It's just that this perception seems to only include items in the magic world, and he didn't find any pounds in gold bars, but he saw countless galleons and other treasures hidden in Gringotts. In addition, he saw many familiar things. The old wand of Hogwarts is very similar to the sword of Gryffindor, and can easily find things like the invisibility cloak. And when he wants to find a specific treasure, even if the fluorescence of the treasure is weak, he can directly sense it. For example, several Horcruxes of Voldemort can directly determine their locations, which is really magical. When the analysis task of the sniff is completed, a new feature is also extracted: digging earth and stones. Hope's face is a little strange. With these 2 features combined, he feels that he has a new career plan. Maybe tomb robbing is suitable for him. These 2 features are 10,000 times features. Hope is a little curious about the power of digging earth and stones. He directly lowered his body and inserted his hand into the mud on the ground. There was no obstruction at all, and his 5 fingers sank directly into the ground. Hiss! Seeing such an effect, Hope couldn't help but take a deep breath. This 10,000 times feature was too overbearing. He really didn't feel any obstruction, and it was no different from moving in the air. No, it even felt smoother than in the air. Hope's eyes were shining. Perhaps his profession of tomb robbery really suited him. His heart moved, and many fluorescent lights in his eyes dissipated, and many fluorescent lights appeared again. At this moment, the fluorescent lights he sensed were all ownerless things, buried underground, waiting for people to find them. In addition to Galleon, there were other treasures. Just observing a circle, there was no such treasure in Diagon Alley. After all, it was full of shops, and normal people would not choose to bury treasures here. With his stomach rumbling, Hope returned to his own store through the leaky cauldron. At this moment, Hanny had prepared lunch: hot rice, a dish of green vegetables and braised pork belly. This had to be attributed to Hanny's trip to the east, where she learned many oriental dishes, otherwise he would have to rely on dry and rotten pools at such a young age. The aroma alone made his stomach rumble again. He ate voraciously and quickly finished, then put the dishes in the wash basin. The next moment, he saw the dishes washing themselves, which was guaranteed to be cleaner than those washed by the dishwasher. At this moment, Hope had time to open the treasure sensor, and he found that Nocturne Alley was indeed buried with a lot of treasures. Some looked like they were buried by dark wizards, and some looked like they had not been seen for a long time. I am afraid that even their owners have forgotten their existence, or maybe their owners have already died. Hope's eyes moved slightly, and it would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. Most of the treasures he sensed were pure galleons, at least hundreds of them. Of course, it was not just galleons, there were also some strange things, such as bones, crystal balls, daggers, etc., and you could tell from the fluorescence that they could be sold for a good price. But this is Nocturne Alley, and these strange things are related to dark magic without thinking, and the risk is too high. Now he has no idea at all. These riches were buried nakedly in the ground waiting for his care, and he couldn't help but be tempted. Hope looked down at the floor, muttering secretly where to start digging. If he was discovered digging a hole from his home, he would definitely be in trouble. If he reached the top of the treasure and then dug, he would definitely have to enter Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley was definitely a high-risk area for an 11-year-old boy like him, just like staying in a bandit's den, and anyone he met on the road was not a good person. Maybe he could start digging from Diagon Alley, which was very close to Diagon Alley, and it wouldn't take much effort to dig from Diagon Alley to Nocturne Alley. With an idea in mind, Hope immediately began to prepare. He ran back to his room, took out the wand he had hidden under the bed, stuffed it into his robe, and took out a black robe to put on himself. Even in Diagon Alley, there were many people dressed like this, with an ancient tradition. It was said that when the statute of secrecy had not yet been implemented and wizards had not yet gathered, they dressed like this. I sneaked into Hanny's bedroom again. Hanny was watching the store downstairs at this time. I should not be caught if I am careful. I opened the drawer of the cabinet next to the bed and took out a fist-sized crystal ball from the messy things inside. After getting the things, I quickly fled the scene. This is not an ordinary crystal ball, but a magic item. It can detect whether an object is attached with curses or other black magic, just like an electric pen. These treasures buried by black wizards will inevitably be set up by them with black magic, so it is better to be careful. After finishing the preparations, Hope hurried downstairs, came to the fireplace, grabbed a handful of flue powder, and said as he sprinkled it, "Mom, I'm going to Diagon Alley." The fire burst out, and the figure disappeared. Hope, who appeared in Diagon Alley, had a goal in mind. He walked through the crowded crowd, followed the street to the end of the street, and turned into an alley. Seeing that no one was following him, he used a large trash can to block his figure and squatted down. Without hesitation, he directly dug in the ground with both hands, and even without digging out the mud pile, he inserted his hands and pushed to both sides, and directly dug out a hole, as simple as breathing. In a short time, he dug out a hole that could accommodate his body. The whole person jumped directly, but when he was half squatting and preparing to continue digging, he suddenly felt a little more in his heart, as if he didn't need to work so hard. As soon as this idea came out, the earth wall in front of him moved by itself, and the soil seemed to have life, naturally squeezing to both sides. Hope was shocked. Could it be? The next moment, the soil started to move again. Following his will, a passage appeared and continued to extend forward. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Is this the 10,000 times characteristic? This is not digging soil and stones, it is obviously the land god. Hope found that with the blessing of the 10,000 times characteristic, he didn't need to do it himself. He could control the soil with just a thought. This was too exaggerated. He thought about it, and the passage in front of him was blocked. It returned to its original state. The mud under his feet began to wriggle. He was like taking an elevator, and his whole body was sinking. When he was about 5 or 6 meters underground, a passage opened in front of him, and a direct route was opened according to his goal. Hope didn't rush to move forward, but looked up. The passage above was directly blocked, so even if someone passed by, they would not find anything abnormal. The whole space fell into darkness, and Hope took out his wand and waved it gently. Fluorescent flash, the tip of the magic wand emitted a bright light, illuminating the passage. Fortunately, this kind of life magic is relatively easy to master, but Hope is not sure whether he will lack oxygen. After thinking about it, he opened a few fist-sized holes in the passage above him, and then began to move forward. Before coming, Hope thought it was a hard job, but it turned out to be like a picnic. Under his mind, a 2-meter-wide avenue was built and continued to extend forward. After a while, he came to the bottom of Nocturne Alley. Through the perception of treasures, he could see that many underground treasures were waiting for him. It was so simple that he just had to walk over like this and take the things away. However, Hope still suppressed his thoughts and moved forward according to his original goal. With a click, accompanied by the light of the magic wand in his hand, he saw a broken wooden box falling on the passage in front. It seems that because it was buried for a long time, the wooden box itself has rotted. As the soil on all sides suddenly removed, the wooden box fell directly and broke apart, revealing the gold galleons on the ground that were slightly shining in the light. Even though it was expected, the mood was different when seeing it with his own eyes. Hope did not rush to approach, but reached into his pocket and took out a crystal ball, and then approached step by step, keeping his eyes on the crystal ball. If the crystal ball detects traces of black magic, it will release white light. The stronger the black magic, the brighter the white light released by the crystal ball. In this way, Hope came to the broken box on the ground, squatted down, and brought the crystal ball closer, but there was nothing unusual about the crystal ball. Such a close distance shows that the pile of galleons in front of him has not been cast with black magic. Hope was relieved immediately, a smile appeared on his face, and he quickly put away the crystal ball, took out a cloth bag, and reached out to grab it. His hand felt full of metal texture and a little cold. He grabbed 5 or 6 galleons and stuffed them into the cloth bag in his hand. Soon the bottom of the bag began to sink. It looked heavy. If you shook it casually, you could hear a crisp sound coming from it, which was very pleasant. This place was obviously not suitable for careful counting. You don't know when you might fall into a state of hypoxia. To be on the safe side, he opened several small holes along the upper soil wall while cleaning up, so that oxygen could flow in. After all, this was not an underground passage that had been opened long ago, and it did not have any gas. As he opened the ventilation channel, the air above rushed in urgently. He could also feel the cool breeze from several small passages above when he stood here, and he would not faint from hypoxia in a short time. Soon, he collected all the garlands on the ground, lifted the tattered wooden board, and did not miss anything, so he stood up. He did not continue to go to other places, but quickly returned along the passage. As he returned, the passage behind him was quickly blocked by the soil on both sides, and it returned to its original appearance. Back at the entrance, the passage above was opened again. He didn't even need to climb. The soil under his feet naturally surged up and lifted him up like a vertical elevator. His figure appeared in a remote alley in Diagon Alley. His feet had returned to their original state, and there was no abnormality. Unlike before, he had a bulging cloth bag in his hand, and of course there were inevitably some mud spots on his body. He casually patted his body with his hand, looking at the cloth bag in his hand, and his mouth couldn't help grinning. Although he didn't count them in detail, there were definitely more than 100 galleons in it. He reached into the cloth bag with one hand, took out a galleon from it, and observed it carefully in the light of the sky. There was no sign of decay on the appearance. Although it was buried for many years, it was still as new as before, without any trace of time. At first glance, it was as shiny as a gold coin, but Hope knew that this galleon looked golden, but it was not a gold coin. There may be some gold in it, but the proportion is not high. It is just magic coins made of some materials, so it has been buried underground for many years, but it is still like this. Such a number of galleons is not too much, but not too little. If he dares to take it home, it will be found by Hanny. If he can't explain it, he will have to face a magical fried meat. The safest way is to keep it in Gringotts. Of course, there is another way, which is to buy a purse with a traceless extension spell, so that the number of galleons in it cannot be seen from the outside. However, in the British wizarding world, such items are definitely contraband. But, he knew Hanny had one. After all, it was contraband that was caught. Such contraband was under the management of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic, but it would not trouble the Aurors, but other wizards in the department. Even the Aurors rarely entered Nocturne Alley on weekdays, let alone other wizards in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. As far as Hope knew, there were many wizards selling such contraband in Nocturne Alley. Of course, such things could not be found in Diagon Alley. For him, it was not difficult to get such things. Such things were buried under Nocturne Alley, and Hope could even choose them. But the probability of such magic items being set up with dark magic was definitely not low. In the end, Hope still appeared in front of Gringotts. The bulging purse was covered by the black robe on his body, which was not very conspicuous. There were indeed many wizards coming in and out of this place. Hope did not hesitate and walked in directly. As soon as he entered, he saw a spacious marble hall, which looked very much like a bank. In addition to the fairies sitting behind the counters on both sides, there were fairies in suits standing in the hall. They were short, about the same height as him, and looked similar to humans, but a little weird. Looking at these fairies in front of him, Hope's eyes flashed slightly. Fairies are also a kind of creature after all, and may be a candidate for his fusion system. I just don't know how difficult it will be to analyze fairies. It is amazing to have human wisdom. The magic talent is not bad. It is said that every adult fairy can cast spells without a wand. Of course, the main reason is that they can't hold a magic wand. According to Hope, the difficulty of fusing fairies will not be low, but it's hard to say. In his opinion, wisdom is a precious treasure, but no matter how high the wisdom is, fairies can't fight against fire dragons one-on-one, or most of them can't. In terms of combat power, fire dragons are obviously stronger. Of course, Hope only listed fairies as a candidate. No matter what factors the system uses to determine the difficulty of fairies will not be low. I already have an A-level difficulty analysis task on my back, so I won't consider this possible high difficulty option for the time being. Besides, even if he had to choose a difficult fusion object, it wouldn't be a goblin. Wouldn't the phoenix in the principal's office be nice? While thinking, Hope had come to an empty seat, raised his butt and sat directly. Opposite him was an elderly goblin, wearing a pair of glasses, with slightly drooping eyes, just looking at him. "Rare little wizard, you don't seem to have parents with you, what business do you need?" The goblin's voice was a little sharp, and it sounded a little old because of his age. "I want to save money," Hope said bluntly, and put the purse on the counter. Seeing this, the goblin didn't rush to take it, but adjusted the frame of his glasses, looked at Hope, and said, "It seems that this is your first time to save money, otherwise you should take out your vault key." "I don't have a vault key." Hope had expected it and was not panicked. "Well, then you need a vault. We have 3 types of vaults here, large, medium and small, which can be rented or purchased. The rented ones can be used for a certain period of time, and the purchased ones can be used permanently, usually for family inheritance. It is because they bought the vault that their family wealth can be preserved, making their status today different from that of ordinary wizards." Hope blinked, thinking quickly. According to the 2 characteristics he has mastered now, he will probably have a lot of galleons in the future. And the expected income is the galleons that no one cares about at the bottom of Nocturne Alley, so it seems more cost-effective to buy a vault directly. "How much does it cost to buy a vault?" Hope asked immediately. Hearing Hope's question, the fairy did not show any surprise. After all, he has lived for so many years and has seen all kinds of storms. He immediately introduced it to Hope expressionlessly. "A small vault is 500 galleons, a medium vault is 1,500 galleons, and a large vault is 3,000 galleons. Excuse me, how much does it cost to rent a vault?" Hope did not show any embarrassment on his face. Hearing the price, he asked the rental price without thinking. "We usually rent for 10 years here. A small vault costs 20 galleons, a medium vault costs 50 galleons, and a large vault costs 100 galleons. Hearing this price, Hope was slightly relieved. This price was still affordable. Now he knew why there were galleons buried under Nocturne Alley. It turned out to be this reason. It was reasonable, very reasonable. "How big is the small vault?" Hope asked carefully. According to the goblin, the small vault is actually not small. It is about 8 cubic meters in size, which is more than enough to store galleons. As for the medium vault, it is more than 50 cubic meters, which is equivalent to the size of a room. The large vault is nearly 300 cubic meters. Rent a medium vault. In the end, Hope gritted his teeth and spent 50 galleons to rent a medium vault. After all, it can be used for 10 years, so it is not a big loss. The goblin nodded slowly, without any other thoughts, took the purse in front of him, and poured out all the galleons in it, forming a small hill. The goblin's nose twitched slightly, as if he smelled the rotten mud smell on these galleons, and looked at Hope with a little surprise. Then he began to identify each one to make sure there were no fakes. This took a long time, and Hope looked around a little bored. He had been to Gringotts before, and he and Hanny had also seen their own large vault. It was indeed as the goblin said just now, it was inherited. But he had a rough idea of how much money was in it, anyway, not much. As a pure-blood family, they had neither a manor nor a large amount of deposits, which meant that they were just a poor family, at most similar to the Weasley family. The galleons stored in it were not necessarily more than the galleons needed to buy a large vault. Of course, it is also possible that when Gringotts was first established, it did not cost so much. Hope turned on the treasure perception and saw that there were countless galleons and other treasures in the basement of Gringotts, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Compared to the few galleons under Nocturne Alley, this is the real treasure house. He seemed to be in the moonlight at this moment, surrounded by dazzling fluorescence. In the face of such temptation, he couldn't help but think about it. With his characteristics, maybe he could really dig into the vault quietly. Of course, Hope knew that the vault of Gringotts would definitely have some powerful anti-theft magic, which was not something he could touch, so he just thought about it. After a while, the old goblin at the counter finally cleared his galleons, which were 132 galleons. After deducting the rental fee, there were only 82 left. Hope did not send the galleons to the vault with the goblin, but just took a golden key and left. Hope was not idle this afternoon. If he hadn't been in a hurry to go back to finish his meal, he would have carried out this promising job to the end. After dinner, Hope returned to his room, closed the door, and took out a small cowhide bag from his pocket. There were 2 drawstrings on it, and the bag mouth could be tightened with a slight pull. This was not an ordinary cowhide bag, but a purse with a traceless stretching spell cast on it. He had carefully selected it from the bottom of Nocturne Alley. For this purse, he spent an entire afternoon on it. Although there were many such things, they would glow whenever they approached the crystal ball. He could sense that there were galleons hidden in these purses, but he didn't even dare to touch them. The means of the dark wizards were hard to guard against. Even as powerful as Dumbledore, he was eventually hurt by the dark magic set by Voldemort on the Resurrection Stone. How could he, a newbie in the magic world, dare not be careful? Even though the progress of Tough Skin had increased to 3 in the past 2 days, it should have been strengthened, but Hope was not sure whether he could resist the erosion of dark magic, let alone risk his life to try the power of Tough Skin. The purse in his hand had no dark magic set, and there was no money hidden in it, just a purse. When Hope found it, there were several other purses around, which seemed to be mass-produced and buried for some reason. After all, it was a magical item, so Hope took one of them with him and stored the other two in the vault. He lifted the mattress in his room and took out the ordinary cloth bag he had hidden. There were 20 galleons he had accumulated and picked up yesterday, and he put all the galleons into the purse with the traceless extension spell. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that there were 20 galleons in this small bag. He shook the purse vigorously, but there was no sound, and he also did not feel the weight of 20 galleons. After a test, Hope was very satisfied with this purse. It not only had the traceless extension spell, but also other spells such as the floating spell. The only drawback is that it has been buried underground for an unknown period of time, and it inevitably has a muddy smell, so it needs to be dried in the sun sometime. After studying for a while, he put away the purse and began to check his system panel. With the completion of the analysis of the sniff, he can now perform a fusion. He has not yet figured out which creature to fuse. Fortunately, his family sells magic materials, and in addition to some magic plants, most of them are related to magical animals. In Hope's opinion, not all magical animals need to be fused. Some magical animals actually have no characteristics, and Hope is not sure that any useful characteristics can be obtained after fusion. And the reason why the fusion was completed so quickly this time is more because the exclusive task can be cheated, otherwise it will take him more than a year to complete the fusion of 500 points. The exclusive task of the next fusion may not be completed quickly, so once he chooses some useless magical animals, his time will be wasted directly, so he needs to choose carefully. Hope thought about the magic materials in the store and had two options in mind. The first one is the swallowtail dog. Although the name sounds ordinary, it is actually extremely ordinary. The only difference from ordinary dogs is its tail, which is split on both sides like a swallow's tail. It is not naturally generated, but the work of a wizard. It only exists as a pet dog in the magic world. The reason why it is listed as one of the candidates by Hope is that it has another feature, that is, it can eat. It can eat almost anything and digest it very quickly. Hope feels that this ability may help him complete the fusion of the Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon as soon as possible. Maybe he can move towards the direction of cultivating magical creatures in the future. After all, he has a system. If he cultivates some strange magical creatures, it will definitely be much more efficient than learning magic. The second option is the fire crab. The shell of this magical creature can be used to make a crucible. The key is that the fire crab can spit fire, although it spit out from its butt, but at least, it is also fire. When mentioning fire crabs, we have to mention the blasting scruts. It is said that the blasting scruts were cultivated by Hagrid using fire crabs and other creatures. Although it is criticized by students, Hope is very interested. The blasting scruts can also spit flames, but unlike fire crabs, they will create a propulsion force in the process of spitting flames. This is very awesome in Hope's eyes. Isn't this a jet aircraft? If he merges this feature with the superposition of 10,000 times, wouldn't it be comparable to a rocket? Of course, the flame of the blasting scrut is ejected from the tail. Well, Hope is a little distracted, and there is a picture in his mind, but if it can become a human-shaped rocket, it is actually not unacceptable. Unfortunately, this blasting scrut should not have been born yet. I remember what grade it appeared in, anyway, it is not now, otherwise he would directly choose to merge without a trace of hesitation. This creature is very low level at first glance, and it is estimated that the difficulty of fusion will not be very high, but the effect will definitely explode after 10,000 times superposition. However, this also made Hope determined that he would still engage in animal breeding in the future, and he could also drag Hagrid along. He was indeed a talent. After thinking for a long time, Hope finally decided that the next creature to be fused was a Krupp. If the progress of fusion of the Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon could be accelerated, it would definitely be worth the money. He had already seen the effect of the 10,000 times characteristic, and there was no doubt that if the tough skin characteristic was also superimposed 10,000 times, it would not work even if a real dragon came, let alone Voldemort. Once the dragon characteristic was successfully fused, Hope could be at ease as a middle school student. The Krupp item in his store was a forked tail, which was actually worthless. Because at the request of the Ministry of Magic, the tail of each Krupp had to be cut after it grew up to avoid being discovered by muggles. As pets allowed by the Ministry of Magic, there is no difference between them and ordinary animals from the outside. For example, the admission letter states that pet owls, cats and toads allowed to be brought into Hogwarts are all magical animals, but their appearance is no different from ordinary animals. Hope remembered that the tail was just casually hung on the wall, and it was not put into the cabinet, so there was no need for a key. After Henny fell asleep, he quietly pushed open the door, and a ray of candlelight flowed out through the crack of the door. Yes, it was candlelight. Even if Hope had lived in this world for 11 years, he couldn't figure it out. In the 1990s, candles were still used for lighting. It was hard to comment. Those who didn't know would think they had traveled back to ancient times. Muggle society has already used computers, but wizard society still uses candlelight for lighting. This is simply too far-fetched. Perhaps it's because of the pride of pure-blood wizards, who disdain to use Muggle things, or it may be because of the severance of Muggle society under the Statute of Secrecy. Only people like Arthur Weasley, whose positions are related to Muggles, will really come into contact with some Muggle technology. Hope went directly to the first floor in the dark, and with the weak moonlight outside, he touched a tail hanging on the wall, which felt a little elastic. Seeing that the thing was in his hand, he carefully returned to his room without making any sound in the middle. After returning to the room, he couldn't wait to look at the tail in his hand and directly chose to fuse it. The next moment, the tail in his hand disappeared directly, and Hope was too lazy to cut it open to take a little sample for fusion. Anyway, this tail was not worth even 1 galleon, and Hanny would not notice it even if it disappeared. Detected a fusionable item, and started the analysis task. Current fusion item, Krupp analysis difficulty, D-level analysis progress, 1/500 current extraction characteristics, 1, swallow and decompose the object at the entrance, absorb beneficial substances from it, and the harmful part will be directly annihilated. Note, when the body cannot bear the beneficial substances swallowed and decomposed, it will be excreted in various ways. Seeing the text on the system panel, it was just as he expected. Hope couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, it was not a feature like split tail, otherwise he didn't know what the split part of his body would be, especially when it was superimposed 10,000 times. Then, thinking of this, Hope couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Just thinking about it made him feel that the picture was very shocking. Devour? Hope touched his chin. This feature seemed to be better than what he expected. His eyes were shining slightly, and he felt that the fusion of fire dragons was a foregone conclusion, and it didn't take more than 20 years. 10,000 sheep. I think Hanny couldn't prepare it for him, so he had to rely on himself. However, the number of galleons required for 10,000 sheep is not a small number, and his wallet may not be able to support it, and he will leave for Hogwarts the day after tomorrow. It seems that this matter will have to wait until after Hogwarts to find a solution. Hope was not in a hurry. He looked at the night outside the window and yawned. He had been trying to hold back his sleepiness to get the tail of the Krupp. Now his eyelids could not hold up. He blew out the candle and lay down on the bed. Soon, he could hear a slight snoring. The next day, Hope continued to go out to look for treasure. This time, he had a purse with a traceless stretching spell, so everything was much simpler. Of course, he was not careless. If he met a galleon who was cast with black magic, he would definitely not even get close to him. At the end of the day, he took away all the galleons that could be taken from Nocturne Alley, and even the purse looked a little bulging. He was not going to keep all these galleons on him. It was more reliable to deposit them in the bank. He appeared in Gringotts again. This time, he walked with his back straight. He slapped the purse and the vault key on the table and was about to deposit the money. This time, the goblin was not the one from yesterday. Although it was difficult to distinguish his appearance, he looked much younger. After dealing with the malicious wizard, Hope went home directly. He could not guarantee that there were no other wizards spying in secret, so he used the flue powder directly through the fireplace of the leaky cauldron to return to his own store. Even if others had malicious intentions, they could not find him. Thinking that he would leave tomorrow, he did not go anywhere else and stayed in the store. Hanny was packing his luggage at this moment, including clothes, books, etc. Hope was guarding the store while checking his system panel. Fusion object, Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon analysis progress, 4/10,000 fusion object, Cuppy analysis progress, 2/500. Hope then remembered that he had not checked the exclusive task of the Cuppy fusion. He was so sleepy after the fusion yesterday that he went to sleep directly. Today, he got up and dug treasures for a day, and now he has some free time. He checked it immediately. Exclusive task, dog catches rats. Drive away any invading creatures in the building where you are, and increase the progress point by 1 for each one driven away. Note, this task is exclusive to the fusion Krupp. Dog catches rat? When Hope first saw the task name, he was stunned. Was he asked to catch rats? After reading the details, he realized that it was not specifically referring to rats. This meant that any invading creatures could be used. But invading creatures? They were also hard to find in his house, especially ordinary animals, whose probability of appearance was even lower than that of magical creatures. Which wizard didn't have magic to drive away animals? Just a little potion could make rats retreat, even insects. But in Hope's memory, there were invading creatures in his house. For example, ghouls, magical creatures with a sticky appearance and ugly appearance, feed on small insects and moths. I don't know when they got into the small attic on the 3rd floor of his house. He was shocked at the time. After all, the appearance was too unbearable. In the end, it was taken by Hanny to make magic materials, and appeared on the counter the next day. Hope's eyes turned. Since there were no invading creatures, why not let him make them? He immediately had the idea of stealing chickens in his mind. Since there were no conditions, he would create conditions. Catching a mouse is not a difficult task, but he was not in a hurry to do it. When he was almost asleep at night, Hope entered the room and looked at the window. He came to the window, pushed it open, snapped his fingers, and heard a puff, and a figure leaped in and landed on the table. It was the owl he bought, tilting his head to look at him. Hope gave him a name, Jilly, which means auspicious and smooth. He raised his hand and touched Jilly's head, only to see that Jilly did not dodge, and he could see from his eyes that he enjoyed it very much. Pets in the magic world are really psychic, more or less, they are all savvy. He opened the table cabinet, took out a chocolate frog from it, and quickly tore off the wrapping paper. The chocolate-colored frog instantly came to life, and with a flick of its two hind legs, it broke free from his hand, jumped suddenly, and leaped forward. However, before it landed, a bird beak quickly approached and grabbed the chocolate frog, then raised its head and threw it into the air. The bird beak started again and swallowed the chocolate frog in one gulp. Jilly, go catch me a mouse. Hope gave him a reward and then began to give orders. Jilly looked at Hope with some doubt, but the next moment he flapped his wings and flew out. After a while, Gilly came back flapping his wings, holding a mouse under his feet, which was nearly 20 centimeters long without the tail. Seeing this, Hope did not hesitate and took out his wand. Sure enough, after entering the room, Gilly's claws loosened, and the huge fat mouse fell directly onto the table. Hope waved his wand in a hurry, chanting Wingardium Leviosa. Floating spell. Magic light burst out and hit the mouse that had just landed. The next moment, the mouse was directly suspended, waving its hands and feet vigorously in the air, but it had no effect. Seeing this, Hope couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and glared at Gilly unhappily, but saw Gilly landed on the table, looking at him with innocent eyes. Looking at the appearance of this mouse, it was alive and kicking, and its body was bigger than a kitten. If it really fell to the ground and ran around the room, he would not know how much trouble it would be to catch it. Fortunately, the spell was cast successfully. This was one of the few spells he had mastered. It would sometimes fail, but fortunately it was successful. The mouse stared with its dark eyes and kept kicking in the air, but it had no effect. Hope frowned slightly. Now that he had the mouse, what should he do with it? He glanced at the open window and suddenly had an idea in his mind. He immediately climbed onto the table with both hands and feet, and then carefully grabbed the mouse's tail with his hands, fearing that he would be bitten. He pulled the mouse by its long tail and slowly dragged it out of the window, leaving the mouse's entire body outside the house. Then Hope checked the panel without loosening his fingers. Fusion object Krupp analysis progress 3/500. It was a little higher than before, indicating that it was effective. Hope had expected it in his heart, and then pulled the mouse back and pulled it out again. Fusion object Krupp analysis progress 4/500. Seeing this, Hope couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, he could still steal the chicken. The same invading creature can continue to invade and be driven away by him. This is easy to deal with. Things suddenly became simple. Hope kept swinging the mouse's body back and forth, and the analysis progress rose rapidly. After a while, the mouse was knocked unconscious, but it didn't stop him from continuing to brush the progress. He repeated the exercise nearly 1,000 times. When one hand was tired, he switched to the other hand. Even so, when the progress was all brushed, his two arms were a little numb and swollen. Krupp fusion successful. This time, the second feature did not appear. Obviously, the fusion difficulty was D-level, but Hope didn't care much. Seeing that the mouse had been used up, he threw it out of the window directly, looking at Jilly who was still in a daze, and stretched out his hand to drive it out. Jilly's birdhouse is located by the window outside the house. It is a small wooden house of 30 to 40 centimeters. There is dry straw inside, which can at least protect from wind and rain. I will go to Hogwarts with him tomorrow. It is really exciting. Hope's eyes flickered. Now he is not as worried as before. Devouring has become a 10,000 times characteristic. As long as he solves 10,000 goats and successfully integrates the iron belly, he will not be afraid of Voldemort's resurrection. Since there is no danger, how can he not look forward to the magical Hogwarts? The next day, Hope slept until noon before getting up. He was dreaming in a daze and was awakened by a burst of fragrance. When he got up and walked out of the room, the smell became stronger. It seemed that he felt stimulated and his stomach rumbled involuntarily. He hurried to the dining table and saw that the table was full of 6 delicious dishes, with bright colors and thick hot steam. He took a deep breath, his nostrils opened, and the fragrance rushed into his chest crazily. Potato stewed beef, meatballs, fish-flavored eggplant feast. Hope couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It was difficult to have such a rich dish in the past. And if you want to buy these ingredients, you need to go to the Muggle Society to buy them. Today is your school day, I'll make up for it for you, go wash up. Hanny walked out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of rice in her hands. Seeing Hope's greedy appearance, she couldn't help but smile and said. When Hope heard it, he hurried into the bathroom and ran out in less than a minute and jumped onto the chair in front of the dining table. Delicious. He swallowed with big mouthfuls, waving his chopsticks quickly, his mouth kept moving, and his eyes were fixed on other dishes. He naturally didn't use his devouring ability for this. You have to be more careful when you get to Slytherin. Those little wizards are not like us. Some of them have bad intentions. You have to be careful and don't follow them around. Hanny looked at Hope, who was eating voraciously, and gave him instructions. Although she was a pure-blood wizard, she didn't look down on those guys in Slytherin. It was the same when she was studying. Not to mention that after she came back, she learned that most of her classmates followed Voldemort to become Death Eaters, so she looked down on them even more. Of course, there was no lack of family differences. Although Hanny entered Slytherin, her family assets, status, etc. were not as good as other pure-blood wizards, so she would naturally be excluded. However, with the target of Gryffindor, this exclusion was only potential. I know, Hope responded while eating. Soon it was afternoon. Hope was wearing a suit, looking like a kid. He dragged a suitcase with one hand, and an owl named Jilly was standing on the suitcase. Hanny took him to King's Cross Station in the Muggle Society, and observed the station like him, with a flash of nostalgia in her eyes. Let me think, it seems to be platform 9 3/4, yes. That's right, it's this one. It's hard to imagine that more than 10 years have passed, and there has been no change here. Could it be that they also want to learn from Hogwarts and become a 1,000-year-old castle? Hanny said with some surprise. The familiar memory was used in her heart, and the key was to be able to check one by one. She took Hope to the front of platform 9 3/4 and pointed to the wall pillar. The entrance is there, go boldly, don't hesitate, I won't follow you in, you can go in alone, right? Hanny touched Hope's hair and said in a rare gentle tone, no problem. Hope said firmly, and the reluctance in his heart was driven away. After saying goodbye to Hanny, Hope looked at the wall, pulled the suitcase without any hesitation, and rushed straight towards it with Gilly. In fact, there was nothing to worry about. Hope could sense that there was no wall there. It was just that the wizard had cast a powerful magic. Even ordinary wizards could not see it, but he could see it because there was no controllable wall there. When he really rushed through the wall, the scenery in front of him suddenly became clear. He appeared on a platform. In front of him was a very primitive steam train. It looked like it had been there for many years. There were many young wizards around. Some of them even wore ridiculous clothes that were very ill-fitting. They were obviously worn to deal with muggles. He could even see Chinese characters on some clothes. It seemed that Oriental goods had begun to flow into Britain. Following the instructions, he came to the carriage dedicated to freshmen. He randomly chose an empty room, walked in, and stuffed the suitcase into the empty space below. And his Geely had already boarded the cattery on the express train, and would go to the owl dormitory of Hogwarts with other owls next. Looking out the window with a little emotion, a new life has come. There was no one there at the moment, so Hope closed the door, took off his suit, took out his wizard robe from the suitcase, and changed into it in advance, so as not to have to change after the train arrived. Compared to the suitcase, this wizard robe was obviously more comfortable. As time passed, more and more students got on the train. At this time, a girl passed by the door of the carriage, glanced at the room, and finally her eyes fell on Hope. She stopped and walked in with her suitcase. The Felixir is a lucky potion. The brewing process takes at least half a year. In fact, some wizards think this is a misunderstanding of it. This potion actually improves the wizard's ability to cast spells, not the ability to be lucky. In addition, this potion is very complicated and precious, so you couldn't have drunk the Felixir at that time. The person who came was Hermione Granger. Before Hope could react, she was forced to popularize the science of the Felixir with an expressionless face. Really? But I just asked you if you had heard of Felix Felicis at that time. I didn't say that I drank Felix Felicis. These are two different concepts. Hope smiled slightly and caught the mistake in Hermione's words. It seems that this little witch should have made up for the potion after returning. She is really studious. Hermione frowned when she heard it. Thinking back carefully, she found that it was just as Hope said. At that time, Hope just said that he was lucky and asked her if she knew about Felix Felicis. He never said that he drank Felix Felicis. But, combining these two, the other party obviously set a language trap to mislead her, but she really stepped on it. Humph! Hermione had no choice but to snort coldly. She looked at the carriage and saw that there was only Hope. She immediately put her luggage on the ground and sat opposite Hope, observing Hope with a pair of brown eyes. My name is Hermione Granger. Hope. Seeing Hermione introduce herself, Hope also said immediately, You are from the East? This should be the name of the East. After a defeat, Hermione immediately began to show off her knowledge, trying to regain her sense of superiority. You can say that. Hope did not refute, but this sentence pointed directly to his essence. Excuse me, is there anyone sitting here? Just then, a voice sounded outside the carriage. Hope turned his head and raised his eyebrows slightly. It turned out to be Harry Potter. After Harry's arrival, Ron also arrived. Are you Harry Potter? The boy who lived. When Harry Potter introduced himself, Ron asked loudly with his eyes wide open. Even Hermione knew the name of Harry Potter even though she had only been in contact with the magic world for a short time. It can be seen that the name Harry Potter has become a symbol of the British magic world. The red-haired Ron then asked about Harry's affairs carelessly, and Hermione listened secretly. Hope didn't care, holding his head with one hand and looking at the scenery outside the window. In fact, the express train had not started yet, so there was no scenery to speak of. After a while, the train finally moved, and with a long whistle, the scenery outside the window began to retreat. Ron's chattering was in his ears, and Hope tilted his head to the window, secretly thinking about his next plan. Naturally, it was to enjoy a good time at school. If it weren't for Voldemort's existence, this idea would really be possible. Go to class normally, play around after class, find someone to learn homework from, and learn magic based on interest. In the 5th grade, I started to seriously prepare for the wizard level exam. If I passed the exam, everything would be fine. If I failed, I would take a make-up exam or repeat the grade. In the 6th grade, I could play for another year. This was a very important year. After all, I had to start looking for a job and submitting resumes in the 7th grade. Moreover, the 6th graders were mature both mentally and physically, and there were no academic exams yet. They were the right age for dating. After graduating from Hogwarts, I could get married and have children after working for a year or two. Although I could see the end at a glance, this was life. Thinking about it, Hope felt a little emotional. In fact, such a life was not bad. Of course, with Voldemort, everything could not go on like this. In addition, there was another thing that hindered him and prevented him from doing so forever. Who made him a cheater? He was destined to shine. Do you need snacks? At this moment, an old witch pushing a cart passed by the door of the carriage, interrupting the conversation of several people and attracting everyone's attention. Okay, how much? Harry saw this and took out a handful of golden galleons. Hope did the same, but he was not so arrogant, and only took out 2 galleons. But in fact, it didn't take many galleons to buy these snacks. I'll treat you. After hearing the price of the snacks, Harry Potter said without hesitation. Seeing this, Hope also put away the galleons, and took a chocolate frog from the table without being polite. He tore open the wrapping paper, grabbed the jumping chocolate frog, and stuffed it into his mouth. Even in his mouth, it really jumped and struggled like a life. This feeling is really strange, but he has been eating since he was a child, so he is not surprised, and he even collected cards for a while before. He bit hard with his teeth and easily bit it off. The chocolate frog in his mouth exploded and turned into chocolate. Hope, are you Oriental? Ron, who was full of chocolate, asked Hope. You can say that my father is Oriental, Hope said casually, while winking at Hermione. Even Ron could see his identity, so Hermione's previous behavior seemed unnecessary. Hermione saw Hope's eyes and instantly knew what Hope meant. Her nose wrinkled, but she was busy eating and didn't say anything. In fact, it is not difficult to tell Hope's identity, because his appearance is obviously different from theirs. Surprisingly, Hope's face is not much different from his previous life, but because of his Hanny bloodline, it is also a little different. His nose bridge is unexpectedly high, his eye sockets seem to be higher, and he has a pair of blue eyes. At this time, several figures suddenly stopped at the door. Harry Potter, there is a seat in my carriage, why don't you come over here? The people who came were Malfoy with slicked back blonde hair and his 2 followers. As soon as they came up, they raised their heads slightly, with a hint of obvious arrogance on their faces, and shouted to Harry, "No, I already have a seat." Harry saw Malfoy and refused directly. Malfoy, who did not expect to be rejected, was slightly stunned, and then sneered disdainfully. "Hee, it looks like you are going to sit with the red-haired Weasley. Their family is all Gryffindor, stupid lion." Malfoy directly opened the map cannon. "It's my freedom to sit with whomever I want. You are not welcome here," Harry said coldly when he saw Malfoy attacking Ron. Hearing Harry's impolite words, Malfoy's face changed. After a while, he looked at Harry coldly and said, "Humph, let's see." Then he left with 2 followers. "Slytherin is nothing good. My 2 brothers said they are cold-blooded reptiles. I should join Gryffindor. Which house do you want to join, Harry?" Ron looked at Harry with gratitude and asked. "Gryffindor," Harry said firmly, in fact, because he heard that his parents were both Gryffindor students. "What about you, Hope?" Harry turned to Hope and asked. "I can do either," Hope said casually, but the sorting was determined by the sorting hat, and he would probably go to Slytherin. "Have you heard? I heard that our sorting is very dangerous, and students get hurt every year." Ron told the information from his brother. Hope smiled slightly and stopped discussing. He looked at the scenery outside and could see tall buildings in the distance from time to time. While eating snacks, he was thinking about the next plan. With the successful fusion of the Krupp, another fusion position was vacated on the system panel, which meant that he could start to choose the next object to be fused. This was not urgent. Compared with the previous time, he could choose carefully this time, and he did not have to require a low-difficulty magical creature. Because his devouring characteristics were determined, the fusion of the Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon could actually be said to be just around the corner, and it would no longer take an exaggerated 20 years. As long as the problem of goats could be solved next, 10,000 goats would only be a matter of time. Because he had not tried the devouring characteristics yet, Hope was not sure how much time it would take. In addition, there was the problem of galleons. Although he now had more than 2,000 galleons in his savings, he was considered a wealthy member among any student. But what he needed was 10,000 sheep, even if one sheep cost 1 galleon, and he would need 10,000 galleons. Of course, he did not think that a sheep would be so cheap, so he still needed to solve the galleon problem, and all this needed to be solved after arriving at Hogwarts. In any case, the fusion of the fire dragon has been put on the agenda, indicating that there will be another vacancy, so this time the fusion can be slightly more difficult. Hope has not yet thought about the specific choice, and when Hogwarts arrives, he needs to find materials for magical creatures. Hope has already had an idea in his mind. The place with the most materials is not any professor's office, but Hagrid's hut. Moreover, Hagrid is a rare genius, and the matter of exploding Skrut will fall on Hagrid, so it is imperative to make friends with Hagrid. Hope raised his head slightly. Perhaps he needs to prepare a gift. What is more suitable? Time passed slowly, the sky outside the window gradually dimmed, and night was about to come. However, the train was about to arrive at the station at this time, and everyone began to prepare to get off. They did not need to take the suitcases off the train, and there would be house elves to help deliver the suitcases to their dormitories. As soon as they got off the train, they saw the huge Hagrid, who looked as tall as a floor. We took a boat to the gate of Hogwarts and came to the auditorium as soon as we entered. A bunch of little wizards were chattering, their faces were both excited and worried about the sorting ceremony. Hope looked normal, observing the 1,000-year-old castle. Under the guidance of Professor McGonagall, we entered the door of the auditorium, and the scene suddenly became clear. This auditorium was much more spacious than Hope had expected, and it was not so crowded. At this moment, all the students except the freshmen had sat down, and many eyes fell on them. More of them were looking for the boy who survived the catastrophe. A group of professors sat in the professor seats in front. Professor McGonagall walked to a chair with a list of freshmen in her hand. On the chair was a weathered and patched hat, which looked particularly dirty. You know, something will be covered with dust in just 1 month, let alone a 1,000-year-old hat. Maybe he can still find traces of 1,000 years ago on the sorting hat? As the sorting ceremony began, Hope looked at the sorting hat. He turned on the treasure perception, and the fluorescence of the sorting hat alone was enough to tell that this was a rare treasure. But there was a more dazzling fluorescence hidden in this fluorescence, which was a sword. The Gryffindor sword. Hope saw the appearance of this sword very clearly, hidden in the sorting hat. Harry Potter. Unconsciously, Professor McGonagall had called Harry Potter's name. There was no surprise in the result. Harry went to Gryffindor. As the result of the sorting hat was announced, there was a fierce applause from the Gryffindor dining table. Hope. The next name was Hope. In the eyes of everyone, Hope slowly walked out and came to the sorting hat. Unexpectedly, there was still some tension in the end. Hope immediately showed a smile and looked forward to it. He picked up the sorting hat, put it on his head, and then sat down. Because the heads of these little wizards are still a little different from those of adult wizards, half of their heads are directly stuck in the sorting hat. Let the sorting hat see which house you are suitable for. Hope suddenly heard the slightly exaggerated voice of the sorting hat, which kept talking, as if it could talk all day even if no one responded. The slightly noisy voice could be compared with the little wizard. Hope gradually became distracted by the voice and did not listen carefully to what the sorting hat kept talking about. Instead, he sensed the Gryffindor sword. This was not difficult for him at all. The sword was hidden vertically in the sorting hat. Hope should be thankful that the sword was pointed up and the hilt was down, otherwise he would never dare to wear this hat. If the tip of the sword was facing down, then this hat would not be called the sorting hat, but the execution hat or the beheading hat? Hope raised his head slightly, and the sword was on his head. He even felt that he could touch it. As this idea came out, he seemed to really touch the hilt of the sword. Hope was stunned, and felt a heavy feeling on his head. He was still a little unsure, so he shook his head immediately. However, with this shake of his head, the hilt of the sword deviated from his short-haired head and fell directly. The sharp blade passed by his face, almost close to his body, and Hope's heart suddenly tightened, and his heart felt a little cold. Snap! The sword with rubies inlaid on the hilt hit the chair and finally fell to the ground. In an instant, the whole auditorium was quiet, and everyone's eyes were looking at the sword on the ground, a little confused. What is going on? There have been so many sorting ceremonies before, and there has never been such a thing, and I have never heard of such a period from the old man. After a moment, the whole auditorium was noisy, and all the students were discussing what was going on. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the professor's seat, looked at the sword on the ground, his eyes flickered slightly, with a hint of surprise. Some other professors knew what this was, and some saw it for the first time, and were as confused as the students. McGonagall was right next to Hope. Seeing this, her eyes sparkled slightly under her glasses. As the head of Gryffindor, she naturally knew what this was. And this was the first time she had encountered such a situation in all her years of teaching, and she had never heard of such a situation before. This was the sword left by the founder of Gryffindor, but it suddenly appeared in the sorting ceremony of a freshman. There must be some meaning in it. Oh, the sword of Gryffindor. You actually took it out. There is no doubt that you are a natural Gryffindor. At this moment, the sorting hat seemed to be a cell phone that suddenly turned up. The huge sound rang in Hope's mind, making his brain numb, and he almost pulled the sorting hat off and threw it on the ground. Gryffindor, the sorting hat shouted loudly, and the students on the Gryffindor side didn't care about the doubts in an instant, and also applauded. When Hope heard it, he immediately took off the sorting hat. Pick up this sword of Gryffindor and put it in the sorting hat, Mr. Hope. It appeared because of you, so you have to put it back, McGregor said with a kind face, which surprised the Gryffindor students. The dean usually had a stern face most of the time. Of course, the main reason was that those Gryffindor students who looked like monkeys made McGregor have to have a stern face all the time. Hope heard it and obediently picked up the sword of Gryffindor on the ground. It felt a little heavy in his hand, and he could clearly see a name engraved on the sword. After asking, Hope realized that his luggage was mixed up with that of another Gryffindor freshman. Listening to the explanation of the house elf, Hope's eyes flickered slightly, as if their luggage was the only one in the whole Hogwarts that was sent to the wrong place. This inevitably made Hope think too much. Maybe it was not sent to the wrong place, but he was temporarily transferred to another dormitory? Before the freshmen were sorted, these luggage were first guarded by the house elves, and after the sorting, their luggage was hurriedly sent to each dormitory. Hope glanced at the other 3 people in the dormitory and suddenly found that the origins of the other 2 people except Harry were very reliable. Ron is a typical Weasley, needless to say, and Neville's parents are both Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix. It can be said that they are the second generation of Dumbledore. If this kind of sorting is not a coincidence, but a roommate carefully selected by Dumbledore for Harry, then it makes sense. Would Dumbledore do this? It's really possible. The person who originally appeared in this dormitory was not Hope, but when Hope became a real Gryffindor by chance, he was transferred to this dormitory. Hope felt that he had caught the truth, but it could not be confirmed. It's okay, what's your name? Hope waved his hand casually, not caring, and asked the name of the house elf in front of him. Mr. Hope, my name is Bitten. The house elf didn't expect Hope to ask his name, and he panicked and almost forgot his name. Thank you, Mr. Bitten, you helped me solve a problem. Hope showed a gentle smile and said to Bitten gently, It's nothing, it's our honor, sir. Hearing Hope's thanks, Bitten was a little overwhelmed, but there was still some joy in his eyes. After all, he was recognized. Before Hope had time to chat for a few words, the house elf ran away directly on the grounds of work, which made Hope a little regretful. It is rumored that there are hundreds of house elves in Hogwarts. There is no doubt that this force ensures the stable operation of Hogwarts and involves all aspects of Hogwarts. Hope wanted to make friends with a house elf because they were also responsible for the kitchen. He would inevitably have to cook for himself later, so he prepared in advance. Although Beaton ran away, at least he knew his name. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Hope did not do much in these 3 days. He just went to class honestly and hung out with Harry and the others in his spare time. He originally thought that he was a good seedling who would study hard and improve every day, but after only 3 days, he knew that he was not. There was no way. This magic was far from as simple as he imagined, and it contained a lot of knowledge points. To successfully cast a spell, you need to pay attention to all aspects. Not only do you have to recite the spell accurately, not a single bite can be wrong, but the gesture of waving the wand must be accurate and correct. Any mistake will cause the magic to fail to be cast successfully. And to be proficient in casting spells, you need to practice a lot day by day. What's even more outrageous is that magic, in addition to spells and hand gestures, also relies on the heart, or emotions. If the emotions are not right, they cannot be successfully performed, which is very metaphysical, and he doesn't even know what's wrong. His talent is just average, and his diligence is just okay. He is the kind of person who listens carefully in class but forgets everything after class. He basically doesn't spend any time reviewing after class. It feels that except for the word magic, it is no different from going to school. He can't get obvious and effective quick feedback, which causes Hope's interest to drop a lot. In addition to spells, there are other courses. Among them, herbology and history of magic are the most boring courses Hope has ever taken. Herbology is full of knowledge points, just knowledge points. Hope really wants to remember them carefully, but he is always wandering in the sky and dazed. There is nothing to say about the history of magic. The only thing that can be commented on is that the hypnosis effect is really good. Professor Spence in the Ghost State teaches the history of magic, which is really no different from the heavenly book, just like a Buddha chanting scriptures in his ear. The defense against the dark arts class taught by Professor Quirrell, who has Voldemort hidden in his body, was somewhat unexpected to Hope. This was one of the few courses he could listen to. Apart from his strange smell, Quirrell's teaching style was quite humorous, which was rare in other professors. Perhaps because of his youth, Professor Quirrell talked about a lot of his travels, and in the process, he inserted knowledge about how to deal with those evil magical creatures, which was very vivid. Of course, Hope did not forget that the defense against the dark arts class was a hands-on course. After all, if he really encountered danger, he could not rely on these humorous experiences to duel with evil magical creatures, but this point, Professor Quirrell seemed to have forgotten. I just don't know if Voldemort's instructions were behind this. Well, in just 3 days, Hope was convinced that his identity as a poor student had not changed because of the crossing, so he could only put his hope on the system. These days, he has also thought about the next object to merge with. He was still hesitating, but the frustration of being a poor student made him make a decision. He aimed at the house elves. Although these servants of wizards are humble, they have strong magical talents. Almost every house elf has the ability to cast spells without a wand, and also has superb apparition ability, which can even break through Hogwarts' anti-apparition. This is actually incredible. You should know that Hogwarts has been trying to prevent other wizards from easily entering Hogwarts. Not only is there anti-apparition magic in the Hogwarts campus, but there is also no Floo pipeline. Students can easily reach Hogwarts through Floo powder, but they have to take the risk of going to the station of Muggle society to take a magic train. On the one hand, it is for the safety of students, and on the other hand, it is indeed to prevent wizards from easily entering Hogwarts. Of course, no matter how hard the school tries, it cannot avoid the secret passages that have been passed down in this castle. It is a leaky sieve in itself, and no matter how you try to block it, it is useless. So Hope thought that the magical talent of house elves would not be too bad, but he also thought that this was because they had lived for a long time, and the so-called ability to break through the anti-apparition magic of Hogwarts might be because the anti-apparition magic targets people, but Hope planned to take a gamble. At the very least, there was a guaranteed explosion rate of 10,000 times. No matter how useless the characteristics were, they could become magical skills in front of 10,000 times. However, if you want to get some samples of house elves, you still need to think of some ways. There are no materials for house elves on the market. After all, there are no wild house elves. Fortunately, Hogwarts is the largest gathering place for house elves in the UK. Maybe he should take some time to go to the kitchen? These house elves usually don't appear in front of students on weekdays. On Thursday morning, Hope was eating breakfast in the auditorium, but his face was not very good. The breakfast here is not bad. It was acceptable at first, but now he already missed the hot meat buns. At this time, a group of owls flew in from outside, delivering letters or parcels as usual. Hope also received a letter from Hanny on the first day of formal classes, asking him if he was used to school, but he didn't think of asking which college he was assigned to. Obviously thought it was a done deal. Hope thought about it, so he didn't take the initiative to tell Hanny about it, and planned to see when Hanny would ask about it. If Hope hadn't asked, he would have told her when he graduated. I believe Hanny would have looked very happy at that time. Today's candy has arrived. Who wants it? Malfoy's voice was heard in his ears. He looked up and saw Malfoy tearing open the package in his hand with a proud look on his face. In fact, this has been going on since the first day. To Hope, it seemed like a takeaway ordered from outside the school every day. Thinking of this, Hope raised his eyebrows slightly. Since candy can be sent, maybe even food can be sent by mail. Anyway, it was his owl Jilly who did the hard work, so he would just treat it as a daily exercise. Hope thought so and prepared to find time to send a letter to Hanny. Showing off again. As if he was afraid that others didn't know that his family was rich. Ron looked at Malfoy's appearance and immediately complained. Hey, Harry, do you have anything too? Who sent it to you? Ron saw Harry opening a letter and couldn't help asking. It's Hagrid. He invited me to visit his home on Friday afternoon. Hearing this, Hope raised his head. He was no longer sleepy when he heard this, but he didn't rush to speak, but prepared to find a suitable time. Neville, you have something too. Ron looked at Neville again and found that even Neville had something. His eyes fell on Hope, and he seemed relieved to see that Hope didn't receive anything. This is what my grandma sent me. It's called a memory ball. If I forget something, it will remind me. Neville held up the glass ball in his hand and showed it to everyone. But at this moment, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched the glass ball from Neville's hand. Malfoy! Harry and others exclaimed angrily when they saw this. Malfoy shook the memory ball in his hand and smiled sarcastically. If you want it, come and get it. Harry didn't hesitate when he heard it, and rushed out with Ron. Just as he ran to Malfoy, Malfoy smiled and threw the memory ball in his hand directly. Go on, Goyle. Hope narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this, and his mind moved. Goyle, who was holding his hand high, seemed to kick something under his feet, staggered, and fell forward. Not good. Harry and Ron's face changed, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. Of course, they were not concerned about Malfoy's following Goyle, but the memory ball, which fell down because of Goyle's fall. Just when Harry and others thought that the memory ball was about to fall to the ground and break, a palm appeared out of nowhere and caught the falling memory ball steadily. "Give it back to you." Hope stuffed the memory ball directly back into Neville's hand. To be honest, he could even foresee the trajectory of the memory ball falling with the treasure perception turned on, which was very accurate. "Good job, Hope." Harry and Ron were relieved and shouted excitedly, but this move was met with Malfoy's cold eyes. Just when he was about to say something, Professor McGonagall was already walking towards the side. Seeing this, Malfoy could only snort coldly and leave with 2 followers. "Thank you, Hope." Neville sincerely thanked Hope. "It's okay." Hope casually patted Neville on the shoulder. After all, they were roommates. How could he see Neville being bullied like this? This was just a trivial matter in daily life. Hope was also a little helpless. It was only a few days after the start of school, and Malfoy was jumping up and down like a grasshopper. He was really energetic. After breakfast, they came to the classroom. As soon as they entered the classroom, they saw Snape with a gloomy face, looking at Harry affectionately, which made Harry secretly complain. Sure enough, as soon as the class started, Snape made things difficult for Harry. Hermione's hands were about to break the sky, but Snape still turned a blind eye and continued to love and kill Harry. After a class, even Hope was attacked from all directions. Fortunately, with Harry attracting firepower, life was finally better. However, Hermione seemed angry. She raised her hand for a whole class, but was completely ignored by Snape. After a class, Gryffindor was deducted a full 10 points. It was inevitable that she had emotions in her heart. Hope was also sure that she had no talent in this potion. Even if she had talent, with a professor like Snape, people would not have any interest in this course. He felt that he had been very restrained, otherwise he would have secretly resorted to trickery. Professors should indeed be respected by students, but Snape is definitely not in this range. Even Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, is many times better than Snape. Hope exhaled slightly, and was really disgusted. Snape not only attacked Harry, but also belittled everyone equally, except Malfoy. That's right, even Slytherin people were not immune to Snape's attacks, but Malfoy was indeed an exception. Hope couldn't help but think about one thing. During the years that Snape taught, didn't even the little lion who disregarded the school rules secretly put a sack on him when it was dark and windy? Could it be that Snape was very strong, or was he afraid of the school rules? Although such behavior might lead to expulsion. But as long as he was not found out, nothing would happen. Hope had already put this matter on the plan in his mind. He was not a little wizard, he had a mature soul in his body, so he couldn't stand such devaluation, or pua. Degrading the little wizard to nothing, in order to satisfy some kind of pleasure in his heart? Anyway, Hope couldn't stand it. The school rules were nothing to him. If it was the laws of the Ministry of Magic, he would still have a little fear. The first class in the afternoon was the flying class, which was the class Hope was looking forward to the most. Even though Hope was born in a wizard family, he had never touched a flying broom since he was a child, and had never experienced the feeling of flying, mainly because Hanny did not use a flying broom on weekdays, so there was no such thing at home. In addition, Hanny was worried that Hope would use it without authorization, and if he was not careful, he might fall directly from a high altitude and lose half his life, so Hope had never felt the pleasure of flying. At this moment, Hope was holding the flying broom that Mrs. Hooch, the flying class professor, gave him with excitement. However, there were many cracks on the wooden handle of this flying broom, and it might be older than Hope. He was a little suspicious whether he would fall apart and fall from the sky while riding. Put the flying broom on the ground to your right, put your hand on the flying broom, and then shout, "Get up!" loudly. Mrs. Hooch stood in front of everyone, said loudly, and then demonstrated. "Get up!" The flying broom suddenly flew up from the ground and flew into Madame Hooch's hands. That's it. Hope's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand eagerly, shouting loudly with expectation, "Get up!" But the flying broom on the ground was like a lazy pig, slightly lifting its feet and perfunctorily doing it. This was not an abnormality. In fact, except for Harry and Malfoy, no one else succeeded once. He was still lucky, at least the flying broom was willing to perfunctorily do it in the midst of busyness. Hope narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the flying broom on the ground, feeling that the other party was too disrespectful to him. The treasure perception opened up at once, and he concentrated his perception on the flying broom. At this moment, the flying broom trembled slightly. If it had intelligence, it would definitely feel a pair of majestic eyes staring at it, making it instinctively afraid. It's a pity that it has no intelligence, but it has the spirituality of being a magic item. The next moment, before Hope could recite it again, it suddenly jumped up and flew into Hope's right hand. Seeing this, Hope immediately showed a trace of satisfaction. This is right. He felt that under the effect of treasure perception, his connection with these treasures would be deeper. Especially for this kind of treasure that has been mastered and is close enough, a layer of connection can be established by staring. In a trance, he seemed to feel the surrender of the flying broom in his hand, like a puppy shaking its tail. Of course, this is just a feeling. This flying broom does not have such advanced wisdom. After a while, many people have been able to control the flying broom. Of course, there are still some people who are fishing in troubled waters, such as Hermione, who was seen with a red face and holding a flying broom in her hand. And Hope just happened to see Hermione bending down to pick up the flying broom on the ground. I guess the temperature of her face should be enough to boil an egg at this moment, and she glanced around with a guilty conscience to make sure no one saw it. Not everyone is the protagonist in life, and there are so many spectators, but Hermione happens to be one of the protagonists in this world. Those eyes looked at Hope, and the teasing in Hope's eyes could be clearly seen. Hermione's eyes widened, and she turned her head suddenly, feeling that her head was already smoking. Then, under the order of Madame Hooch, they carried the flying brooms and sat on the wooden handle of the flying brooms with their buttocks, which was a little bit uncomfortable. At least sitting on the flying broom for a long time would hurt the buttocks. Maybe he should add a comfortable seat to the flying broom? An idea came to Hope's mind, but this flying broom was not his, but a public one. Then, under their control, the flying broom took them up slightly, and they could sit steadily on the wooden handle with their feet still touching the ground. Wait until I count down to 3, 2, 1 and blow the whistle, and you will push up hard. Do you hear me clearly? Hooch continued to teach and began to count down. 3. However, just as the countdown began, Neville, who was next to Ron, had already kicked his feet hard, and his body flew directly into the sky under the power of the flying broom. A call sounded, but Neville was not sitting on it, and the flying broom had already turned upside down, looking down from above. I saw Neville staring at his feet and exerting force in the air, holding the wooden handle of the flying broom with both hands. It was just that the flying broom turned and threw Neville directly from the air. Neville! Harry's face changed when he saw this, and he shouted loudly. However, it did not slow down the speed of falling at all. At this critical moment, Hope's mind moved. Bang! Neville fell to the ground, and a big pit was smashed on the ground. Hope also hurried over and saw that the ground was like a swamp, and Neville easily smashed a deep pit. But Neville's face was still a little pale. I don't know if he was scared or. Madame Hooch had already checked, but found that he was only slightly injured, and was relieved immediately, but she finally took Neville to the school hospital. A group of little wizards were left at the scene to move freely. Ha ha ha, did you see just now? His pants were almost kicked off, so white. Malfoy began to taunt. Harry and Ron suddenly had a glimmer of fire in their eyes and began to confront. From Neville's just changed incident, Hope suddenly thought of something, sitting on the wooden handle of the flying broom with his feet slightly raised. Sensing the memory ball left by Neville on the ground, he drove the flying broom to fly slowly at a low altitude, like riding a children's tricycle. Coming to the top of the memory ball on the ground, he immediately bent down and stretched out his hand to pick it up. However, at this moment, a figure passed by at a very fast speed, and Hope could only see an afterimage. A hand reached out to the place he was about to touch, and intercepted the memory ball in advance. Hope looked up and saw Malfoy riding a flying broom in the air with a proud look on his face, holding the memory ball in his hand. Isn't this the boy's glass ball? Whoever picks it up will get it, Malfoy said jokingly. You? Harry glared with anger in his eyes, and was about to fly to the sky when he was stopped by Hermione in time. Mrs. Hooch asked us to stay where we are. You will cause Gryffindor to lose points if you do this, Hermione urged urgently, but Harry Potter obviously would not listen. So Harry flew up to the sky to chase Malfoy. Hope's eyes flickered slightly, and naturally he did not follow him to the sky. Instead, he got off the flying broom, stepped with his right foot, held the flying broom in his right hand, and stared at Malfoy, as if waiting for some opportunity. Harry is worthy of being a future Quidditch player. He is talented and seems very skilled when he rides a flying broom for the first time. Hope is not worried that Harry will not be able to catch up with Malfoy. Sure enough, Harry was getting closer and closer to Malfoy. Bring the stuff here, Harry said angrily, but Malfoy ignored him. Seeing this, Harry's eyes sank, and he drove the flying broom directly towards Malfoy, as if he wanted to die together. This scared Malfoy directly, and he threw the memory ball in his hand with force. Harry did not continue to entangle Malfoy, but chased the memory ball instead. Hope, who was watching this scene below, smiled slightly, and at some point, the flying broom in his hand began to tremble. No! It began to vibrate, like a car loaded with a motor, and like an angry wild horse. As Hope loosened his right hand, the flying broom suddenly rushed out, like a wild horse running away, and like a car out of control, flying towards the sky. The speed was extremely fast, and it was close to Malfoy in just a blink of an eye. Malfoy had a triumphant smile on his face as he watched Harry chasing after him. Thanks to his masterpiece, Harry could not catch the glass ball. With a smile on his face, his eyes fell on Harry, who was running at high speed, and he did not notice that a broomstick was flying towards him on the ground. When he felt something in his peripheral vision, he turned his head with a little confusion, and saw an unmanned broomstick rushing towards him, only 1 meter away from him. "Be careful." Pansy Parkinson from Slytherin College on the ground saw this scene and warned sharply. But it was too late. The wooden handle of the broomstick was like a stick, stabbing Malfoy's mandible under his chin. With a severe pain, he felt dizzy, and Malfoy directly let go of his hands holding the broomstick. His body was knocked out, separated from the broomstick, and fell directly to the ground. Bang! Hope fell heavily to the ground, raising a layer of dust, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was very dull. Only the ground was grass, otherwise this would be enough for Malfoy to suffer for a while. A sharp scream sounded, and Malfoy covered his arm with a pale face. Malfoy's right forearm was twisted in an unreasonable posture, and the picture was really scary, which made Hope raise his eyebrows. Then, accompanied by a scream, some little girls had closed their eyes and dared not look directly at this picture. Hope shook his head slightly. If these little wizards had mastered the levitation spell, Malfoy would not be in this state. It turned out that learning is still useful. As long as there is an experienced wizard like Professor McGonagall who knows the levitation spell, he can use the levitation spell to catch Malfoy. Although the levitation spell cannot be used on people, it can be used on clothes, which can greatly slow down the falling speed, and there will be nothing in the end. As for why Neville fell from the air when Madame Hooch was present, this is enough to show the level of Madame Hooch. "Mr. Hop." Suddenly a cold voice sounded from behind Hop, startling him and causing goosebumps to appear instantly. Hop looked back and saw Professor McGonagall, who had appeared out of nowhere, staring at him seriously. But after just a glance, she quickly walked to the screaming Malfoy. Seeing Malfoy's injury, Professor McGonagall's face suddenly became ugly, and then she cast a floating spell on Malfoy. "Mr. Hope, help send Mr. Malfoy to the school hospital. And you, Mr. Harry, come too." Professor McGonagall's voice was cold, but she specifically mentioned Hope's name. This made Hope suspect that Professor McGonagall had just witnessed everything. It was not doubt, but certainty. "I immediately walked over honestly, pulled Malfoy's other arm and pulled him up from the ground." With this movement, Malfoy screamed again. His golden back hair was very messy, and there was a bean-sized cold sweat on his forehead, and his little face was twisted. Looking at Malfoy's appearance, Hope did not have any sympathy, but felt a little funny. Malfoy, who usually bullies others, is still like a normal person when encountering things. "I thought he would maintain the quality of a pure-blood wizard." Professor McGonagall, all this is because Malfoy picked up Neville's memory ball and refused to return it. Hermione ran out to explain anxiously when she saw this. "Miss Granger, I will take care of this matter. Before that, please let me send Malfoy to the school hospital." Seeing the only little witch in the academy who made her feel at ease, Professor McGonagall's tone also eased a little. Then several people walked towards the school hospital under the leadership of Professor McGonagall. Harry did not help, but followed behind Hope. As for Ron, he wanted to follow, but seeing Professor McGonagall's expression, he instinctively chose to be timid. On the way, he met many students who were curiously observing, but one by one they felt Professor McGonagall's aura and wisely did not approach. However, some people were communicating secretly, such as the Weasley twins, who smiled when they saw Malfoy's appearance. Although they did not dare to approach, they winked at Harry from a distance, trying to satisfy their gossip. However, seeing Harry's appearance, they immediately guessed that all this was related to Harry Hope, and secretly gave them a thumbs up. It was not until Professor McGonagall stopped and glanced at the Weasley twins coldly that they were startled and scattered. Arriving at the school hospital, Madame Hooch's face changed when she saw Malfoy in such a state. She didn't expect that there would be 2 injured people in the first flying class for freshmen. This was too unlucky. Malfoy was finally sent to the ward, on the bed next to Neville. "Professor McGonagall, this flying class is too dangerous. Maybe freshmen shouldn't be allowed to take flying classes." Madame Pomfrey couldn't help but complain to Professor McGonagall. In her opinion, even dangerous sports like Quidditch should be banned. "I'll consider it, Madame Pomfrey. Please treat Mr. Malfoy first." Knowing Madame Pomfrey's temper, Professor McGonagall didn't say much. "You two come out," Professor McGonagall whispered to Hope and Harry, as if she could hear her anger. In a blink of an eye, Hope and Harry stood honestly in the corridor outside the ward, and opposite them was Professor McGonagall. "Tell me, Mr. Hope." Professor McGonagall first pointed the finger at Hope. She saw from a distance that the flying broom in Hope's hand crashed directly into Malfoy, which caused this disaster. "The flying broom is out of control, Professor McGonagall. It seems that it has been used for too long and may have a malfunction." As soon as he walked in, Hope felt an endless sense of security in his heart, because this place was underground, and that was his territory. He could bury the whole place with just a thought. If he encountered danger, he could just run here and be safe. The passage here was more damp and dirty than other places. He came to the kitchen along the passage. The kitchen was located just below the auditorium, and the food in the auditorium was usually delivered from bottom to top through the kitchen. As soon as he came in, he saw many busy house elves working hard, using magic to make the kitchen utensils move by themselves. Seeing Hope's arrival, these house elves turned their heads and looked at Hope curiously. "Mr. Wizard, what can I do for you?" A house elf immediately put down his work, ran to Hope, and asked respectfully, without looking down on him because of Hope's age. "I want to find Byton," Hope said simply. As soon as this sentence came out, one of the many house elves came out and said, "Mr. Hope, are you looking for me?" Hope immediately nodded with a smile on his face. In fact, he didn't know whether this house elf was Byton. These house elves all look the same, and no one can recognize them. Byton then took Hope to a slightly quieter place, a compartment. "Mr. Hope, do you have anything to do with me?" Byton asked curiously. He couldn't think of what Hope would want to do with him. "It's been a long time since I last saw you. I wanted to see how you've been recently. It seems that you're doing well. I also brought you a gift." Hope reached into the purse that had cast the traceless extension spell and took out a handful of snacks. Is this for me?" Byton stared with his huge eyes full of surprise, and said in disbelief. This is the first time he has received a gift from a little wizard. As Hope nodded affirmatively, Byton's eyes suddenly became tearful. He took it excitedly and jumped happily on the spot. "Mr. Hope, you are the best wizard I have ever seen except Dumbledore. No one has ever given me a gift alone. It was just a little snack, even a little scattered, and it was not carefully packed in a gift box," but Byton's excitement could be felt. This made Hope feel a little ashamed, and a trace of remorse flashed in his heart, but it disappeared in an instant. "We are friends, isn't it normal to give gifts?" Hope asked sincerely, as if the domineering male president directly and domineeringly announced that she was my girlfriend without consent. "Friend, I am Mr. Hope's friend." Byton looked at Hope in shock. Hope finally understood why, as humanoid magical creatures, goblins have certain freedoms, but house elves have become slaves of wizards. It turns out that they are so easy to deceive. However, Hope accidentally heard an old rumor from Hanny. The house elves used to exist independently, stronger and more prosperous than human wizards, and even posed enough threat to wizards. At that time, the relationship between wizards and house elves was not relaxed, but a deadly enemy relationship. It was because of this relationship that the wizards and house elves broke out in a war, and the wizards won in the end. In order to prevent the house elves from posing a threat in the future, slaves were specially domesticated. After a long time, the bottom culture of a group was completely changed, so that the house elves instinctively believed that they were born to be slaves of wizards. Of course, Hope didn't know whether this was true. Then Hope didn't get straight to the point, but chatted with Byton about family matters and asked about Byton's daily life. Until the atmosphere was almost brewing, Hope showed his true colors and got straight to the point. "Byton, can you give me some of your nails? I like collecting things about magical creatures recently." "Of course, no problem, Mr. Hope." Without any hesitation, Byton picked out a little nail from his finger under Hope's guidance, and Hope held it directly in his palm. With the things in hand, Hope said goodbye to Byton directly. Byton did not doubt him and said goodbye to Hope warmly. In fact, Hope actually wanted to ask Hogwarts about the source of food raw materials, but he thought it would be better to wait until the relationship was consolidated next time before making plans. After leaving the kitchen, he went back to the first floor along the stairs. Feeling the touch of the palm, he said directly in his heart, "Fusion." Detected fusionable items, started the analysis task. Current fusion item, House Elf analysis difficulty, B-level analysis progress, 1/5000 current extraction characteristics, 1, life expert, handy for daily life magic. Note, the degree of this characteristic is linked to the analysis progress. When the analysis is completed, the 10,000 times characteristic can be obtained. Current analysis efficiency, increased by 1 point per day, and the analysis progress can be improved through related tasks. Hope stopped in his tracks and opened his mouth wide. What the hell is this? Hope never thought that the analyzed trait would be this. Life expert? Could it be that his future career direction is to compete with house elves for food? Become the butler of a certain manor, the world's first wizard manservant? Hope was a little speechless, but since he had already drawn this trait, there was no other way. Continue walking down the stairs towards the Gryffindor common room, while checking the exclusive tasks. Exclusive task, cooking food, get 1 progress point for each food you make. Note, this task is an exclusive task for integrating house elves. Oh? Hope raised his eyebrows. This task was unexpectedly simple. He didn't need to think much to know how to steal the chicken. Making food 5,000 times is actually quite simple, especially in this country of simple food. Even a proper lunch would not be too difficult. Heat 2 pieces of bread, put a piece of bacon on it, spread butter on it, and cover it up. Isn't it done? Of course, Hope has a simpler way, just boil the eggs directly in boiling water. How long will it take to boil eggs in boiling water? Thinking of this, Hope couldn't help but touch his chin. He just didn't know if boiling 5,000 eggs at a time could directly reach the full progress. If he counted, it would be even simpler. Although Hope was not very satisfied with the characteristics extracted this time, after all, the task was simple and it was estimated that it would not take much time to complete, so he was very happy. This characteristic seemed to be earned for nothing, and he would not suffer any loss. However, because it was the weekend, he slept late and woke up at almost 11 o'clock. As soon as he woke up, he saw Ron playing wizard chess with Harry. Hope had no interest in wizard chess. This was too boring for him. In fact, it was not only wizard chess, but also other things in the magic world. After experiencing the entertainment era, he was undoubtedly very bad when he first left the mobile phone, computer and TV. Even now, he missed everything. He had planned that when he graduated from Hogwarts, he must return to modern life. That was the most important thing. The wizard world was like a closed paradise, with its own culture and entertainment, but for him who had seen the real entertainment era, these were far from enough. At this point in time, the game console should have been born. You only need a TV, a game console and a handle to use it directly. Maybe he doesn't need to wait until graduation. Find time to go to the Muggle Society and buy it directly. The only problem is electricity, which is not a big problem for wizards. Just carry out magic transformation directly. Of course, Hope doesn't know how to do it, so this plan is temporarily unsuccessful. Hope, where are you going? Seeing Hope about to go out, Ron asked curiously. I'm going to look for Beaton. Hope did not hide it and told them about Beaton's existence. Hearing this, Ron immediately lost interest. He thought Hope was going to play somewhere else. What are your plans for the afternoon? Hope did not rush to leave, but asked Harry. Ron, play wizard chess, Ron said bluntly, and Harry had no objection. In fact, there was nothing else to play. Hope patted his head immediately, and it seemed that this was the only way. He couldn't go to study. Have you finished your homework? At this time, Neville asked in a low voice. The whole dormitory fell into silence in an instant, and even Hope couldn't help but take a breath. I almost forgot about this. Almost every professor left homework, even the astronomy class was like this, and the amount of homework added together was actually not small. Have you finished writing? Suddenly, the three people asked in tacit understanding, looking at Neville, the only one who might have done his homework. Although Neville looked honest, he was also the type who didn't do his homework. He shook his head in the eyes of the three people. At this moment, Hope regretted a little. He should have been assigned to Ravenclaw College, at least he could find a roommate to do his homework. Hermione should have done it. Ron thought of Hermione at this time. Hope and Harry looked at Ron with a fool's look. How could he say this? Do you think she will lend us the homework to copy? Harry asked this question for Hope. Definitely not. Ron answered very self-awarely. The whole dormitory suddenly became quiet, and Hope began to turn his head. Who should he find to borrow this homework? The key is that the homework left by these professors for each college is different. Even if they look for Ravenclaw students, it is useless because their homework is not the same. Not doing homework is actually not a big deal. Besides, he is essentially an adult, so why would he care about such things? At most, he would be punished by Professor McGonagall, mocked by Snape, and finally, Professor McGonagall would send a letter to inform his parents. What a big deal. Well, both Hope and Harry Ron changed their afternoon plans, and took out parchment one by one, holding a quill in their hands. But they didn't write for a long time, scratching their heads and cheeks, and couldn't fart for a long time. At this moment, Hope felt ashamed. He didn't expect that one day he would become a poor student like Harry Ron. Even so, he still had to cooperate with these poor students, each responsible for a subject. At this moment, he suddenly felt a hopeless feeling in life. Looking at the blank parchment, Hope suddenly thought that maybe he should seek help from outside forces. For example, Tom's diary, which contained fragments of Tom's soul when he was young. Voldemort at the time was very good, and he was a top student anyway. With this diary, it's like having a reference book of answers, and all the homework for the next 7 years can be completed smoothly. In addition, there is the crown of Ravenclaw. It is said that wearing it will give you extraordinary wisdom. I wonder if this function is still available now. If not, he also has the system of fusion of all things. Unfortunately, it cannot fuse inanimate objects now. Otherwise, after fusing the crown, he will become a top student, and it will be easy to do homework. And this crown is in Hogwarts. He can sense its location, so it is easy to get it. Hope thought he was thinking about how to solve the problem, but in fact, this behavior has another scientific name, called wandering in the sky. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye, and neither Harry, Ron, nor Hope wrote a word. Looking at Neville again, he had fallen asleep. I think we should ask Hermione for help. Maybe she will agree. Harry suddenly said, even if he didn't believe it himself. Agree. Hope immediately agreed without hesitation. In fact, Hope knew Hermione's character better than the two of them, but what if? Several people happily threw down their quills and started to set off. At this moment, Hermione was not in the dormitory. Harry and Ron were about to look for her blindly, but Hope said directly, I think she should be in the library now. Harry and others felt that there was some truth in this, and immediately went to the library. Hermione was indeed here. Seeing Hope and others appear in front of her, as if they were actively looking for her, she was a little surprised. She was still somewhat self-aware and knew that she was not popular. Just as she was about to ask, she saw the librarian Madame Pants looking over, and immediately shut up honestly, got up and walked out of the library. Impossible. You are deceiving the professor. However, things were as they expected, Hermione said loudly and fiercely. Not only that, she also educated several people righteously. Humph, if you don't want to borrow it, just say it, stingy guy. Ron heard Hermione's remarks and immediately said angrily, accusing Hermione. Hope also had a slight headache. It seemed that this was a very bad idea. Seeing that several people left unhappily, their faces were red with anger, Hope was helpless. As an adult, he was not so angry. Finally, after thinking about it, he temporarily gave up the idea of doing homework and walked to the basement. When Hope arrived at the kitchen, he could still see the busy kitchen. It was still a few hours before dinner, but the house elves were already busy in advance. Mr. Hope, are you here to see me? Before Hope could say anything, Bitten came out first, with visible excitement. He immediately stated his purpose and asked to borrow the kitchen utensils. That's no problem, but the eggs in the kitchen belong to Hogwarts property, and Bitten has no right to use them for you, Bitten said with some embarrassment. Borrowing the kitchen was a small matter, but eggs were small, but they were Hogwarts property. As house elves, they had no right to give them to Hope on behalf of their masters. I can buy them with my own money. Hope naturally understood, and also learned from Bitten about the source of Hogwarts food raw materials, but he didn't expect that this was related to goblins. As the vice president, Professor McGonagall was usually responsible for handling the school's affairs. Of course, he was not specifically responsible for these food procurement matters. He was only responsible for approving the money, and the rest was completely left to the house elves. As house elves, they are reliable enough to handle these things. Every morning, a team of house elves will go out, like Little Red Riding Hood picking mushrooms, and go out happily. In the end, they spend money to buy them from the goblins and bring them all back. As for the source of these foods, Bitten didn't know. However, according to Hope's guess, the source is probably still the Muggle Society. He didn't believe that these wizards would farm by themselves. Even if there was magic, it would not be as easy as buying directly. As for house elves, they were only available in pure-blood families. They were rare in the market. How could they be asked to farm? Bitten is happy to help Mr. Hope. As long as it didn't involve money, Bitten was still easy to talk to. He volunteered directly, which made Hope feel relieved. Even if he was not their owner, he could get their help as long as he made a little friendship with them. This was really a good deal. After thinking for a while, Hope took out his purse from his pocket and handed it to Beaton. Then I'll trouble you. See how many eggs you can buy with the galleons here. If it's enough, buy 5,000 eggs. If not, buy as many as you can. Hope didn't know the prices, so he could only give it all to Beaton. If there were not enough galleons, he would have to go to Gringotts to get money. It was just a hassle to go to Gringotts, especially as a first-year student, unlike third-year students who could go in and out of Hogsmeade on weekends. But it was not impossible to sneak out. 5,000. Beaton's eyes widened when he heard it, and he looked at Hope in surprise. This number was beyond his imagination. Even the entire Hogwarts could not digest 5,000 eggs. Mr. Hope, what are you going to do with so many eggs? Eat, Hope said without hesitation. It was only 5,000 eggs. He had a devouring characteristic and had never tried it. Of course, he didn't want to be exposed in front of these house elves. Even if you can't finish it, you can share it with the house elves, or just use it as dinner for Hogwarts. After all, the exclusive task only states that you need to cook the food, so how to deal with the food is not a requirement of the task. Beaton looked a little hesitant, but he had to insist on it under Hope's insistence. Hope just waited in the kitchen, and Beaton directly cast apparition and left. Hope was a little jealous. He thought he could get this feature, but it turned out not to be. If he had this feature, he could go anywhere. Coupled with the 10,000 times feature, he didn't believe that the anti-apparition magic of Hogwarts or other places could stop him. After a while, Beaton came back, but he only had his purse in his hand, nothing else. But he didn't come back empty-handed, bringing him a good news and a bad news. The good news is that eggs are cheap enough, 1 galleon can buy 50, and 5,000 only need 100 galleons, which is cheaper than he expected. It seems that he doesn't need to go to Gringotts to withdraw money. As for the bad news, there are not so many eggs, and there are only about 1,000 eggs in stock at present. But you can make a reservation in advance, and the goblins will be able to get the remaining eggs tomorrow morning. Hope naturally has no objection. It's just one more day, there is no problem at all. Then Beaton left again, and when he reappeared, he was still holding an egg box with eggs in it. It took 5 or 6 trips to bring back more than 1,000 eggs. Hope was very happy to see this, and then he chose an empty pot to boil water. Although the food in the UK is relatively simple, the kitchen tools in Hogwarts are still very complete. Beaton helped to bring the firewood, and the fire was also lit by Beaton, but at least Hope poured the water into the pot himself. The fire burned the iron pot, and the crackling sound from the firewood could be heard from time to time. After a while, the fire was boiling, emitting hot steam, and you could feel the full temperature just by standing in front of it. Hope took out 2 eggs directly, carefully stretched out his hand far away, and was a little worried about being splashed by the boiling water. Plop! The 2 eggs fell into the boiling water, and quickly turned from raw eggs to cooked eggs under the boiling water. Hope did not rush to fish them out, but opened the system to take a look. The progress of integrating the house elves increased by 2 points compared to before, which means that each egg is considered an independent food, even if it is cooked at the same time. This made Hope's face happy. It seems that he doesn't need to cook them one by one. Even if it is just boiling eggs in boiling water, if it really needs to be repeated 5,000 times, it will be a big project. Since the cooking is completed, Hope is not worried that Byton's intervention will make the system determine that he did not cook the food himself, and immediately asked Byton to help fish it out. The next thing is very simple. He only needs to keep throwing raw eggs into the big pot, and Byton will be responsible for fishing them out after they are cooked. Don't be too comfortable with this division of labor. As time slowly passed, his analysis progress continued to soar, and there were more pots of cooked eggs next to the big pot. Hope hurriedly called the house elves in the kitchen to help solve it. Although it was just an ordinary, tasteless cooked egg, it was Hope's friendship. Although it was a help, Hope's words were to invite the house elves to eat eggs. How could such a kind gesture make these house elves refuse? Hope is in a good mood. Look, these house elves look special, but they are really good at something. Just because of the egg today, the affairs of these house elves will be Hope's affairs, and Hope's affairs will be the affairs of these house elves. These house elves had good appetites, especially after they ate freely. When he had finished cooking the 1,000 eggs, their stomachs were bulging. Current fusion item, House Elves Analysis Difficulty B-Level Analysis Progress, 1251/5000. After looking at the system, he felt happy instantly. However, these elves were obviously no longer able to eat, and there were more than 50 eggs left on the table. Hope did not waste them, and quickly peeled them one by one and swallowed them one by one. Of course, he used the swallowing feature, and he didn't even need to chew, and they disappeared directly in his throat. If these house elves were not present, he would not have planned to peel the eggshells. His swallowing feature can swallow anything and decompose anything. When Hope finished these more than 50 eggs, he saw these house elves looking at him in shock, with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open, and even stopped the work in their hands. They were obviously shocked by Hope's big appetite. If everyone had Mr. Hope's appetite, the galleons given by Professor McGonagall would not be enough. A house elf said absent-mindedly, "I'm growing." Hope explained casually, looked down at his arm, and found some gray particles on the surface of his arm, like salt. He wiped it with his hand, and it was all over his hand. Not only on his arm, but all over his body. Hope understood at once that this should be the beneficial components decomposed by the devouring characteristics. The body could not accommodate it, so it was all discharged through the pores. He was relieved immediately. He thought it would be through other ways before, but it was just like this. It was much simpler. Just when he was about to draw out his wand to cast a cleansing spell for himself, he felt the magic power in his body surge, and the gray particles on his hands and arms disappeared. Cleaned up. Hope widened his eyes, very surprised. He just wanted to cast a cleansing spell, but the cleansing spell was cast naturally. This is no longer a silent and wandless spell. Cleaning up seems to be his innate magic. He doesn't even need to chant the spell. He can cast it naturally with just a thought. There is no doubt that this is the reason for the life expert characteristic. Is this how life magic is handy? If the cleaning spell is like this, then other spells are also like this. Hope was excited. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated this characteristic. In the state of multiple superposition, even the weak characteristics can show incredible effects. He finally felt the charm of magic. This is magic. It should be done as you please, not relying on a stick and a spell. Hope wanted to try other spells, but this place was obviously not suitable, so he temporarily suppressed his restlessness. After taking back the purse and agreeing with Bitten about tomorrow morning, Hope left. It was almost dinner time, but Hope didn't feel hungry. After all, he had eaten more than 50 eggs. All the way back to the Gryffindor common room, the fat lady opened the passage after the password was given, but Hope could actually force it open. This passage undoubtedly has traces of magic, but the so-called magic power cannot stop his ability to dig soil and stone. Hope is still confident about this. Maybe he is not good enough, but in his professional industry, he is definitely the most professional. Even if Dumbledore comes, it will be useless. Back to the dormitory, but found that there was no one in the dormitory. At this time, everyone should have gone to eat. Hope couldn't wait to find a textbook, Standard Spells, Elementary. He quickly glanced through it and roughly memorized all the daily magic on it. He had a thought after just a glance, without further study, that he had completely learned it. Could he be a genius? Unfortunately, this feeling only applies to daily magic. But this spell textbook is only a first-grade textbook, and the spells on it are basically simple magic used in daily life, which basically conforms to the concept of daily magic. So after just a little study, he felt that he had finished the book. This feeling. Hope jumped up from the bed, walked quickly to the round table in the middle of the dormitory, and sat down. He took out a piece of parchment, held a feather pen and quickly wrote on the paper. In just over 10 minutes, a large amount of content was written on the parchment. He is not only strong in hands-on ability, but also a master of theory for the daily magic he has mastered. It is easy to complete the homework assigned by Professor Flitwick. Even though the homework was just a simple question and answer, he wrote an academic paper. This feeling. Hope almost burst into tears. Sure enough, he was different from Harry and Ron, the poor students. When the whole page was full of words, he finally stopped, put the tip of the feather pen to his mouth, and exhaled, like a victorious Western gunman blowing away the gun smoke from the muzzle. Then Hope began to experiment with spells. As his mind moved, the candles on the ceiling were all extinguished. This was the extinguishing spell, which could extinguish the flames. The room suddenly darkened, and Hope immediately took out his wand and pointed it at the candle chandelier on the ceiling, and the flames were all rekindled. This is not a spell, but the candle chandelier on the ceiling is a magical creation. It can be extinguished or lit with a light touch of the wand, which is very similar to an electric light. Unfortunately, this standard spell's elementary is too simple, and there are not even some complex magic. After all, it was a first-grade textbook, but in this way, his life expert characteristics could not be brought into full play. Although it was only life magic, this type of magic already covered a large part of magic. If you can master it, you will become a master. Hope couldn't sit still when he thought of this. Although he only had this first-grade spell textbook, there should be no shortage of spell books in the library. He immediately left the dormitory and went to the library. He found some magic books on the bookshelf and took them out one by one. Standard spells, level 2. Standard spells, level 3. Standard spells, level 5. From the names of the textbooks, it is enough to see that the author of these books is the same person as the author of his textbook. Holding these 4 books, Hope came to an empty table and sat down, and began to read them quickly. If you encounter other types of spells, just skip them directly, and if you encounter life magic, stop for a while, read a little and continue to look for the next spell. This is easier than eating memory bread. After a while, Hope has finished reading all these books and benefited a lot. Hope's eyes flickered slightly. Although these life magics do not include defensive spells and offensive spells, some of them are no worse than these spells in terms of effect. For example, the flying spell can summon what you want to get into your hands, which is very practical. And in Hope's hands, it will be even more practical. There is no need to chant spells, let alone wave the wand. Just a thought is needed, and the dingsy he wants will fly into his hands. In addition, Hope feels that books such as standard spells cannot represent all life magic. The spells that can be included in these books of standard spells are some spells that people think students should learn, which are not comprehensive. For example, Hope did not see some cooking family magic and some weaving family magic on it, but he had seen Hanny cast them at home. Thinking that these spells are hidden in other books, Hope immediately stood up, picked up all the spell books on the table, and put them back to their original positions on the bookshelf one by one. Then he left the library and walked towards the dormitory. There is a long way to go, and tonight's harvest is enough. He is not in a hurry to become a big fat man in one day. When he returned to the dormitory, Harry and others had already returned. But Hope seemed to have found something unusual. They looked at him strangely, and every time he glanced over, whether it was Harry, Ron or Neville, they would take the initiative to avoid his eyes. Hope looked puzzled. Why did he feel isolated? What's wrong? Why do you look like this? Hope asked directly, thinking that they were a little guilty. Could it be that they secretly wrote their homework behind his back? Of course, this was just a joke. After all, they were not like him, a nerd who could write homework into a paper. Thinking of this, Hope couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart, but he could understand Hermione's existence. Hearing Hope's question, several people seemed even more guilty, hesitating, wanting to say but not daring to say it. In the end, it was Ron who spoke out. Our homework is done. Hope's eyes glared, and they really did secretly write homework behind his back. But even if he had finished his homework, he wouldn't have such an expression, unless… No way. Hope frowned immediately and looked at Harry, but Harry avoided his eyes directly. Looking at Ron, Neville, it was the same. I can't copy, Hope asked in disbelief. However, the fact was really like this, and Harry and others immediately explained. This has to start from the quarrel with Hermione in the library. Harry and his friends returned to the dormitory angrily, but not long after, Hermione took the initiative to find them, but she didn't want to lend them homework to copy, but to help them complete their homework. Harry and others finally compromised. After all, if there was no Hermione, they would not be able to write a word for a long time. However, Hermione had a request, that is, not to lend homework to others, and it was not just for Hope. Harry and his friends wanted to find Hope, but they didn't find him. Hope sighed slightly, and it couldn't be blamed on them. But he would not force them to lend him homework, after all, it was something that others agreed to. I understand. Hope couldn't help but sigh, but he didn't really care. He just thought everyone would stand together, but in the end he was the only clown. But you don't have to lend me your homework, you can tutor me. Hope turned his head and thought about it, and said directly. He is now very good at this kind of cheating. This tutoring is of course not a real tutoring, but reading the answers to the homework to him directly. This also bypasses Hermione's requirements. Can it be done this way? Harry said in disbelief with his eyes wide open. They didn't expect that it could be done this way. After listening to Hope's detailed explanation, they felt that their lives were overturned, but after thinking seriously, it was indeed feasible. Then Harry and others took turns reading the answers to him, and his homework was finally finished. Hope put down his quill and shook his sore palms. He didn't expect that there would be another day to be troubled by homework. This was a feeling he hadn't had for a long time. The last time was the last time. The next day, Hope got up early, jumped off the bed quickly, and left the dormitory in a hurry without waiting for Harry and others. It took less than 5 seconds. After leaving the common room, he walked down the stairs from the highest floor of the castle to the underground. Entering the kitchen, the house elves were busier than one another, but even so, seeing Hope, they greeted Hope one after another. After these 2 days, everyone knows him. Mr. Hope, all the eggs have been delivered, but you may have to make them yourself today. We are a little busy here. Beaton appeared in front of Hope and said apologetically. It was not that he did not want to help, but he had to prepare breakfast for all the teachers and students in the school. This matter was obviously more important than Hope's matter. It's okay. Hope didn't care. But even if Beaton didn't have time to help, he had prepared an iron pot of boiling water for Hope in advance. He just had to put the eggs in. Even if many eggs could be put in at one time, these nearly 4,000 eggs were a big project, and the constant steam from the boiling water made him feel like he was in a sauna in this closed environment. He was sweating all over after staying there for a long time, and his clothes stuck to his skin. Fortunately, he still had the characteristics of a life expert, and his clothes were cleaned up in a thought. But this temperature was unavoidable, and sweat kept falling down his forehead, almost becoming a stream. In this case, even if he cleaned it up, it would not have any effect. Time passed slowly. Hope kept putting eggs in and taking them out. The wooden basins used to hold eggs were not enough, but Hope cast a copy spell and easily copied more than a dozen wooden basins. When he took out the last egg, he looked around and found that the egg was gone. He saw Beaton standing beside him. Where are the eggs? Mr. Hope, all the eggs are cooked. With Beaton's words, Hope suddenly realized that there were wooden basins filled with eggs around him. It looked a bit exaggerated. If they were all piled together, you could see a mountain of eggs. Mr. Hope, it's almost time for class now, do you want to go? Beaton reminded Hope. Has it been so long? At this moment, Hope's stomach gurgled and he felt a backache. He had been standing here for 2 hours. He was too immersed in it before and didn't notice it, but now he just felt that he was about to fall. Is there anything to eat? Hope asked slightly weakly. Beaton had already prepared the breakfast and handed it to him. This time, Hope didn't have time to savor it carefully. He stuffed the bread into his mouth and swallowed it directly. In less than 10 seconds, the breakfast was completely decomposed into energy, which made him feel better. After breakfast, Hope didn't waste any more time. He left the kitchen in a hurry, rushed down the stairwell, and returned to the Gryffindor common room. He was exhausted, so he picked up the textbooks he needed for class and rushed to the classroom without stopping. When he arrived at the professor, the bell rang. Sitting next to Harry and the others, Harry whispered to where Hope had been so early in the morning. Hope also whispered to explain that he had gone to find Beaton. This class was Professor Spence's History of Magic. Under normal circumstances, Hope would not listen. He took a breath and rested for a while, and finally recovered. Only then did he have time to open the system page. As the 5,000 raw eggs turned into cooked eggs, his progress in fusing the house elves was also full. One of the only 2 fusion positions was vacant. Suddenly, a hint of joy flashed in Hope's eyes. He found that when fusing the house elves, he extracted a new feature. Apparition, more talented in apparition magic, and the movement is lighter. I didn't expect there would be such a surprise. Hope's mouth curled up slightly. If he wasn't in class, he would have laughed on the spot. Lighter movement? Hope looked at this explanation of apparition and was a little confused. What does this mean? Lighter movement, is it like walking, without footsteps, so no one will notice when approaching quietly? Hope suddenly thought of a possibility. This might be the reason why the house elves can ignore the anti-apparition magic of Hogwarts. Because the movement is very light, so light that even the anti-apparition magic is not detected. Like a thief who broke into the house, because the movement is light, it did not attract the attention of the owner. The house elf's apparition is also the same. It's not that the anti-apparition magic is useless, but that it is not discovered at all. At this moment, Hope had a feeling in his heart, as if he could go directly to a certain place as long as he wanted. His body couldn't help but tremble, and he quickly stopped this idea, because he knew that this was not an illusion, but that he could really do it. If he really had the idea, he might disappear in front of everyone, which would be too bad. However, this feeling of wanting to try but having to endure made Hope a little impatient, like scratching an itch that had never been scratched in the right place. Time passed slowly, and Hope did not feel sleepy throughout the class. On the contrary, Harry and Ron nodded from time to time and woke up instantly. Finally, the get-out of class was over, and several people immediately prepared to walk towards the auditorium, go to the auditorium to eat first, and then go back to the dormitory to rest. But Hope was in no mood to eat at the moment. He immediately covered his stomach and pretended to have a stomachache, asking Harry and others not to worry about him, and he would go back to the dormitory first. Harry did not doubt him, and asked with concern whether he needed to take him to the school hospital for a checkup, but he was naturally rejected. When he returned to the dormitory, Hope could not wait to throw the textbook aside and began to try his new characteristics. As far as Hope knew, apparition was an advanced magic, and only senior students would be taught this magic. Moreover, this magic is very dangerous when you first learn it. If you are not careful, you will be cut into pieces. If you learn it without an experienced old wizard, the result will be very bad. However, although this magic is very convenient, it is not without disadvantages. First, you need to meditate carefully before going to the place you are in, and feel the image and location of that place. This is a kind of positioning. You must first locate it before you can arrive. This also means that the apparition can only go to places you have been to, and naturally you cannot successfully locate places you have not been to. The second is that it cannot support long-distance crossing, and there is still a certain distance limit. But at this moment, Hope felt that his apparition seemed different from others. Like the perception of a treasure, he could sense many things. Hope then calmed down and felt it. With the intuition of a treasure, he saw an illusory planet, which was exactly what he was standing on, and was fictionalized in his mind. Then the geographical features, mountains, rivers, basins, etc., appeared on the illusory planet. Then, buildings appeared one after another, densely covering the entire sphere. He seemed to be immersed in a dark space, his body suspended, with a small blue glowing planet in front of him, the size of a basketball. As he stretched out his finger and pointed to a certain position on the planet, the illusory planet instantly expanded, continuously enlarging the place he pointed to, and finally his finger fell on a certain concrete street. At this moment, Hope felt a very noisy sound coming from his ears, as if he was on a street with people passing through. He couldn't help but open his eyes, but found that he really appeared on a street. Ding ding, make way, make way. A familiar rural accent sounded, and a middle-aged man with long hair and somewhat old-fashioned clothes was riding a bicycle with an old style and a new appearance, and rang the bell at him. Hope could not help but step back and make way. The middle-aged man then rode his bicycle shakily forward, turning his head from time to look at him curiously. "Why are you dressed so strangely, and you have blue eyes, a foreigner?" Hope ignored his muttering and looked around. Although this place was different from what he remembered, he still felt familiar, especially the long-lost language. There were not so many high-rise buildings and cars here, and everything seemed a little plain, but this plainness gave him a sense of security. His sudden appearance did not attract any attention. In fact, as a feature, his movements were lighter, which made his sudden appearance not so abrupt. Unless someone stared at this place, it would be difficult to find that he appeared suddenly, but after just a while, he attracted the investigation of others. After all, Hope was wearing a wizard robe at the moment, which was very special in this era. "Hello? How are you?" Hope was a little amused. Some people had already treated him as a foreigner and used him to practice English. "What are you doing?" Hope's strong smell of stubble made people lose interest. He did not use the apparition to leave directly. After all, he had attracted attention now. If he disappeared in front of others, he would be on the news tonight. He planned to come here again in the future. So he followed the flow of people and came to an alley. He looked around and made sure that no one was following him. Then he went into the alley and disappeared in an instant. Hope reappeared in the dormitory with a complex expression on his face, a little excited and a little melancholy. But it was only a moment, and Hope recovered again, with a smile on his face. Sure enough, the apparition under the 10,000 times feature was different from the ordinary apparition. And it is said that it is not comfortable when operating, but he did not feel that way. Hope grinned directly, feeling that he now had a portal to go wherever he wanted. The small Hogwarts could no longer restrain him. It seems that he will no longer have to endure the bad food in Hogwarts in the future. Whether it is breakfast, lunch, or dinner, he can go directly back to his hometown to eat, and then come back to continue his classes. This kind of life is simply too comfortable. The only problem is that he has no money, but this is not a big problem. At most, he can go to the treasury of some countries to have a look. Of course, The premise is that he has to learn the disillusionment charm. With the apparition feature and the treasure perception, money is no longer a problem for him. Hope then tried apparition several more times, appearing in some desolate and uninhabited places, such as deserts and mountains, and his grasp of the apparition feature is getting better and better. In the end, he can even change a scene with every step he takes, as if the entire planet is in his control, and he does not need to perceive anything anymore, and can do it directly by instinct. In addition to long distance, short distance movement has no hindrance at all. He can appear several meters away at once, and in his perception, this is just a moment. After an unknown amount of time, Hope finally stopped the experiment and sat on the bed. Not long after, Harry and others came back and brought some food to Hope. "Hope, is your stomach better?" Harry asked with concern. "It's okay." Hope waved his hand casually, took the lunch Harry brought back, and found 2 eggs in it. "I don't know what happened today, so many eggs. Could it be that Hogwarts has been changed into a chicken farm?" Ron lay on the bed and complained to Harry. Hope ate silently, pretending that this matter had nothing to do with him. But the matter did not end like this. In the afternoon, he was called by Professor McGonagall, and Hope knew that the matter had been exposed. After all, it involved 5,000 eggs, and it was normal to be discovered. "Can you tell me why you did this, Mr. Hope?" Professor McGonagall sat behind her desk, observing Hope through her slightly lowered glasses. In fact, she had worked at the school for many years and had seen countless scenes, but she didn't guess why Hope did this. 5,000 eggs. It cost 100 galleons, which was obviously a bit excessive for a student. "I'm learning cooking recently, Professor." Hope had already had an idea and answered directly. Well, this reason doesn't stand up to scrutiny at all, but Professor McGonagall didn't mean to delve into it. After all, Hope was a member of Gryffindor, and such behavior was not outrageous. Especially on the day of the sorting ceremony, Hope took out the Gryffindor sword, belonging to the real Gryffindor, and it was fortunate that he didn't choose to challenge the dragon. "I hope you can stop this behavior and spend your mind on studying, otherwise I can only send a letter to Hanny, hoping that she can restrain your spending behavior," McGonagall warned directly with the parents' method. "Yes, Professor." What else can Hope say? He can only nod sincerely and agree. After walking out of Mag's office, he thought for a while. It seems that he can't ask Beaton to help buy goats, otherwise Mag might really send a letter to Hanny, which would be bad. But now Hope doesn't need Beaton's channel, he has a better way. His hometown is vast and rich, with only 10,000 goats. He can even finish one here and run to another county to eat another one. There are so many in the county, so what are 10,000 goats? If he doesn't care, he can actually eat raw directly, which can save more time. But he is a person who cares about things, and he is not in such a hurry. After the afternoon herbal medicine class was over, Hope couldn't wait to separate from Harry and the others, ran into a bathroom, and directly performed apparition to appear in his hometown. However, he obviously forgot the problem of time difference. When he appeared here, he found that it was already dark and close to dawn, and the dawn of this era is not as lively as in the previous life. After thinking for a while, Hope apparat again, and his figure disappeared in an instant, appearing in the Magic City. Sure enough, the flow of people here is not comparable to that of a small county town, and it is already prosperous at this time. However, he just strolled around here and returned to Hogwarts. It was still too late there and not suitable for walking. Back to Hogwarts, Hope went into the library and began to look for some books that recorded life spells. Learning magic is just a matter of glance, but finding these books is a bit troublesome. In a blink of an eye, it was 5 or 6 in the afternoon, and Hope had completely become a life expert. Whether it was cooking food or weaving clothes, he was handy. In addition, there was another surprise. He found a kind of magic in a book of advanced spells, which was also recognized as life magic, and Hope was very familiar with this magic. It was the Traceless Extension spell, which was used to expand space and was also identified as the Traceless Extension spell. For Hope, this is definitely a win. The Traceless Extension charm is an advanced magic that is very difficult to learn. Now he has saved a lot of hard work and learned it easily. He cast it directly on his purse and successfully expanded the space in the purse. Hope has not thought of other uses for it yet. The next day came in a flash. Hope was eating breakfast in the hall as usual, but he found that Malfoy had reappeared. There was no injury on his hand, and his face had regained that arrogant expression. But after seeing their group, his face obviously darkened, and it seemed that he had not forgotten the torture he had received before. When they finished their meal and walked out of the hall, Harry suddenly staggered, and his arm was hit hard by the person behind him, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. "Malfoy, what are you doing?" Ron saw that it was Malfoy and said angrily, "Get out, poor redhead, this has nothing to do with you," Malfoy said rudely to Ron, followed by 2 followers. "Harry, the last incident is not over yet. If you have the guts, come to the trophy display room tonight. We will duel there. It's a duel between wizards. If you are afraid, just don't come," Malfoy whispered to Harry viciously, and then he turned around and left without waiting for Harry's response. It seems that he didn't want to give Harry a chance to refuse. "Harry, are you really going to go tonight?" Ron couldn't help asking after class. "Of course, I'm not afraid of him." "Well, I'll go with you then." Ron had no other opinions after hearing this. "Is there a possibility that he is actually lying to you?" Hope knew it well and reminded him vaguely. "That's right, only you will believe Malfoy's words. Besides, if you are found out, you will cause Gryffindor to lose points." Without waiting for Harry to speak, Hermione, who had heard their conversation at some point, stood up and said, "This is none of your business. Don't think that you are the only smart person in the world." Hearing Hermione say this, Ron couldn't help it. "You want to lose the points I worked so hard to earn for Gryffindor, how can it be none of my business?" Hermione immediately retorted. This made some sense. After all, Gryffindor's points were really earned by Hermione. The points she earned alone were at least 1/3 of the entire Gryffindor. You should know that in the previous few years, Gryffindor's house scores have always been at the bottom. This year, with Hermione, the situation has indeed improved a lot. It is rare to rank second. Slytherin is still the first. After all, it is difficult to support one person alone, and there is a whole house that has been dragging its feet. It is incredible to be able to maintain the current results. I don't want Malfoy to say that I'm scared. Harry was also angered by Hermione's attitude, and said toughly, and then ignored Hermione. Hope shook his head slightly. It seems that it is more appropriate for him to remind Ron to bring a wooden stick. In this way, if Malfoy really goes, he will not suffer any loss. As for him, of course he will not go with him. It is better to sleep with this time. The first class in the afternoon is the Charms class. Sure enough, when Hope handed in his homework, Professor Flitwick was amazed. "It's incredible, Mr. Hope. The contents of your homework are very wonderful. It's hard to imagine that this is something written by a freshman. And these contents have touched me a little, which is enough to show its value. It's a pity that if you are not a freshman, I will definitely invite you to join my spell club, but I think there will be such a day sooner or later." When Flitwick saw Hope's homework, he was shocked by the length of it, and then he read the contents carefully and was shocked. He didn't think these things were copied from anywhere, because some of the contents on it were very novel and he had never seen them anywhere else. As a professor at Hogwarts, he is a cutting-edge wizard in this field and has enough judgment. "Thank you for your compliment, Professor Flitwick." Hope felt the amazed eyes of others looking at him and thanked Professor Flitwick. Is this the feeling of a top student? Especially Ron and Harry, who were in the same dormitory, looked at him in disbelief, obviously not knowing that Hope had secretly become a top student. And Hermione was a little dissatisfied. Even she didn't get such an evaluation. How could Hope be so virtuous? "Based on your homework, I decided to give Gryffindor 10 points. The score is the best recognition for a person, especially in Gryffindor. However, the logic of Gryffindor is that the more points are deducted, the more Gryffindor." After class, Hermione took Hope's homework unconvinced and unceremoniously and read it carefully. However, the result was very embarrassing. She couldn't understand it. There were many things involved. But because of this, she looked at Hope with suspicion. She didn't know Hope. How could such a thing come from Hope's hands? Even though she was suspicious, she didn't speak rashly because she had no evidence now. Soon it was night. Hope watched Harry and Ron sneak out of the door. Ron was holding a wooden stick in his hand. He was obviously very obedient. After all, at their current level, this wooden stick was undoubtedly more deterrent. Hope fell asleep directly, and it was the next morning when he woke up. Harry and Ron, who came back late last night, fell asleep. Even if Hope and Neville kept pulling them, it took a long time to wake them up. After rushing to the cafeteria to eat breakfast, they hurried to the classroom and were almost late. "Hope, you don't know what we went through last night. You really should have gone. You don't know what you missed," Ron whispered to Hope with a beaming face. Hearing Ron's tone, Hope probably guessed what they had experienced. Sure enough, Ron told them about their encounter with the three-headed dog. "Its head is as big as a small house, and it can bite us to pieces in one bite." Ron seemed very excited, and he didn't remember the expression he had when he met it last night. But Harry said that the three-headed dog might be guarding something, and we can't spread it around. Ron said with a little regret, otherwise he would have directly promoted their thrilling adventure. This incident was just an episode, at least for Hope. Harry and Ron sometimes talked about what the guarded thing was. In the next few days, Hope didn't do anything else, and there was always an empty fusion position on the system panel. But Hope was not in a hurry. He planned to complete the exclusive task of fusing the fire dragon first, at least wait for the progress point to increase a little before making other plans. On Thursday morning, Harry received a package, which contained the latest flying broom, the Nimbus 2000, and Harry's joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team was decided. Soon it was Friday noon. Compared to other times, both Harry, Ron and Hope were more active than usual, because this meant that their classes for the week were over, and with the afternoon, they had 2.5 days off. If you don't consider the time left for homework. But no one thought about this. "Harry, let's play wizard chess in the afternoon." After lunch, Ron said excitedly. "I'm afraid not, I have to start Quidditch training in the afternoon," Harry said with a little regret. "Then Hope, let's play." Ron could only look at Hope when he heard it. "I also have plans in the afternoon." Hope shook his head slightly and refused. "Ah, what plans? Can I go with you?" Ron asked with his eyes wide open. "Library, do you want to go with me?" Hope blinked and asked, and Ron refused without thinking, so he could only go to Neville. In fact, Hope lied a little. He planned to go back to his hometown to do the exclusive task of Fusion Dragon. In fact, Hope was in a hurry. After returning to the dormitory, he stuffed a set of Muggle clothes into his purse. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening in his hometown. He didn't have much time left. Then he walked out of the dormitory, entered the bathroom of the Gryffindor common room, walked into a cubicle, put on a brand new suit that had not been worn for a few times, and stuffed the wizard robe directly into his purse. After doing all this, his figure disappeared instantly. Hope's figure then appeared on this vast land. This time he did not appear openly, but carefully chose a remote corner. After all, there is still the statute of secrecy in this world, and this law is prevalent in every corner of the world. And his hometown is undoubtedly one of the member organizations of the International Confederation of Wizards, and it has also signed the statute of secrecy. If he was really seen on the spot without learning the forgetting charm, there would be no way, and he would probably be discovered by the Ministry of Magic here in the end. It's not that he would find the UK, but it would be a bit inconvenient for him to come here again in the future. Moreover, just in case, Hope didn't even bring his wand this time, also to prevent the magic of the trace thread in the wand. Although Hope didn't think the Ministry of Magic could detect this side, it was better to be careful. Besides, even if he took the wand, it would not be very useful. The magic he mastered now was all simple magic, belonging to the magic of life, which could be directly cast. Fortunately, he was lucky, and Hope's appearance was not discovered by anyone, and he walked out of the alley. At this time, he was wearing a suit, capable and handsome, and coupled with his young age, he attracted a lot of attention, but that was all. In this night, if you don't look carefully, it's hard to see the traces of mixed blood on Hope. He still looks like an Oriental, but he looks more handsome, and the most easily exposed is the pair of blue eyes. Appearing on the land of the Magic City, Hope's pockets are empty, and it seems that Garland should not be able to use it. So he prepared to find some money first. Then he activated the treasure perception, and suddenly many fluorescent lights appeared around. Normally, he would actively block Muggle things, but now, once he let them go, there was fluorescence everywhere. He picked again, choosing some of the brighter fluorescence, requiring the shape to be as small as possible. Wouldn't it be better if it was an ownerless thing buried underground? The fluorescence he perceived decreased a lot, but it was still countless. If he looked at them one by one, he might have to see the daylight. He only relied on his perception, like a computer, to scan all the fluorescence, and roughly knew what was inside. Oh wow! This place is indeed the Magic City, with a long history. It was even the most developed and prosperous city for a period of time. It is precisely because of this that the underground is simply a treasure house, with many things buried. Of course, banknotes are rare. After all, banknotes are also new things, and they have to be updated every once in a while. Even if they were useful before, they can't be used now, unless they are regarded as antiques. But there are a lot of precious metals buried underground, not only gold bars, but also gold bullion, some even in boxes. If others just take a box, they may not have to work hard in this life. If you exchange this money for real estate here, you don't have to worry about your descendants for many generations. However, there are more than these underground. Hope even saw some guns. The style is a bit old, but it is brand new when taken out. In addition, there are even antiques, such as porcelain bottles and jades. Hope was amazed. If he could take some time to dig out all the treasures in the underground of his hometown, he would probably be the richest man. But most of them are of no help to Hope now. After all, he is only an 11-year-old child. Even if he takes gold bars to exchange for money, those people will call the police if they are not greedy. Hope looked around and made sure that there was no one. The soil on the ground squirmed, and his body sank quickly as if he was trapped in a swamp. Soon, Hope's figure could no longer be seen on the ground, and even the pits on the ground disappeared in an instant. Hope sank underground, and the space he opened up was spacious enough, but as the hole above closed, the whole space fell into endless darkness. He thought, and a light spot appeared on his finger, like a 200-watt incandescent lamp, illuminating the whole space. Fluorescent light flashed. Then a throne made of mud quickly formed and appeared behind him. Hope raised his butt and sat down directly. The next moment, a passage was formed in front of him, avoiding the underground pipe and reaching the target. The armchair where Hope was sitting began to move, like a speeding car, moving quickly along the passage in front. The speed was comparable to that of a high-speed train. The passage he created did not have obvious corners, so there was no need to turn, just keep driving forward. He soon reached his destination, and the things had already been lying on the ground waiting for him. There was a tattered black cloth on the ground, and the silver dollars wrapped in it had leaked out. Hope stood up, squatted slightly, pulled the black cloth, and threw it aside casually. There were actually not many silver dollars on the ground, only 13, but it was enough for the time being. He took out the purse from the inner pocket of his suit, untied the rope, and pulled the bag. The silver dollars on the ground immediately moved, flying into the purse one by one, colliding with each other, making a clear sound. With the things in hand, Hope was ready to leave. The passage he had just opened quickly closed, and even the soil on both sides squeezed towards him from all directions, as if to bury him underground. Just when the soil was about to touch him, his figure disappeared instantly and returned to the alley where he started. The magic power in his body surged slightly, and the tiny mud spots on his suit disappeared, no longer stained with a trace of dust. Hope then walked out of the alley and found a gold shop on the side of the road. It was not purely selling gold and silver, but also a recycling business. "Boss, help me look at these things." Hope walked into the store. The boss behind the counter was a skinny old man wearing a pair of reading glasses and a slightly simple white vest. His white hair was sparse, like a grass that had just broken through the ground. If you didn't look closely, you would think he was a bald head. And at the door of the store sat a sturdy dark man. As Hope walked in, his eyes were always on him. Hope reached into the inner pocket of his suit and took out the silver dollar he had just received, which was still covered with dust. Silver dollar. The boss could tell the authenticity of the item at a glance, put it in front of his mouth, blew hard, and the silver dollar immediately made a slight sound. "I'll give you 30 yuan each," the boss said casually, while checking each silver dollar. Hope was a little helpless and could only say that he had no problem, but it was obviously impossible to continue eating here. However, 5 kilograms of mutton was still far from his goal. Of course, not being able to eat here did not mean that he could not take it away. In the waiter's surprised eyes, he continued to order food. "A kilogram of mutton here is about 3.5 yuan per kilogram. Hope asked for another 65 kilograms of mutton and asked to boil it and take it away. "Ah." The waiter was obviously stunned, looking at Hope in disbelief with his mouth wide open, thinking that he had heard it wrong. "There are more people at home," Hope explained forcefully. The waitress, who had come out of shock, looked at Hope with a complicated expression. This was not a large family, but the rhythm of setting up a table. At this moment, in the eyes of the waiter, Hope had become a rich man. After all, it was the first time she saw someone who didn't treat money as money. However, when the waiter came back, he told him that there was not so much mutton in the store, and there were nearly 30 kilograms of mutton left. Hope frowned slightly. This was a little too little, but it was the only way to go. Then he started to pay the bill. He counted out 120 yuan from his pocket, which made him sigh. It was really cheap. Why did he suddenly feel like a skit he had seen in his previous life? In one night, he had to go through the VIP channel and be escorted by a special person to save 100 yuan, and Hope's behavior inevitably attracted the attention of others. He could feel that other people in the store looked at him from time to time, and they were still talking, but he didn't care much. While waiting, the waiter hurried out with a writing board hanging outside, "Sold out today." At his request, the mutton restaurant boiled all the mutton in boiling water, and then picked up all the meat slices without any soup and put them into plastic bags in the store. Soon, Hope had several large bags in his hand, and the plastic bags were filled with cloth bags. Everyone in the store looked at this scene in shock. When they passed by, they could clearly smell the tempting meat aroma coming from inside. The seemingly heavy cloth bag seemed light in his hand, as if it had no weight. Hope cast a floating spell inadvertently. He just left the mutton restaurant and found that he had nowhere to go. He couldn't take the mutton back to Hogwarts. Hope finally disappeared quietly when he entered an alley, without attracting anyone's attention, just like when he came. The sky suddenly brightened, and the bright sunshine made him unable to open his eyes. It took him a while to adapt. At a glance, there was an endless sea in front of him, and fine gravel under his feet. This is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean. He didn't know if there were people here, but he didn't care. He sat casually on the beach and started eating mutton, using the swallowing feature directly, while feeling the breeze blowing. In a short time, all the mutton slices in the bag went into his stomach and were decomposed completely. Hope checked his system and found that the progress of fusing the fire dragon increased a little when he ate 25 or 26 kilograms. Including the mutton he had eaten in the mutton restaurant before, he ate almost 30 kilograms. It seems that 30 kilograms is what the system has recognized as a goat, and no other internal organs are needed, which made him feel relieved. Hope lay on the beach, basking in the sun comfortably. This kind of day of lying down after eating is the good time he should pursue. While planning in his mind, as long as he prepares enough money, his exclusive task can be successfully completed. A goat has 30 kilograms of meat, so 10,000 goats would be 300,000 kilograms. Well, that's 150 tons. Even if we use dump trucks loaded with mud and sand, we need dozens of them. Just thinking about that picture is exciting. According to the price of the mutton restaurant, wouldn't it be 1.05 million, 1.05 million yuan? Hopton sighed, and it felt even more profound after the conversion. He didn't expect that to complete a task. He would need to use all the assets of 105 scarce 10,000 yuan households. But he definitely planned to continue stealing chickens. Instead of choosing 10,000 adult goats, it would be better to choose 10,000 lambs. This should greatly reduce the amount of mutton he needs to eat. After basking in the sun for a while, Hope was ready to leave. He took out the purse from his suit pocket, pulled out the wizard robe, and then began to change clothes. With a thought, he directly located the bathroom in the Gryffindor common room of Hogwarts. In fact, when he performed apparition, he could sense whether there were objects at the place he was about to teleport to avoid collision. After feeling one of the compartments for a while and making sure that no one was there, he disappeared, leaving behind a garbage bag on the ground, which was blown up by the breeze and fell into the Azure Sea. Coming out of the bathroom and returning to the dormitory, he found that he was the only one in the dormitory. It was obviously still early here, not even 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hope lay on the bed, thinking about how to make money. In fact, he could bring the gold bars buried underground in the Magic City here and exchange them for pounds, which would undoubtedly be the most cost-effective. But it was not easy to actually operate, especially since he was just a child now. If he wanted to conceal his wizard identity, he could not use magic power in the Muggle society. It was like a child carrying gold through a busy city. How could he not be targeted? Relatively speaking, Gringotts was safer, and the goblins would never have any idea of him. In the final analysis, the problem was his appearance and age. Hope was a little helpless. If he was an adult, it would be at least safer. Thinking of this, Hope was stunned for a moment, and a trace of contemplation flashed in his eyes. It seems that his next fusion object can be decided. Boggart. A creature that can transform at will. If it can be fused, it should have good characteristics. Hope's eyes lit up and he jumped off the bed directly, but where should he find Boggart? I wonder if there are materials for sale in Diagon Alley. In the end, Hope decided to ask Hagrid. After all, he is an expert in this area. He immediately walked out of the lounge, followed the stairs all the way to the first floor, walked out of the castle, and walked towards the Forbidden Forest. It didn't take long before he appeared in front of Hagrid's hut. Oh, you mean Boggart? I hate those guys, they will give me an unpleasant experience. In the hut, Hagrid said while making black tea for Hope. He seemed very happy that Hope took the initiative to ask him about magical animals. No one knows what they really look like, because the first time you see him, he will appear in the appearance you hate the most. Brother High talked freely. He is indeed an expert in this area, but they are not dangerous. Well, if you want to collect Boggart-related items, there should only be their corpses. When they die, they turn into a handful of ashes, Hagrid said seriously. Do you have such a thing? Hope was immediately excited and asked. Hagrid shook his head and said, No, I really don't like this kind of magical creatures, and this thing has no value, and not many people sell it in the market. But if you want, I can help you ask an old friend of mine. I remember he wrote to me to complain about how to drive away these damn Boggarts. What a turn! Hope's mind was sinking with Hagrid's words, but he didn't expect there would be a turn later. Thank you so much, Hagrid. Hope naturally did not refuse and said quickly, It's a small matter. I didn't expect you to be so interested in magical animals. You can ask me anything. It's a pity that you are not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest, otherwise I will introduce some of my old friends to you. I believe you will be interested, Hagrid said with regret. Just hearing Hagrid's words, Hope's expression couldn't help but stagnate. The old friends in the Forbidden Forest can't be those 8-eyed giant spiders. That's really too regretful. The problem was solved, and Hope said goodbye to Hagrid and left the hut. It would take some time for Hagrid to find the body of the Boggart. Before that, let's use galleons for the time being. Hope returned to the dormitory, opened his suitcase, took out a black robe from the suitcase, put it on casually, covered most of his body in the black robe, put on the hood, and covered his face to a certain extent. He planned to go to Gringotts, mainly because he was worried about meeting acquaintances, especially Hanny. It would be too bad if he was unlucky enough to be caught. After putting on his clothes, Hope disappeared directly into the dormitory. When he appeared again, he was already standing on the street outside Gringotts. There were many wizards walking around. This sudden appearance did not attract anyone's attention, and even if they saw it, they would not care. Then he walked into Gringotts, randomly selected an empty seat, took out the vault key from his purse, and slapped it on the counter. Take out 2,000 galleons and exchange them all for pounds. Then, under the guidance of the goblin, Hope entered the vault and took out a full 2,000 galleons. A large cart of galleons was finally exchanged for only 2 stacks of banknotes, each with a face value of 50 pounds, a full 10,000 pounds. As expected, banknotes are easier to carry. Hope couldn't help but complain. After getting the pounds, he didn't stop and went directly back to Hogwarts after leaving Gringotts. The next 2 days are weekends, and Hope plans to spend these 2 days in his hometown, so in order to adjust the time difference, he went to bed early to prepare for sleep. But Hope didn't fall asleep just because he wanted to. In the end, Hope hurried to the school hospital, pretending to be insomniac, and asked Madame Pomfrey for a small bottle of dreamless sleeping potion. Mrs. Pomfrey naturally wouldn't refuse, and she cared about him and told him not to be so stressed out in school. You first-year students work too hard. You can actually walk around the school when you don't have classes. The first-year students of your college were the same a few days ago. They looked much more haggard. Students nowadays seem to be different from ours. From Pomfrey, Hope roughly knew that the person was Hermione, and couldn't help but sigh. The reason why the top student is that he secretly rolls up his sleeves. After getting the potion, Hope quickly returned to the dormitory, lay on the bed, and drank the potion in one gulp. His face suddenly became bitter. The taste was really special. Not long after, a wave of sleepiness came over him. Hope closed his eyes and fell asleep directly. The dreamless sleeping potion, as its name suggests, can make you dreamless all night. It was inevitable to hear Ron shouting in sleep, and it seemed that someone wanted to wake him up, but he ignored it. When he opened his eyes again, it was dim outside the window, and Ron and others could be heard snoring in the dormitory. He sat up and stretched himself, feeling very energetic. Sure enough, sleep without dreams is the most comfortable. To some extent, the dreamless sleeping potion is quite scientific. He quietly got up from the bed, put on his clothes, opened the door, and slipped out. He went all the way to the bathroom, changed into a suit, and disappeared the next moment. This time, Hope chose a more secret location, which was the rooftop of a building. In his feeling, the world suddenly lit up, but fortunately he was prepared and closed his eyes in advance. After adapting to the sunlight outside, Hope went down the stairs to the street. Today he has a day to stay here, so he plans to buy a piece of clothing first. The sun was shining brightly, and it was still September. Just walking down from the balcony, sweat had soaked his back. With the money left from selling silver dollars yesterday in his pocket, he ran to a supermarket building. When he came out again, he looked very different. He was wearing a t-shirt and shorts, sneakers on his feet, and a pair of black sunglasses on his face. But this outfit cost a full $200, which was too expensive in this era. Of course, not all clothes were expensive, but the things sold in this supermarket were very expensive. Hope then came to the gold shop where he was yesterday, and the boss recognized Hope at a glance. The young boss is so noble, it's hard not to recognize him. The dry boss smiled and praised. He guessed that Hope was a child from a rich family yesterday. Today, he was more certain. He naturally recognized the brand of the new clothes. It was not cheap at first glance. Maybe he bought it with the money from selling silver dollars yesterday, but his family had no money, so how could he dare to use this money to buy this set of clothes? If his son dared to do this, he would see if he would beat his son's butt. Hope turned around casually, like a spy making contact, and confirmed that there was no one in the store except the old man and the strong man, and immediately asked, "Didn't you say yesterday that you could change money?" "Of course. What kind of bills do you have?" The boss smiled and thought to himself that business was indeed coming. "Pounds," Hope whispered. "Oh, good stuff. What kind of money do you want to change? You can exchange it directly for money or for foreign exchange certificates, but the price of foreign exchange certificates is much more expensive." From the boss, Hope knew what foreign exchange certificates were. Pounds cannot actually be used directly here, and they need to be exchanged for foreign exchange certificates before they can be used, but Hope operat here, a complete black household, and of course he himself does not have a household registration in the Muggle world. Although the boss did not know where Hope got the pounds, the fact that he could come here to exchange money instead of going directly to the bank showed that his origin was unknown. However, this is not always the case, because there are black market exchanges that bypass banks. In this case, the price of exchanging foreign exchange certificates is not much different from that of banks, but the price of directly exchanging money is slightly higher. Directly exchange money, Hope said without hesitation. The result of this direct exchange is that it will be very difficult to exchange it into pounds or US dollars. "How much do you have?" The dry boss nodded. "This is better. After receiving pounds, he makes money by exchanging money for people who want to go abroad but don't have foreign exchange." Hope was inevitably a little hesitant when he heard this. Looking at the boss, the pounds in his hand are not few in this era. "Oh, it seems to be a lot. Don't worry, I can take it here." The dry boss immediately saw what Hope meant, smiled, and said confidently, 10,000. However, as Hope said this, the dry boss's expression was obviously stagnant, and a trace of doubt flashed in his old eyes under the reading glasses. "You want to exchange for 10,000 yuan? The dry boss asked with some uncertainty. "No, 10,000 pounds, Hope said accurately. "Hiss, this is really a bit big, let's take a look first." The dry boss still took a breath when he heard what Hope said, and secretly wondered what the kid's background was. Could he really be a foreigner? However, in order to prevent being fooled, he suggested to take a look at the things first. Hope directly took out 2 stacks of banknotes. One stack had 100 bills. Really? Haha. It's the first time I've seen so much money, but it's okay, this is the Magic City, 10,000 pounds is nothing, but I have to find a few more. Although the dry old man was a little shocked, he was not scared. After all, this is the Magic City, where else are there more millionaires than here? 1 to 14.52, how about this price? The price at the bank today is 1 to 14.35. Okay, Hope said calmly, not taking this little money seriously. Okay, wait for me here for a while. Ahu, you are responsible for entertaining the guests, and let the young boss try the tea cake I hid. Hearing Hope's reply, the old man smiled and was about to walk out, kicking the strong man guarding the door with his foot. Then Hope sat in the store drinking tea and waiting for the dry boss. It's not that he didn't think that the boss would be greedy. After all, the exchange price was more than 140,000, which was exaggerated enough in this era, and there was reason to have bad thoughts. But, although he didn't want to expose his identity as a wizard, but when he really encountered danger, he couldn't care about these. Apparition was now like his instinct, and he could return to Hogwarts to catch up on sleep in a moment. At that time, the remaining mess here would naturally be taken care of by the Ministry of Magic here. Speaking of the Magic Society here, Hope can be said to know nothing about it. Even if Hope's father in this life came from the Magic Society here, he could actually be regarded as a wizard here. But he really didn't know anything. Hanny never talked to him about this. Even if he asked, Hanny would avoid talking about it. But even if she didn't say it, he could probably guess a thing or two. His hometown also signed the International Statute of Secrecy, which means that the wizard and muggle worlds are completely isolated. They must be hiding somewhere, living a life in a paradise. It's not difficult for Hope to find the gathering place of wizards, after all, he has treasure perception. Thinking of this, Hope dragged the teacup in one hand and looked around. In an instant, he entered the treasure perception, and the whole world was shrouded in fluorescence. Then he began to exclude the treasures of the Muggle Society, and the whole world suddenly became much quieter. However, treasure perception is only the perception of treasures, not maps. He can sense the specific direction of the treasure and how far it is from him, but he can't mark it on the map, unless the positioning of apparition is added. The two characteristics are combined in an instant, and a 3D planet is constructed in his mind, and many fluorescent lights can be seen on the planet. As his mind moved, the planet suddenly pulled closer, and only the vast land of his hometown emerged. There are fluorescent lights in various places on the basic map, but most of them are dots, but in some places there are many fluorescent lights. He guessed that there should be a gathering place for wizards. In fact, there are quite a few of these gathering places, who made his hometown have a large family and a wide land. Gathering places also have different sizes. Hope focused his attention on these relatively large gathering places. After a slight count, he found that there were as many as 6. What surprised him the most was that he saw that the largest gathering place was actually in the capital, and there was also one in the Magic City. The remaining 4, one each in the central, coastal, southwest, and northwest. Hope originally thought that the gathering place would be set up in some remote places. Now think about it, maybe wizards also have to live. Although they are isolated from the world, they can't really be isolated from the world. There is one in the Magic City, and it is not far from here. Hope couldn't help but take a sip of hot tea. Should he go and have a look? There are actually some risks in rashly stepping into an unfamiliar place, especially since Hope is a stowaway and has not reported anything. After thinking about it, he decided not to move for the time being, at least until the progress of fusing the fire dragon is improved. Although it will not be able to attack magic by then, it will be difficult to break the defense at least. Hope is still somewhat confident about the system. Hope waited for an hour, and he was a little impatient. He almost thought that the boss was arrested and could not come back. The dry boss finally appeared, with a few people, who looked like bodyguards. As soon as he came in, his eyes flew around, and finally fell on Hope. Sorry for the wait, little boss. It will take some time to find all the $100 bills. The dry boss was sweating and panting. He was holding a white woven bag in his hand, which looked quite heavy. Then the dry boss waved to the strong man named Ahu. Ahu immediately walked to the door of the store and pulled it down. The whole store suddenly became much darker. Hope narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ahu. However, the door of the store was not completely closed, but left a gap of 1/3. He almost thought that the woven bag contained nothing else but a machete. With the perception of treasures, he knew that there was indeed money in it. Forgive me, little boss. After all, these are not small numbers, and there is no need to worry about being disturbed. The dry boss took out a silk scarf to wipe the sweat from his face and turned on the lights in the store. Understand, Hope said lightly, not like an 11-year-old child. Next, it was time to count. Hope took out 2 stacks of pounds, put them on the tea table, and raised his head slightly to indicate. Haha, the young boss is straightforward. The dry boss grinned, took the banknotes and began to check them one by one. That being said, the dry boss was not very straightforward. It took more than an hour to check 200 pounds, which was even more outrageous than the goblins in Gringotts. Haha, the number is correct, young boss is really an honest man. The dry boss laughed, and it can be seen that Hope is already impatient, but there is nothing he can do. No matter how careful you are in business, it is not too much to avoid being pecked by an eagle. There are 145,200 yuan in it, young boss, count it, it will not count after you leave the door. The dry boss then handed over the woven bag and reminded that it would be unreasonable to say that the number is wrong after leaving the door. It's just a small amount of money, why count it? Hope obviously waited for a long time, naturally a little impatient, and his tone was naturally a little off. But that's what he said. The reason why he didn't count it was actually because of the treasure's perception. He knew how many bills there were in it after sensing it, and they were all $100 bills, so the number was correct. Young boss, you'd better count it. We won't be responsible for anything after you leave. It's better to explain it clearly in the store. The dry boss was a little surprised. His tone was a little big, but his heart was even bigger. This was not a small amount of money. He was honest. If it were other bosses, there would be at least many mistakes in this money. I know the rules. Hope didn't listen to the advice and insisted. Okay, the dry boss was a little helpless. He couldn't understand Hope for a while. He thought Hope was young and mature, and age was not a big problem, but now it seems that he has a childish temper. Then young boss, I won't keep you for dinner. I will treat you well next time you come. Do you need me to send someone to take you to the bank? Who is my man, so you can rest assured, the dry boss said immediately. Naturally, he would not keep Hope at this time. After all, Hope had a bag of more than 100,000 yuan in his hand, and he also had 10,000 pounds. Not to mention taking the initiative to offer to take Hope to the bank, just worried that Hope would have problems on the way. No need. Hope refused directly. After all, he was not going to the bank. However, as this sentence came out, the eyes of the three strong men who had escorted the boss back suddenly lit up, but they quickly concealed it. Boss Ganba wanted to persuade him. He thought he had no intention, but the people who escorted him back were not his people, but the subordinates of several other bosses. He was afraid that they were not as honest as him. However, Hope did not listen to the advice at all and insisted on leaving. Finally, Boss Ganba sighed slightly, walked to the door himself, and opened the rolling door. Then I won't send you off. Be careful, little boss. Boss Ganba still reminded, and then watched Hope leave. Boss Lu, since the matter is over, we will leave first. When the three strong men saw Hope leave, they said goodbye to Boss Ganba. The anxious expressions of these three people were almost written on their faces. How could Boss Ganba not know what they wanted to do, and immediately stopped the three people? I'll help you get to the west. The little money I have is from your boss. If you leave and I get robbed, who will be responsible? The boss said righteously. His words made sense, which immediately made several people hesitate. Finally, several people had no choice but to stay, but one of them looked at a figure passing by outside the store, and his eyes flashed slightly. Hope just walked on the street with a woven bag in his hand, and slung the woven bag on his back, walking on the turbulent street. Who would have thought that a child would carry a huge sum of 140,000 yuan in a woven bag? So Hope was not worried at all that these people on the road could see anything. Of course, these passers-by didn't know, but it didn't mean that someone didn't know. Hope didn't know if anyone was following him and was going to take risks, but based on his understanding of human nature, he could boldly assume that there was, even if it was just his own paranoia, it was better than being robbed. He finally chose to come to a nearby community, where a commercial building had been built, but it was not as high as the future. Just as he walked into the building unit and stepped onto the first floor stairs and turned the corner, his figure disappeared instantly. He appeared again in the same building of a certain building, sitting on the rooftop with a woven bag casually, overlooking the scenery of the Magic City. If someone really wants to get him, it will be a long time. The people in that unit will have to check every household, or wait for him outside the unit for a lifetime. Hope then took out a purse from his pocket and stuffed the stacks of money in the woven bag into the purse. After the expansion of his traceless extension spell, it was easy to put in this little money, and there was not much. He put all the money in and was about to throw away the woven bag in his hand. At this moment, he suddenly stopped and stared at the woven bag in his hand. There was no text or pattern on the woven bag, and the quality was pretty good. It could be used as a purse. Then he stuffed the woven bag into the purse and prepared to cast the traceless extension spell later to use it to hold the treasures underground in the Magic City. Next, he can finally get down to business. He wasted too much time changing money. He didn't forget what he came here for today. Of course, the mission was the most important thing. Then Hope wandered around the city again, looking for mutton restaurants in the streets and alleys. Of course, it was not a roadside stall, but a mutton restaurant that looked larger. He spent the whole afternoon running around and communicating with these bosses. When it was completely dark, he finally stopped and ran to a grocery store with a tired face to buy a bottle of soda. This afternoon did yield a lot of gains. For example, he roughly knew the meat yield of a lamb, which was about 10 kilograms. That is to say, the amount of mutton he needed to eat was reduced by 3 times. Secondly, under the power of his money, he negotiated deals with some bosses. Mainly about buying lambs, he mainly chose 3 mutton restaurants, which could get him 100 lambs a day. For the number of 10,000, these 50 lambs are obviously not many, but he is already very satisfied. After all, he is not going to put all his eggs in one basket. There are so many cities in his hometown, if each city has 100 lambs, it will be enough. After the negotiation, Hope found another agency that mainly serves foreigners. The reason for finding such a company was mainly because of his identity problem. He had no real identity and communicated in English throughout the process. He spent a little money to let this company help him rent a house. He pretended that he had lost his identity documents, so the identity documents required for renting a house were solved by their company. It was just a matter of adding some money, which bypassed Hope's illegal status. Money can make the devil push the mill. He directly hired an agent, who was also a top student, named Gal Linear. A salary of $1,000 per month was already a high salary at this time. With a local agent, everything became simple. Whether it was the factory or the mutton restaurant, it was all handed over to Gal Linear. He only needed to pay, which made him feel much more relaxed. But everything takes time. Hope returned to Hogwarts when it was dark here. After a busy day, I felt a little tired. I returned to the dormitory and found that Harry and others were playing wizard chess. Hope, you're back. I haven't seen you for a day. Did you find some fun place? Ron asked curiously when he saw Hope come in. Harry also put down the wizard chess piece in his hand and looked at Hope with curiosity. Actually, I sneaked out quietly, Hope said in a low voice, as if he was afraid of being heard. This was not wrong. If he returned to his hometown, he would leave Hogwarts. He knew that he had to give a reason. After all, he would leave frequently in the future, and the few people in his dormitory would notice a little abnormality. If he kept lying, he would not even have basic trust and would undoubtedly be excluded. Really? Impossible. Fred and George said that only students above the 3rd grade can go out with the consent of their parents. Ron didn't quite believe it. The school also said that you can't go out at night, Hope said disdainfully. Aren't school rules meant to be violated? This should be common sense in Gryffindor. Then how did you go out? Harry heard Hope say this and immediately believed it a little, and asked curiously. There are some secret passages in the school, you can sneak out, Hope said immediately. Is it fun outside? Ron looked at Hope expectantly again. Not very good, about the same as Diagon Alley. Hope belittled immediately, a little worried that these people would be bewitched by him and sneak out to play. Of course, there was nothing fun in fact, but compared to the boring Hogwarts, it was really good, just like the commercial street outside the university in the previous life. The premise is to have money, of course Harry has this. Where are those secret passages? Harry's eyes widened, obviously he had been seduced by Hope, playing wizard chess with Ron here every day, not because it was fun, but because there was really nothing else to kill time. I can't tell you this, it's not that I'm stingy, but I heard from others that this is the unique project of Hogwarts, exploring the castle and finding the secret passage. Don't you think it's interesting? Hope shrugged helplessly, and didn't tell Harry, because he didn't know himself. Of course, with his digging and stone digging ability, he actually has a special sense of the entire castle's architecture, and it is easy for him to find the secret passage. But this is not an ordinary castle, but a magic castle. Most of these passages cannot be opened simply. Some require specific passwords, such as the passage leading to Slytherin's secret room, which needs to be opened with Parseltongue, and most of the others are the same. Hope can directly open it with his digging and stone digging ability, but Harry and others obviously can't. That makes sense. Harry, let's go find him now. Ron took Hope's words seriously, his eyes lit up, he threw down the chess piece in his hand, jumped up, and pulled Harry excitedly. Then Harry, Ron, and Neville left, leaving Hope alone in the dormitory. Sure enough, it's easy to fool. Hope smiled, and this solved the problem of not being in the dormitory often in the future. As soon as they left, the dormitory suddenly became quiet. Hope, who had been busy all day, felt a little tired. He yawned and went to bed directly. When he woke up again, it was still late at night. Hope ran to the Magic City again and went to the agency to find the agent Gal Linear. This way of contact is really troublesome, but there is no other way. Mobile phones have not yet been launched, but there are big brothers, but the price is not cheap, which is not comparable to the fruits of later generations. A big brother starts at 20,000 or 30,000. In this era, this is already a huge sum of money, and it is even more troublesome to queue up to apply for a phone number, so Hope directly gave up this idea. As for pagers, Hope instinctively rejected them, just as some elderly people rejected learning smartphones. It's really not as convenient as his own owl, Hope thought helplessly, but Gao Lin also gave him a phone number, and he could contact him through this number in case of emergency. Mr. Huo, this is the house I found according to your requirements. You can take a look. The only house that can meet your quiet, single-family and downtown needs is a villa. Gao Lin handed Hope a bunch of materials. This was the house information he selected overnight, and it was all in English. Hope took it and looked at it, and his eyebrows raised slightly. The information on it was very detailed, with everything from location, area, and price. The price of a single-family villa is only a few $100,000, and he was a little tempted, but he didn't have an identity. It's not expensive to rent, $2,000 a month. Hope randomly selected one of them and asked Gao Lin to get it done as soon as possible. No problem, if the funds are in place, it can be done today, Gao Lin said confidently. Money is naturally not a problem, and Gao Lin then carefully took the money handed over by Hope. By the way, Mr. Huo, I have also done what you asked me to do yesterday. I have contacted a few more companies and can probably get an extra 100 lambs. Gao Lin then spoke again. It was exactly what Hope asked him to do yesterday. He didn't expect Gao Lin to be so efficient, and all the results were achieved overnight. Very good. After the house is rented, you will contact those merchants and send them to me every night according to the address. You will be responsible for receiving them at that time. You can leave the things in the house. No problem, Mr. Huo. Gao Lin naturally had no problem. He picked a time every day to help collect things. This job was too easy. By the way, you have to watch it. I want lambs. Others use other goat meat instead. Tell those people that if I find out, they can't get the money. In the following time, Hope and Gao Lin parted ways. Gao Lin took his money to do business, and he wandered around the magic city. Like a tourist, wandering around, fortunately he had money in his pocket, and he would never feel sorry for the money when he met something he was interested in. Life here is definitely more interesting than Hogsmeade Village. When the sun was about to set, Hope returned to the agency. Sure enough, Gao Lin had already taken care of the rental of the house, and he could even move in on the same day. Come on, Mr. Huo, I'll take you there to have a look, Gao Lin said excitedly, and he was about to pull Hope over. When they got downstairs, Gao Lin pushed a motorcycle that he had borrowed from somewhere and drove Hope to the villa. It took a long time to drive to the villa. There are all kinds of villas around here. In terms of geographical location, it is close to the suburbs, but not too far from the city. Hope saw the villa he rented with his own eyes. Gao Lin was like a real estate agent, holding a pair of keys in his hand, and introduced it to Hope. The style of this villa is more similar to that of foreign countries, which is not new to Hope, as he has seen too many of them. Mr. Huo, according to your request, today's lambs should be delivered soon. I have already told them the address here, but there should be only 100 lambs today, and it will increase to 200 lambs starting tomorrow. After introducing the layout of the villa, Gao Lin said to Hope. Although he was a little curious about why Hope did this, based on his professional ethics and a monthly salary of 1,000, he naturally would not ask. Well, okay, Hope nodded slightly, very satisfied. The lamb he wanted was not the whole lamb, but only the meat, or the cooked lamb slices. Sure enough, not long after, the people from the mutton restaurant rode a pedal tricycle with a cart of mutton and carried the mutton in the iron basin to the villa. There were 3 restaurants, and with Gao Lin's prior contact, they all delivered the lambs at almost the same time, so he didn't have to wait too long. 100 lambs, nearly 1,000 pounds of boiled lamb, were piled up in the villa. Then Hope sent Gao Lin away, closed the door, and started to solve the problem. He grabbed the cooled lamb slices in the iron basin and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Before they completely entered his mouth, they were already swallowed and decomposed. There was no one else present, and Hope swallowed quickly. If his mouth was not too small, he would have poured it directly. In fact, it didn't take long, and the 1,000 pounds went into his stomach. And his progress in fusing the fire dragon suddenly increased by more than 100 points. Feeling such progress, Hope was very happy. At the number of 200 lambs per day, it would only take more than a month to completely fuse the fire dragon, which was fast enough. He could even be faster. He planned to go to the capital next weekend and find an agent to finalize the matter. He believed that the lamb they could provide would not be less, and the time for fusing the fire dragon would be shortened again. Of course, the money issue should also be put on the agenda. 2,000 kilograms of mutton every day means that he has to spend 7,000 yuan every day, and the 140,000 yuan in his pocket will not last long. No matter how glorious he was outside, he still had to do his homework. It was as difficult as ever. Apart from the homework for charms, there was really no way to do other homework. In the end, he had to shamelessly run to the library with his homework, and sure enough, he found Hermione, who was still doing her homework on the weekend. Although Hermione's personality was not very likable now, she was still conscientious and responsible in the face of her classmates' humble questions, but she was a little long-winded. She wanted to elaborate on the answer to an assignment, and Hope just wanted to hear the answer, but in Hermione's mouth, the effective ingredient was only 20%. Hope could not be impatient, so he could only listen patiently to prevent Hermione from going on strike directly. As for Harry and the others, they disappeared for an entire afternoon. They were obviously deceived by what he said yesterday, and they were still looking for secret passages everywhere. In a blink of an eye, a week passed, and it was the much-anticipated Friday noon again. There was nothing else going on these days, just normal classes, except that he would go to the Magic City before dinner every day, finish 2,000 kilograms of mutton, and put the money on the table in the living room, waiting for Gao Lin to take it away the next day. Harry and the others have been looking for the secret room these days, but it only lasted for a few days. After that, they gave up this stupid behavior and turned their attention to Hope, hoping to get the location of the secret passage from him. Hope also tried his best to temporarily evade it through some words, but the effect was getting worse and worse. "Hope, do you want it in the afternoon?" Ron couldn't wait to ask as soon as he came out of the auditorium. Even Harry did the same. Looking at the expectant eyes of the two, Hope had a slight headache. It seemed that he could no longer hide it. "I felt that if I didn't give the location of the secret passage, the two would stare at him all afternoon, and he didn't have to go to the Magic City." Before he could say anything, a voice suddenly interrupted. "You are seriously violating the school rules. If you are caught, Gryffindor will lose points," Hermione said angrily, but her eyes looked at Hope, obviously knowing something. Of course, Hope didn't leak it, but Harry and Ron. Hermione saw them looking for secret passages in those days, and they accidentally let it slip in the conversation with Hermione, so now they also know that Hope sneaked out. Facing Hermione's questioning, Harry and Ron did not refute as usual, but looked at Hope with some guilt. They swore that they never intentionally revealed it, and even if they did, they would never tell Hermione. "In fact, I'm going to see Hagrid this afternoon. I don't think this should violate the school rules," Hope said helplessly. It was indeed troublesome to be targeted by Hermione. "I'll keep an eye on you. If I find you sneaking out, I'll tell Professor McGonagall." Hermione didn't believe Hope, but said firmly that in her opinion, the school stipulates that only third-year students can go to Hogsmeade Village for the safety of students, and the reason why she stared at Hope so hard is that she cares about her classmates. However, before Hope said anything, Ron exploded when he heard this. Go, you snitch, no wonder no one likes to be with you, even your roommate doesn't like to play with you." Instantly, Hermione's face turned pale, and she looked at Ron in disbelief. She didn't expect Ron to say such a thing. Her eyes turned red, and she bit her lips tightly. Without saying another word, she turned around and left quickly. Seeing this, Hope covered her forehead helplessly. As the saying goes, the truth hurts the most. Now the atmosphere of Gryffindor College is like this. Although Hermione has earned a lot of college points for Gryffindor, it is useless. No one will be grateful for it. Instead, it is Hermione's uniqueness that makes her often alone. But even if it is the truth, it shouldn't be said like this. Hope looked at Ron speechlessly. It's Friday now, and Ron didn't think about the homework at all. Without Hermione, who in the whole college would lend you homework? "Ron, you're a little too much." Harry had to say it. After all, looking at Hermione's performance, you can see how hurtful this is. It is. Ron's face was also a little flustered, but he still said it stubbornly. "Hope, let's go to Hagrid's place together this afternoon. I haven't seen Hagrid for a long time." Hope naturally did not object, and he was looking forward to it. He received a letter from Hagrid in the morning, telling him that the powder of boggart had been obtained, which meant that he could make a new fusion. How could he not be happy? Then they walked out of the castle and headed towards the Forbidden Forest, and soon came to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid warmly entertained them with hot tea and rock cakes that were harder than stones. Harry and Ron could see from their faces how much effort they put into dealing with the rock cakes in their hands, while Hope, in contrast, had no expression on his face. In the eyes of Harry and Ron, who were incredulous, he bit the rock cake in one mouth. "Hope, this is what you want." Hagrid took out a glass jar with a pile of ashes in it. "What is this?" Harry asked curiously, and Hagrid immediately explained. Hope took the glass jar in his hand, and his mood was inevitably a little fluctuating. He wished he could fuse the boggart right now. In fact, he did so. Hagrid was chatting with Harry and Ron. He gently opened the lid, stretched out 3 fingers, and grabbed a small handful from inside. Fusion! The next moment, the small handful of ash in his hand disappeared without a trace, and Hagrid and others on the side obviously did not find anything unusual. Detected a fusionable item, and started the analysis task. Current fusion item, boggart analysis difficulty, see level analysis progress, January 2000. Currently extracted characteristics, 1, self-transformation, able to transform one's body into any shape. Note, the degree of this characteristic is linked to the analysis progress. When the analysis is completed, the 10,000 times characteristic can be obtained. Looking at the content on the system, Hope smiled sincerely. As he expected, he directly mastered the ability to transform, but unfortunately he could only transform himself. Then he checked the exclusive task of fusing boggart. Exclusive mission, prank, use self-transformation to play a prank on wizards. This mission can be repeated. Each time you complete it, you will get 1 progress point. This progress point can only be used to fuse boggart. Hope understood this exclusive task at once. Isn't it just to scare people like boggart? But, he frowned slightly. Why did he feel that the description of this exclusive task was a little too detailed, as if he was being prevented from stealing chickens? I don't know if it was an illusion. Could it be that the system will evolve? In any case, the exclusive task is already like this, and he can't change it. He can only think of a way to complete it. This time, it is also specifically specified that the target of the prank must be a wizard. If it is just that, it would be fine. He can use some means to play pranks, such as the characteristics of digging soil and digging stones. The Slytherin College common room is under Hogwarts, where he can perfectly use the characteristics of digging soil and digging stones. It is easy to play with Slytherin students. But now he was required to use the self-transfiguration feature, which meant that he had to actually show up in front of the wizard, which was a bit Hope couldn't help but rub his brows. No matter what, the task had to be completed. Although the difficulty of this analysis was only C level, the progress points were 2,000 points, only 3,000 points less than the B level difficulty. If he relied on the progress points that automatically increased every day, it would take a full 5 years, and he obviously couldn't wait. Perhaps he could rely on apparition and self-transfiguration to scare people. Hope soon had an idea in his mind, but just for this, pretending to be a ghost 2,000 times was a lot of work. He touched his chin and pondered, wondering if scaring multiple wizards at a time would be considered as completing multiple tasks. We still have to try it to know the details. He immediately retracted his thoughts and chatted with Hagrid and the others while drinking hot tea and eating rock cakes. As for his hometown, he was not in a hurry. Anyway, it was dark now. He decided to go to the capital tomorrow and select an agent like the Magic City to speed up the progress of fusing the fire dragon. It was almost dinner time when several people left Hagrid's hut. Hope, will you sneak out tomorrow? Ron obviously had not forgotten about this matter and asked. Well, since you don't plan to experience the joy of finding the secret passage by yourself, I will take you there after dinner, but I have to go to the bathroom first. Hope shrugged his shoulders. He had to make up for his lie no matter how hard he tried. But if Harry and Ron really experienced real happiness, they would often linger in the future. And they even told Hermione about the secret passage, so how could he not worry that this matter would eventually affect him? In this case, the first experimental subject of the exclusive task would be used on his two playful roommates. While he was going to the bathroom, Hope had actually used his teleportation to run to the villa in the Magic City. And after these few days of experience, he already knew how to quickly and conveniently solve the 2,000 kilograms of mutton. Hope opened his mouth, revealing his neat teeth, and then the mutton in the iron basin on the ground lined up and rushed into his mouth, continuously, and was completely decomposed at the entrance. The swallowing characteristic plus the survival skill characteristic made it take him less than 10 minutes to finish the 2,000 kilograms of mutton. The reason why the mutton was able to line up in an orderly manner was naturally the flying curse. Soon Hope walked out of the toilet and walked towards the auditorium with Harry Ron, who was waiting for him. Although he no longer needed to eat, he would never miss breakfast, lunch and dinner, because he was afraid that not showing up for meals many times would arouse others' suspicion. While having dinner in the hall, I didn't see Hermione the whole time, but I heard from her roommate that Hermione cried. Both Harry and Ron were a little uneasy when they heard the news. Hope didn't feel anything. After all, he didn't say anything. Maybe we should apologize to Hermione. After dinner, Harry couldn't help but say, "Why, I'm telling the truth," Ron said stubbornly, but his voice seemed a little unsure. "What do you think, Hope?" Harry then looked at Hope. Hope was stunned for a moment. What does this have to do with him? But he still said what Harry meant. "Indeed, I think you should apologize to Hermione. After all, you shouldn't have finished your homework this week." Hope nodded solemnly and took himself out. The two of them changed their faces when they heard it, and only then did they remember the importance of Hermione. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. Don't we have something important to do tonight?" Ron immediately changed his mind and agreed to apologize to Hermione, but it would be tomorrow's matter. Well, it's okay to be late for one day. The two of them suddenly showed a hint of excitement and put Hermione's matter behind their minds. Hope shook his head, but still took them to find the secret passage. Finally, under Hope's leadership, they came to the corridor on the 3rd floor and stopped in front of a wall. "Is it here?" Harry asked curiously. It was hard to imagine that the secret passage leading to the outside of the school would be set up in the corridor. Hope did not answer, but pulled out his wand from his sleeve and then tapped on the wall. However, in Harry and Ron's expectant eyes, the wall did not change at all. Ahem, obviously it's not here. Hope used coughing to cover up his embarrassment. In fact, there was indeed a secret passage behind it leading to Hogsmeade Village, but he didn't know the password. He just came to try his luck and see if he needed a password. Then he continued to lead Harry and Ron to the next place. However, after walking to a few more places, they were all disappointed. There are really few secret passages that do not require passwords. Harry and Ron looked at Hope with a hint of suspicion. Finally, Hope went down the stairs to the basement, into a dark utility room next to the kitchen, where a mess of things were piled up. As soon as he came in, he felt the dust inside rise as they opened the door. Hope couldn't help but wave his hand in front of his nose, trying to disperse the dust that had entered his nasal cavity. Ahem, Hope, are you sure it's here? It looks like no one has been here for a long time. Harry coughed under the stimulation of the dust, and was very suspicious. If this was the secret passage that Hope usually used to enter and exit Hogsmeade Village, why did it look like no one had ever been here? I promise, it's here, Hope said with confidence. Fluorescent flashing. Hope took out his wand and cast a spell. A little fluorescence appeared on the wand, illuminating the entire utility room. Before, I actually wanted to take you to find a new secret passage, so that you can experience the fun of exploration, but obviously I didn't find it. Now this secret passage is the one I usually use. Hope explained to the two of them. Of course, it was just another lie to cover up the lie. He assured that the secret passage here would definitely work. If not, at most he could force open the entrance to the secret passage, and he could even create a secret passage here to lead to Hogsmeade Village. Hope came to a wall, his eyes flickered slightly, and he knocked on a slightly protruding wall brick with his wand. A dull sound sounded in an instant, and the wall in front of him really split to both sides. Hope couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and pointed to the entrance of the secret passage. See, I said it was here. Harry and Ron saw this and showed a hint of excitement on their faces. They were a little excited and wanted to step in first. Oh! At this moment, Hope suddenly shouted, holding his stomach with one hand, and his face was a little ugly. What's wrong with you? Harry couldn't help but ask with concern. I have a stomach ache, I have to go to the toilet, Hope said a little anxiously. Don't worry about me, I'll find you later. Okay. Harry and Ron looked at each other. They didn't expect Hope to escape at this time, but they didn't doubt anything. At this time, the adventurous spirit of Gryffindor in their hearts had awakened. Hope left in a hurry, leaving Harry and Ron alone. Harry took out his wand, cast a fluorescent flash, and took the lead in entering the secret passage, followed by Ron. Hope, who had just walked out of the utility room, stood up straight, without any sign of stomach upset, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have forgotten to tell Harry and the others that sometimes something might get into the secret passage. After looking around and making sure that there was no one, Hope disappeared. When he appeared again, he was at the end of the secret passage. What magical creature should he transform into? A basilisk? But he didn't have the ability to petrify people, and Harry and the others might expose him later. Got it. Hope suddenly had an idea in his mind, and the next moment he began to transform. His body suddenly expanded, and even his clothes were transformed. In the end, he turned into a huge hairy spider, with 6 long legs with many barbs on the left and right sides, 8 big black eyes on his face, and 2 huge sharp mouthparts growing out of his mouth. In fact, this was not a real 8-eyed giant spider, because he had never really seen one. This was transformed from the image he saw in his previous life, and it was processed artistically to make it look more terrifying. For example, the 8 eyes, each the size of a fist, were arranged in a vertical row on both sides. Hope instinctively controlled the 6 long legs, which felt a little weird, and this kind of deformation was not as good as other characteristics, and it felt very awkward, probably because there was only one progress point. He just sat here, waiting for the 2 unlucky guys to come. After waiting for a while, he had seen a light at the end of the passage, and he immediately knew what was going on. Here they come. Harry and the other person were feeling very excited and rushed forward quickly, but suddenly Harry in front stopped and forced Ron behind to stop. Why did you stop? Are we here? Ron said excitedly, looking past the back of Harry's head and looking ahead. At this glance, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life, a hairy spider, whose body was so big that it occupied the entire passage, and 8 dark eyes were staring at them mercilessly. At that moment, both Harry and Ron felt their blood run cold. Harry was obviously frightened at this moment, his eyes under the glasses were a little horrified, but he was obviously calmer than Ron. He pulled Ron's arm and moved back very lightly, trying not to disturb him. However, Hope would not do as they wished. He just wanted to leave a deep enough impression on Harry and the others to give up the idea of going to Hogsmeade Village. Immediately, his body moved slightly, and his 6 legs moved forward. Run! At this moment, Hope's action was regarded as an attack by Harry. He shouted loudly without hesitation, and the sound resounded throughout the passage. Then he pulled Ron and ran quickly back to the original path. Hope then chased frantically from behind, but as long as Harry and the others looked back, they would find that the speed of this big spider was not as fast as they imagined, and it was even slower than their speed. It was not that Hope was deliberately letting them go. Although he really had this idea, he found that his speed was very slow when he really took action. He did not have the speed that the 8-eyed giant spider should have after the transformation, and was not even as fast as Harry and the others. At this moment, Hope realized that the self-transformation characteristic was really just a transformation, and it did not change his physical fitness. Harry and the others ran very awkwardly, sometimes almost falling to the ground. Ron's face was pale. If it weren't for Harry pulling him, he might have fallen behind. After running for an unknown period of time, they finally managed to run out of the passage, but they didn't dare to stop for a moment. They ran directly out of the utility room and stopped in front of the stairs. They looked back with heavy breaths, but did not see the giant spider, so they stopped. What is that? Ron fell to the ground, gasping for breath. I don't know. Harry supported his knees, panting violently, his eyes staring straight at the direction of the utility room. Once the giant spider ran out, he would immediately pull Ron to run away. However, the spider did not chase them out, which immediately relieved them. I was scared to death. I thought we were going to die there. Ron was still a little scared when he recalled it. Why are you here? At this moment, a voice appeared behind them. Looking back, they found it was Hope. There's a big spider in the secret passage, as big as a house. Ron gestured exaggeratedly when he saw Hope, as if he had seen a relative. However, Hope didn't believe it and thought they were joking. It's true. Didn't you encounter one when you passed by there before? Harry also testified to Ron, and Hope was a little skeptical. I'll go and see. Hope walked towards the utility room despite Harry's objection, and a smile appeared on his face when he passed them. Harry and the others could only follow Hope closely. Fluorescent flash. Hope drew out his wand, cast a spell, and came to the door of the utility room. The light poured into the utility room and illuminated it. With the help of the fluorescent light, it can be seen that there are no spiders in the utility room except for the sundries, and the previous entrance to the secret passage has been closed at this moment. Seeing the situation inside, Harry and Ron finally relaxed completely. We really didn't lie to you, Ron said loudly for fear that Hope would not believe it. Maybe he sneaked in. It's normal for this kind of thing to happen in such a dark secret passage. Hope immediately comforted the two. Apparently, the trip to Hogsmeade ended before it even began, so Hope and the others could only return to the dormitory. Ron exaggeratedly described the scene to Neville, which frightened Neville so much that his face turned pale. Will that big spider come out and eat people? Why don't we tell Professor McGonagall? Harry said worriedly. He had no doubt that the spider's huge mouthparts could bite them off. Yes, that's right. We need to tell Professor McGonagall. Ron immediately agreed, stroking the goosebumps on his arms. He felt that if there was such a thing in Hogwarts, he would not be able to sleep peacefully tonight. The two then looked at Hope, wanting to hear Hope's opinion. I have no opinion, but how are you going to tell Professor McGonagall that you want to sneak into Hogsmeade through the secret passage? Hope spread his hands and asked back. We have to think of a reason. Harry nodded and said solemnly. Finally, Harry and Ron hurried out of the dormitory door and went to find Professor McGonagall. Hope did not follow them. After all, he had not experienced all this just now, and he used the excuse that he had slipped out to let Harry and the others get him out of this matter. Harry and the others naturally understood. Hope lay on the bed in a happy mood, humming a melody, to see if Harry and the others would pester him to go out together in the future. Even if he really found other secret passages, at least Ron's temperament would not dare to take risks again. He then thought about the exclusive task of fusing Boggart. Pranks, many behaviors can be regarded as pranks, not just scaring people. In his opinion, it should be through certain behaviors that make others have negative emotions. He looked at the progress of fusing Boggart on the system, which increased by 2 points. Obviously, the previous idea was established. The number of completed tasks is not based on one behavior, but on the number of people who were pranked. Hope touched his chin. If he transformed into Voldemort's appearance and ran to Diagon Alley, the task should be completed quickly, but it was a bit unethical. Of course, it was just a thought, and completing a task would not be so extreme. If we talk about the person he wants to play a prank on most in Hogwarts, it is none other than Snape, the head of Slytherin. Hope's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. This task gave him a reason, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin. How to give Snape a wonderful prank? Transform into Harry's mother, Lily Potter? But, he thought Snape would directly curse him when he saw him for the first time. Although Snape never forgot Lily, he was not a fool, so how could he be fooled, and he didn't know what Lily Potter looked like. Or transform into Harry, run to Snape, and tell him that Lily chose James Potter instead of him, which was a very correct choice. His thinking of this, Hope couldn't help but take a breath. In this way, Snape might not doubt Harry's truthfulness, and he would most likely believe it directly. I'm afraid he would explode on the spot, and I'm afraid Harry would explode later. But this is an idea. He doesn't necessarily need to transform into a dark magic creature to scare people. He is worried that this may lead to the closure of Hogwarts. Of course, it is more likely that Dumbledore will do it himself. Hope didn't expect this to happen, so he could only take back the gold bar, push the door and walk out, looking for another gold shop. He hit a wall several times afterwards. Some gold shops heard that he didn't have a purchase certificate, but they were willing to give him a break. However, Hope had to take out his passport to register, so he could only return empty-handed. But he almost figured out the price of the gold bar in his hand. The current gold price is £240 per ounce, and after weighing, his gold bar reached 11 ounces. In other words, one gold bar can be sold for £2,640, and he has 412 gold bars, which can be sold for millions of pounds. If converted into money from his hometown, he will be a millionaire. All his wealth can buy dozens of single-family villas in Shanghai. He was a little excited, but the premise was that he could sell it. Although he hit a wall several times, Hope didn't believe that he couldn't find a black shop, so he continued to look for it. £215 per ounce, I don't care where your stuff comes from, the bald middle-aged man with a thick black beard said directly after hearing that Hope could not produce a purchase receipt that the price was about 10% lower than the normal price. Hope narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at the boss, but the boss was not afraid and looked indifferent. Okay, but I want cash. Hope had no choice but to agree. After all, without a purchase receipt or even an ID card, he could only sell it as black goods, and a 10% discount was not unacceptable. No problem. The bald boss shrugged and understood Hope's idea. Then the middle-aged boss saw the man in front of him take out 4 more gold bars from his trouser pocket and put them on the table. After determining the price, it was a more trivial inspection to ensure that there was no problem with the purity of this thing. After a long time of tossing, the bald boss nodded with satisfaction, asked the shop assistant to look after the store first, and then went up to the second floor through the stairs in the store, looking like he was going to get money. After a while, the boss came down from the second floor with brand new banknotes in his hand. £13,200. Hope's eyes flashed with joy. Converted into the money from his hometown, it was 190,000, which was enough for a short time. He stuffed the banknotes into the pocket of his loose overalls and then pushed the door open to leave. When he walked into a remote alley and was about to use the apparition to leave, he saw a sturdy black boy walking into the alley, staring at him straight, and swung his hand, and a butterfly knife flew in his hand. Hope was not panicked. He looked behind him, at the other end of the alley, and found that there was also a person standing there, a white brother. Obviously, the two came in a team, and surrounded him from the front and back. It was a combination of black and white evil spirits. However, the white brother was holding a sharp dagger, which could easily open a bloody hole in a person. Be honest, if you don't want to have another hole in your body, hand over all the money you have. Hey WA said sternly, slowly approaching Hope. Hope was not panicked at all, and looked at the approaching black and white evil spirits calmly. If the two men were holding guns, he might still be a little afraid, but 2 knives, who are they looking down on? Although he has not yet mastered any attack magic, he has the tough skin characteristic. His progress points of the tough skin characteristic have now exceeded 1,000. He had tried with the kitchen knife in the villa before, but he couldn't even make a bloody cut on his finger. Even after chopping hard, he couldn't leave a trace. Who are you trying to scare with just 2 knives? Hope thought with a little disdain in his heart, but on the surface, he cooperated and put his hand into the loose pocket of his overalls. In fact, he reached through the purse in the pocket and touched a galleon inside. When Garland came out of the purse, it turned into a revolver with a long silver barrel and a mahogany handle. At that moment, both Hua and Beg were stunned. Whoever moves first, I will shoot him, Hope said coldly with a blank expression. The two who were about to escape stopped their movements instantly, raised their hands skillfully, and let the knives in their hands fall to the ground. Click! A soft crisp sound rang out, which frightened the two people directly. There was obvious panic in their eyes, and they looked at the revolver in Hope's hand that was already loaded. Don't kill me. I still have an 80-year-old mother who is counting on me to support her alone. Hua immediately begged for mercy, with a trace of pleading in his eyes, and raised his hands very naturally, and slowly knelt on the ground with his feet. Hope looked at another person again, and that person did the same, kneeling on the ground with his knees like Hua, raising his hands high. We did something wrong, you can do whatever you want to us, please don't kill me. Hope shook his head disdainfully, 2 cowards. Advertisement. The revolver in his hand was not real, but the result of the self-transformation property. In fact, he found that the self-transformation property could not only transform the body, but also not everything. Just like the transformation of the clothes on his body, the self-transformation property could only transform the objects he was touching. Other things that were not in contact, no matter how close they were, could not be transformed. Who asked you to come? Hope asked coldly, raising the muzzle of the gun and pointing it at Hey WA, which frightened Hey WA so much that he trembled all over, as if he could feel the approaching breath of death. No, no one. We just saw you stayed in the gold shop for a long time. Hey WA stuttered, and suddenly Hope saw a clear pool of water on the ground, and immediately looked at Hey WA with some disgust. However, this answer was somewhat unexpected to Hope. He thought that the boss wanted to cheat him. After all, it was Hey WA who came. Did you just say that you wanted to make an extra hole in my body? Hope smiled slightly and asked as if chatting. I didn't say that, he did. Brother Bai immediately threw the pot and shook his head violently. But Hwa stuttered for a long time and couldn't say a word. Seeing this cowardly look, Hope felt bored and shook his head in disappointment. He shook the muzzle of the gun slightly and pointed at the knife on the ground. Pick up the knife. Hope suddenly said loudly. Frightened, Hiwa hurriedly did as he was told and picked up the butterfly knife on the ground. I'll give you a chance. Make a hole in your body and I'll let you go, Hope said with a sneer. Hiwa's face fell when he heard it, and he was about to cry. His hand holding the butterfly knife was shaking a little. You too. Hope turned his head and looked at Brother Bai, who was watching the show. Seeing that the two of them had not moved for a long time, Hope had a hint of teasing on his face. Count down to 3. If you don't want to move, I don't mind making a hole in your forehead. 3, 2. Hope counted down expressionlessly, and it was clear from his voice that there was no joking involved. Before the last number was uttered, Hiwa and Beg finally made their move. The sharp tip of the knife pierced through the fabric of the pants and stabbed directly into the thigh. Blood splashed out, and the two screamed in pain instantly, their faces twisted. Looking at their miserable appearance, Hope had no sympathy at all. He walked past Hiwa without any sympathy, leaving two figures groaning on the ground with their legs in their arms, and left directly. The revolver in his hand turned into a golden gallon again. Slightly away from the alley, he went into another alley, making sure that no one wanted to attack him this time. He performed the phantom shift and disappeared immediately. Hope returned to the villa in the Magic City. Sure enough, the 2,000 kilograms of mutton that had been delivered were already placed here, and Gao Lin had already left. After finishing the mutton, he saw that the progress points of the fusion fire dragon had increased by nearly 200 points again, and he immediately felt a sense of satisfaction. I wonder if his tough skin can withstand bullets. It just so happens that he has ready-made gun bullets here. Of course, this is just a thought. He is not stupid enough to shoot himself. Then he apparat to Beijing and came to the agency he had visited at noon. Mr. Huo, this is the information about the villa you want. A young man wearing a slightly old-fashioned suit and slicked hair respectfully handed a stack of information to Hope. Even though Hope looked very young, he was worthy of respect in his eyes. Hope flipped through it casually. The price was a little higher than that in the Magic City, but not much more expensive. This is a villa in the third ring. The people who live here are either rich or noble. Of course, most of them are foreign businessmen, who don't lack that money. Just this one. Hope chose a single-family villa that looked more pleasing to the eye, which also included a swimming pool. No problem, just pay the rent for 1 year in one lump sum. The young man saw Hope agreed generously, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. The commission he can get will not be small. No problem. Hope took out 2 stacks of money from his purse, counted them and handed them over. He was not afraid of being cheated. It was too easy to find the money he handed over. By the way, Mr. Huo, I contacted several suppliers for another thing you told me. The initial agreement is about 500 lambs per day, but are you sure? A lamb costs about 30 yuan, and 500 lambs cost 15,000 yuan, which is not a small amount. Hearing this, Hope's face suddenly cheered up. He didn't expect that the capital city gave him such a big surprise, and because he was looking for suppliers to purchase goods, the price was much cheaper than that of the Magic City. Of course, you help keep an eye on this matter. Remember, I want goats. If you do a good job, I will give you a big red envelope. Yes, Mr. Huo, I will do a good job. The young man was excited when he heard it, and patted his chest to promise that he would never let Hope down. Hope's eyes flickered slightly. In this way, he could completely integrate the fire dragon in just a dozen days. After confirming some things with the agent, Hope left. With the introduction of the agency, he found a company with some strength in the city and exchanged all the pounds on him. The price was a little lower than that in the Magic City, but he also exchanged as much as 190,000. Together with the remaining money on him, it was enough to complete the task of dragon fusion. When he returned to Hogwarts, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. Today was Saturday, and everyone in the dormitory disappeared. Hope rarely came to the library and looked around. Hermione, who often appeared in the library on weekdays, was not seen today. Could it be that she was still angry with Ron? He was not worried at first. After all, those hurtful words were not spoken from his mouth, but he didn't know whether Hermione would take it out on him. Maybe he should prepare a gift for Hermione. After all, she is his homework partner. After secretly noting this matter in his heart, he came to the bookshelf in the library, walked around, and took a few spell books from the bookshelf. It is a shame for a wizard not to know spells. If he had not successfully fooled the other party in the situation he encountered today, he probably would have no way out. No wonder. If he really wanted to attack an ordinary person, there were actually many ways. In that case, even if he did not have self-transformation and tough skin, he would have a way to make the other party pay the price. He only needed to use digging to make a hole in the ground. As long as the other party stepped into it and any part of his body appeared below the ground, he would be at his mercy. At that time, he could easily pull him into the ground and bury him alive. When he thought about it, a strange idea suddenly emerged in Hope's mind. If one day an invincible enemy appeared in Hogwarts and was not on the first floor, could he sink the Hogwarts castle directly into the ground, so that he could use the digging and digging properties? He couldn't help but touch his chin, feeling that this idea was very feasible. Hope came here simply to learn some self-defense magic and more magical means. Then he quickly searched in the magic book. Most of the attacking spells appeared in the textbooks of senior grades. Finally, Hope found a more suitable spell, the whole body binding spell. The spell is to petrify everything. After using it, the target can be paralyzed and unable to move. The most important thing is that this is not a very advanced magic. It is a little more difficult than the magic of the first grade, but it is still far from the real advanced magic. Hope then put the other magic books back to their original places, took this magic book to find Madame Pants to register, and then borrowed it. Back in the dormitory, Hope took out his wand and began to practice according to the contents of the book. Facts have proved that his magic talent is not that strong, and it is more efficient to listen to the class than to study by himself. Without Professor Flitwick's experience, everything can only be explored by himself. In a blink of an eye, the afternoon passed, and Harry and the others came back one after another. After asking, they learned that they went to watch Harry practice Quidditch. Then the 4 people in the dormitory walked to the auditorium together and started today's dinner. Potter, I heard that you tried to sneak out yesterday but failed. You were so scared that you ran to ask for help at night, but found nothing. Ha ha ha. Is this the little lion of Gryffindor? I think we should still call it the stupid lion who was scared out of his wits. Just as they sat down, Malfoy and his group came in. When they saw Harry, they immediately said loudly with a mocking face, and their voices spread throughout the hall. Harry's face suddenly turned ugly. Before Harry could say anything, Malfoy turned around and went to the Slytherin table. Snape must be slandering us, Ron said very confidently. There were only a few people who knew about this. How did they know it? In fact, as Ron said, this matter was accidentally leaked when Snape and Malfoy were chatting. I think we shouldn't tell Professor McGonagall that the secret passage is next to Slytherin. Even if the big spider runs out, Malfoy will be eaten first. Harry also said indignantly, but it was just angry words, because the big spider was gone. Hope's eyes flashed when he heard this. This is a good idea. Several people started to eat immediately. Hope glanced at the Gryffindor table. From the time they came in to the time they were about to finish eating, they didn't see Hermione the whole time. It seems that the anger has not subsided. Hope didn't have much bad feelings towards Hermione. On the one hand, Hermione was just a little proud and a stickler for rules. She valued the house points and rules more than anything else. She was especially sensitive to Harry and Ron. She often wanted to control Harry and Ron to prevent them from deducting the house points she had worked so hard to earn. In fact, Harry and Ron were often deducted points, mostly because of Snape's malicious targeting. And because Hope had added points in the spells class twice, Hermione didn't have such a strong desire to control him. On the other hand, he knew that Hermione would change, but it was only temporary. She was assigned to Gryffindor, and in fact, she was the same type of person as other Gryffindors. Did you go to apologize to Hermione? Hope asked, although he had expected it in his heart. I forgot. I was busy watching Harry practice Quidditch today. You don't know how handsome Harry was at that time. Ron did forget about this matter and didn't care. Hope shook his head secretly. With Ron's personality, he probably would think of this on Monday when he was busy. It seems that he really needs to prepare a gift tomorrow. What kind of gift will satisfy Hermione? Pounds? Galleons? What price can be paid to cover all the homework for 7 years? Hope couldn't help thinking. Of course, it was just a joke. He knew Hermione's personality. After returning to the dormitory after dinner, Ron asked about Hope's whereabouts today. After all, Hope disappeared when he woke up in the morning. I slipped out. Hope was prepared and said frankly, "Aren't you afraid of the big spider?" Harry and Ron said with wide eyes in disbelief. "Didn't Professor McGonagall find it yesterday? It means it has run away. How about going out together tomorrow?" Hope said indifferently, quietly observing Harry and the others' expressions. Sure enough, the two of them changed their expressions, without any hesitation, and refused directly. Their yearning for the outside world was not as great as their own lives. Hope smiled secretly, then left the dormitory and went to the bathroom. He used the treasure to sense the wand on Malfoy and saw that he was walking towards the Slytherin common room and was almost on the first floor. As soon as he entered a cubicle in the bathroom, Hope immediately performed apparition and appeared in the utility room last night, with no one around. The next moment he began to transform, and in a flash he turned into the appearance of the 8-eyed giant spider yesterday. Moreover, because the space here was not as narrow as in the secret passage, the size he transformed into was twice as large as yesterday. The mouth parts in front of the mouth alone were as long as an adult's arm. Then Hope directly used this body to perform apparition and appeared at the corner of the corridor on the first underground floor, which was also the only way to Slytherin. Fortunately, his time was just right, there were no other Slytherin students around, and he sensed that Malfoy would soon have an intimate encounter with him. "I saw Harry Potter training at the Quidditch training ground today, Malfoy." "Humph, It seems that Gryffindor wants to win so badly that they let a freshman be the seeker. Look, Gryffindor will fall down soon. Let's see if Potter can still laugh. Before they saw the people, Hope had heard their voices and soon saw three figures coming out of the corner in front. They were Malfoy and his two followers. Just when they walked in from the corner, they didn't notice the eight-eyed giant spider occupying the entire passage at first glance. Inadvertently looking forward, several people stopped in an instant. The expressions on the faces of Malfoy and the other two were directly sluggish, and they stared at the eight huge eyes on Hope's face. I wonder if they can see the smile on the face of the eight-eyed giant spider. Spider, spider, spider. Malfoy was trembling all over, and he couldn't even speak properly. He felt his legs were weak and he was about to fall. His eyes were full of horror and his mouth was squeezed very big. In just a few breaths, Malfoy and the others did not react at all, as if they were frightened and stood there in a daze. The next moment, Hope opened his huge mouth and roared silently at them. Help! Help! Malfoy and the others shouted loudly. Just as they were about to turn around and run, their legs softened and they tripped and fell to the ground. They sat on the ground and looked at Hope with pale faces. His two followers, Goyle and Crabbe, had already run a few steps, but found that Malfoy did not follow them. They turned around and saw Malfoy sitting on the ground, facing the giant spider, and the giant spider was slowly approaching Malfoy. The two looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and ran back at the same time regardless of the fear in their hearts, quickly pulled Malfoy up from the ground, and then ran desperately towards the first floor of the castle. Seeing them disappear around the corner, Hope had a smile on his face, but did not chase them. He glanced at the system and saw that the progress points of the fusion of Boggart had increased by 3 points. The effect was obviously good. The next moment, Hope disappeared and appeared in the utility room. He turned back to his original form and performed apparition again. He returned to the bathroom of the Gryffindor common room and walked out of the dormitory calmly. It took less than 5 minutes. Harry and the others didn't notice it at all. A few minutes after Malfoy left, Snape hurried over with a wand in his hand. His face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that there was really an eight-eyed giant spider sneaking into Hogwarts. However, after searching the first floor underground, nothing was found, not even a trace. Soon Professor McGonagall also appeared here, with a very serious face. When Snape was still patrolling the castle to find the eight-eyed giant spider, Hope had already fallen asleep. The next day, when the sun rose, Hope had already arrived in Beijing. The agency had already confirmed the villa here. Of course, the identity was provided by someone in the agency. Hope had already paid them 2,000 for this order alone. They would naturally not refuse such a small matter. However, the matter of goats and lambs was not so fast. They needed to place an order first and pay for it before they could be sent from other places to Beijing. Then they were handed over to the slaughterhouse and processed according to his prior requirements. Finally, the boiled mutton was sent to the villa. Like in the Magic City, Hope specially hired a young man from the agency to do things for him, gave him a copy of the villa key, and then he helped to receive the mutton. There was one thing that was different from the Magic City. Gao Lin there was paid as his agent, while the person here was just a part-time job that he found at a casual cost of a few hundred yuan. It was estimated that he would not be needed after the matter of fusion of the fire dragon was over. Standing on the balcony on the second floor of the villa, looking into the distance, the scenery is excellent, the ears are quiet, and there is not so much noise, which is already very rare in Beijing. He has nothing to do today. He looked at the swimming pool below and thought he could swim. It can be seen that the swimming pool has been idle for a long time. It needs to be cleaned by some professionals, but Hope is a professional cleaner. A whirlwind sweep and cleanup spell went down, and the swimming pool was no longer dusty and brand new. Clear water is like a spring. Clear water gushed out from the bottom of the swimming pool, and the water level kept rising, filling the swimming pool in a blink of an eye. Hope couldn't wait to walk down the stairs to the first floor. When he came out of the living room, he was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks. He jumped, splashed, and splashed water. In this hot weather, there is nothing more comfortable than this. After swimming tired, Hope lay on the lounge chair by the swimming pool, hiding in the shadow of the sunshade fan. Unfortunately, he hadn't bought much in the villa, otherwise he would have had a bottle of ice-cold Coke at this time. Perhaps he could put the purchase of a game console on the agenda, as it would be too boring to play alone. Hope narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying the beauty of this moment. Of course he wanted to buy such a villa directly, especially since he knew that the villas here would continue to soar over time. But there was still one thing that could not be avoided, which was the issue of identity. It was not that he had not thought about solving this problem, and in fact it was not troublesome. After all, he was also a wizard. With a confusion spell, there was always a way to get the muggles in London to give him a real identity. If magic didn't work, then pounds. But he didn't know how to use the confusion spell, and the confusion spell didn't belong to the category of life magic, so there was no way to do this for the time being. Hope suddenly remembered that today was Sunday, which meant that his homework had to be completed today, and he couldn't help but think of Hermione. What kind of gift should he give her so that she could give him her homework for reference? Hope couldn't help but turn his head and look in one direction. Maybe he should go to the local wizard gathering place to take a look. Maybe there might be something new and interesting there. I don't know what the difference is between the wizards here and the wizards in the UK. He then turned on the treasure perception and could feel that there were two places in the capital where a lot of fluorescence gathered, which also meant that there should be two relatively large gathering places in the city. Hope immediately sat up from the recliner, walked into the living room on the first floor, looked at the map hanging in the living room, and then turned on the treasure sensing, and used the positioning of the phantom shape-shifting characteristics to build a 3D model of the capital, and checked the locations of the two gathering places by comparing them with the map on the wall. This look shocked him directly. He looked at the map in disbelief, thinking that he had seen it wrong. After comparing it again, he found that there was no right or wrong. The two gathering places were really in those two places. One was the royal garden in the past, and the other was the palace in the past. Today, they are both must-visit places for tourists. They actually set up gathering places in these two places. It's incredible. At this moment, Hope became more interested in them and couldn't wait to see what it looked like there. But he still had to make some preparations before going. He didn't know how the wizards here dressed, so he couldn't use self-transformation to imitate directly. But it seems that the wizards here will go in and out of the Muggle world more or less, and directly using the clothes of local Muggles should not cause any abnormality. Then he used the self-transformation feature, and his figure suddenly rose. A middle-aged man with a serious face and a slightly thin body appeared. This look was what he had seen on the streets of Magic City before, and now he used it directly to conceal his identity. As for the clothes on his body, the upper body is a plain short-sleeved shirt with a large pocket on each side of the chest, and the lower body is a pair of black suit pants, and a pair of leather shoes on his feet. Looking at his outfit, Hope couldn't help thinking that maybe he should put on a suit for himself, like in the UK. No matter how hot the weather is, wizards will not only wear a short-sleeved shirt when going in and out of the Muggle world, after all, they have to hide their wands. After thinking about it, Hope put on a suit jacket for himself. After getting ready, Hope began to locate himself, choosing a location in the royal gardens, and then began to apparate. He had thought that he would be discovered directly, but was an apparition a normal thing in the wizarding world? Even if he was discovered, he wouldn't make a fuss. The next moment, Hope's figure suddenly disappeared. After apparating to the location, Hope carefully observed the surroundings, and found that there was no one around, so he breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to look at the surrounding environment. This place is located in a remote corner of the garden. It seems that a traceless extension spell has been cast, resulting in a very wide space here, which is directly isolated from the Muggle world. The scenery is also unexpectedly good. In the distance, you can see a large area of ancient buildings, surrounded by trees, birds, and flowers, as if it was rebuilt by wizards to its original appearance. Hope's mood was inexplicably high. Compared with Hogwarts and Diagon Alley, this place is obviously more spectacular. Looking at those buildings, you can see that even if the history of Hogwarts Castle is thousands of years old, it can't compare to the beautiful art here. There's no one over there, let's go over there. Will it be bad for us to do this? Suddenly, two voices came, one male and one female. Judging from the voices, they seemed to be two children, and the tone of the female voice sounded a little hesitant. After thinking about it, Hope did not choose to hide. After all, he was not guilty. If it was an adult wizard, he might consider taking shelter temporarily, but if it was just two children, there was no need to worry too much. Hope couldn't help but shake his head. This kid really didn't know how high the sky was. The next moment, Hope reached into his suit, and when he took it out, there was a revolver in his hand. White ding weapons. The Ministry of Justice strictly prohibits white ding weapons from appearing in the magic world. Seeing what Hope had in his hand, the boy recognized it at once and shouted in surprise. Hope suddenly understood that the Muggles here were called White Ding, which was quite appropriate. Hope then put the muzzle of the gun against the boy's forehead, and the boy showed visible panic. Wait, we are relatives. The boy finally lost his arrogance and said anxiously. As if he was afraid that Hope would not believe him, the boy shouted again, your last name is Huo, right? Hope's eyes flashed with astonishment when he heard it. This was not something that could be guessed by random nonsense. Seeing Hope's face, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was not wrong. My last name is Huo, too. My name is Huo Bufin. The jade pendant just now is owned by everyone in the family. It is used to distinguish the distance of blood relationship and the status of the family. When it meets someone of the same family, it will heat up. The closer the blood relationship is to the main lineage, the hotter the jade pendant will be. The temperature of the jade pendant just now is the same as the temperature I felt on the second uncle, so you must be a member of our Huo family, and your blood relationship is similar to that of the second branch, but our Huo family will have such a jade pendant regardless of the main branch, so it is impossible not to recognize it. The boy seemed to be trying to save his life, fearing that the person in front of him would shoot if he spoke too late, and he said a lot in one breath. Hope understood it, but he didn't expect the problem to be here, but the family, the main branch, the direct branch, the collateral branch. Hope was a little dizzy after hearing it, but this is obviously an ancient tradition in his hometown. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet relatives as soon as he stepped into the magic world here. So, what kind of relative am I to you? Hope continued to ask, and the muzzle of the gun on Huo Bufan's head did not move away. I have seen people from the second and fourth rooms. You can only be from the third room. The third room. I heard that there is only one bloodline left in the third room. You should be that person. In terms of seniority, you are my uncle, but you can't be that old. Huo Bufan analyzed quickly, but his voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. He began to doubt himself. When the child of the third room was born, he was already 2 or 3 years old. Hope's eyes flashed, and he was also shocked in his heart. He felt that things were already going to happen. Which room are you from? Hope couldn't help asking. In fact, although he was sure, he hadn't figured out the relationship. I am naturally from the first room. My grandfather is the current head of the Huo family and the head of the Huo family. If you are really the bloodline of the third room, your father and my grandfather are brothers, and my grandfather is your uncle. Although Hope's mind was a little confused, Huo Bufan's words had helped him sort it out. But after hearing what Huo Bufan said, Hope suddenly had some doubts. Patriarch? Are there so many people with the surname Huo? Hope couldn't help asking. Can a family produce so many wizards? And they have become a clan. Of course, my Huo family has a history of thousands of years, and it has never been broken since ancient times. It is one of the 5 clans in the world. Speaking of this, Huo Bufan said proudly, since you are relatives, can you let us out first, and then talk? At this time, the girl on the side interrupted timidly. No hurry, since I am your uncle in terms of relationship, why are you so arrogant just now? Hope waved his hand and asked immediately. Huo Bufan snorted coldly when he heard it. Humph, I am the eldest wife. Besides, you. Huo Bufan said this with a proud face, but he seemed to remember something at the end. His face changed, and he quickly shut up. Hope smiled slightly, and heard that the unspoken words were the key points. Click. Hope directly turned the hammer behind the revolver, making a clear sound. What's more, besides, your third room has been expelled from the Huo family. Strictly speaking, we are not relatives. Huo Bufan was frightened and shouted loudly. Hope frowned immediately. Expelled? Did you kill my father? Hope asked in a serious tone. Although Hanny had never told him about his father in this life, he had long guessed that the person should be gone. Of course, it is also possible that he abandoned his wife and children, but Hope had never felt Hanny's resentment. This sentence has already shown Hope's identity. Huo Bufan looked at Hope in disbelief when he heard this question. He was horrified and blurted out excitedly, how is it possible? To remove the name means to remove the name from the family tree. Your father's death has nothing to do with us. My grandfather would go to your father's grave every New Year and other festivals. However, I don't know much about adults, and I don't know why the name was removed. Anyway, this matter is never discussed in our family. Hope's eyes flashed. Seeing Huo Bufan's excited face, it sounded like the truth. He nodded and said to himself, so that's it. Now that the matter has been explained clearly, should I kill him? He saw that I was carrying a white-clad weapon. Who knows if he will go and report me? Huo Bufan's eyes widened in an instant, and a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. Kill him. I won't tell you. You're my uncle. I can't possibly tell on you, Huo Bufan said anxiously, fearing that he would be silenced if he spoke too slowly. The muzzle of the gun was still against his head. From what he had seen in Bai Ding's movies, he knew that his head would explode like a watermelon if he pulled the trigger. Ha! Didn't you say that I'm not your uncle in a strict sense? Hope asked in surprise. No, you're my uncle. You're my real uncle. The family doesn't recognize you, but I definitely recognize you. Even if my grandfather comes, it won't help. Huo Bufan shouted from the bottom of his heart, his face swollen with anxiety. Really? It seems that our blood is thicker than water. Hope smiled harmlessly, and then the revolver in his hand returned to its original state. Look how scared you are. Haven't you learned transfiguration? Get up, my good nephew. Hope's mind moved, and the soil on the ground suddenly separated, lifting the two from the ground. He supported Huo Bufan and patted the mud on his legs casually, just like a good uncle. He fell on the fan and pulled it hard, and the fan was immediately taken off by him. Huo Bufan dared not to be angry, but from the means that Hope had just shown, he knew that they were not the two students who could deal with it. Hope casually looked at the fan in his hand, spread it out, and saw the landscape painting on the fan, and a red seal was printed. He searched all the treasures on the two people with the treasure perception and found that there was no magic wand, but this fan was a magic item. He had to suspect that this fan was a magic wand, but the style was a little special. Hope put his arm around Huo Bufan's shoulders affectionately, and turned his gaze to the nervous girl beside him. Is this your girlfriend? Hope asked casually. Yes, Huo Bufin gritted his teeth and said. She can't tell on us, or we. Hope made a swinging motion, scaring the girl back a step, and his eyes seemed to be a little moist. She won't. Huo Bufin said hurriedly. Haha, I'm kidding. Then, you go back first, and your nephew will take me around. If she tells on us, I will take you away. Hope threatened secretly, but both the girl and Huo Bufin understood Hope's subtext. You go back first. If the professor asks, just say I'm home. This is my uncle. There will be no problem. Huo Bufin looked at the worried girl and said. After the girl left, Hope let go of Huo Bufin's shoulders, spread out the fan, and fanned the air. Let's go, tell me about the situation here. I'm a wanderer. Since you know my story, tell me what you know. Hope then strolled in the garden. The scenery was really amazing, worthy of being a royal garden. I heard my mother say by chance that after the third master died, the third grandmother took you away. Because the third master had been removed from the list, no one stopped them. Huo Bufin followed, looking helpless, and began to tell the story. Hope's eyes flashed, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with this. You should be younger than me, how could you grow up like this? Did you use the variety potion? Huo Bufin couldn't help asking curiously. From Huo Bufin's mouth, Hope knew what the variety potion was, which was the compound decoction, but with a different name. That's right. Why don't you tell me about the Huo family? I heard that you said it was so powerful. Is it true? Hope used a flat attack and directly made Huo Bufin hand over his ultimate move. Of course it's great. Our Huo family is one of the top 5 surnames in the world. During the most prosperous period, the entire magic world had to listen to us. Then Huo Bufin began to tell the history of the Huo family, and even Hope was stunned. The Huo family originated more than 2,000 years ago. Since ancient times, it has been a big surname in the magic world. The inheritance has never been broken. When it was at its most prosperous, it really controlled half of the magic world. Unlike the West, the magic world in my hometown never pays attention to the pure blood theory. Instead, it encourages people to interact with ordinary people. This is why the Huo family has not been cut off for 2,000 years. Don't go for quality but quantity. Isn't the probability of wizards low? Then have more children. The probability of a muggle child giving birth to a wizard is different from the probability of a wizard giving birth to a wizard and a wizard giving birth to a wizard and a muggle. The ancestors of the Huo family have long discovered this truth. In the past, magic was regarded as a mysterious power given by God. In order to keep this power in the bloodline, they married wives, concubines, and had children. Just one person created a large number of wizards, and the results were terrifying. The children of the Huo ancestors were also the same. They kept marrying wives, concubines, and having children. They had a large number of wives and concubines, and a large number of children, including both wizards and muggles. Of course, there were problems. After several generations, it was found that wizards could not be born. It seemed that the magic talent was constantly diverted with blood. Another ancestor set a rule that the wife of each wizard must be a wizard, so that the probability of wizards appearing was increased again. After several generations, the Huo family gradually developed into a large family, but only wizards could be included in the Huo family tree. In order to gather the power of the family, it is divided into the main vein and branch veins, the direct line and the collateral line. The main line direct line serves as the patriarch of the entire family and leads the entire magic family. This practice makes the Huo family a powerful force. It can be said that the whole village is full of wizards with the surname Huo, which can better protect themselves and hide themselves. Of course, wizards with other surnames are also welcome. Whether they marry into the family or marry into the family, they can be completely absorbed by the huge surname Huo as nutrients, making the Huo family more prosperous. How can those wild wizards born from the Muggle group fight against the wizards in the family group, especially in that era when they need to hold together for warmth? Once heresy is found, they will be killed and beaten. Basically, wild wizards will be absorbed by the family, and even their children will have the surname Huo. As for the Muggles in the family, no matter how close the relationship is, they can only be subordinates. In the old days when the patriarch held the power of life and death, who dared to report the patriarch? He would be beaten to death, and even the government would not care. Even if the matter was really leaked, at most the family wizards would be dispatched to erase the memory of the insider. However, such a long history is not without problems. During the most prosperous period of the Huo family, they controlled half of the magic world. The Patriarch of the Year was arrogant and attempted to control the mortal emperor. Eventually, the matter was exposed, which angered the emperor. He counted out 100,000 troops to encircle and destroy the 9 clans. There were also wizards with ulterior motives who led the army in secret, causing heavy casualties for the Huo family. In the end, they could only flee into the mountains. After years of secret development, they recovered some vitality. This is probably the history of the Huo family, which made Hope sigh that it was really awesome. There is no discrimination against pure-blooded and half-blooded people, but it is more pure, power and status are supreme, and strength is supreme. No matter what, Muggle wizards will not be an obstacle to the family, so why should they be discriminated against? Not only should they not be discriminated against, but they should be included. Even if they are the main lineage, they are not really pure-blooded wizards. In history, the wife may not give birth to wizard children, so the position of the head of the family can only be inherited by the concubine. Of course, such a history is bound to have a fight for the throne, but it is only a minority. Most of them still follow the principle of primogeniture. Even if there is a fight for the throne, the Huo family will be the head of the family in the end, so there is no problem. Tisk tisk tisk. Hope couldn't help but smack his lips. Such a family is much stronger than those pure-blood families in the West. At least in most of the time, when the patriarch's words are still counted, he can command a large group of wizards with a wave of his hand. Isn't this better than the Minister of Magic? And the main lineage can not only command the wizards of the family, but also control the property rights and clan learning. In ancient times, magic knowledge was not shared. Only wizards of the main lineage could learn all the magic knowledge. Others could only learn magic knowledge to a limited extent, and different degrees of magic knowledge were granted based on the distance of the relationship. This led to the power gap between the main lineage and the branch lineage, and between the direct lineage and the collateral lineage. Although some knowledge will be leaked out as the bloodline is marginalized, the only orthodoxy is always in the hands of the direct lineage. There are only 5 families with such surnames that have been passed down to this day, and our Huo family is one of them, Huo Bufin said proudly. There are many families like theirs, but there are very few that can be passed down from thousands of years to the present. Since your Huo family has its own clan school, why did you go to this joint academy? It doesn't sound like the Huo family clan school? Hope keenly noticed something unusual. Huo Bufin's proud expression suddenly froze and collapsed when he heard it. Strictly speaking, this is also our clan school, but it is a college jointly organized by 4 other surnames. Our Huo family is also a member of the board of directors. It sounds like just a director, so which surname is in charge here? None of them. The dean of the academy is a wizard who was born in a common family. Huo Bufin said hesitantly, as if it was a shame for him to say this. Hope immediately stared at Huo Bufin with some suspicion. It seemed to be different from the glory of the surname family he just mentioned. Huo Bufin glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping on them, and said in defense, although the dean was born a commoner, he is a rare genius in 1,000 years and the most powerful wizard today. At first, Hope thought the other party was talking about Dumbledore. More than 40 years ago, the dean appeared out of nowhere and led a group of common wizards to overwhelm the 5 clans, establish the Wizard Union, integrate the power of the entire magic world, and serve as the first president of the Wizard Union. Later, he asked the 5 major clans to hand over their clan schools, run schools in a unified manner, and share magic equally regardless of high or low status. Huo Bufin whispered mysteriously. Hope was a little surprised and interrupted. How come this is completely different from what you just said? Didn't you say that the clans are powerful? The combined power of the 5 clans can be overturned by a group of common wizards. In this case, he almost believed what he said just now. I also think it's impossible, but that's how it is, Huo Bufin said very aggrievedly. In fact, he still wants to understand how he was overturned, but this is a secret of the older generation, and he is not qualified to know. In Huo Bufin's narration, Hope also understood the situation of the magic world in his hometown. In short, the 5 clans are powerful, but they are ridden on the head by an ordinary wizard. Although they have been suppressing clan privileges for years and intending to equalize rights, they have not been wiped out. The 5 major clans still have considerable power in the magic world today. So your father will be the head of the Huo family in the future, what about you? Hope asked casually. It sounds like Huo Bufin is indeed of noble status, and he is the son of the future patriarch. I am the 5th child. Okay. After hearing what Huo Bufin said, Hope immediately knew that Huo Bufin's most noble status in the future would at most be the son of the patriarch, and the position of the head of the family had nothing to do with him. Okay, in that case, then take your uncle for a good walk. Are there any shops here? Hope didn't forget his original plan and put his arm around Huo Bufin's shoulders. Although Huo Bufin was so arrogant before, how could an uncle like him bother with a junior? There are none in the academy, there are some in the nearby old capital ruins. Huo Bufin was not used to being hugged by his uncle who just wanted to silence him. His body twisted unconsciously, but Hope held him tightly and he couldn't struggle free. The old capital ruins is the gathering place of wizards located in the old palace. According to Huo Bufin, it was the most prosperous gathering place, gathering more than 10,000 wizards. The Wizarding Union is right there, and the Union has 4 departments, namely the Li, Gong, Civil and Criminal departments, which are integrated into the Ministry of Magic in his hometown. Hope nodded. If he went there, it would be easier, but coming here is not bad. At least there is one more relative. Even if it is only a blood relative, he can't do anything if the other person cries to recognize him. He looked down at his clothes. This outfit was obviously not suitable. With a thought, the clothes on his body changed immediately. In a blink of an eye, he was like Huo Bufan, wearing a gray long gown with another set of clothes inside. How did you do it? Huo Bufan couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this. Transfiguration, don't you teach it here? Hope answered casually. But you didn't recite the spell. Huo Bufan was puzzled and asked, doesn't you teach silent casting without a wand here? Hope said with a puzzled look, feeling that this child was making a fuss. Huo Bufan blushed when he heard this, but he couldn't complain. Of course he knew, but this was transfiguration. It was not an ordinary spell. He had never heard of any students who could do it so easily. Besides, Hope was a few years younger than him. After changing his clothes, Hope was ready to go to the ruins of the old capital. He held Huo Bufan's arm with one hand, and the next moment, the two figures disappeared. Huo Bufan looked at everything in front of him blankly, a little confused. He naturally knew where this was? But how did he appear here all of a sudden from the United Academy? Could it be that he had just been cast with the forgetting spell and lost his memory? He stared at Hope with his eyes wide open and looked at him in disbelief. Was this really his cousin whom he had never met? At this moment, he had to suspect that the jade pendant in the family was damaged, otherwise it could not explain all this. How did you do it? The United Academy prohibits the magic of apparition. Huo Bufan asked a little in a lost voice. He was eager to know the answer, holding Hope's arm tightly with one hand. Maybe you teach differently from us, Hope casually perfunctorily said, but his eyes were sweeping around. This place seemed to maintain the old appearance, just like the old palace city. In the distance, there were tall palaces, but here was an ancient street, paved with bluestone, with old-style buildings on both sides, which seemed to be quite old. At first glance, I thought I had traveled to ancient times. There were many wizards walking on the street, but their uniforms were different from those of the students in the academy. Some wore muggle clothes, and some wore silk clothes like the rich and noble people in ancient times. He was full of joy and immediately took Huo Bufan to stroll around. Soon he was dazzled. The things here were completely different from those in Diagon Alley. Even the wands were varied, and many of them were imitated from ancient styles. There were whisks, brushes, hair buns and even Zen sticks, which were all wands that could cast magic. In order to conceal their identities, ancient wizards naturally tried their best to make their wands into items that would not arouse suspicion and could be carried with them. I heard that many people at that time would pretend to be Taoist monks in order to carry their wands. But these are just for the sake of novelty, not practical. Huo Bufan directly acted as a tour guide. Looking at Hope's fussing look, he secretly despised him in his heart, but of course he didn't dare to show it. Hope looked at the women's hair buns with green beads and thought of using them as gifts, but then he thought that Hermione's hair would not be used, so he gave up the idea. Good nephew, this is the first time we meet, should we give each other a gift? Hope suddenly patted Huo Bufan's shoulder affectionately and said, no need. Huo Bufan suddenly felt obvious resistance in his heart. Their first meeting was not wonderful, and Hope was the third room expelled from the family. He didn't want to have anything to do with Hope. Why should we be so polite between uncle and nephew? The fan is good. Hope pointed to the paper fan spread out on the wall, on which was a picture of birds flying at sunset. I already have one, so this thing is unnecessary. Huo Bufan immediately thought of the reason and said politely, but I don't have one. Hope smiled and said softly. Huo Bufan was stunned instinctively when he heard this, then he reacted and pointed at himself in disbelief. You mean I'm giving you a gift? Of course, didn't you cry and admit that I was your uncle? It's not me, so what? Now you want to deny it, Hope said as a matter of course. Huo Bufan gritted his teeth fiercely, looked at Hope with a red face, and finally took out the money to pay the bill. Hope noticed that the coin Huo Bufan took out was the same as the ancient copper coin, but it was golden, so he thought it should be the magic coin from his hometown. Hope was very satisfied with the things, as if he had a new toy, and kept looking at it. According to Huo Bufan, this fan can be used as a wand when closed, and it can resist the sudden attack of the spell when opened. Ordinary spells can be resisted, but slightly powerful spells can only be resisted once. As for the fire-type spells, they have no effect, and the real lethal spells are useless. Even so, Hope thought it was very good, at least the style was much better than that bare wand. And there was a green tassel at the end of the fan, which was very beautiful. When the fan was placed near the pants, the tassel would automatically tie up. Let's go, keep shopping. Having gained something, Hope was more interested in the next trip. Then they came to a flying broom shop. Of course, the name of the shop was not Flying Broom, but Hope saw the flying broom hanging inside when he passed by. I didn't expect that the magic world here also used flying brooms. I have never seen anyone use this thing. If you don't believe me, ask the boss and see how many of these things he has sold. Huo Bufan looked at the flying broom and couldn't help but complain expressionlessly. If anyone in the academy used such a flying object, he would be ridiculed by others for life. Ha, I was just trying to find something new, but I didn't expect to be unable to sell any of them. Fortunately, I didn't buy many. The shop owner didn't get angry when he heard Huo Bufan say that. Instead, he laughed and felt relieved. Hope looked at the other things in the shop again, his eyes sparkling. Unlike the British magic world, which only restricts one type of flying objects, there are all kinds of flying objects here. Hope reached out and grabbed a peachwood sword, took a deep breath, and this peachwood sword was also a flying device. He knew how to use it without Huo Bufan's introduction. I'm afraid that the rumors of immortals in ancient times probably came from here, flying with swords. Hope was a little excited and a little disappointed when he didn't expect it to be magic. In addition to the peachwood sword, there are some other flying devices, such as a carriage, but it needs to be used with magical animals, and some prides, which have a large space inside, but the main feature is multi-person flight. There are also some personal chariots, but Hope is more interested in peachwood swords than others. In fact, peachwood swords are also more popular in the magic world. Huo Bufan said that there are special sword riding competitions in the academy, and the same peachwood swords are also divided into high and low. The normal version of the peachwood sword is not surprising, but the more expensive peachwood sword has a shrinking spell and an anti-shrinking spell. When not in use, it can be shrunk and carried on the body, and thrown directly when needed. Compared with the peachwood sword with the shrinking spell, the normal version of the peachwood sword is nothing. Hope's eyes lit up, as if he saw a luxury car. How could he not be tempted? Hope patted Huo Bufan's shoulder again affectionately, but Huo Bufan, who had been observing Hope, had expected it and carefully avoided Hope's palm. Don't come, I don't have money for this thing, Huo Bufan said with a vigilant face. This thing is not a magic wand, and it requires a lot of money. However, Hope didn't believe this sentence. The main lineage, the son of the future patriarch, the grandson of the current patriarch of the Huo family, actually said that he had no money. If the Huo family didn't even have money, who would have money? It's not that he didn't have money. He could always take out some money to exchange, but he felt that the exchange was a bit troublesome. The more important reason was that he didn't want to pay, so he wanted his dear nephew to spend money for him. In one sentence, his nephew will lose everything. Nonsense, you are the main branch of the Huo family, you must not say such things outside, otherwise others will think that the Huo family has fallen to the point where they can't even afford a peachwood sword. Hope directly added value to his beloved nephew. Don't you have a girlfriend? She is also my niece-in-law. We are still short of a meeting gift, but your uncle is still single now. Since ancient times, there has been no reason for single people to pay this money. She will have to give me a red envelope when she gets married, Hope advised earnestly, but Huo Bufan didn't intend to listen. He kept shaking his head, and his head was almost shaking off. Do you think I can snatch this peachwood sword and run away with my powerful apparition skills? As for you, I guess you can't run away. You, a descendant of the Huo family, will be arrested and wait for your father to pick you up. As for me, I have drunk the compound decoction now. When the effect of the medicine wears off, do you think they can find me? Seeing this, Hope could only use force and whispered in Huo Bufan's ear. Huo Bufan's face turned pale. Following Hope's voice, he imagined that he would have to stay and take the blame and be sent directly to the Ministry of Justice. This was nothing. With his status as the Huo family's main branch, he could just pay the money directly, but the key was that it would be unforgivable to lose the face of the Huo family. Boss, that peachwood sword. Huo Bufan could only accept his fate in the end and took out a jade pendant from his pocket, but it was not the one Hope had seen before. Seeing this, Hope couldn't help but giggle, hugged Huo Bufan affectionately, and gave him a sweet date. Don't worry, given our relationship, I will definitely help you if you want to compete with your elder brother for the position of head of the family. Not to mention your elder brother, I will also help you if you want to compete with your father for the position of head of the family. You will definitely not lose out if you recognize me as your uncle. Then where do you think it might be? Hope said reluctantly, with a firm look in his eyes, as if he had to ask for the answer. Huo Bufan hesitated a little, thought about it and said in a low voice, there may not be only one family treasury, especially for storing more valuable things, even ordinary family members don't know. If there is such a thing. I mean if, then only each head of the family knows it. It may be near their family residence, but it is possible to be anywhere. This is just his personal speculation. God knows where the by-family treasury will be stored. At some point, the family treasury will even become a trump card for a family to turn the tables. It is possible to let others know, and those who know will not betray the family. Hope frowned slightly, it made sense to listen to it. Perhaps this kind of family treasury will cast magic such as the loyalty spell. Then where is their residence? Hope continued to ask. Huo Bufan was a little frightened, feeling that Hope had made up his mind. He didn't think Hope would succeed, but in a flash, Hope was not from their family. Even if he caused trouble, it had nothing to do with them. Their family's base is in the Poison Bee Valley in the southwest. I heard that there are poisonous bees that bite people near this valley. Bai Ding didn't dare to get close. He used to hide himself because of this, Huo Bufan said in a low voice, paying attention to the surroundings from time to make sure no one was eavesdropping. Hope nodded secretly and kept this in mind. With the approximate location, the rest depends on the treasure perception to find it slowly. He doesn't think that magic such as the loyalty curse can block his treasure perception. Of course, he didn't use treasure perception, but he had already used it. He scanned all the places in his hometown directly. At least he didn't find the remains that looked like a real dragon. The rest can only be identified slowly according to the size of the fluorescence, which is estimated to take a certain amount of time. If the Bai family's treasure house is not in the southwest, then the range is too large. Hope then took Huo Bufan to visit the Bai family shop. As Huo Bufan said, there were no high-end goods, but he found that most of the magic materials here were not available in the West, and he had never even heard of them. Hope looked at a half-yellowed nail in a glass jar, and then looked at Huo Bufan. This is a zombie's nail, which can be used to make detoxification potion. Huo Bufan took a look and identified it carefully. Zombie? Hope's voice was a little louder. Of course he had heard of zombies, but they actually existed. Huo Bufan looked at Hope's ignorant look, and couldn't help but curl his lips and gave Hope a popular science. A dangerous humanoid magical creature with a deadly poison in its body. If it is bitten for a period of time and not treated in time, it will be assimilated into a zombie and cannot be reversed. A long time ago, the toxins in this creature could not be cracked, but now there is an antidote, which is their nails. As long as you drink the antidote in time, there will be no problem. They usually like to find a place to sleep underground, which is very rare. Hope opened his mouth slightly, feeling that he had learned something new. It sounded a bit similar to a werewolf, but he thought about it for a moment and felt that this magical creature did not seem to be suitable for fusion. The scales of the mermaid, the teeth of the tengu. Hope finally realized his own knowledge and its insufficiency, especially about magical animals. What he knew before was from textbooks or things in his previous life, and he had very little knowledge about magical animals in his hometown. However, as Huo Bufan said, the shop was only used by the Bai family to collect materials, so there were not many things. But Hope still waved his hand and bought everything directly. Huo Bufan was already used to it. The big head had already been paid, and he didn't care about these small amounts of money. Hope stuffed all these things into his purse, intending to study them slowly after returning. The most urgent thing now is that he needs to expand his knowledge about magical animals in his hometown, and then asked Huo Bufan, "Where is the bookstore? I want to buy a book about magical creatures." However, Huo Bufan's next sentence directly shocked Hope. "We don't have a bookstore here." Hope looked at Huo Bufan with a puzzled look. "What is this?" Knowledge has been a valuable asset since ancient times. Before the United Academy, knowledge was monopolized by the clan. Today, there has been a change, but only in the academy. If you want to learn knowledge, you have to study hard and pass the examination to learn more advanced knowledge, so that students can understand that knowledge is hard-won. This is the concept upheld by the dean. Of course, the descendants of the main line of the family naturally have privileges. After all, the United Academy relies entirely on the support of our clan school, but your third house has been expelled. Huo Bufan said calmly, and did not think there was anything wrong with it. Hope stared at Huo Bufan closely, as if he was thinking of something. "You don't need to look at me. It's useless to look at me. Most of the knowledge of the clan is copied to the library of the academy. It has been completely sealed and hidden in the clan library. As children of the family, we have to go to the library of the academy to learn knowledge on weekdays. Of course, you can use the library, but don't blame me for not reminding you that the dean's office is upstairs in the library." Huo Bufan guessed Hope's idea at once. In fact, it was easy to guess. From the beginning to now, Huo Bufan probably knew what kind of person Hope was. A bold, fearless, and strange man. Hope couldn't help but smack his lips. It was really done, but it was not impossible to sneak in quietly, but this matter was not urgent, and he didn't have to look at it at this time. At least wait until the fusion position is vacant. Seeing that night had fallen, the lanterns hanging outside the shops on both sides naturally lit up, illuminating the surroundings and dispelling most of the darkness. Hope was also ready to leave, looking at Huo Bufan, showing a bright smile. "What do you mean, I'm ready to leave? Do you want to visit me?" "No thanks." Huo Bufan refused without hesitation. "Really?" Hope showed a sinister smile, put one hand on Huo Bufan's shoulder, and before he could react, he took him away the next moment. In a blink of an eye, Huo Bufan had already appeared in another place. He had time to react at this time, but found that this was actually the United Academy. When he turned around, the figure had disappeared, and he was the only one left. Back to the academy, Huo Bufan did not move immediately, but stood there in a daze. Everything today was a bit too psychedelic for him. Even after experiencing it once, he still felt a little incredible. Could the apparition magic in other places break the anti-apparition magic of the United Academy? Hope returned to Hogwarts with a lot of harvest. It felt like a long time had passed. However, after returning, he found that it was only noon here, just lunchtime. There was no one in the dormitory at this time. I think everyone had gone to the hall to eat. Hope also walked to the hall. As soon as he arrived at the hall, he saw Harry and his friends smiling, especially Ron, with a red face and his head held high like a rooster. "What's wrong?" Hope sat down next to them and asked with a little confusion. "Haha, Hope, you are too late. You didn't see how ugly Malfoy's face was just now," Ron said excitedly, ignoring the half-chewed food in his mouth. Hope was relieved to avoid Ron's spray. Only then did he know that it was because of what he scared Malfoy yesterday. Malfoy was seen being dragged away by Crabbe and Goyle in a panic, and most people in Hogwarts knew it in a blink of an eye. As expected, Harry and Ron just mentioned it, and before they really started to mock, Malfoy's face turned black. The key point was that he couldn't retaliate, and he left without eating. Hope also laughed with Harry and the others. Just by listening, you can tell how ugly Malfoy's face was. Finally, he was no longer arrogant. After lunch, Harry had Quidditch training, and Ron went to watch it when he was free, without any intention of doing homework. Hope thought about it, and it seemed that he didn't see Hermione just now. Could it be that she was still angry? He just returned to the Gryffindor common room and ran into Hermione coming down the spiral staircase. At this time, there was almost no one in the hall. Did Hermione deliberately avoid them? Seeing Hope, Hermione snorted coldly, turned her head to the side proudly, and continued to walk forward, as if she didn't intend to say hello to him. Hope was a little amused and helpless. He didn't expect Hermione to really blame him. This angry look was quite cute. He naturally wouldn't fight with a little girl. He suppressed his smile and walked quickly to Hermione and stopped her. "Hey, you seem to have become stupid after not seeing you for a few days. You don't even recognize me. Do you need me to take you to the school hospital? I'm happy to help." Hope teased directly, successfully angering Hermione. "You are stupid." Hearing Hope say this, Hermione immediately counterattacked. "Well, if you are angry about what Ron said a few days ago, I can apologize for him, if you accept it." Hope said it slightly seriously, but he just took himself out of it at once. He was not apologizing for himself. "No," Hermione said firmly, bypassing Hope and continued to move forward. Hope turned and followed, walking together. "Well, I understand, after all, what Ron said was a bit too much." Hope immediately stood on Hermione's side and criticized Ron, but Hermione did not respond. "Hiss, you're not angry with me, are you?" The Hermione I know won't take her anger out on someone else because of someone else's business. Hope took a breath in exaggeratedly, as if she had just discovered the truth. Hermione stopped immediately and looked at Hope seriously and said, "I'm not angry with you, I just don't want you to think I'm meddling in other people's business." "I don't think so, you must be talking about someone else." Hope immediately shook her head and denied it. "Then do you think I'm meddling in other people's business by not letting you go to Hogsmeade Village?" "Not at all." Hope followed Hermione's words completely, without any hesitation. "Will you sneak out to Hogsmeade again in the future?" Hermione continued to ask. "You are wrong. Have you ever seen me sneak out? If you haven't seen me, how can you say I sneak out?" Hope blinked and asked back. "You." Hermione was speechless for a moment, knowing that Hope was quibbling, and continued to walk around Hope towards the hall. But after the interruption just now, the relationship between Hope and Hermione has eased a lot. At least when Hope spoke, she didn't ignore him. Hope returned to the hall and sat next to Hermione. He lowered his head slightly, reached into his purse with one hand, fumbled for a while, and found a wooden box from it, took it out and put it on the table. "This is a gift I specially gave you, as a thank you for tutoring me to complete my homework before," Hope said sincerely. Hermione's eyes immediately swept towards the box. This was the first time a wizard gave her a gift. "No need, I just don't want you to lose points for not finishing your homework," Hermione still said stubbornly. "Of course I know your painstaking efforts, but this is specially selected for my friends. Harry and Ron also have it, and it is especially suitable for you. Are you sure you don't want it?" Hermione's eyes fell back on the wooden box when she heard it. "Even Ron has it, why shouldn't she want it?" I opened the wooden box and found that it was a fountain pen. I couldn't help but look at Hope with some doubts. "This is not an ordinary fountain pen. It will write the words you want as you think," Hope explained immediately. Hermione looked at the fountain pen in surprise. In this way, she didn't have to get sore fingers from taking too many notes. "Of course, it needs to be filled with ink. You should know how to do it," Hope reminded. Hermione couldn't let go of the pen. She solemnly put it back into the wooden box, turned to look at Hope, her eyes slightly shining, and said seriously, "I am very satisfied with your gift, thank you." Hope smiled slightly, shrugged, and said casually, "Then in the afternoon." "Okay, but I have a condition. You can't lend your homework to Harry and Ron. In any form. I know you secretly circumvented my previous condition that you don't lend your homework." Hermione instantly understood what Hope meant and agreed directly. "No problem," Hope agreed without hesitation. "It seems that Harry and his friends are worried now. They have offended the only academic bully in the college who would lend them homework. They don't want to apologize and go out to play. This is going to be a pain. Just when Hope was about to leave, Hermione suddenly said, "You said you didn't sneak out. You should have bought this pen outside." Hope looked at Hermione in shock. He didn't expect her obsession to be so deep. "Well, but I still thank you very much. Thank you for taking the initiative to reconcile with me, otherwise I would have lost a sincere friend." However, before Hope could speak, Hermione said seriously with a stern face, and he seemed to see a hint of gratitude in Hermione's eyes. Hope returned to the dormitory first, and could not wait to reach into his purse with one hand, and took out a long wooden box from the palm-sized purse, and placed it on the only table in the middle of the dormitory. He opened the lid on top, and a beautiful peachwood sword lay quietly inside, with a piece of yellow silk cloth underneath. He took out the peachwood sword and carefully placed it on the ground. "This is actually the same principle as the flying broom." Hope shouted softly, "Get up!" The next moment, the peachwood sword floated up directly, 5 or 6 centimeters above the ground. This is not related to any language, but the influence of the wizard's emotions and magic, which made the peachwood sword sense it. Hope's eyes lit up slightly, and he came to the side of the peachwood sword with great interest. He first raised his right foot and stood on it, causing the peachwood sword to sink slightly, but it bore his weight. Then he kicked his foot, and his left foot also stepped up, and the whole person stood directly on the suspended peachwood sword. It was his first time to fly a sword, so he instinctively shook his body to keep his balance. In the end, he found that his feet were firmly attached to the sword, as if walking on flat ground, and there was no instability in the center of gravity. A trace of excitement appeared on his face. The first step was successful. The next step was to control the peachwood sword. As Hope's mind moved, the peachwood sword suddenly rushed out at a very fast speed, like a car refueling. In just a moment, a plop was heard, and then Hope had fallen under the wall of the dormitory. Hope sat up quickly, ignoring everything else, and turned to look at the peachwood sword on the ground. Seeing that there was no damage, he was relieved. As for him, there was no problem. Even if he hit the wall heavily, he didn't feel anything. If Hope had a flying broom at home, he would know a truth: don't play with flying brooms at home, and the same goes for peachwood swords. The space here is obviously not suitable for him to try flying a sword. After thinking about it, he can only give up temporarily and prepare to find another time to practice. This thing cannot be seen in the light for the time being. Hope immediately stretched out his hand, and the peachwood sword flew into his hand. It quickly shrank under Hope's eyes and turned into a small sword of 4 or 5 centimeters. At first glance, it looked like a toy. After putting away the peachwood sword, he turned to look at the fan hidden under the wizard robe at his waist. It is not a bad thing to have an extra wand like this on his body. Maybe it can be used in an emergency at some point. Even if it is not a wand, it can be used as a decoration. Sure enough, it has to be the hometown. The aesthetics are much better than those in the British magic world. Then Hope took the homework out and found Hermione. Under Hermione's guidance, he quickly completed the homework. After having the magic pen, he didn't even need to do it. Sure enough, magic changes life. Almost before dinner, he had finished all the homework and returned to the dormitory with satisfaction. He found that several people had returned. "Hope, have you finished your homework?" Hope had just returned to the dormitory when Harry and the others looked from him to the parchment with full words in his hand, and couldn't help asking. After playing all day, they finally remembered that they still had homework to do when they returned to the dormitory. They were worried when they saw Hope coming back. "Yes, but unfortunately, Hermione is still angry. When she was tutoring me on my homework, she specifically told me not to lend you my homework in any form, so..." Hope shrugged, looking helpless. 3 pairs of shining eyes suddenly dimmed, and even Ron stopped asking for homework. After all, the root of the matter was with him. "I think if you can apologize, maybe Hermione will be soft-hearted, and you still have a chance to finish your homework before curfew." Hope still pointed out a clear way for them, otherwise the whole Gryffindor would have to suffer Snape's weirdness together during the potions class. Harry and the others felt that it made sense and prepared to go out. Before leaving, Hope also gave away the magic pens, at least so that they could finish their homework faster. At dinner time, Hope came to the auditorium alone and found that Harry and the others were not there, and they should still be with Hermione. The auditorium was full of students, but the professors didn't know what they were busy with, and there was no one in the professor's seat. Hope looked at the empty professor's seat, and then glanced at the noisy auditorium, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. His exclusive task of fusing Boggarts requires 2,000 progress, which is not a small number. If there are only a few people playing pranks each time, it will take a long time. The simplest way is to choose a prank occasion. As long as he is in a crowded place, more people will be affected, and his task can be completed faster. Look here again, all the students of Hogwarts add up to about 300 people, especially in the hall for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Theoretically, he only needs to play pranks in the hall 6 to 10 times to complete this exclusive task. It's quite easy as for how to play pranks. Hope probably has the answer in his mind. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He left without eating a few bites. Anyway, he will go back to the Magic City to eat mutton later. Not long after Hope left, Harry and the others came in together, with Hermione beside him. It seems that they seem to have reconciled. Not long after they came in, Snape also came in, with a gloomy face as always, and glanced at Harry and the others, making Harry and the others feel unlucky. Snape walked all the way to the professor's seat and sat down, but he didn't eat. Instead, he looked at the students in the auditorium with a gloomy face. The atmosphere in the auditorium suddenly became a little cold. This feeling of being stared at by a venomous snake while eating was like waiting for them to eat and become fatter before the venomous snake opened its mouth to swallow them all. What is he crazy about again? Harry secretly complained to Ron and Hermione. He was very sensitive to Snape's eyes and felt that Snape was spying on this side. However, just after Harry complained about this, Snape stood up and went straight to the Gryffindor table. Damn, he won't hear it. Harry was a little panicked, and Ron and the others were the same. Is this what your dean taught you? You are so noisy when eating. Do you have one more mouth than others? One mouth to eat, and the other mouth to utter useless nonsense. Snape directly made trouble for the entire Gryffindor, and the people from other colleges immediately watched the excitement, and the students on the Slytherin side almost laughed their faces off. After all, although Snape was often teased by others in private, his authority as a professor was unquestionable. No one in Gryffindor stood up to refute. Gryffindor is deducted 50 points. Snape seemed dissatisfied and continued to speak ruthlessly. The whole hall fell into complete silence in an instant, so quiet that even a silver needle falling to the ground could be heard. All the students in Gryffindor looked at Snape with unbelievable eyes, and for a moment they thought they had heard it wrong. The students from other colleges were also like this, looking at each other in bewilderment. 50 points. The Gryffindor students widened their eyes and opened their mouths so wide that they could almost swallow an egg. Their faces were full of disbelief. This was too much. The senior Gryffindor students who had been enduring Snape's scolding before could no longer hold back and wanted to stand up, but Snape turned to look at the other side, at the table of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, and said coldly, "You too." Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were also deducted 50 points. The senior Gryffindor students who wanted to say something just now were shocked again at this time. I wonder what medicine Snape took today to deduct 50 points from 3 colleges in row. Is he crazy? Even if he wants to favor his own college, there should be a limit. And the Slytherins who should have been happy were also looking at each other in bewilderment at this time. This seemed a little too obvious. However, Snape did not seem to want to give up, and turned to look at the Slytherin table. At this moment, the Slytherin students instinctively felt uneasy, as if they had a premonition of something. And you, as a student of Slytherin, you are like other colleges, and you have disgraced Slytherin and shamed me, the dean. Snape also coldly scolded his own college. This time it was the turn of the students from other colleges to look at each other, and the anger just now was temporarily extinguished, and they looked at the quarter house with curiosity. I declare that Slytherin will be deducted 100 points. After announcing this decision, some Slytherin students stood up and wanted to refute something, but they slowly sat down under Snape's venomous eyes. Obviously, His Majesty was not only aimed at other colleges. Then Snape snorted coldly and slowly left the hall with a gloomy face. After Snape left, the whole hall exploded instantly, and people talked wildly left and right, discussing what medicine Snape had taken wrong. The Gryffindor students, who were originally very angry, were now beaming with joy, and were just about to celebrate with the cup. The anger just now dissipated instantly when they heard the decision of Slytherin to deduct points. If everyone deducted points, it was equivalent to no deduction. But everyone was deducted 50 points, except Slytherin, which was deducted 100 points. This was equivalent to no deductions, only Slytherin was deducted 50 points. What else could they be dissatisfied with, especially since it was Snape, the Dean of Slytherin, who personally deducted points. This was more exciting than winning a Quidditch game. This is the first time I've been so happy to be scolded by Snape. Harry's face was full of excitement, and he happily said to Ron and Hermione, "Don't you think Snape is a little strange?" Hermione asked with some doubts, although she also showed a smile on her face. "I know the reason. He must have messed up his brain when brewing potions, but I like this Snape more," Ron said excitedly immediately. Snape walked out of the hall and disappeared after a few steps. He reappeared in a dormitory in the Gryffindor common room. In a blink of an eye, his body suddenly shrank and turned into a short-haired Oriental boy. The Snape just now was naturally Hope's transformed, and the real Snape was now in the basement of the castle, looking for the figure of the 8-eyed giant spider. Seeing the progress of the fusion of the Boggart Sore by more than 200 points, Hope felt indescribably happy. In fact, he had been very restrained. After all, it was his first performance, so he was still conservative. It's not that he didn't think about stripping in the hall, of course, it was just a thought. He could also change himself into a woman's dress and walk in the hall, which would definitely refresh the student's stereotyped impression of Snape and restore Snape's vicious image. Such pranks will eventually be discovered, but as long as they are not caught, it is not a big problem. Hope didn't intend to end it. He used his self-transfiguration ability to transform again. The next moment, he transformed into Professor McGonagall, who looked serious and wore old-fashioned reading glasses. Then he used apparition and appeared outside the auditorium again. Hearing the noisy sounds inside, Hope couldn't help but smile, but soon he restrained his smile and showed an old-fashioned and majestic face. Then he slowly walked into the auditorium, stopped at the door, and silently watched the situation inside the auditorium. Some students had already noticed Professor McGonagall's arrival, and pulled the people next to them, secretly reminding them. Gradually, the entire hall returned to calm. Seeing this, Hope moved towards the professor's seat, seemingly unaware of what had happened. When he reached the end of the table, the red-haired Fred and George stood up and told him about Snape's series of actions just now. Nonsense, Severus is too much, the school points are not a joke. Severus's decision to deduct points just now will not count. Professor McGonagall rarely got angry, and her voice echoed in the hall, trying to make every student hear it. Hearing this, Harry and the others couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but they obviously had expected it. After all, Snape's brain was broken. How could such a deduction be taken seriously? Hogwarts doesn't need such a frivolous professor. I will tell Dumbledore to dismiss Snape and choose a new dean for Slytherin. Professor McGonagall turned and continued, and the whole hall was silent again. Silence fell, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. No one expected that the matter would become so serious that Snape would be dismissed directly. But this was a great thing for the students of the other 3 colleges. In an instant, many students were stunned by this sudden surprise and felt a little dizzy. Then Professor McGonagall hurriedly left the hall, as if she was really going to find Dumbledore. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" Harry asked in disbelief. "This is real." Ron jumped up from his chair happily and shouted. When Hope walked out of the hall, he heard the sound of the hall about to the cheers that shook the roof. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to apparate away, his face changed slightly, and he saw Snape appear from the corner and walk towards him. Hope instantly restrained his expression, and returned to a solemn and dignified look, but there was a trace of hesitation in his heart. The Snape who was walking towards him could not be his disguise, but the real one. In fact, even if Hope felt that his self-transfiguration had few flaws, it was obviously not enough to pretend to be someone. This was also the reason why he chose this time. There was no professor in the auditorium, so it greatly reduced the number of people on the spot. Possibility of being exposed. In the end, Hope gave up the idea of using apparition to leave directly, stopped immediately, and nodded to Snape who was walking towards him. "Severus." Snape also nodded to him, and Hope continued to walk, but when he walked past Snape, he was alert to the fullest, always careful of the evil curse that Snape might shoot at him at any time. "Professor McGonagall." Suddenly Snape stopped and shouted at him. Hope paused. Song Nang turned around and looked at Snape. "I didn't find any traces of the acromantula. I will continue to look for it with Filch tonight." Snape still had a sullen face even when facing Professor McGonagall, the Vice-Chancellor. It turned out that everyone owed him money. "Thank you for your hard work," Hope said very concisely and nodded without showing any expression, which was in line with Professor McGonagall's image. He believed in the idea that the more you talk, the more mistakes you make, and Snape did not find anything unusual in these 3 short words, and turned around and walked towards the hall. Hope stood there and stared at Snape's back for a few seconds, then turned around and left. As soon as he turned the corner, he used apparition to return to the dormitory. Before he had planned to pretend to be Dumbledore and perform in the auditorium again, announcing Snape's dismissal on the spot to earn another wave of progress points, but Snape had already arrived, so this idea had to be abandoned temporarily. Looking at the system, after 2 waves of operations, he had gained more than 500 progress points, and was only 3/4 away from complete integration. He came to the table and put away the wand on the table. Just in case, he didn't bring his wand with him. After all, he knew the existence of the trace. The trace is a means of the Ministry of Magic, used to detect whether Xiao Wang used magic outside the school. Of course, he couldn't be sure that the trace was in the wand, but he speculated that the trace was most likely a magic attached to the wand. Because he was sure that he had never met a member of the Ministry of Magic, and it was impossible for the Ministry of Magic to secretly cast magic on him without knowing it. But this trace magic can be generally used to detect students. The only flaw that may be cast with the trace magic is the wand. Basically, all freshmen will buy wands before entering school. It is impossible for wizards to be without wands, so the Ministry of Magic only needs to cast spells on the wands, and let Ollivander of Ollivander's wand shop cooperate to cast the trace magic. This is the only way to cast the trace magic on all students without contacting them. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, Ron's wand was not bought from a wand shop, but this is indeed a very rare situation. A normal family would not even save money on the wand of their children. After all, the wand requires matching, but there was no such saying in his hometown. At least when he bought the fan, no one said anything weird like Ollivander. Hope could only attribute it to the difference in skills in different regions. On the other side, after Snape and Hope pretended to be Professor McGonagall finished talking, they went straight to the hall. Of course, they were here to eat at this time. Before he reached the door, he heard a huge noise coming from inside, as if there was a party. His face suddenly darkened. "What are you arguing about?" Snape cast a sound-amplifying spell without a sound or a wand, and the sound spread throughout the hall. All the students in the hall turned their heads and looked at Snape. They fell into silence, but the excitement and ruddy on their faces remained. "Potter, who taught you to shout while eating? Gryffindor will be deducted 5 points. The real Snape pointed directly at Harry as soon as he opened his mouth, as if there was no one else in his eyes. Harry's face suddenly froze, and the anger accumulated in his heart burst out at this moment with the disappearance of Snape's imminent dismissal. "You don't have this power, Professor Snape." Harry raised his head, looked at Snape firmly, and said loudly with a red neck. At this moment, Snape's eyes suddenly showed a trace of astonishment and disbelief. Harry Potter dared to talk to him like this? Who gave him the courage? If Hope saw this scene now, he would also admire Harry for being a true Gryffindor. This wave of courage was really against the sky. Of course, he would not think it was his fault. After all, he just said that he would let Dumbledore dismiss Snape, which did not mean that Snape would really be dismissed. Even if he took a step back, Snape was still a professor now. "Very good, Harry Potter, you seem to have more courage than your useless father to speak to 10 professors like this." Snape's face showed a trace of anger at this moment, and he gritted his teeth and said sarcastically, "You shouldn't say that about my father." Harry was touched at this moment, and he shouted loudly, "Humph! Very good, very good." Because of Mr. Potter's behavior, Gryffindor was deducted 10 points again. "At the same time, you have to come to my office for detention every day after class for the next month, until you learn how to respect a professor." Snape was so angry that his face rarely showed a trace of blood. He said loudly in a deep voice, and the sound of the sound amplification spell was applied to it was like a huge bell, exploding in the entire auditorium. However, Harry obviously did not realize the seriousness of the problem, and continued to be stubborn with disdain. "No, you don't have the power. Professor McGonagall said that Dumbledore will dismiss you and you will no longer be a professor at Hogwarts, so I don't need to respect someone who slanders my father." After hearing this, Snape instantly regained his composure, frowned, and suspected that he had just heard it wrong. He turned his head and scanned the hall, and finally his eyes fell on Malfoy. Seeing Snape's venomous eyes falling on him, Malfoy shuddered and stood up from his chair in a stressful manner. Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall did say that, and cancelled your previous decision to deduct points from the 4 colleges. She just left the hall and seemed to be going to find Professor Dumbledore." Malfoy couldn't be arrogant in front of Snape. Snape's face changed immediately after hearing this. Deduct points? Dismissal? He just met Professor McGonagall. If there was something wrong, could they still talk calmly? Snape suddenly turned his head to look at Harry, and seeing Harry's unconvinced look, he sneered. It seems that I was indeed wrong, Mr. Potter." Harry was obviously stunned when he heard this, and then an unbelievable look appeared. He didn't hear it wrong, Snape actually admitted that he was wrong. However, before he could be happy for long, he heard Snape's next sentence. "You are as useless as your father. You can't even tell that the professor is pretending." After saying this, Snape no longer paid attention to Harry, turned around and hurriedly left the hall. His hand had already touched the wizard robe and pulled out the wand. Although so many students did not recognize that the previous professor was actually a fake, Harry took all the responsibility. Looking at Snape's leaving figure, Harry opened his mouth and said in disbelief, "No way. Is the original Snape a fake? Or is the Professor McGonagall just now, good thing, a fake?" If Professor McGonagall is a fake, Harry suddenly felt a little cold. Looking at Ron and Hermione next to him, they were looking at him. In addition to the same disbelief, there seemed to be a trace of sympathy. Hope, the instigator, took advantage of the fact that no one in the dormitory ran directly to the Magic City and quickly swallowed the 200 kilograms of mutton in the villa. Unfortunately, the mutton in the capital city is estimated to be available tomorrow. He was not in a hurry to go back. Anyway, he had finished his homework today, so he ran to the villa in the capital city, turned on the lights outside, and went directly into the swimming pool to swim. After swimming to his heart's content, he returned to Hogwarts and appeared directly in a cubicle in the bathroom, pushed the door and walked back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he found that Hermione was also there, and Harry looked extremely depressed for some reason. "What happened?" Hope asked in surprise when he saw this scene. Then, after Ron's narration, Hope knew what happened during his absence. He couldn't help but look at Harry, with admiration and a trace of guilt in his eyes. "It's really hard to complain," Hope sighed in his heart. He didn't expect Harry to be so brave, although it might be because of his little misleading, but this courage is really admirable. No wonder he is the protagonist. Maybe Professor McGonagall is real. Hope couldn't help but comfort Harry. No, Professor McGonagall came just now, Harry said with a frustrated face. The truth of the matter has been determined. Not only was Snape fake, but the subsequent forms were also fake. Hope shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Who do you think the imposter is? What is his purpose in pretending to be two professors? It didn't take long for Hope to reach where Buffon was, but he found that there were many people gathered here. There were at least hundreds of people, scattered around, with their eyes focused on a hollow stone tower, and Buffon was in this stone tower at the moment. This is called a stone tower, but it is not actually a tower, but a multi-layer circular passage made of stones. Entering from the entrance below, you will enter a slightly narrow passage. There are some huge stones blocking the road in front, left, right, and up and down, constantly cutting a passage. Sometimes you can only drill through the very narrow passage on the right, and sometimes you can only turn from the bottom. This is still a relatively simple part. Hope even saw some more peculiar passages, and he could only lie down to pass through. This passage keeps winding forward, like a spiral, overlapping to form a stone tower that can be seen from the outside. At the top of the stone tower, there is a bronze ancient bell hanging at the end of the passage. Hope had a strong interest in his eyes, watching Buffon flying through the stone tower at a very fast speed. If he made a mistake, he would hit the boulder on the road. With the speed of his flying sword, he might have a broken head. Woo! But Buffon obviously did not make any mistakes. Some of his seemingly thrilling operations even attracted the shouts of the surrounding girls, and of course there was no shortage of shouts from the boys. Finally, Buffon rushed out of the passage and passed by the ancient bell, which rang spontaneously, making a deep sound. Hope looked at the stone tower. There was no one else in the stone tower. This game seemed to be a single-player game, and there was no other competition. Buffon flew down from the sky with a proud face, flying the peachwood sword, welcoming the cheers and applause of others. Some bold girls even went up to hug Buffon, which refreshed Hope's three views, which seemed to be more open than the West. But in a blink of an eye, he thought that his hometown regarded the reproduction of blood as the most important thing, and this matter did not change with the changes in the Muggle world. Compared with the West, this is undoubtedly a crucial tradition, and this place is obviously not a place for Buffon alone. Soon, someone else flew in with a sword and shuttled freely inside, but it was not as smooth as Buffon. Occasionally, he would slow down and pass smoothly. Suddenly, he could not slow down enough and hit the boulder directly. He saw the whole person falling directly into the boulder, and the boulder was knocked into a pit. However, no one was surprised by such a thing. The next moment, Hope saw the man crawling out of the boulder. It seemed that there was no injury on his body. The boulder was quickly repaired to its original state and continued to shuttle with a sword. Hope could not help but nod his head. It seemed that safety was still guaranteed. Sometimes he would cheer for others' wonderful operations, and sometimes he would boo because others slowed down to pass smoothly. After a while, Hope came back to his senses and felt a little unsatisfied. If he didn't have something to do, he should be able to watch here all day. Of course, if there was no one around, he would still be happy to go in and play. Naturally, he was not afraid of exposing his identity, but worried about embarrassment. He turned to look at Buffon and found that Buffon was sitting in a place to rest. Some wizards of the same age gathered around him, both men and women. From Buffon's position, he seemed to be the leader of this group, but considering Buffon's identity, this was not surprising. Hope walked over there immediately. Before he got close, someone in the group saw him and looked at him coldly. His eyes were fixed on him. His attitude was very obvious. Seeing this, the others smiled and said nothing, and continued to look at the stone tower bed. Buffon, who was in the center, never paid attention to this side from beginning to end. Hope was a little surprised. The atmosphere here was very different from Hogwarts, but if Malfoy was given a chance, he would be more arrogant than Buffon. This is not a place you should be near, get out. Seeing Hope still coming towards this side, the man's face darkened, and he shouted coldly, his nostrils raised high, like the doorman in the Prime Minister's mansion. Even if he passed by Joe CE, he would feel dizzy. Hope stopped immediately and just looked at the man, his eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, he was not wrong about Buffon before. At first glance, he really looked exactly like Malfoy. It seems that Dean by Ding has done too little. Maybe they should really be glad that he didn't study here, otherwise Hope felt that he couldn't bear to do nothing. Just like now, the next moment, the boy who looked at Hope coldly changed his face suddenly, the ground under his feet suddenly became empty, and the whole person fell down, and the mud on all sides buried him like a tide. Unlike Buffon before, this time Hope didn't even leave his head, and the whole person was buried alive. This sudden change startled the small group, especially Buffon. Looking at this familiar scene, his face suddenly changed, remembering 10 unforgettable memories. Ah! Some people screamed, and some people took out their wands in a panic to save people, which immediately attracted the attention of people near the stone tower, but they were a little confused. When they looked over, the man had been completely buried alive, so they naturally didn't know what happened. They only saw a group of people doing something in a panic. None of these people suspected Hope. After all, in their opinion, Hope did nothing, not even taking out his wand. Huo Bufan, who had experienced the same scene, was searching for Hope's figure around at this moment, but Hope's figure this time was completely different from the last time, so he naturally didn't find it. In the end, his eyes could only fall on Hope, who was closest to them. Hope looked at the group of wizards quietly. It must be said that they still had some skills. They cast a spell together to directly split the ground. However, one of them was obviously not very skilled and actually used an attack spell, which directly blew a big hole in the ground. However, this opened up the situation and let the man's head appear on the ground, but blood had already appeared on his face. Hope just wanted to teach him a lesson and didn't really want to kill him, otherwise he could have relied on the digging and stone digging properties to directly pour soil into his nostrils, and then it would be useless even if he dug it out. The boy was dug out and coughed violently, breathing hard, tears rolling down his face was very pale, and he was extremely frightened. Obviously, he had never had such an experience in his life. Who did it? Stand up! Seeing that the people were rescued, one of the boys shouted loudly to the surroundings with an angry face, and his eyes swept through the wizards one by one, trying to find out who was secretly doing it, but completely ignored Hope, who was closest to them. There was no way, because they were too close. Every move could be seen by Kong and they got their ultimate gold water level. However, no one else stood up except Hope. These people could only take that person away quickly. It seemed that they should go to the school hospital in the United College. Maybe it was called a medical clinic. Huo Bufan was the only one left in the place. Hope continued to approach. Huo Bufan stared at him closely, and it seemed that he had doubts. I thought that what you inherited was only the foundation, strength, and privileges, but I didn't expect that you were arrogant. Without the obstruction of others, Hope sat beside Huo Bufan, looking at the stone tower and said casually. Huo Bufan's pupils shrank slightly, and he didn't speak. He continued to stare at Hope. He was probably sure in his heart that this person who looked younger than him was his uncle. Who is he to you? How can he be more arrogant than you? Could he be your eldest brother? Hope said with a hint of sarcasm. People from the Huo family's collateral line can be regarded as distant relatives. Huo Bufan sighed, and from the tone of his voice, he probably knew that this person was his uncle. Oh, so it's reasonable for me, an elder, to educate him? Hope smiled softly, seeming a little surprised. If you say so, then so. Actually, he's not a bad person by nature. Huo Bufan explained hesitantly. Really? Maybe he's too bad to know it. Hope shrugged and said indifferently. To be honest, he was really angry for a moment just now. It wasn't the anger of being despised and blocked, but seeing something that should be buried in the past, and feeling it personally, he felt a sense of nobility in generals, which was a wonderful experience. On the contrary, he didn't feel these things in Hogwarts. The bigger reason was that even those self-righteous pure-blood families didn't actually have this quality, or their foundation was not qualified to produce this quality. Maybe Malfoy's father Lucius could be, but he had never seen it, and the little brats in school could not show such temperament. But here, just now, he clearly felt it, so he instinctively had a stress reaction. I have a drop of blood here, and I want to find someone to study its efficacy. Who among the 5 major families is good at this? Hope took out a glass bottle from his purse, which contained a drop of blood. This glass bottle was found in the villa and seemed to be a gift left by the previous owner of the villa. Your family, most of the magic potions in the magic world are produced by their family. Huo Bufan said without hesitation. Do you know anyone? Please help pass the thing over. This thing is very valuable, definitely 1,000 times more valuable than the blood of the fire dragon. Hope said casually. The value of this thing is right here. He doesn't believe they won't be tempted. If they can't trust other people, can they trust the system? If they say it's full of treasures, then it must be a treasure. I know him. Our 5 major families have friendships on weekdays. Huo Bufan took the glass directly, and it seemed that he agreed. Hope nodded, said nothing, and just watched the figure passing through the stone tower. After a while, he stood up and was about to leave. He had stayed here long enough. Let's just disperse this set of things. It's harmless for other people if I can't see them, but you are my nephew, and I see you the most. I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to resist and do something to you. Before leaving, Hope said something earnestly with a sigh on his face. Then he walked away from this area and waited until there was no one around before he directly used apparition to return to Hogwarts. Huo Bufan held the glass in his hand and looked at Hope's back as he left. There was an indescribable emotion in his heart. Why should he listen to him? An uncle who was expelled from the school, who was younger than him, might be. I even wet the bed at night. It was this person who left an indelible impression in his heart. This ability to do whatever he wanted, to easily bury people alive, and the ability to apparate freely and easily break through the anti-apparition magic of the academy, all made that person very mysterious and unfathomable. Please give me flowers. He asked the professor if the apparition in other places was different from theirs, so they could break through the anti-apparition magic of the academy, and naturally got a negative answer. Although the West and the East are different, but in fact, many things are connected. Some are transmitted from this side, and some are transmitted from that side, and they influence each other. He returned to Hogwarts and continued to attend classes. This incident was just an episode for him. Well, it still had a great impact on him, and he kept it in mind. In the following days, Hope was much more honest and went to get out of class normally. Of course, most of the time, a poor student is still a poor student. Unless there is a plug-in, it is difficult to change. He no longer used self-transformation pranks. The previous events seemed to have completely passed. The only one who would always think about it was Harry. After all, the week of detention was a torture for him, or it was Snape's torture. After school, he had to help him deal with the troublesome magic materials, and he had to endure his weird temper. God knows how he spent that week. But Harry did not gain nothing. One day during the week of detention, Harry quietly told them a shocking secret. I saw Snape treating his wound. He was injured, and I heard him talking about the three-headed dog we met in the corridor on the 4th floor. I guess he must want to steal the things guarded inside. Maybe the round pretender is related to him. He asked someone to impersonate him, so he had time to steal things. But the thunder pretender messed everything up for some reason. Harry's wonderful reasoning made even Hope dumbfounded. At first glance, it made sense, but he couldn't listen carefully. But it also proved one thing. Once the door of suspicion is opened, it cannot be closed. They are looking for evidence to match Snape. Hope did not choose to correct them. After all, he could not produce conclusive evidence to dispel their suspicion, so he did not care about it. October came in a blink of an eye. These days, Zai-Qian honestly completed the exclusive task of fusing the fire dragon. Finally, a few days after entering October, the fire dragon was completely fused. From then on, he no longer had to eat goat meat. He also stopped purchasing from the Magic City and the capital. Not only that, when the fire dragon was completely fused, he extracted another feature from the fire dragon. Dragon breathing flame. Flames can be sprayed through the mouth and nose. Since then, the three characteristics that Hope extracted from the fire dragon, tough skin, full of treasures and dragon breath leaf flame, have reached 10,000 times the characteristics. Hope secretly tried the dragon breath flame, and deliberately controlled it to spray out a wisp of flame. The high temperature almost ignited the air, which scared Hope. Some doubts whether he would be vaporized directly if he was not properly controlled. Fortunately, after a little careful attempt, he was able to completely control the power of the flame, so that it was not so terrifying. Under normal circumstances, Hope would not directly show its 10,000 times power, which would easily cause trouble, but just use it as an ordinary characteristic. As for tough skin, that is what Hope really cares about. In order to verify the power of tough skin, he used himself as an experimental material. He unboxed the gun he had dug out from the underground of the Magic City, loaded it with bullets, and fired a shot at his palm. Even though he was extremely confident that he could definitely withstand this bullet, after all, it was a characteristic extracted from the fire dragon, and it was a 10,000 times characteristic. If he couldn't even defend against a mere bullet, he felt that he could pull the system and jump off the building. But when he actually fired the gun, he was still a little nervous. After all, it was a gun. The result was actually predetermined. After the gun went off, there was not even a mark on his hand, which was enough to prove how strong the tough skin was. The upper limit was unknown, but the lower limit must be very high. Moreover, tough skin can not only withstand physical attacks, but also magical attacks. He was confident that he could withstand most spells, but he was not sure about some more special magics, and he would not try to see if he could really withstand it. For example, the Unforgivable Curse, the Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse and the Killing Curse. In his understanding, there are souls in this world, and these three evil curses seem to target the soul, unlike ordinary spells. For example, the Killing Curse will not leave any wounds after casting, but the person is gone, which is enough to prove that this spell is not aimed at the flesh. And the 4 words tough skin made Hope doubt whether it can withstand soul magic attacks. All this is unknown. It may be able to withstand, or it may not be able to withstand, but no matter what, Hope will not take his life to try. However, even if it can block most of the spells, it is enough for the current coverage. As long as he does not encounter wizards who eat the Unforgivable Curse as a meal, he will be invincible. In case he makes a mistake and is arrested by Dumbledore himself, that would be a big deal. Except for Quirrell, no one else in the school would use the Unforgivable Curse, so as long as he doesn't run into Quirrell, he would be safe. Have you heard that someone saw that big spider in the basement again recently? At lunchtime, Ron followed them to talk about the gossip he had heard. I heard from Hagrid that the big spider is a dangerous magical animal called an acromantula. Do you think Snape put it in to divert the professor's attention? Harry guessed immediately after hearing it. Hope couldn't help but roll his eyes slightly, feeling that Harry's recent Snape suspicion syndrome has become more serious. This acromantula was naturally disguised by him, just to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so that Snape would not be too idle recently and always come to the auditorium on time for dinner, and he would not find a chance to play a prank. Friday came again in a blink of an eye, and Harry and the others walked out of the classroom with tired faces and walked towards the auditorium. There were 2 full potion classes in the morning. Snape, who had not found the acromantula recently and had been working overtime, became more and more gloomy, and almost released all his passion on Harry, and those who were close to Harry were inevitably affected. Anyway, after this class, Hope still felt Snape's voice lingering in his ears. "I'm going to ask Hagrid about the acromantula this afternoon. Hope, do you want to go with me?" After dinner, Harry and the other 2 invited Hope, but Hope directly refused. He might as well go swimming with this time, and he has recently become fascinated with flying swords. Okay, Harry had no choice but to see that Hope was not interested in catching Snape's conspiracy, so he could only go with Ron and Hermione. When Hope apparat to the United College, it was completely dark, but the Flying Sword Stone Tower was unusually lively, because it was Friday night, and it was a holiday like Hope. Compared with usual times, 410 was more lively at this time. "As soon as I arrived, I heard that there was a game tonight, and the venue was directly reserved by the 5 major families, but there was no restriction on others to watch." Everyone was naturally happy to see the dog-eat-dog behavior of the 5 major families, and the stone tower was surrounded early. Some people couldn't get a seat, so they could only watch from the air with peachwood swords. And around the stone tower, there were some searchlights, which seemed to have been transformed by magic, making the venue very bright, and expelling all the darkness inside and outside. Hope was wearing a grey long gown and sitting diagonally on the peachwood sword. Half of his buttocks were against the wooden sword, and his right foot was raised and stepped on the wooden handle, looking up like other people. In the center of the stone tower, other people were prohibited from entering. There were several chairs in each of the 5 directions, where the leaders of the 5 major families in the academy sat, usually people from the main lineage. He saw Huo Bufin among them, but although he was also sitting on a large sofa, he seemed to be squeezed to the edge, and a man who looked older was sitting among the group of Huo's children. Of course, Hope was not interested in the affairs of these wealthy families. He looked at the stone tower. The stone tower tonight was a little different. There was an extra square stone pillar inside the stone tower. There were holes on the pillar. Although it was a stone pillar, it actually looked more like a pile of square stones. I heard from the people next to me that this stone pillar was actually a magic arrow tower. It would sense people and then shoot stone arrows. If you don't dodge in time, you may be knocked out of the stone tower, directly eliminated. Hope's eyes flashed with excitement. This way of playing is more exciting. Sure enough, these wealthy families are best at this kind of play. The game started soon. Hope watched with great interest and cheered loudly like everyone else. It was just that at the beginning of the game, the stone tower suddenly shook and scattered a large amount of dust, but others were not surprised at all, as if they were accustomed to such things. As the stone tower shook like this, the space seemed to change a lot. Hope suddenly realized that this was actually changing the map. Not only that, Hope saw another interesting scene. This was not a one-on-one competition, but a 2-person competition. It was just that one person entered from the lower entrance and the other entered from the upper exit. This meant that unless the 2 were eliminated in advance, they would definitely meet, and such a meeting did not prohibit attacking. In other words, this was not just a competition of speed. If you couldn't outrun the other party, you could also compete in magic in the middle and solve the other party in advance. Just listening to the rules, he was a little excited. No wonder so many people gathered here. He felt a little itchy in his heart, and he wanted to go up and play. Soon, 2 people came out of the 5 big families, one up and one down. At the moment when the ancient bell rang, the 2 people suddenly rushed into the passage with swords. When it comes to the face of the big families, those who can be sent out are all strong and very fast. And the magic arrow tower was also rotating the stone pillar at this moment. It was indeed made of blocks. The dense holes were facing the front of the figure, and stone arrows were shot out quickly. The students inside had to pass quickly and dodge the stone arrows from time to time. The 2 people above and below both narrowly avoided the arrows, and their speeds were similar. They soon met in the passage in the middle of the stone tower. Both of them tacitly grasped the fans at their waists in advance. When they met, one of them read out the spell loudly, but the other did not cast the spell immediately, and instead quickly dodged the spell shot by the other party in this narrow passage. The moment he dodged, he also cast a spell to fight back. Flying sand and running stones. The blue flame shot out from the top of the fan and hit the student who had no time to dodge. The next moment, the student was directly knocked out, and blood could even be seen spilling in the air. His figure flew into the stone tower, but was hit by the stone arrows that shot in, and was bounced back again, hitting the wall and falling downwards. Hope was a little surprised. He didn't expect it to be so big. This spell could be used directly in a duel, but seeing the reactions of the people around him, they didn't seem to care. Yuan-Shi cheered for this wonderful duel. The man who fell directly to the ground, but he didn't fall to pieces. Instead, he sank into the ground. The ground was like a wall, and was enchanted. But even so, the spell just now was not fake. The person who won the duel continued to fly forward with a sword, but Hope found that the speed of the stone tower spraying stone arrows seemed to be getting faster and faster. The man dodged with great difficulty, but was hit by a stone arrow in the process of a reckless advance. He flew out of the hollow wall from the passage and fell to the ground. Neither of them finished the game, which means it was a draw. And the stone arrow didn't have much attack power, but it would generate a soft and huge force at the moment of hitting the target, which could both bounce people away and not hurt students. As the game ended, the ancient bell rang, and then someone ran into the stone tower and carried the person inside out. It can be seen that the person who was hit by the spell was covered in blood and seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. The game continued quickly, and Hope found that the difficulty of this game was indeed very high. The duel in the middle was not the focus, but as it got closer to the finish line, the stone arrows shot from the stone tower were not only faster, but also more in number. If you want to win the game, you can't stop to avoid the stone arrows, but you have to keep accelerating. Otherwise, once you stop, you will be focused on the starting acceleration of flying the sword again can't avoid the speed of the stone arrows. After several groups, no one won. Hope saw that the disciple of the Huo family who was buried alive by him before also went on the field, but the result was very bad. He lost the duel in the middle and was carried to the school hospital by Huo Bufan's other two brothers. Hope's eyes flickered slightly when he saw this. He felt excited just by watching. It would be more exciting to play in person. He was not a novice. He would come here to play after dinner at Hogwarts these days. It was already early in the morning. The whole stone tower was empty, which made him have a lot of fun. Although there was no light source at night to avoid attracting the security guards of the academy, his ability to dig soil and stones gave him a natural sense of stone. Even without lights, he could sense all the structures of the stone tower and walk through it with his eyes closed. He glanced at the direction where Huo Bufan's two younger brothers left, and then controlled the peach-wood sword to fall downwards. When he appeared again, he had transformed into one of Huo Bufan's younger brothers. He squeezed through the crowd outside and successfully entered the inner circle. He came to Huo Bufan's side. Huo Bufan just glanced at him and didn't find anything unusual. He continued to look at the stone tower. Humph, they are all trash. The man sitting next to Huo Bufan saw his younger brother falling from the stone tower, snorted coldly, and cursed unhappily. Hope heard Huo Bufan's address and probably knew that this was Huo Bufan's third brother. Fifth brother, why don't you fight in person in this battle? I heard that even the eldest brother praised your sword writing skills and said that you have inherited your father's true teachings. Now whether you can save the face of my Huo family and stand out in the Wutai family depends on you. The man turned to look at Huo Bufan, changed his previous appearance, and said with a smile. It seemed to be a proposal, but in fact he could not refuse it at all. Okay, third brother. Huo Bufan agreed expressionlessly. Hope looked at the stone tower, blinked his eyes, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The internal struggle of this wealthy family seemed to be more fierce. This was clearly to embarrass him. He just looked around. At least no one from the main lineage came on the field in person. It would be good if they won, but it would be embarrassing if they lost. But when he thought about it, these people were just half-brothers, so it was normal that their relationship was not very good. Soon it was Huo Bufan's turn to go on the field. He stood up and attracted everyone's attention at once. No one expected Huo Bufan to go on the field in person. He stepped on the peachwood sword, jumped up, and slowly floated towards the entrance. It seemed that because of Huo Bufan's appearance, the other person who was originally going to go on the field was directly replaced by another person. Before going on the field, he was even instructed by a main lineage, as if he was told something. When he went on the field, it could be seen that the man stared at Huo Bufan with malicious eyes. Hope shook his head slightly. It seems that the rich family is really surrounded by enemies. It is more comfortable to stay in Hogwarts. Feeling a little tired of standing, Hope lifted his buttocks and sat on the armrest of Huo Bufan's sofa, which immediately attracted the attention of Huo Bufan's third brother. He frowned and seemed to want to say something, but Hope looked at him and smiled widely. The man snorted coldly, but did not speak in the end and continued to look at the stone tower. The game started soon. Huo Bufan was really good at it. He was very fast and could do it easily. However, the other person was also not slow. Compared with the previous person, the strength of these two people was in the forefront. But Hope could see that Huo Bufan's speed was still slightly lower than the other person, and this was very critical. With the speed of the two people, they must meet in the middle of the stone tower, but the faster the speed, the earlier they would enter the area that was obviously different from other sections. That area was longer than the previous section, and it seemed to be specially used for duels. Entering this area early is more advantageous for the duel. Of course, one party can deliberately slow down and wait for the rabbit in the advantageous channel, but this is a bit of cheating, which can be said to be harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself, because the longer it takes to pass the entire channel, the stronger the magic arrow tower will be. So far, even if the speed reaches the extreme and every second counts, it will be defeated in the last section, let alone this kind of waiting. In this occasion, although this kind of cheating behavior can bring some advantages to the party, there are so many spectators outside, and it will undoubtedly receive a boo, which will lose the face of the family. However, at this time, something unexpected happened. Huo Bufen's opponent actually stopped on his own initiative, hid behind a stone pillar to avoid the stone arrows shot from the arrow tower, and held the wooden fan at his waist. Ha! The spectators outside saw this scene and screamed. Even if the main lineage looked outside with cold eyes, they still couldn't stop the boos from others. Hope narrowed his eyes slightly. If Huo Bufen stopped, he would basically not be able to get out of the passage. But if he forced his way in, he would probably suffer a loss, and it would be even more embarrassing to lose in the duel. When he was about to get close, Huo Bufen had already grasped the fan, and his speed did not slow down at all, as if he really wanted to force his way in. When he broke into the passage where his opponent was, a spell had been prepared and attacked him. Everyone held their breath and watched the scene, but something unexpected happened. The spell that was about to hit Huo Bufen was suddenly bounced back, and a glowing invisible wall could be seen in front of Huo Bufen. The spell bounced back and hit the man, knocking him out directly, and flew heavily out of the stone tower. Woo! Everyone had to exclaim when they saw this, even Hope. At some point, Huo Bufen actually put an armor spell on himself. Because of this armor spell, he didn't even stop, nor did he shoot a spell, and rushed forward with death in mind. No one expected that this fourth-year wizard mastered such an advanced spell as the armor spell. Humph! Hope heard a cold snort from the side, obviously very dissatisfied with this situation. But even so, he was still hit by a stone arrow in the last section of the journey, but he was also the person closest to the exit so far in the competition. Although he failed, he still received cheers and applause from many people. In contrast, the faces of the families of Huo Bufen's opponents turned black at this moment. This wave was undoubtedly a blood loss. I thought that even if I lost face, it would be a gain if Huo Bufen was embarrassed and injured. Who would have thought that he would lose face and achieve such a result? How could I be happy? 4.6 Huo Bufen came back here with a smile on his face. He was slightly stunned when he saw Hope sitting on the side of the sofa, but he didn't say anything. With the end of this game, the next game will come. They don't have a fixed order and opponents. It depends on who wants to go up, especially the two parties with conflicts. If one side sends people, the other side will mostly send people. I'll try. Hope volunteered. He couldn't wait and wanted to try if he could run down. Huo Bufen looked at Hope, who was dressed as his younger brother, with a little surprise. He remembered that the other party was not good at this kind of sports, but he didn't stop him and said casually, "Okay." Hope then walked out with an expectant look on his face, took out a small sword from his long gown, threw it casually, and the peachwood sword suddenly became larger and floated on the ground. He jumped lightly and landed steadily on the peachwood sword. Although no one applauded, he felt very handsome. Humph, you really spend a lot of money on your little brother. The third brother frowned and said in a sarcastic tone, "You know, ordinary peachwood swords are not cheap for ordinary families, which is equivalent to a car for ordinary people. And Hope's peachwood sword with shrinking spell is made of superior materials, which is much faster than ordinary peachwood swords, which is equivalent to a luxury car. As a wealthy family, they are indeed rich, but they are just students at present, and they can't have much money. In the eyes of others, this is already too much money to spend, and they actually bought a luxury car for their younger brother. If you tell others about it, people will laugh to death. Be careful." Huo Bufen saw which family sent the person, his face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but shout softly, "The person is not friendly." Hope was calm, and he exerted a little force on his back foot. The front end of the peachwood sword suddenly rose up, and the next moment he flew out suddenly. On the way, the sword hit high again. The whole person was almost parallel to the ground, but he didn't fall off the sword, like a magnet adsorbed on the peachwood sword. Soaring into the sky, he came to the entrance above the stone tower, and the ancient bell was hanging beside him. Looking at the passage in front, Hope couldn't help but feel a little excited. This was his first time to officially participate in such a competition. The feeling was completely different from the previous late-night secret practice. He felt a burst of air in his chest. His eyes flickered slightly, and as the ancient bell rang, Hope's figure instantly rushed out and flew down the passage with his sword. Left and right, his speed was no slower than those senior students who had practiced for many years. His speed was even faster than Huo Bufen. Everyone's starting line is the same, because this map is randomly generated. If ordinary people want to rush through quickly, the first requirement is sharp eyes. They need to judge where the next passage is at the moment they just passed the previous checkpoint and are about to enter the next checkpoint. Once they look slowly, their speed will naturally drop. The second requirement is the body's reaction ability. Passing these obstacles is not just about good eyesight, because some checkpoints require sideways passage, some checkpoints require squatting passage, and there are even checkpoints that require lying down. Even if the eyesight is sufficient, failure to react quickly will cause the speed to slow down or even directly hit the wall. However, Hope's digging and stone digging characteristics can sense the entire stone tower and build a 3D model of the entire stone tower in his mind. He can know the passageway without eyes. When he passed the first checkpoint, he had already seen what the checkpoints behind were like. He didn't need to look at it at all. The familiarity with the passage was like an instinct engraved in his body, just like knowing the answer to the test paper in advance. The only thing that limited him was his body's reaction ability. But because he was familiar with the passageway, he could react in advance to pass the next one. That is, when others passed the passageway and observed the next one, he was already reacting and preparing to pass the next one. He had one less time to observe and react than others, so his speed was naturally faster than others. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the gap between him and his opponent was obvious. So fast. Huo Bufen's eyes widened slightly. How could he not know that his younger brother had such a trick? The audience was also watching this scene in shock. The figure seemed to be flying in the sky without any obstacles. The speed did not slow down at all. The stone arrows shot by the stone tower could only fall behind him, and he was even thrown away. If the passageway is divided into sections, when the opponent just passed the second section, Hope was already in the third section and sprinting towards the fourth section. Such an obvious gap made all the audience present stare at him, and they dared not even breathe. And the gap seems to be widening, especially when Hope passed through the middle area of the passage. The level of the previous players was not much different. Even if they were a little different, they would mostly meet in this middle area and fight for a moment. But when Hope passed through the middle area, the opponent was still a clear gap away from entering this middle area. How could it be? The gap was reflected sharply at this moment. Even people who didn't know about this game could see how huge the gap was. Screams rang out, and the outside audience looked at them in disbelief. This speed is too fast. Many people opened their mouths and eyes wide, forgetting to close their mouths. At this moment, Hope's opponent was concentrating on riding his sword and galloping. He did not forget the task that the disciple of the main lineage had just given him. It was undoubtedly the same operation as before. Since he had been shameless once, it didn't matter if he did it again. He would stop in front of the middle area, ambush, seize the opportunity to attack first, and make sure to seriously injure the boy on the opposite side. Almost there. As long as he passed a few checkpoints, he could reach the checkpoint in the middle area. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the checkpoint in front, which scared him. Before he could react, there was only a fist in front of him that was rapidly enlarging. The next moment, the man's face was distorted by the fist, and even half of his face collapsed. The terrifying power exploded on his face, and the whole person flew backwards. This was just a moment. The audience outside didn't even see Hope raise his fist clearly, and saw another player flying in the opposite direction. And Hope didn't stop at all, and continued to rush down, like waving his hand to drive away flies on the road. At this time, no one had time to look at the other player who flew out. All eyes were firmly locked on Hope's figure. Because they found that the speed of the stone tower shooting stone arrows was obviously much faster than before, but Hope still threw them away. Could it be? All the audience held their breath at this time, without blinking, for fear of missing the next scene. When Hope's figure appeared outside the entrance of the stone tower, the ancient bell rang, and cheers exploded directly. Countless cheers rang out, rapping from all directions. It was a pure and enthusiastic sound. Even in the corner of the academy, you can hear the cheers here. Hope looked at the excited crowd waving and cheering at him again, and couldn't help but stretch out his hands and fly high to welcome his victory. He was also very excited, with a light in his eyes and a big smile on his lips. He felt that all the cells in his body were blooming at this moment. This feeling was too wonderful, making him a little dizzy. He flew around the stone tower in the air for a few circles and waved to the group of excited fans outside, and then flew away directly, leaving them with a proud and unforgettable figure. As Hope left, someone remembered the other contestant who had fallen. They carried him out, but found that he looked very miserable. Half of his face collapsed, his face was covered with blood, and he was in a coma, no better than those students who were hit by the attack spell. There was no way. Hope had thought about using magic to duel. These days he had mastered an attack magic that could turn everything into stone, but he couldn't cast spells silently and without a wand, which would cause a problem. The spell he recited was in a foreign language, which was a bit embarrassing. If people heard it, they would doubt his identity, so he could only use his fists. His sword speed plus the opponent's sword speed was like two speeding cars colliding with each other. It was this obstacle-filled passage that limited the speed of their peachwood swords. Otherwise, with the real speed of the peachwood swords, even wizards would be killed on the spot in a head-on collision. Of course, this is based on the fact that there is no corresponding protective magic on the peachwood sword, but in fact there is. In order to prevent the wizard who flies the sword too fast from hitting something and dying directly, there is still such protective magic on the peachwood sword, otherwise the student's current situation must be even worse. Although Hope hit him with his fist, the speed was no different from the other party hitting him with his face. It was also a collision, but Hope was fine. This is naturally attributed to his tough skin characteristics. That's why he dared to play like this. After playing for a while, Hope didn't stay here for long and went back to Hogwarts directly. It was still afternoon here. And Hope, who had nothing to do, naturally didn't go to study. He could only apparate again, chose a sunny island, and transformed into a Muggle tourist, basking in the sun on the beach, watching the unrestrained foreign beauties running around on the beach. The scene was very spectacular. He didn't return to Hogwarts until dinner time, walked out of the Gryffindor common room, and walked towards the auditorium on the first floor. Suddenly he stopped and looked around with a little doubt. Why did Hogwarts feel a little empty? Then he realized that it was not an illusion. There was really no student around, and he didn't even hear a trace of noise. It was Friday afternoon, and all the students were on vacation. Even at dinner time, it shouldn't be so quiet. Hope frowned. It was obvious that something was wrong, but he didn't know the reason. He could only go downstairs and go to the auditorium first to see if there was a celebration or something. However, when he went down to the second floor, he couldn't help but stop again. He saw a huge figure standing in the corridor a few meters away. This figure was almost as tall as Hagrid, and his body was equally huge. His skin was like a layer of grey hard skin, his arms were very long, he had 2 big soles, thick joints, and a bald and pointed head. He was holding a huge wooden stick in his hand. Hope couldn't help but tilt his head slightly, and immediately recognized the thing in front of him, the troll. There was no way, the troll appeared too frequently in the wizard's storybook, and it was difficult for him not to recognize the ugly big thing in front of him. Now that it appeared here, he knew that it was obviously related to Quirrell, but he remembered that the troll didn't seem to appear at this time. Hulu, hulu. The troll saw Hope, made a low sound, held the thick wooden stick in one hand, raised it high, and smashed it towards Hope. Hope raised his eyebrows slightly and stood still. When the giant stick was raised high and had not yet fallen, the troll's figure suddenly swayed and his body couldn't stop sinking. The ground where the troll stood seemed to collapse suddenly because it couldn't bear the weight of the troll, and half of his body fell into it. He could only abandon the wooden stick in his hand and use both hands to support the corridor floor. Hulu, hulu. The lower half of the troll's body was suspended in the air, appearing on the ceiling of the first floor, with 2 soles of his feet swinging randomly in the air. He couldn't find a foothold for a while, and he didn't know how to support his body with his hands. So he roared anxiously. Fortunately, the troll was not hopelessly stupid. He finally thought of using his hands to support the ground and pull his whole body out of the hole. However, it seemed to be stuck just right. He was unmoved even after wasting a lot of effort, and continued to roar anxiously. This was naturally Hope's method. He directly collapsed the corridor floor with the characteristics of digging soil and stone. In order to prevent the troll from running out, he even controlled the corridor floor to clamp the troll's body tightly. He didn't want to get out for a while, unless he was strong enough to collapse the entire corridor. Looking at the troll who couldn't move, Hope licked his lips slightly, pulled out the magic wand from the wizard robe, and waved it gently. Petrify all. A spell was successfully cast and landed on the troll, but it was obvious that it had no effect. The troll was still struggling lively. Hope couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that most magical creatures had magic resistance, but the petrification spell had no effect at all. If you want to deal with such a troll, some powerful offensive spells are more useful. Mr. Hope. Just then, Professor McGonagall hurried over and saw Hope standing in front of the troll and couldn't help shouting seriously. Professor McGonagall, this troll has trampled the corridor of the castle. Hope shrugged and pointed at the troll in front of him. Even so, you shouldn't be so close to this troll. It is very likely that he will get out. Professor McGonagall said with a serious face, accusing Hope of being reckless. That was a troll. If you were hit by it by accident, you would become a meat pie. Yes, Professor. Hope did not refute and admitted his mistake honestly. You go to the hall first. The other students are all there. I'll handle this. Professor McGonagall kept her eyes on the troll and never let go of the wand in her hand. Seeing that the troll did not break free, she relaxed a little. Hope naturally had no objection and came to the hall. The hall was full of little wizards who were chattering about something. He soon found Harry and the others among the group. Chen Ku, great, you're fine. Hermione saw Huo Ku and was relieved. After Harry and the others told her, the cover knew what happened. Someone saw the troll from a height in the city, screamed and fled to the bottom, shouting loudly while running. With that, the people who heard the news also ran downstairs, and finally gathered in the auditorium. With Dumbledore present here, there will be no problems. On the contrary, the trolls wandering outside are the most dangerous. Professor McGonagall and Snape hurriedly left the auditorium. After all, they could not ensure that all the students were here. Students in the city were likely to encounter trolls, and the danger must be eliminated as soon as possible. At this time, Hope found that Professor Quirrell hurriedly ran in, and seemed to be quite frightened. He walked to Dumbledore and said something. Students who haven't eaten yet can continue to eat. The trolls have been controlled by the professors. Don't worry, but don't leave the auditorium for the time being. Dumbledore cast a voice amplification spell to make the sound overwhelm the noisy auditorium. Hope glanced at Quirrell. It seemed that Voldemort could no longer hold back and was about to make some small moves. However, it shouldn't be so urgent. Could it be because of him? The only variable here was Hope himself. Perhaps some of Hope's previous actions made Voldemort feel that there was an opportunity? Or was it because Snape's recent overtime inspections put some pressure on Voldemort? Hope didn't know, but since Voldemort had already made some small moves, maybe he should get the Philosopher's Stone to avoid more trouble. For the students, this was just a small episode. After all, most of the students had never seen a troll. But when they left the hall and dispersed, they found a huge pit in the corridor on the second floor, and they all gathered around the pit to discuss it. Is the power of the trolls so terrifying? Ron looked at the pit and said with some horror, "They have great power." It seems that the book is not wrong. Hermione nodded in agreement. And the troll's body was nowhere to be found. Could it be dragged away by Hagrid? It's not impossible, Hope Mingla guessed. The impact of this incident was just to give students another topic to talk about. For example, Harry heard Ron and Harry discussing it enthusiastically after returning to the dormitory, and even discussed who was more powerful, the troll or the giant. If Hermione was around, she would definitely criticize them for being ignorant. After all, giants and trolls are not of the same level. In front of giants, the trolls are at most 10 little brats who have not grown up yet. Late at night, 3 snoring sounds were heard in the dormitory, 1 big and 2 small, and they all seemed to be sleeping very deeply. A figure lying flat on the bed suddenly sat up, got off the bed slowly, put on his shoes, opened the dormitory door, and sneaked out. Hope went straight to the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, he first confirmed whether there was anyone there and made sure that no one would disturb him. Then he walked into a cubicle and locked the door. The next moment, his figure suddenly rose, as tall as an adult, and his face changed, full of coldness, like a cold-blooded killer, covered in a black robe. After thinking for a while, Hope wiped his face and suddenly a mask appeared. Under the hood, the only thing that was exposed was the pair of slightly glowing eyes. He activated the treasure perception and determined the location of the magic stone. The next moment, his figure disappeared instantly. When Hope appeared, he first looked around. There was no fire here, and it was shrouded in darkness. Fluorescent flash. Zyge's mind moved, and a bright light popped out from his finger and fell into the air, illuminating the entire space like an incandescent bulb. This is a very empty secret room. There is no entrance. The golden frame was almost as high as the ceiling, and 2 golden claws were supporting the ground. Hope looked at the mirror naturally, but saw that the mirror was gray and seemed to be changing. Looking at the picture in the mirror, Hope's eyes flickered slightly, and his heart sank slightly, but he didn't feel any surprise. The mirror reflected his desire, not for anything else, but for his past. Hope slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on the mirror, his palm pressed tightly, feeling a little cold, and the picture in the mirror quickly dissipated like a smoke garden. This mirror is obviously solid, so it is naturally impossible to reach into it. He closed his eyes, turned on the treasure sensor, and found the magic stone hidden in the mirror. He felt the magic stone in the mirror very clearly and gently grabbed it. The next moment, Hope opened his eyes and saw that he was holding a crystal clear red gem in his hand, which was slightly larger than an egg. Just with this appearance, it would probably make a lot of money if he sold it. At this moment, the mirror suddenly flashed, and he saw a flash of fire and turned his head quickly. An old man with a long white beard and pajamas was standing behind him, with a giant bird with red feathers standing on his shoulder. Dumbledore. Before Hope could carefully observe the most powerful white wizard in Europe, he saw the old man's lips move slightly, and a spell shot out instantly. No martial ethics. Hope secretly complained in his heart. The spell had already fallen on him, but it had no effect. Dumbledore's old eyes suddenly showed a trace of doubt, and the next moment he saw this guy who was hiding his head and tail and didn't even dare to show his face suddenly shrink and disappear directly. Apparition. Dumbledore's face changed obviously, but he couldn't do anything at this time. The whole secret room was empty, leaving only him and the mirror of Arist, and the phoenix on his shoulder. He was a little unbelievable, and his pupils shrank slightly. The trap he carefully set for Voldemort did not work at all. He was broken into the secret room without any warning. If he had not set up detection magic in the secret room and sensed someone breaking in, he would have arrived here instantly with the help of the phoenix and would not have known that his things were stolen. Not only that, his most critical means, the mirror of Arist. It did not stop the other party. It took a long time for the other party to step into this place and obtain the Philosopher's Stone. He was so easily able to solve his means, as if he knew his arrangement very well. Dumbledore's face sank. The other party also used apparition to leave here directly, breaking through the protective magic of Hogwarts. Moreover, his magic did not work on the other party. All this was beyond his expectations. At this moment, Dumbledore couldn't help but wonder if he was a little old, and his carefully laid out layout was easily cracked by others. He couldn't be sure that the other party was related to Voldemort, but now he could only make the worst plan. He handed over the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort, and never thought that he would make such a fatal mistake. He could already imagine Voldemort secretly mocking him, using the Philosopher's Stone stolen from him to restore his body and make a comeback. Things suddenly became very bad, just because of his mistake. On the other side, Hope had already appeared in the capital, with bright sunlight shining through the window, shining the red gem in his hand. Is this the Philosopher's Stone? Hope observed the Philosopher's Stone in his hand curiously, but he didn't study it carefully, and put it in the cabinet in the living room. He pushed the cabinet and disappeared again. In an instant, he returned to the bathroom in the Gryffindor common room of Hogwarts, dispelled his self-transformation, pushed open the partition door and walked out of the bathroom and returned to the dormitory. Hearing the snoring without any change, he immediately relaxed, lay on the bed with satisfaction, and fell asleep peacefully. He was not sure whether Dumbledore had the means to find the Philosopher's Stone. After all, there were too many strange means in the magic world. If there was such a means, it would be the same wherever it was placed. Of course, at least it could not be placed on the body, lest it be caught on the spot. Soon Hope fell asleep peacefully, as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Dumbledore did not have the same thoughts as Hope, sitting behind the desk in the principal's office, awake all night. Waking up in the morning was a new day, and today was Saturday. Feeling better, Hope stretched, it was almost noon, and went out to have lunch with Harry and the others leisurely. The Philosopher's Stone was taken away? In the principal's office, Snape looked at Dumbledore in shock. Yes, Severus. Dumbledore's old face showed a hint of apology. I told you that your idea was rotten at the beginning. Snape's voice resounded in the headmaster's office. He knew what this meant. It meant that after Voldemort got the Philosopher's Stone, he would quickly recover from his weakness and return with great force. Calm down, Severus. Things are not at their worst yet. Dumbledore had regained his composure after a night, and even his tone was a little stable. How did he take it away? How did he get through layers of obstacles and take it away right under your nose? Don't tell me you were still asleep at that time. Snape's face was gloomier than ever before, but he did not maintain his usual calmness. He asked excitedly, "This is not important anymore. It is not certain that the Philosopher's Stone was taken away by Voldemort. It is possible that someone else took it." Dumbledore looked at Snape's irritable eyes with a calm look and said slowly, that means you don't even know who took the Philosopher's Stone." Snape obviously didn't think this was good news, and even guessed from this news that Dumbledore didn't even know anything. So now we need to confirm whether the Philosopher's Stone is really in Voldemort's hands. This is very important, Severus. I need you to find the person hiding in Hogwarts. Find him out, and maybe things will be clear. Dumbledore said calmly. His tone was very calm, and he seemed to be confident. The previous riot was enough to show that someone did try to enter the Chamber of Secrets to steal the Philosopher's Stone. This person must be in Hogwarts, but he couldn't be sure who it was. The trap of the Philosopher's Stone was originally set for this person. What about you? The irritability in Snape's eyes subsided in an instant, but Dumbledore's tone still highlighted his unrest. I'm going to leave for a while to meet Nicholas Flamel. Maybe he has a way to get the Philosopher's Stone back. After all, it was created by him. If it's timely enough, maybe he can stop him before the situation gets worse. Dumbledore has always believed that Voldemort is not completely dead, but he has not been found in these years. In desperation, he can only use the magic stone to lure him out. It was originally a safe bet, just waiting for Voldemort to step on the trap they set for him. But now that the bait has been eaten, he can only take the initiative to attack and follow the waves on the water to find Voldemort's traces. Otherwise, when Voldemort hides again, I am afraid that his power will be stronger than 10 years ago when he appears again in a few years. Snape left the principal's office. Snape's face was gloomy, like a dark cloud pressing down on the head. No one dared to walk past him when they saw him, for fear of being angered by Snape, who was in a bad mood. Hope and his friends had just come out of the auditorium after lunch and were walking towards the dormitory when they saw Snape's face. At first glance, they knew that Snape was in a very bad mood. Harry was so scared that he wanted to pull them to another way, but Snape's voice sounded at this time. "Potter, you don't know how to say hello to the professor when you see him? Is this what your father taught you? Oh, I forgot, you don't have a father." Snape was as sharp-tongued as always, and he leaned on Harry's dead father when he opened his mouth. But this time Harry didn't refute it. He was not stupid. He saw that Snape was in a bad mood and wanted to find someone to vent his anger on, trying to deliberately anger him so that he could take it out on him in a legitimate way. After experiencing this kind of trash talk a lot, although he was still angry, he could not bear it anymore. Seeing that Harry ignored him, Snape's eyes flashed with disgust, and he continued in a cold voice, "I advise you to be honest recently. I will keep an eye on you. Before Dumbledore comes back, I will find a reason for you to drop out of school and get you out of Hogwarts." After saying this, Snape left directly. Seeing Snape leave, Harry was relieved and said unconvinced, "He must know that I found out that he wanted to steal the things guarded by the three-headed dog, and deliberately retaliated against me and tried to drive me out, so that no one would know his plan." Hope looked at Snape's back as he left, his eyes moved slightly. Why did he feel that the point of Snape's words was that Dumbledore was not in school? He seemed to be deliberately telling them this information. In that case, why don't you just tell Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore? Hope absent-mindedly continued, because Dumbledore believes him. Yesterday, when Ron and Hermione and I went to Hagrid's hut, we accidentally learned something from Hagrid. Harry looked around and made sure no one was eavesdropping, and then whispered. Hope then looked at Harry, wanting to know what Harry knew. The three-headed dog in the corridor on the 4th floor is Fluffy, Hagrid's pet. Professor Dumbledore borrowed him to guard something. I heard from Hagrid that the name Nicholas Flamel was related to the thing being guarded, but no matter how I asked, Hagrid wouldn't tell us and asked us not to tell anyone. I told Hagrid that Snape wanted to steal something, but Hagrid didn't believe it. He also said that Dumbledore believed in Snape and would never do that. Obviously, they were all deceived by Snape, Harry said unconvinced. If even Hagrid didn't believe it, then Dumbledore probably wouldn't believe it either. They were now planning to find evidence and catch Snape's handle. As they talked, they walked towards the Gryffindor common room. Harry also invited Hope to go and check the name Nicholas Flamel, but Hope directly declined. The Philosopher's Stone was in his hands, so what else was there to check? It would be great if he had this time to study the Philosopher's Stone. On the other side, Snape came to the hall, stopped Malfoy who was about to leave, and ordered lightly. "You go and inform Professor McGonagall, tell her not to go to the principal's office to find Dumbledore recently." Hope guessed correctly, he was deliberately spreading the news that Dumbledore was not in school. In fact, he was not as irritable as he showed in the office. He was a gloomy person. He just wanted to take the opportunity to blame Dumbledore, but he did not think that the information revealed by Dumbledore was useless. Even Dumbledore was not sure whether it was Voldemort who stole the Philosopher's Stone, which means that this possibility is true. If it was not Voldemort who took the Philosopher's Stone, it also means that they did not know that the Philosopher's Stone was gone under Dumbledore's nose. At this time, if the mice in Hogwarts made any movement, it meant that the Philosopher's Stone was really not taken away by Voldemort's people. Of course, he would not rule out another possibility, that he would plan to leave after stealing something, and he was ready to stare at anyone who wanted to leave Hogwarts. However, what Snape didn't know was that the person who stole the Philosopher's Stone had left without him noticing. When he arrived in the capital, Hope couldn't wait to open the drawer and take out the crystal-clear red gem. From the outside, it was just a priceless gem, but holding it in his hand, Hope could feel the abundant magic power in it. Turning stones into gold and refining elixirs of immortality are the most precious functions of the Philosopher's Stone in the rumors. Hope didn't care much about turning stones into gold. He could sneak into any gold mountain at any time, even if it was a hidden gold mine that had not been discovered by Muggles. This was not a problem, it was just more troublesome. But the elixir of immortality was very tempting, even Hope couldn't escape it. And this was not a rumor based on hearsay, but it really existed. Nicholas Flamel had lived for many years, so even if no one else had really drunk the elixir of immortality, old medicine, and did not doubt the truth of this matter. But, it is not that you can get the elixir of immortality by getting this thing, but you can use it to make the elixir of immortality, which involves potions. Unfortunately, he is a potion-learning Muggle, so the elixir of immortality is not possible for the time being. However, he still wanted to see the strangeness of the Philosopher's Stone, and immediately held the Philosopher's Stone, wanting to turn stone into gold. He didn't know how to operate it, but he thought about it, used the Philosopher's Stone as a wand, held the Philosopher's Stone tightly in his right hand, and focused on a glass cup on the wooden table in the living room, raised the index finger of his right hand and pointed at the glass cup. The next moment, a magical scene happened, and the glass cup began to change, slowly changing from top to bottom, from glass to gold. Hope picked up the gold cup on the table with a surprised look on his face, and examined it carefully. His fingernails pressed hard on the wall of the cup, and a mark actually appeared. His face couldn't help but look a little strange. Why did it feel that turning stone into gold was so similar to transfiguration? Hope casually placed the Philosopher's Stone on the table, and then picked up a glass from the table. Under the self-transfiguration feature, the glass also turned directly into a golden cup, which was no different from the real golden cup in his left hand. Of course, when Hope put down the golden cup in his right hand and let go, the golden cup turned back to its original appearance. Glass turned into gold. Hope's eyes flashed with a thought: how could this be somewhat similar to the principle of transfiguration? The transformation between matter and matter is a course for the first and second grades in Hogwarts. After that, there are also difficult courses such as the transformation of matter and life, and the transformation of life and life. Which one is not more difficult than this one? But turning stone into gold is not considered as transfiguration, which means that it really changes the nature of things, and it is even irreversible. Hope immediately felt that he had found the real function of the Philosopher's Stone, which is to solidify the deformation effect, but this deformation only limits the deformation of matter and gold. Strictly speaking, it is really an alchemical product made for a certain purpose. Maybe Nicholas Flamel originally created the Philosopher's Stone just to turn stones into gold, so this transformation can only be fixed as the conversion of matter and gold. Hope vaguely felt that he was about to find out the characteristics of the Philosopher's Stone, but it didn't work at all. Although the system boasted that it was a system for the fusion of all things, it currently only supported the fusion of life, like a semi-finished system that had not yet developed subsequent functions. Hope couldn't help but complain in his heart, and he really didn't know how to fuse matter. However, the system seemed to have sensed Hope's complaints and suddenly popped up. After completing an S-level fusion, other functions of the system will be enabled. Hope was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that his casual complaints would actually attract the system's induction. Wouldn't he have complained earlier if he had known? It's just an S-level fusion, which is a bit difficult. The Fire Dragon was only an A-level difficulty before, and it took him a long time. Even one of the most powerful and dangerous magical animals in the magic world is only of A-level difficulty. Where can I find life of S-level difficulty? He estimated that even the Phoenix might not be able to meet this requirement. I don't know if the real dragon mentioned by Huo Bufan before belongs to it. If it doesn't belong to it, then it can only merge life forever. Do you think, are they all fake? Neville suddenly asked. As soon as this sentence came out, the atmosphere in the whole hall suddenly became cold. The whole audience was silent, looking at Neville in shock, and Neville shrank his neck. And the next moment, many young wizards took action, took out their wands and pointed them at the two professors, their faces full of fear and suspicion. At this time, there was only suspicion in the hall. Severus, you asked me for something during the summer vacation, do you remember? Professor McGonagall looked at Snape with a serious face and asked. Snape's eyes showed a trace of hesitation when he heard it. He glanced at Harry and said slowly, remember, you rejected me and said it was Dumbledore's decision. Professor McGonagall nodded, and the fingers holding the wand suddenly loosened a little, no longer so hard. Don't doubt it, Professor Snape and I are real. Professor McGonagall raised her head slightly and said in a deep voice. However, the students at this moment have become frightened birds, and have lost the ability to distinguish. They did not relax because of McGonagall's words. Professor McGonagall felt a little headache when she saw this. It seemed that the imposter had messed up the school. Then McGonagall talked about some things with the students, and then her identity was confirmed. Although the students in the entire auditorium believed it at this time, they still felt a little strange. After Professor McGonagall's questioning, Snape and McGonagall knew what happened, and finally knew why the students doubted their identities. McGonagall and Snape looked at each other and felt it was a difficult situation. However, Mag also keenly noticed that the imposter was just pretending and did not cause any actual harm to the students. Compared with the imposter, the matter of the troll seemed to be more important. The students said that the troll had been to the auditorium, and there were indeed traces of the troll on the ground, but the troll was such an obvious target, but they did not find it. Suddenly, a footstep sounded from outside, and it sounded neither hurried nor slow. Everyone looked at the door of the auditorium, wondering whether it would be the troll or the imposter. Finally, the figure appeared at the door of the auditorium. Seeing that figure, Snape's eyes flickered slightly, and his hand had already clenched the wand under his wizard robe. Ha! Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, why are you all here? The person who came was Professor Quirrell, wearing a purple turban, and walked in with some confusion. The students present showed a trace of surprise again. Professor Quirrell seemed to have lost his memory. It was he who came to inform Snape that the troll had appeared before. Now he was wondering why they were all here. This was too abnormal. Ron shrank his neck, touched his arm, and felt goosebumps all over his body. Most of the other students thought so too. They felt that tonight was too scary, just like it was like a haunted place. They only found out at the end that the people who had been communicating with them normally before were ghosts. This was really disturbing. Snape did not stop Quirrell from approaching. He was confident that he could take action before Quirrell behaved abnormally, and he had not confirmed whether Quirrell was real or fake. As Quirrell approached, Snape could not help but sniff and smell the disgusting smell, like garlic. His brows suddenly frowned. Quirrell, who ran to report to him before, did not have this smell. In other words, the previous Quirrell was fake, and he did not find it because he did not think deeply about the troll at that time. Where have you been, Professor Quirrell? Professor McGonagall asked. Sorry, I went to Hogsmeade and drank a glass of butterbeer, Professor Quirrell said timidly with a trace of apology on his face. Snape whispered to McGonagall, saying the flaws of the imposter and confirming the authenticity of this Professor Quirrell. So the Quirrell at the beginning was fake, but the troll did appear. Could it be that the eye monster was put in by the imposter? Professor McGonagall and Snape both thought of the same point, but they were also confused. It seemed a bit strange that the troll could be tied up by the rope of the speed binding spell, but they didn't think too deeply about it. After all, the polyjuice potion couldn't pretend to be a troll. McGonagall then told Professor Quirrell about the matter. After listening, Professor Quirrell showed a trace of horror. "This is terrible." Professor Quirrell couldn't help but mutter absent-mindedly. "The troll is still wandering in the school. Professor Quirrell, these students will be left to you to take care of. Let's go find the troll." Professor McGonagall immediately gave an order. In this case, she and Snape could only go out to look for it. After all, Quirrell didn't look like he could deal with the troll alone, although he was the professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Me? Quirrell pointed at himself in surprise, a little unbelievable and a little unconfident. "Yes, if someone comes in later, you need to verify the other party's identity first. Let's set a password, iced lemon juice. If the identity is wrong, you can subdue the other party first," Professor McGonagall said seriously, without a trace of joking, and handed this difficult task to Quirrell. Of course, this is already the easiest task. From the previous situation, the imposter did not show any aggressiveness. Okay. Quirrell had no choice but to agree. Then McGonagall and Snape went out again, leaving Quirrell and the students in the hall. "Professor Quirrell, you can't be fake too?" a Ravenclaw girl asked worriedly, and the eyes of others were suddenly focused on him. Before Quirrell could answer anything, Malfoy showed a look of disgust and said, "First, you can tell the real one by smelling the smell on him." This statement was recognized by many students. Others might be fake, but Professor Quirrell's smell was definitely real. I didn't expect that one day the smell they disliked could make them feel at ease. It was incredible. Quirrell didn't get angry when he heard this. Instead, he said with some relaxation, "Mr. Malfoy, you are so smart." However, only a short while later, several footsteps were heard outside the auditorium. All the students looked at the entrance of the auditorium in response, holding their breath, wondering if the person coming was a human or a ghost. And Quirrell also looked at the entrance of the auditorium, frowning slightly, with a strange look in his eyes. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the candlelight outside also made their shadows appear first and get in. When they saw the three figures appearing at the entrance of the auditorium, all the students took a breath of cold air again. It was Snape, who had a very gloomy face and sharp eyes like a blade, and McGonagall, who had a dark face. Both of them held wands in their hands, and the third figure was Quirrell wearing a purple turban. Oh my God! At this moment, everyone was shocked, and instinctively looked at Professor Quirrell, who was closer to them, and took out their wands, but their bodies quickly squeezed to the back. In a blink of an eye, they had gathered together. Quirrell in the auditorium looked at McGonagall and Snape in a panic, and asked in astonishment, "Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, what are you doing? Who are you?" Snape's eyes were sharp enough. After being fooled all night, he wanted to kill someone. Not long after they walked out, they met Professor Quirrell, who came back from outside. Seeing McGonagall and Snape raise their wands to him, they were puzzled, but Snape also smelled the garlic smell coming from Professor Quirrell, and his face suddenly changed. Both of them smelled of garlic, so it was not certain who was real and who was fake. It was also possible that the person in front of him was real, and the one in the auditorium was fake. McGonagall also thought of it, and her face turned black. If the one in the auditorium was fake, they would be equivalent to leaving a danger to the students who were unaware of it, and she didn't dare to think about what would happen. McGonagall quickly checked with Professor Quirrell in front of them some things that only they knew, and confirmed that Professor Quirrell in front of them was the real one. They hurried back to the auditorium. You are all imposters," Quirrell, who was close to the students, asked with fear on his face. All the students' faces suddenly changed. It was not impossible that there were three imposters at the same time. They immediately pointed their wands at Snape and the other three in fear. Seeing the wands of these students pointing at him, Snape's face almost turned black. These little wizards were going to rebel. "By the way, the password, what is the password?" Quirrell on the student's side seemed to have thought of something and asked urgently. In fact, he had to ask when he saw Snape's face gritting his teeth and looking like he would take action at any time. Of course, he was Hope. He was the best actor tonight, no one else. He played for a whole night and felt good, especially playing Snape twice. Seeing how scared these students were, it was definitely not a problem to be named the best actor. He didn't really want to come in dressed as Quirrell, especially before that. He knew through the treasure perception that Snape had returned to the hall, but the progress of fusing the boggart was only one step away, so he had to bite the bullet and act hard. Unexpectedly, before coming in, he suddenly remembered the loophole when he played Quirrell before, and deliberately went to find some garlic, which unexpectedly made him trust by mistake. To be honest, he was a little shocked at the time. Originally, he thought that after McGonagall and Snape left, he would find an excuse to go out and exit perfectly, but Quirrell was lucky enough to come back at this time. Quirrell might not meet McGonagall and Snape, but he still met them. It can only be said that it was God's will. But now, Hope still wants to try whether he can continue to act hard. This is his professional ethics as a best actor. He named this performance, "Can You Trust Me Again?" Of course, he was ready to slip away at any time. If he couldn't continue the performance, God knew what kind of spell Snape, who was on the verge of exploding, would cast. Even Hope, who had tough skin, didn't want to take it. Seeing Snape about to take action, Hope could only take the initiative, and ask for the password. McGonagall frowned and looked at Hope. She didn't know what the other party was still holding on to after he exploded. But just in case and to gain the trust of the students, she still said, "Iced lemon juice." Snape stared at Hope with his eyes. He promised that if the imposter dared to say that the password was wrong, he would let the other party taste his magic. In fact, at this moment, Hope really had this idea. Once he said that the other party's password was wrong, Snape would definitely attack him. He could pretend to be injured. What would the students think in this case? *********. Probably they thought that the imposter had taken action and attacked Snape and the others. That scene must be very exciting. I believe it will become a rich school history that later generations will talk about with relish. If you give this scene a name, it must be Snape's Judgment Day. Unfortunately, this is just an idea. If Professor McGonagall was not here, maybe he would really try it. After all, a Snape and a Quirrell possessed by Voldemort would not be a big problem if they were injured. On the contrary, it would be welcomed. The password is correct. You are real, but why are you staying with someone pretending to be me? Hope looked surprised and asked in confusion. After hearing what Hope said, the students were relieved. At least Professor McGonagall and Snape were not fake, but what was the situation now? Which Professor Quirrell was the real one? Because you are fake, Snape said coldly, but he was not in a hurry to do it. What? I am real, haven't we checked it? Hope said in surprise. He knew in his heart that the situation was not favorable for him now. It was only a matter of time before he was exposed, and this time might only be a few seconds, or it might be in the next second. No, you are fake, we have confirmed it. McGonagall stepped forward and said with certainty. Without the real Quirrell speaking, Snape and McGonagall gave him the location of the gold water. They didn't do it now, just because Hope hadn't shown any threat, so they were willing to talk about it. You must have made a mistake. Be careful. You will be attacked by him. Hope was so anxious that his face was sweating and flushed. He advised earnestly. At this time, he had to give a thumbs up to the self-transformation feature. The reason why he could hold on without performing rings most of the time was due to self-transformation. The sweat on his face and the flushed face at this moment were the result of self-transformation. Seeing Hope's appearance, Mag couldn't help but show a trace of doubt. The imposter on the opposite side seemed to be a little real. Did they really make a mistake? The one next to him was the imposter? Seeing Mag's expression, Hope was happy. If you don't believe it, I will confront him. I have a way to prove that I am real, Hope said hurriedly. Now he can only force the situation of the real and fake Monkey King. Mag and Snape looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. There was no harm for them. They turned to look at Quirrell, whom they trusted, and saw Quirrell nodded, obviously agreeing. However, at McGonagall's request, Fudge could only walk away from the students and walk from the position close to the professor's seat to the side of the auditorium entrance. This process inevitably required walking past Snape, but fortunately there was a courtyard in Yangney. The positions were obviously adjusted, and the students squeezed behind the professor's seat, while McGonagall and Snape stood in front of the students, facing the auditorium door. The two Quirrells were close to the auditorium entrance, facing each other on the left and right. How do you prove it? Looking at Hope on the left, Snape asked coldly, without putting down his wand, and it was very targeted, pointing at Hope. Hope suddenly showed a strange smile, but looked at Kija opposite, feeling a little uneasy under the pressure of his eyes. Aren't you always curious about the smell of my body? In fact, I have already told you that I hid some garlic on my head to drive away vampires. Hope reached out to the purple headscarf with one hand and took it off directly, revealing a few garlics. He held the garlics steadily in his hand. These garlics were secretly transformed by him using galleons. The students looked at this scene with shock on their faces, feeling that the mystery was finally solved. At this moment, Quirrell on the opposite side had an extremely ugly face, staring at Hope's eyes in disbelief, feeling that the other party knew something. McGregor and Snape naturally saw this look, and their brows immediately frowned. Quirrell looked very strange at the moment. Hope raised his head proudly and said, No, this is my privacy, you are fake, I won't take it off. Quirrell's expression became very strange, not only fear, but also a little resentment. At this moment, Hope also had a trace of vigilance in his heart, ready to perform apparition at any time. Look, he's exposed. Hope stared at Kija, his mouth slightly raised. This was the last scene he prepared, to find a scapegoat to take all the blame for him. As long as something bigger happened, no one would care about his affairs. No, Quirrell said excitedly. A trace of suspicion flashed in Snape's eyes, and the direction of the wand had changed unconsciously, pointing at the real Quirrell. I think you have no choice. Snape stared at Quirrell and said coldly, Professor Quirrell, the matter is serious, so I need your cooperation. Who are you? How did you know? Quirrell suddenly showed a hint of ruthlessness, no longer looking like a good guy as before, staring at Hope. "Me? Of course it's Quirrell," Hope said casually. In fact, in Snape's eyes, both of them were suspicious, but Quirrell's side seemed more dangerous now. "Don't try to hold the wand, they won't allow it." Hope saw Quirrell's little move, smiled slightly, and said loudly, naturally reminding Snape and McGonagall. He didn't believe that Quirrell's level could cast the unforgivable curse without a wand, so he was afraid of nothing. Looking at Quirrell's frustrated look, Hope couldn't help feeling a little proud in his heart. It was estimated that Voldemort behind Quirrell's head was also frustrated. He was naturally very proud that Voldemort, who had once frightened countless wizards, could be so frustrated. As for the consequences of offending Voldemort, not to mention that Voldemort didn't know who he was, even if he really knew, he was like a drowned dog, relying on the immortality of the Horcrux. Believe it or not, he could find the Horcrux in a minute and destroy it in front of Voldemort. Of course, he didn't have a solution to Harry's problem, that is, as long as Harry was there, Voldemort would never die. "Professor Quirrell, can you give me the wand for safekeeping?" "Of course, I'll take it, and you don't have to make any moves for the time being to avoid misunderstandings." Professor McGonagall stared at Quirrell. In fact, she had already distinguished who was the real Quirrell and who was the fake, but now it seems that she and Dumbledore have overlooked one point. The purple turban that Quirrell has been wearing has a big problem, so big that he dare not take it off, even if he can't prove his identity. This problem is even bigger than pretending in secret, so she chose to deal with this matter first. "Okay, you come and take it." Quirrell suddenly accepted his fate, spread his hands, and said to McGonagall, 550, "But this person is fake, aren't you afraid? Suddenly cast a curse on you?" Quirrell turned his attention to Hope. But what Quirrell said was not without reason. The students at this moment looked a little confused. What does it mean? The Professor Quirrell on the left is a fake? But Professor McGonagall wants to confiscate the wand of the real Professor Quirrell, and even Snape's wand is now pointed at the real Quirrell. All this is so psychedelic. "I don't think you will hand over your wand, you know. If you hand over your wand, you will definitely be sent to Azkaban and you will never get out." Hope smiled and said sarcastically, directly exposing what Quirrell wanted to hide, but he didn't say it clearly, which made Quirrell even more uncomfortable. Quirrell's eyes widened immediately. He was sure that the person pretending to be him knew something. From Hope's words, Mag and Snape also sank in their hearts, thinking about what kind of crime would be imprisoned in Azkaban for life, which was a more painful torture than death. With Hope's reminder, Quirrell had fallen into an irreversible situation. He didn't even have the chance to pick up the wand. Snape would not give him this opportunity. Now Quirrell could do nothing. He didn't dare to move, and he couldn't apparate away because of Hogwarts. It was like he was forced into a dead end, but he couldn't die together. This aggrieved feeling made Quirrell blush, staring at Hope with hatred, but could only see the face that looked exactly like him, except that the face always kept a smile that asked for a beating. At this moment, Snape no longer hesitated, waved his wand gently, and a spell suddenly shot towards Quirrell. However, Quirrell was not really defenseless. At the moment the spell was shot, he rolled to the side, dodged the spell, and drew out his wand at the same time. But Professor McGonagall was not a useless person. At this moment, she also cast a spell at Quirrell. Hope naturally did not just watch. When the battle broke out, he ran away directly and ran quickly towards the door of the auditorium. The fight was a time difference. At this time, Snape had no time to keep him. He needed to face Quirrell and could not allow him to be distracted. Professor McGonagall's spell successfully hit Quirrell, and the wand in Quirrell's hand flew out uncontrollably and fell into Professor McGonagall's hands. Snape's cooperation was very timely. At this time, he also cast a spell on Quirrell, knocking Nankai unconscious. Looking at Hope again, he had already taken advantage of this time to run to the door of the auditorium and turned his head to look at them. Snape snorted coldly and shot a spell at Hope. Hope was prepared. When Snape's wand turned to face him, he dodged to the side. After dodging, he ran away without waiting for Snape to cast the second spell. He did not expose his apparition if he could, but fortunately he really escaped. At the moment of turning to avoid the sight, he directly cast apparition and returned to the invasion room. When Snape chased out, Hope had long disappeared. He had no choice but to put it down temporarily, snorted coldly, and returned to Mag. He took the initiative to reach out to Quirrell's headscarf, and Mag was responsible for vigilance. Just before he touched the purple turban, a green figure suddenly jumped out of Quirrell's body and fled quickly. Professor McGonagall instinctively cast a spell at the green figure, which hit and missed. The figure was very fast and chose to go through the wall directly, not taking the usual route. It was obvious that it was not a living being. People who were far away could not see clearly and could only see a green figure, but McGonagall and Snape who were close could see it clearly and were stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief, confirming that what the other saw was the same as what he saw. They could confirm this just from the other's eyes, and they were extremely sure. How could they not recognize that figure? McGonagall's face was extremely serious at this time. She never thought that things would be so outrageous and out of control. They actually let Voldemort stay under their noses, in Hogwarts full of students. If it weren't for today's incident, Voldemort didn't know how long he would hide, and they would even be kept in the dark. Snape was also very shocked at this moment. He didn't expect to find someone hiding in Hogwarts. He thought it was one of Voldemort's men before, but it was Voldemort himself who came. It was really unexpected. Suddenly Snape remembered something and reached out to feel around Quirrell, but he didn't find what he wanted to find. He frowned. Was the Philosopher's Stone hidden, or was it really not Voldemort who stole the Philosopher's Stone? Otherwise, Voldemort, who got the Philosopher's Stone, should have restored his body as soon as possible instead of continuing to hide in Hogwarts. As for the Green Shadow, neither Snape nor McGonagall chose to chase it. First, there were students here, and what they needed to do more was to protect the students. Second, they were all well-informed wizards, enough to see that the Green Shadow was just a soul. How could they catch up if it could pass through the wall? McGonagall suddenly sighed, feeling that a lot of things had happened in Hogwarts after Dumbledore left, but if she remembered correctly, Dumbledore had only been away for one day, and she already felt that it was impossible to live without him. Trolls, imposters, Voldemort, Professor Quirrell, all these things came to light in this night. Snape temporarily imprisoned Quirrell, and then McGonagall continued to look for the troll in the castle. As for Hope, he had returned to the dormitory and fell asleep peacefully. Of course, he washed off the garlic smell on his body before that. He was really tired after performing all night, and he had thought about the reasons for the future response. He fell asleep in the dormitory, so he didn't know anything. It was reasonable. A normal person would not doubt a first-year freshman unless he was a troll. So Hope slept very peacefully. Of course, after sleeping for an hour or two, he felt a violent shaking, accompanied by the shouts of others. Hope! Hope! Hope opened his eyes and yawned. It was Harry and the others. Hermione was there too. It seemed that they were freed from the Great Hall. What happened? Hope stretched and asked in confusion. When did you come back? Harry asked excitedly. During dinner, I saw you were not there when I came back. I felt a little sleepy, so I went to sleep. What time is it now? Hope said it flawlessly. In fact, what Hope said was impeccable. Because before dinner, Hope went to his hometown and watched TV out of boredom. This world is different from Hope's original world. He knew this a long time ago. The history is roughly the same, but the people are different, so TV is also interesting. When they returned to the dormitory, Harry and the others had already gone to dinner in advance. After that, they were forced to stay in the Great Hall. It was impossible for them to come back, and it was impossible for them to find out that Hope was lying. We were worried about you all night, and you slept in the dormitory. Harry and Ron said in disbelief. What happened? Hope asked in a fake tone. After practicing all night, his acting skills really improved. At least Harry and the others didn't notice any problems. The hall tonight was so scary. I couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. Ron said with some fear. He felt that he would dream about Snape tonight. And Professor Quirrell was caught by Snape and the others. That was the real Quirrell. Oh my God, Hermione said in shock. The last green shadow ran out of Professor Quirrell's body. It looked like a ghost. Did anyone see what the ghost looked like? Harry asked with a slightly pale face. When the ghost came out, the lightning scar on his head suddenly hurt. No, it ran too fast. Several people shook their heads and said, and the distance was too far. It was estimated that only a few professors could see it. But the imposter ran away. That means he might appear again. This time he dressed up as a professor. Will he sneak in among us next time and remain undetected? Hermione asked with a worried look on her face. As this sentence came out, several people immediately imagined that scene. If they were not discovered, it would be fine. If they were discovered, they would be scared to death. They couldn't help but shudder. How about we set a password? Just like entering the Gryffindor common room, if you are in doubt, ask for the password. Harry remembered Professor McGonagall's operation in the auditorium. It can indeed distinguish who is real and who is fake, provided that the person who hears the password is not fake. Okay. Ron and Hermione agreed directly. In fact, this scene not only happened in this dormitory, but the people in other dormitories were also scared. For a while, they used various means to ensure that the imposter did not mix in with them. Most people also used passwords. How about a magic pen? All 5 of us have one, Hermione suddenly suggested, looking at Hope. The magic pen came from Hope. Okay, this suggestion was agreed by others. At this moment, Hope glanced at the 4 people and instinctively asked, but how can you be sure that I am real? The next moment, the 4 people suddenly turned their heads and looked at Miku with horror. Their bodies suddenly jumped apart, huddled together, and looked at Huoku with their backs against the wall. This was indeed the case. The 4 of them had always been together and had never separated, so they could be sure that it was true. But Hope never showed up. After they came back, they were in the dormitory. Who knew if the person lying on the bed was also a fake? A chill suddenly came out of the hearts of the few people. This feeling of people around them being faked was more terrifying than those professors being faked. At this time, they even had the idea of dropping out. Hogwarts was too scary. Hope smiled awkwardly and scratched his head with his fingers. He assured that what he did just now was just instinct, probably the sequelae of scaring people too much tonight. He didn't expect that several people would react so strongly. This matter did not end there. The next day, it was obvious that there was something fishy going on. Everyone was in danger. There was no trust at all when they met. They all tried to find out each other's true identity, even the professor. Seeing this, McGonagall was very troubled. She could only hope that Dumbledore would come back soon to clean up the mess. After catching Quirrell last night, Snape used Truth Serum to interrogate Quirrell overnight. As expected, he told everything about Voldemort, including when he was possessed and what he did. But he still got some good news, which made Snape's gloomy face a little relieved. Voldemort did not get the Philosopher's Stone, and his condition was very bad. Although no one knew who stole the Philosopher's Stone, it was a good thing as long as it was not taken by Voldemort. Snape, who got the real news, sent an owl to Dumbledore overnight to send a letter, asking him to come back to deal with Quirrell first. In order to be on the safe side, he needed to take care of Quirrell first and never leave. The hall was very busy in the morning, one asked questions and the other answered them. At this moment, Malfoy, with blonde hair and 2 followers, came in. Harry and Ron noticed it first. They looked at each other and smiled evilly. The next moment, they looked at Malfoy and shouted loudly, "Mr. Malfoy, you are so smart." The voice was so loud that everyone in the hall heard it. The next moment, the hall erupted with a wave of laughter. All those who had experienced it knew what this sentence meant, and it was personally certified by the imposter. Although everyone was deceived last night, Malfoy was undoubtedly the clown who jumped out to be. Malfoy's face instantly turned red, and he felt like he was about to explode. He looked at Harry and Ron fiercely, and left without even eating. Harry and Ron laughed happily when they saw this. Finally, Malfoy, who usually holds his head high like a rooster, was defeated, and it is foreseeable that this sentence will accompany Malfoy coup. However, the happy mood will be wiped out by the class. The few people who have taken a class on the history of magic have already felt it clearly. Hope listened to Professor Bin's toneless voice and was in a daze thinking about his own things. After a night of hard work last night, the boggart was finally completely fused. Now there are 2 positions that can be fused. One of them will naturally be left for the S-level life. Hope decided to leave this position temporarily to the real dragon. Even if it is not, it will not be a loss. After all, that was a real dragon that only existed in mythology. It would still be a real dragon that would never come out of the world if it was placed here. The other position would require careful consideration. In fact, after what happened last night, he even wanted to fuse the giant monster, perhaps to obtain the characteristics of the King of Power. But after thinking about it, he gave up the idea and planned to find time to sneak to the library of the United Academy to check what magical animals could be fused in his hometown. Of course, it was not necessary to fuse the magical creatures in his hometown. There were still many magical creatures that could be fused here. For example, Hope considered including the elves in his candidate list, of course not the house elves, but the Cornish elves, small iron-blue creatures that like to play pranks. The reason why Hope included them in the candidate list was that they could fly. Unlike other creatures, they could fly without wings, which was very powerful. Now the whole Hogwarts has developed into a situation where you have to say passwords when you meet. If it happens a few times, it feels like a large number of students may drop out of Hogwarts and return to the era of home education. The second alternative is the invisible beast, a creature like an ape, whose hair can be used to weave invisible cloaks. But the number of such invisible beasts is rare, even their hair is the same, and they rarely appear on the market. However, for the invisible beast, he does have a substitute, which also has the ability to be invisible, but the number is not small. It is the hidden monster, a hybrid of an invisible beast and a ghoul, which can also be invisible, but its hair does not have the function of weaving invisible cloaks. Perhaps this is why their number is not rare. Hope is not in a hurry to make a decision, and is ready to go to the library first. He did it as soon as he said it, and he appeared directly at the United College during the lunch break. As usual, Huo Bufin appeared at the Eugean Stone Tower, and this time he transformed into his previous appearance. When Huo Bufin saw him, he took the initiative to come over and refused his younger brother to accompany him. His younger brothers were curiously observing this side, and one of them saw Hope's face change, and immediately recognized that this was the man he stopped last time. He also remembered that after stopping that man, he was buried alive for some reason, and he would never forget that scene. When he was rescued, he would have nightmares at night, and all the dreams were of Hope's deformed face. Although there was no connection between the two, he instinctively thought that it was that man who buried him alive, but when he told others about it, no one believed it. Seeing this scene at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little unbelievable. Why did Huo Bufan know that guy? That person last time was you. As soon as Huo Bufan approached, he couldn't wait to ask. Although it was a question, his tone was very affirmative. He was naturally talking about the last time Hope was in the Eugean Stone Tower. When his younger brother came back from the school hospital, he was surprised to see many people eagerly greeting him, as if he was a celebrity. Even his boss didn't receive such treatment. After all, he was a member of the Huo family, a privileged class. When Huo Bufan asked, the younger brother widened his eyes, looked like he had seen a ghost, and quickly denied that he had the money to buy the deluxe peachwood sword. Huo Bufan only then knew that the man who earned face for his Huo family was actually a fake. He immediately thought of his uncle. It was he who bought the deluxe peachwood sword, and this disguise was in line with his perception of Hope. Hearing Huo Bufan's question, Hope was slightly stunned, and then he remembered what he was talking about, and he almost forgot it. Haha, it's a small matter. Your uncle is handsome, isn't he? Hope laughed slightly with pride. How did you do it? Didn't you just get your peachwood sword? Is there any trick? Seeing Hope admit it, Huo Bufan hurriedly asked eagerly. Why, do you want to learn? Hope asked slightly surprised. He didn't expect Huo Bufan to be so interested in this kind of thing. Yes, will you teach me? Huo Bufan admitted directly. If he didn't like it, why would he stay here during the 1 or 2 hours of lunch break? Wouldn't it be better to take a rest? You can't learn it. This is called a gifted talent. Even if I am your uncle, you haven't inherited half of my talent. Hope immediately waved his hand with a smile and teased. A trace of disappointment flashed through Huo Bufan's mind, but it quickly flashed away. How is it? Have the people of the Yu family figured out the thing I told you before? Hope sat on the ground casually and asked. Speaking of this, Huo Bufan's eyes showed a trace of surprise, and he asked curiously, where did you get that thing from? At first, the Yu family, who were familiar with him, didn't care, but for Huo Bufan's sake, they reluctantly agreed to this matter and took the thing back to the wizard and their family. A few days later, the Yu family member came to Huo Bufan and asked him about the origin of the item, saying that they had never seen such blood before. Huo Bufan naturally didn't say anything, and the Yu family member didn't really ask about the origin. But what he didn't expect was that his friend actually offered to buy another piece of blood, and directly offered a price several times more expensive than the peachwood sword he bought for Hope, which scared him. He didn't expect that the item was so valuable. Of course, Huo Bufan didn't have this thing either, and then that friend pestered him every day. Don't worry about it, Hope said casually as he looked at the figures shuttling in the stone tower. The Yu family offered a high price to buy it. Do you want to sell it? Huo Bufan was not surprised and asked instead. Have you researched anything? Not so fast. Huo Bufan shook his head. Then wait until he figures it out. Hope was not surprised by the family's reaction. After all, it was the effect of the system's multiple characteristics. Moreover, when he took out this drop of blood, he had not yet increased the characteristics of being covered with treasures to 10,000 times. If they saw his current blood, they would probably go crazy. I'm afraid they would even kill people to steal treasures. Are there any restrictions on entering the library of your academy? Hope got to the point. Huo Bufan immediately understood what Hope meant when he heard this. His face changed slightly, and he looked around to make sure no one was approaching before he said this. Ordinary students need credits to enter the library, and there is a certain time limit. The library is divided into areas, and different areas require different credits. Before entering, you need to exchange credits for a token, so as not to alarm the guardian magic inside. Hope's eyes flickered slightly, and he turned his brain to think. In this way, as long as he has a token, there will be no problem, right? It seems that the difficulty is not very great. Then it's not an ordinary student. Didn't you say that you are a member of the Huo family, and the books in the library are all from your family? Hope raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. Huo Bufan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew it would be like this. I didn't say that. The Huo family provided at most 1/5. We do have a special token, but it's useless for you to take it. Its production involves blood magic. Even if you use the transformation potion to become my appearance, it's useless. The transformation potion can only imitate the shell. Huo Bufan corrected. Of course there were stubborn wizards who sneaked in before, and they were caught. Sneaking into the library is a serious matter. The lighter ones will be detained for probation and given punishment, and the more serious ones will be expelled directly. In fact, this is already good. If you sneak into the library of the clan school in the past, you will be beaten to death on the spot if you are caught. But Hope doesn't seem to be a student of the school. Even if he is caught, he will not be expelled. At most, he will be sent to the Ministry of Justice. Huo Bufan tried to persuade him earnestly, but he saw Hope stretched out a hand to him. Huo Bufan immediately made a bitter face, reached into his long gown, and directly pulled out a jade token with the word Huo engraved on it. Don't get caught, I will be in trouble if you catch me. Huo Bufan could only seal the 4 cases and said, what does it have to do with you? You just lost the token. Hope looked at Huo Bufan and said with some regret, How can this head become the head of the Huo family in the future? Huo Bufan was stunned when he heard this, and patted his head. He really became stupid. Hope put away the jade token and turned away. That's not right. If he is caught and sent to the Ministry of Justice, I will be in trouble too. After Hope left, Huo Bufan suddenly realized that under the truth serum, everything would be asked. If the clan knew that he took the initiative to help others sneak into the library, he would be in a bad situation. He stood up instantly and wanted to find Hope, but Hope had left long ago. On the other side, after Hope left, he transformed directly into Huo Bufan. His current self-transformation is a 10,000 times feature. Under the 10,000 times superposition, he feels that his transformation is very real, so real that it can be mistaken for the real thing. He even has a hunch that the transformation is not necessarily just the body, but even the soul. That's why he took away Huo Bufan's token. Maybe he can get away with it. Take a step back, he will not be caught anyway. Hope did not use apparition to break into the library directly, but walked over, intending to enter directly as Huo Bufan. Soon he arrived at the library, an ancient building, with 2 stone lions standing at the door. Show me the token. As soon as Hope approached, the 2 stone lions came to life, opened their bloody mouths and shouted at Hope, "Jo Yunyushu," with a hint of majesty. Hope took out the token casually, and the next moment the door of the building suddenly opened, and the 2 stone lions also lay down again, yawning. Hope calmly walked through the wooden door and went in. The next moment the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the space seemed to be stretched in an instant. Traceless stretching spell. Hope is very familiar with this magic. Although the library has several floors, in fact, only the first floor is for books, and the second floor is the office of the dean of the academy. Hope also saw a staircase at the innermost part, which led directly to a room on the second floor, but was blocked by a wooden door. It seemed that the dean of the academy was not here. He was not the only one here. He saw some other students. Others more or less recognized Huo Bufan. After all, these privileged students were also a minority in the academy. But none of these students greeted him, because talking was forbidden here. Once they spoke, they would be directly expelled by the guardian magic here. Even the children of wealthy families were the same. In addition, there were some rules, such as not damaging books. Hope then wandered in front of the bookshelves, looking for the books he wanted. There were many books here, which could be called a sea of inclusiveness. No wonder it could be regarded as the foundation of a large family. Just as he was immersed in looking for books about magical animals, he suddenly saw a person in front of him blocking the way, but not blocking the way. He stood in front of the bookshelf with a book in his hand. Hope looked up and found that this person was not a student, but a middle-aged uncle with gray medium-length hair. This hairstyle would be fashionable even in 20 or 30 years. He looked good, a bit like a star. If he smiled, he would have some masculine charm, and if he looked cold, he would have obvious majesty. There were sparse beards on his lips and chin, which looked often trimmed, and his cheeks were quite thin and stylish. When Hope looked at him, the other party also looked at him, and their eyes met. This man looks good, he can be a star. Hope instinctively thought and guessed the other party's identity. He should be a professor in the college. Fortunately, he couldn't speak here, otherwise he wouldn't know how to address this professor. He immediately nodded slightly with a smile on his face, and saw the other party laugh. Sure enough, he looked very charming when he laughed. He must have deceived many girls when he was young. An old friend of mine said the same thing. The middle-aged uncle looked at Hope and nodded in agreement. The other party spoke in violation of the library rules. This was Hope's first thought, and his face suddenly changed the next moment. Legislatives. The man in front of him used legilimency on him. I don't want to be so rude, but I feel that you have a lot of ideas about me, so I'm a little curious. The middle-aged uncle said with a smile on his face. Maybe we can have a chat. After all, you come in and out so many times, you should always say hello to the owner here. Just as Hope was about to apparate away, he heard the middle-aged uncle say another sentence, and his face changed again. The next moment his figure disappeared instantly. He was a little surprised and doubtful when he returned to Hogwarts, and instinctively felt that he was betrayed by Huo Bufan, although he should have expected such a day. But he really didn't pay attention to it at ordinary times. After all, he took the initiative to find Huo Bufan before, and once there were adult wizards nearby, he would naturally not get close. As for Huo Bufan, a young wizard who was not yet an adult, to be honest, he never took him seriously. When he first met Huo Bufan, his tough skin had already shown initial results. That was why he dared to enter the magic world in his hometown. Even if the other party suddenly attacked him, nothing would happen. After that, when his tough skin reached the 10,000 times characteristic, he was no longer taken seriously and gradually relaxed. Now he was left waiting for him. He suspected that Huo Bufan had informed others in advance and asked them to wait for him in the library. In fact, generally speaking, as long as it was not the unforgivable curse, it would not be a big problem even if he was in danger. And it was unlikely that anyone in the academy would cast the unforgivable curse, because such a spell was also not allowed in his hometown. After figuring this out, Putan let out a sigh of relief. Well, he was just startled by something unexpected. After all, it was the first time he experienced legilimency and someone read his thoughts. This feeling made him feel a little scared, but it was not that powerful. After thinking for a while, Hope transformed and returned to the United Academy. As long as he was not approached by an adult wizard, he would not be in any danger. After figuring this out, he went to find Huo Bufan's location. At this moment, the other party was no longer at the stone tower. When Hope found Huo Bufan in the flowing crowd of students, he saw that he was holding a book in his hand, as if he was going to class. Hope blocked Huo Bufan's way with a bad look on his face. Huo Bufan's younger brother saw someone blocking them, his face turned cold, thinking that he was here to cause trouble. He just held the fan and wanted to do something, but was hurriedly stopped by Huo Bufan. "This is my family, don't be impulsive. Let's go, find a place to have a good chat." Hope put his arm around Huo Bufan's shoulders in a bad tone and pulled him to a remote place. "Who have you told about my affairs?" Hope asked coldly. Huo Bufan saw that Hope's face was not right. He usually appeared with a smile, why was he like this now, and heard Hope ask this, and suddenly understood something. He quickly swore, "Absolutely not, I didn't even tell anyone in my family. I swear on the honor of my entire Huo family." Seeing the other party say this, Hope's face looked slightly better. "What happened to you?" "I specifically told my girlfriend that she shouldn't tell anyone, after all, it won't do her any good," Huo Bufan asked carefully. Hope then told what happened in the library. Huo Bufan's face looked a little bad after hearing this. He thought he already knew who the person Hope met was. "That's the dean of the academy," Huo Bufan said with an unpleasant face. Hope was not surprised. He had guessed from what the man said, but he didn't expect the so-called dean of the academy to look so young. He just didn't know why the dean of the academy knew about him. Was he waiting for him there? Hope was thinking frantically in his heart. Could it be that the whole academy had a kind of monitoring magic? Just like when he sneaked into the Chamber of Secrets to take the Philosopher's Stone and was discovered by Dumbledore. If Huo Bufan really didn't leak it, it could only mean that he underestimated the magic world. Just because Hogwarts didn't have any means didn't mean there weren't any here. The fact that he usually appeared in the United Academy by apparition might have been detected by magic. Even the Marauders map could do roll call. The United Academy might not be without such things, and it might be that the Academy itself had them. After thinking about these, Hope realized that his previous thoughts were too taken for granted. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. It seems that the Academy is monitoring the entire Academy, and the students are free. He might have been discovered the first time he appeared, but no one has come to trouble him. Since no one has troubled him, he certainly can't go to the door himself. Legilimency is indeed overbearing. Just by looking at each other, he can sense his thoughts. The last time he felt this way was at the Sorting Hat. But the Sorting Hat is not a wizard, so he didn't feel anything at that time. The powerful legilimency can even read memories. Looking at the dean's appearance, he doesn't even need to recite spells. I'm afraid that he has mastered legilimency to the point of perfection like Dumbledore and Voldemort. Hope suddenly thought of a magical animal, the cat leopard, which is also one of the school symbols of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in North America. This magical animal has the innate magic of legilimency, but there is no cat leopard material on the market, which is more rare and precious than the dragon material. Perhaps he could also consider this type of magical creature as an alternative, but he felt that its fusion difficulty would not be low. Not only that, there are 3 other colleges in Ilvermorny School of Magic in North America, among which the magical creatures represented by the Horned Water Snake College and Thunderbird College are also very strong. The Horned Water Snake is huge in size, with a gem on its forehead. It is said to have the ability to fly and become invisible. Hope has seen its portrait and feels exactly the same as the mangy snake with dragon horns, but they are also rare and hide in rivers and oceans, which is not the domain of wizards. And the Thunderbird can cause storms and sense danger. The abilities of these magical creatures are indeed powerful, but Hope feels that their fusion level is at least A level. The previous fusion of the fire dragon has made him feel quite difficult, and he is not going to touch such a high level for the time being. And if he wants to fuse a difficult magical life, he might as well go for Dumbledore's Phoenix. Will your identity be exposed? Then am I okay? Huo Bufan's slightly panicked voice interrupted Hope's reverie. Well, it shouldn't be that serious. Hope touched his chin and said uncertainly. In fact, if the United Academy really had something like the Marauders map, then Huo Bufan and his several trysts would probably have been discovered. But this time he sneaked into the library, which was considered a serious violation of the school rules by the students. The dean did not take action directly after discovering him, and his tone was not so cold, but slightly kind, so Huo Bufan might not be held responsible. Hearing Hope's words, Huo Bufan seemed even more flustered. If he was discovered, he might be expelled. Whether he went to a college or not had no effect on him. The resources within the Huo family were enough to teach him, but if he was expelled from the United Academy, Huo Bufan would become a joke in the mouths of others, and he was still a member of the Huo family's main lineage, which would lose the face of the entire Huo family, and the result would be too bad. When the head of the family was still his grandfather, he was naturally still a direct descendant. Seeing Huo Bufan's impatient look, Hope patted him on the shoulder casually and comforted him slightly. It's okay to be expelled. At most, I will compensate you and help you become the head of the Huo family. However, Huo Bufan did not feel any comfort because of this sentence, but the incident had already happened, and he had no choice but to suppress the panic in his heart and make himself look much calmer. By the way, I have always wanted to ask you, why can't I sense your bloodline with the jade pendant of the clan now? Huo Bufan turned to look at Hope and asked. Hope's eyes flashed, and he probably guessed what was going on. His self-transformation even changed his core, and Huo Bufan's jade pendant could not detect it. It's just a jade pendant. It's not easy for me to avoid it. There are so many people with the surname Huo in your academy. If I didn't have this trick, I would have been discovered long ago, Hope said perfunctorily. Okay, go back. Hope's doubts were dispelled, and he sent Huo Bufan back directly. Looking at Huo Bufan's departing back, Hope's eyes flickered slightly, and after a few long sentences, he seemed to want to talk to him, but Hope didn't plan to do that. How could he be so stupid as to chat with a wizard who was proficient in legilimency? Maybe he should learn the brain block technique, not only to deal with the dean of the academy, but also to deal with other wizards who are proficient in this art. But the brain block technique is not so easy to learn. If you want to learn it, you probably need someone to teach you, and in the process of teaching, others may use legilimency on him, which he obviously can't accept. Self-study? If he has enough talent. Hope still gave up this idea. It would be better to find out what characteristics can defend against legilimency with this time. He suddenly remembered that Snape was also a proficient person in this art, so he wouldn't have been discovered before. Hope frowned immediately and recalled the scene of that night carefully. When he really started to contact Snape, it was probably when he transformed into Quirrell and broke into the hall. However, Snape obviously didn't find out whether he was real or fake at that time, but was directly deceived by him, otherwise he would not have left him with the students. This shows that Snape did not use legilimency all the time, at least not before he was suspected, and at that time, by chance, Snape did not doubt him because of the temporary extra smell on his body. But when Quirrell and Snape Mag met outside the hall, he must have used legilimency on him after returning, but he didn't know it at the time. Hope couldn't help but let out a deep breath. The situation was much worse than he thought. When Snape was in the hall, he knew that he must be fake, but he still let him confront Quirrell. I'm afraid he had sensed what he was thinking at the time. What was he thinking at the time? Hope couldn't help rubbing his forehead. He had forgotten a little. Maybe he wanted to play a good play, exit smoothly, and reveal Quirrell's identity before that. That is to say, Snape just followed the trend at that time. He knew who was real and fake, but he just didn't say it. He learned about Quirrell's abnormality from him and revealed Quirrell's true face through him. But Hope didn't care about this. The only thing he cared about was whether Snape knew his true identity. Logically, he was very focused at that time and couldn't think about other things, so his thoughts couldn't reveal his true identity. You know, legilimency is just a magic that detects the current thoughts. Even if you can check your memory, it's just the thoughts that emerged at that time that caused related memories. This magic sometimes needs language to guide it. In other words, as long as he doesn't want to, Snape can't find his true identity. This is also the principle of brain occlusion. Hope was relieved immediately. Legilimency is not a one-time thing. Suddenly, Hope's face was sluggish, as if he thought of something, and his face changed. If he remembered correctly, Snape asked him who he was when he came back. Hope took a deep breath. The situation was worse than he thought. His identity might have been exposed. As for why nothing happened now, it seemed that he was really hiding. It was probably because Dumbledore was not in school. Snape had to guard Quirrell and had no spare energy to deal with him. Hope didn't know that his identity had been exposed. Instantly, Hope's pupils shrank and he felt cold sweat on his back. If he hadn't met the dean of the college who used legilimency on him today, he might have been completely hidden. When Dumbledore came back, he might have been surrounded and didn't know why. While Hope was fantasizing, Dumbledore had already returned and appeared in the principal's office. Severus, I read your letter. You could have waited until I came back to do something to Quirrell. Dumbledore looked at Snape with a serious face and said slowly, I only knew that there was something wrong with Quirrell, and I didn't know that the person was hiding in Quirrell. Snape said expressionlessly. Dumbledore looked at Snape deeply, as if trying to tell the truth from the false. Are you sure it was the Gryffindor kid who took the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore finally stopped arguing about this matter. Snape was very talented in brain occlusion, and he couldn't tell whether it was a lie like other people. I saw the memory of him holding the Philosopher's Stone, and Quirrell didn't touch the Philosopher's Stone. He couldn't even get through the three-headed dog. Snape's face showed a hint of sarcasm when he said the last part. In fact, Hope had an idea in the hall. At that time, he was considering whether to show off in front of Voldemort that he took the Philosopher's Stone. In the end, he didn't say it out loud, but Snape knew this idea at the time and saw the relevant memories. I remember that he was Hanny's child. Her father sent her to the East because he didn't want her to be involved in that storm, and he really did it. What a pity. How did he take the Philosopher's Stone away from under your nose? Snape asked in confusion. Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh, his eyes shining. He apparat away in front of me. He was only 11 years old. Snape frowned and questioned, Hogwarts can't apparate. That's surprising, I don't know how he did it. Dumbledore shook his head, understanding Snape's doubts. I'll go and bring him over. Snape said coldly. If it weren't for Quirrell, he would have arrested this guy who had asked them for him again and again. Dumbledore looked at Snape's back as he left, but did not stop him. He still believed that as a professor, Snape would know his limits with a first-year student, and believed that with Snape's ability, he could keep Hope before he could apparate. On the other hand, Hope was as impatient as Huo Bufin before. After realizing that his identity had been exposed, one of his ideas was to run away. If he couldn't stay here, he would find another place to stay. In fact, after his identity was exposed, the previous act of pretending to be a professor was at most a prank. After all, he had never really hurt anyone. At most, just punish him. But he will be brought to Dumbledore. Under legilimency, even the secret of the Philosopher's Stone cannot be hidden. Instead of doing this, it is better to run away in advance. After thinking about these things, Hope used the treasure to sense and found that Dumbledore had returned to Hogwarts. He didn't know if he had already started to arrest him, but he couldn't just leave like this. He immediately used apparition to return to Hogwarts and hurried back to the dormitory. At this time, Harry and the others were playing wizard chess during lunchtime. Hope took out a piece of parchment from the table and wrote on the paper quickly with a magic pen. When the magic pen finished writing, he didn't pack anything and didn't say goodbye to Harry and the others directly. Quickly left the dormitory and used apparition to leave the castle. Of course, before leaving, he ran to the basement of Hogwarts and took the Philosopher's Stone with him. He returned to the villa in the capital, breathed a sigh of relief, and sat on the sofa in the living room. Fortunately, he was not without a place to go. As for Hanny, Hope had a headache. How should he explain it? He couldn't say that he had tricked the whole school and finally ran away early because he felt guilty. He could imagine that no matter what, he would be the first to get hurt, but this was not a big deal. After all, he had a concurrent skin, so it was impossible. After thinking about it, Hope took out a piece of paper and started writing a letter. After finishing it, he was satisfied. He nodded and folded it up. Then he apparat and appeared in his room upstairs. From the noises coming from below, he knew that Hanny was downstairs. Hope changed, his body suddenly shrank, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into an owl, exactly like his ghillie, holding his letter in his mouth and flapping his wings. Snap! He jumped and landed very straight, falling heavily to the ground. Hope stood up again quickly and shook his head. It was normal to make mistakes when flapping his wings for the first time. He flew again, and it was very difficult to control the direction. This flying was not as comfortable as flying a sword. It felt like he had used a lot of strength. It was estimated that he would be exhausted soon. He flew out of the room crookedly, and just as he was about to go down the stairs, he lost control and lost his balance. He flapped his wings in panic, but lost his balance even more and fell directly to the first floor. The landing was not as hard as he felt, but rather soft and warm. He opened his eyes and saw that Hanny had caught it in her hand. "My son sent me a letter?" Hanny naturally recognized Jilly, and said with a little surprise, pulling the letter out of Hope's mouth and putting it on the ground. Hanny opened the letter and read it word by word. Her expression became more and more wonderful. Her mouth opened slightly, with an unbelievable look on her face, and then her face turned black. Seeing Hope's expression, Hope instinctively moved away a little. He had given up the idea of flying. He flapped his wings gently, jumped onto the stairs, and climbed up floor by floor. Hanny had no time to pay attention to Hope's transformed owl at this moment. Her face changed and she almost cried out in surprise. Her son actually stole the Philosopher's Stone. That is the Philosopher's Stone for making the elixir of life. There is only one in the world. Hope also fled to the east, saying that he was staying with a relative to avoid the limelight. He also said that he knew that his father was expelled from the family, but one of his nephews was willing to help him temporarily, so Hanny didn't have to worry, and if Dumbledore came to her house for this, she would help cover it up, Dinyo. Hanny's face was uncertain after reading the letter. This letter alone seemed to her to be a complete prank. It's just that the owl is auspicious, this it's true. Owls are very loyal. No one can catch up with the speed of owls, let alone replace the letters of owls. So this must be sent by her son, which means it is a prank of Hope. It's just that the letter mentioned Hope's father, and she didn't tell Hope about his father's history. Hanny stood there with a gloomy face and thought for a while. Finally, she threw the letter, quickly pulled out the magic wand, and pointed at the letter in the air. Flames! The next moment, the letter was suddenly engulfed by flames, leaving only a trace of ash falling. No matter her son whether the child is playing a prank, the letter cannot be left. After all, it involves the Philosopher's Stone, which is a treasure that all wizards want to get. And Hope's transformed owl has long disappeared. On the other side, in the Gryffindor common room, when Harry and others were playing wizard chess, Snape suddenly broke in, his face gloomy, his eyes quickly swept around the dormitory. He was still holding a wand in his hand. Not seeing Hope, Snape instinctively frowned, turned to look at Harry, and asked coldly, "Where is Hope?" "I don't know, he should go to the toilet." Harry also turned his head and looked around, but didn't find Hope, so he said immediately. Snape immediately walked outside without stopping when he heard it, obviously went to the bathroom. "It's over, Hope's going to Hogsmeade Village has been known," Ron said in a panic. Harry's face darkened and he shook his head. "Let's go and have a look." But at this moment, Neville suddenly shouted, "Come and have a look, this is what Hope left behind." The next day, Hogwarts welcomed a large number of Aurors. Even Fudge came in person and rushed into the principal's office. He was smiling before entering, but he was visibly gloomy after coming out. Quirrell was also taken away by the Aurors. This scene was seen by many students and they talked about it. Hope had already been strolling around his hometown. He was not in a hurry to complete the task. He just walked around and stopped at a roadside stall when he saw something delicious. He didn't know how many cities he visited in one day. The progress of fusing the curled-winged demon was directly maxed out. It only took one day. Back in the villa in the capital, he couldn't wait to feel the effect of the 10,000 times characteristic of the forgotten venom. It was indeed very different from yesterday. He could control the concentration of the forgotten venom. Even the venom of the curled-winged demon mostly needed to be diluted before use. This was even more so after he had been superimposed 10,000 times. If it was not diluted in large quantities, it felt that the person who drank the forgotten venom he made would be directly restored to factory settings, or even dementia would not be passed. The dosage was too large and turned into pure poison. He can accurately calculate the concentration of venom required for a space by instinct, neither ensuring excessive nor too diluted. And at this high concentration, he only needs to sneeze to quickly volatilise the forgetfulness venom in the form of molecules. The forgetfulness venom carried by his sneeze can be dispersed in the air and cover the entire space in a blink of an eye. What he can instinctively calculate is the concentration of venom required to cover the entire space. The most peculiar thing under the 10,000 times characteristic is that the forgetfulness venom has become his tentacle. He can sense whose body the forgetfulness venom has entered, and use the venom as a medium to remember specific forgetfulness. Hope's face was a little excited. In this way, he didn't have to worry about the previous things. He only needed to sneeze in a crowded place to make them forget all his things. However, this kind of forgetfulness must be very careful. Once they know what they have forgotten, they will find clues. Hope couldn't help but look up at the time. It was already dark outside. When it was almost late at night here, Hogwarts had just entered dinner time. At that time, everyone would appear in the auditorium. That was the most suitable time to act. Hope spent the rest of the time thinking carefully about what memory he needed to erase. Was it just his identity being revealed, or all the previous pranks? All the previous pranks involved too much time, and deleting such memories would easily lead to clues. So it was obviously more appropriate for him to delete the memory of his identity being revealed. He believed that Snape must have known who played the prank that night, and perhaps just deleting this memory would be enough. The forgetfulness venom originally came from the magical creature curled-winged demon, which was a magical product. It did not need to be so precise, like magic. Sometimes only a feeling and emotion were enough, and the rest of the magic would help him complete it. Let Snape forget his specialness. Hope immediately decided that in addition to this, his running behavior would also need to be deleted, which would require all the teachers and students in the entire Hogwarts to forget their memories, but a yawn was not a big deal. Of course, he knew that Snape knew his identity, which meant that Dumbledore knew his identity. In addition, the deans of other colleges could also take care of him. As for the professors other than the 4 deans, they were not the core of Hogwarts, nor were they Dumbledore's confidants. It was difficult for them to know anything, so there was no need to worry about it. Thinking of this, Hope did not plan to wait until late at night. He would deal with these professors first and break through one by one. Hope immediately stood up and began to transform himself. The next moment, he turned into a tiny ladybug, only the size of a soybean. This was his first time to transform into an insect. In an instant, he felt that the whole world had become bigger. Before he could skillfully open his wings, he rushed down and fell, as if he had fallen off a cliff of 10,000 meters. It felt very exciting. It was even more difficult to master balance and open his wings during a rapid fall. He had no choice but to apparate directly and appeared on the table. He lay down and felt very safe. When he could control his wings skillfully to fly, he apparat again, and this time he appeared directly in Snape's office, but there was no trace of him in the office. Hope turned on the treasure perception and sensed Snape's position through his wand. The next moment, he apparat again and appeared in the corridor outside a classroom. As soon as he appeared, he flapped his wings and flew directly into the door. In his perspective, the classroom was full of giants, and their every move seemed to cause the earth to shake, and Snape's annoying face also looked huge, somewhat like a carved mountain wall. Hope did not approach Snape, who was walking around the desk in the classroom, but flew directly to the podium, opened his extremely tiny mouth, and exhaled hard. After it became smaller, it was nothing more than making the concentration of the forgotten venom higher, which was not a big deal. Then a breeze blew out, which was a whirlwind, but it became a harmless breeze after Hope's modification, and sent his forgotten venom out with the breeze. However, just a breeze caused Snape's reaction. He stopped and frowned and looked around, as if he found someone casting magic. He scanned the classroom coldly, but found nothing unusual, so he could only continue to walk. The forgotten venom quickly dissipated under the effect of the breeze, and in a blink of an eye it had enveloped the entire classroom. Hope was a little excited. He felt that his venom had become his tentacles, and at this moment it seemed to be caressing the brains of all the teachers and students in the classroom, and he could play with and delete memories at will. He ignored others and only attacked Snape. He relied on his senses, and the amnesia venom immediately took effect. Snape couldn't help but stand still. His eyes were a little confused, as if he suddenly forgot something, but how could he remember something he didn't remember? The confusion flashed away, and he continued to teach. However, Hope was a little surprised at this moment. He found that he saw Snape's deleted memories about his specialness. He was shocked when he saw it. He saw his figure transformed into Quirrell that night in the auditorium, and he also saw superimposed memory fragments on this figure. This memory fragment was undoubtedly stolen from him by legilimency, and his figure was reflected in a mirror. It was through this memory that Snape realized the true identity of the imposter. There was nothing to be surprised about this, after all, he had expected it long ago, but the key was the next superimposed memory, which was also stolen from him by Snape. The scene was very familiar. He could vaguely see half of a wide mirror, and there were two huge claws supporting the ground under the mirror. Mirror of Arist. In this memory, he was holding a red gem in his hand, which was undoubtedly the Philosopher's Stone. Hope was suddenly shocked when Snape actually saw his memory of stealing the Philosopher's Stone. With the memory that Snape emerged, Hope carefully recalled what happened at that time. At this moment, he remembered that he really had the idea of the Philosopher's Stone at that time, but he had always forgotten it. Hope secretly rejoiced that if he hadn't forgotten the venom, he wouldn't even know about it. He thought he just exposed the identity of the imposter's prank, but he didn't expect that the act of stealing the Philosopher's Stone was also discovered. The memory that emerged later was nothing, except that Snape told Dumbledore about it and even proposed to issue a wanted notice through the Aurors. It was really Snape. He was not surprised at all. After the matter was resolved, Hope flapped his wings again and flew up, until he flew out of the classroom, and then he directly performed the apparition and went to the next classroom. After solving the memories of 4 deans in a row, the next person to face is Dumbledore. To be honest, Dumbledore is too unfathomable compared to others. Even though Hope thinks his self-transformation is absolutely perfect, he is still worried. The treasure senses Dumbledore's position, which is in the principal's office. Hope took a breath. This is his first time entering the principal's office. He has to admit that he is a little nervous. The next moment, Ladybug's figure disappeared in the air, and when he appeared again, he was already in the principal's office. Hope looked around and saw Dumbledore, who was buried in the foreshadowing, and the giant phoenix bird that seemed to be dozing next to him. From the perspective of Ladybug, this is really a giant bird, and its claws are much larger than his. In addition, there are murals hanging on the 4 walls. The characters in the murals move from time to time, but no one noticed his quiet appearance. Even Dumbledore is the same, but Hope did not dare to look at Dumbledore. He was somewhat worried about the opponent's legilimency. A wizard as powerful as Dumbledore might be able to sense other people's complex thoughts through legilimency, and thus know that someone was secretly spying on him. He suspected that this was how Dumbledore discovered Harry hiding under the invisibility cloak. Hope then opened his mouth and began to exhale. He couldn't help but take special care of Dumbledore and increased the concentration of the forgotten venom to prevent Dumbledore from having any resistance to the venom. This was also a respect for him. Of course, he didn't dare to use the whirlwind sweep to create a wind to quickly spread his venom to every corner like he did with other professors. After all, this was Dumbledore, so he had to be steady and wait for the venom to slowly spread. After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, Hope finally felt the tentacles enter Dumbledore's brain. This feeling was very strange. He felt that he was touching Dumbledore's brain with his hands, but in fact he was strangling the throat of this powerful white wizard. He only needed to increase the concentration of the venom, and he could even execute the other party silently and turn him into an idiot. Of course, this was just a thought. Hope immediately began to delete his memories and found that the brain of the strongest white wizard was no different from that of others. He saw the deleted memories and felt relieved. He didn't stay any longer and operated away openly. Even Dumbledore could not sense the trace of Hope's apparition, because his apparition was very slight. Unless there was some magic to detect his body shape, there would be no detector. Hope then returned home and deleted Hanny's memory. As for the letter left at the beginning, Hope watched Hanny burn it, but don't worry. However, although it was very smooth this time, there were still hidden dangers. While he deleted the memories of those professors, he also deleted the memory of taking out the Gryffindor sword from the Sorting Hat at that time. This was not his active choice, but a special thing belonging to Hope, so it was also deleted by the Forgotten Venom. Please give flowers. At that time, he will also completely delete this memory in the hall, but this is a hidden danger. Even if the memory of the Gryffindor sword is deleted, there is still one thing that is remembered, the Sorting Hat. It is not alive, and the Forgotten Venom has no effect on it. Of course, as long as it doesn't say it, this matter will not be exposed. Normally, this treasure must be in a silent state, otherwise Dumbledore would definitely not be able to stand its chatterbox attribute. As long as it is not the sorting ceremony, I believe the Sorting Hat will not have a chance to speak. This cannot be avoided. After all, things always leave traces. The longer time passes, the more traces there will be. He deleted everyone's memory and could not completely erase the traces of their appearance. However, it is not a big deal for Hope. He just needs some time to learn the brain block technique. When others find out something, as long as he refuses to let go, and he has the brain block technique, no one can throw dirty water on him. When it was dinner time, Hope appeared in the hall openly and was soon discovered by the sharp-eyed Ron, who excitedly pulled Harry beside him. Hope is back. Hope walked towards them with a smile, and suddenly stopped, opened his mouth and snorted several times. Just at this time, a strong wind blew in from outside the hall. He seemed to have a cold and rubbed his nose. He came to the Gryffindor table and sat down. Harry looked a little excited. Just when he was about to say something, a trace of confusion suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he forgot what he wanted to say. Not only him, but everyone in the hall paused for a moment at that moment. Hope greeted Harry and the others as if nothing had happened, and then started to eat dinner. He ate this meal very slowly, so slowly that Harry and the others left early. People in the hall came and went, and only Hope was always there. When the hall was empty and he was the only one left, Huoku stood up with satisfaction. He couldn't guarantee that he had deleted everyone's memory of his leave to go home in Hogwarts. Of course, many people didn't know about it, but at least he could guarantee that all the professors had completely forgotten it. He was in a very relaxed mood now, and this matter was completely over. After returning to the dormitory, he saw Harry and Ron still fighting wizard chess, while Neville was watching. Hope casually pulled a chair over and sat next to him, and asked casually, "Neville, I haven't heard you tell me about your parents. What do your parents do?" Harry and Ron stopped what they were doing when they heard it. They didn't seem to have heard Neville test it either. Under the gazes of several people, Neville couldn't help but become a little nervous, and said hesitantly, My parents are sick and live in the hospital." "Ah, is it serious?" Ron asked without Hope answering. Neville hesitated a little, and finally said it under the concerned gazes of several people. His voice was very light. "They were tortured by Death Eaters with the unforgivable curse, and then they went crazy. They have been living in the hospital. My grandmother has been taking care of me since I was a child." As he spoke, Neville's eyes turned red. Ron's body was shocked and his face changed. Death Eaters. That was 10 years ago, which means that Neville's parents have been living in the hospital and have never come. "Sorry." Harry apologized. At this moment, he felt that he seemed to be happier than Neville. Although his parents died, at least they were not like Neville's parents, who were completely tortured and crazy. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but hug Neville and comfort him. "It's okay. My grandmother said that they will wake up one day." Neville forced a smile, as if he really believed what his grandmother said. Although Hope knew it in advance, he was still touched when he saw Neville's appearance, and his face sank slightly. However, Hope suddenly looked excited at this time, as if he remembered something, and reached into the purse in his pocket and took out a glass medicine bottle filled with white water. Others were attracted by Hope's expression and looked at him in confusion. "I remember that I met a mysterious magic merchant before. He sold me a magic potion, which is this thing." Hope showed the magic potion in his hand, and several people looked over immediately, but they felt that it didn't look like a magic potion. How could there be a magic potion as clear as white water? This thing is called the sweet water of oblivion. It is said that it can cure any mental effects caused by black magic. Even the mental trauma caused by the unforgivable curse can be perfectly solved. Believe me, Neville, that potion merchant is the most amazing person I have ever met. He is from my hometown. There are unique potions there. Perhaps St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Maladies has not tried this kind of potion yet. Hope felt helpless and could only talk nonsense. "Okay, Hope, thank you for the potion." Under Hope's enthusiasm, Neville could only accept it and thank her. "Of course, I just heard that from the potion merchant. You can go to Snape to verify whether this bottle of potion exists." I think he should have a say. Looking at Neville's appearance, it is estimated that he was reluctant to accept it because he really couldn't refuse. After all, these are Neville's parents. He should be cautious. So Hope could only suggest that he believed Snape still had some skills in his profession. Snape! Hearing what Hope said, Harry, Ron and Neville couldn't help but stare at each other and screamed. What kind of amazing proposal is this? That's Snape. At least among the first-year freshmen, except for Harry who was targeted the most by Snape, the remaining one is Neville. Neville's memory is not good, which causes him to make trouble in potions class. Therefore, he often hears Snape's harsh words to Neville in potions class, which directly develops a stress response in Neville. He will tremble when he hears the name of Snape. Or, forget it, Neville said timidly. He really doesn't have the ability to face Snape. Hope couldn't help but feel a headache. He could understand Neville. Anyone with Neville's temper would be treated like this. However, Snape is indeed a professor of potions. Others are not as professional as him. It is impossible to bypass him. And if Neville doesn't confirm that this bottle of potion is effective, he will not send it to his grandmother. It feels like things have fallen into a dead loop. Several people in the dormitory fell silent, and they couldn't think of a better way for a while. Forget it for now. Let's try to verify its efficacy first. Hope finally took back the potion. It wasn't that he really had no other way, but he felt that his behavior might be ill-considered. If Neville didn't want to face Snape, he could just hand the potion to Dumbledore. Neville's parents were members of the Order of the Phoenix after all, and Dumbledore would never stand by and watch them die. But Hope thought about it. Both Dumbledore and Snape knew legilimency. Of course, they shouldn't use it on a student. When asked about the source of the potion, Neville probably couldn't hide it, and his eyes would still be focused on him in the end. He could talk nonsense and insist that it came from a magical potion merchant, and they couldn't do anything about it. But, these two people could find out that he was lying. So Hope planned to solve the problem of brain occlusion first, and let Neville's parents stay in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries for a while. At night, the moonlight outside shone through the window and fell on the floor. The lights in the dormitory were off, and a few snoring sounds were heard from time to time. Hope had a rare sleepless night. He spent the whole night thinking about how to solve the brain blockade, but found that there was no solution. He felt that no matter what characteristics the magical animals might have, they had nothing to do with the brain blockade, which really troubled him. At least the magical creatures he knew did not have such magical abilities, but he didn't know if there were any in his hometown. If you want to target legilimency, you don't necessarily have to use occlumency. If you have the ability to create false memories, it's also good. However, he thought about it for a long time without any results, and finally he could only lock his target on the cat leopard. The cat leopard has the ability of legilimency and occlumency are actually very related. One is a spear and the other is a shield. If you master legilimency, can you resist other people's legilimency? After all, the best defense is offense. After thinking about it, Hope couldn't help but sigh. It seems unlikely. In the end, it's just flipping through each other's memories. His own memory is not well protected. If he really wants to attack, isn't it simpler and more convenient for him to breathe out flames with dragon breath? Everything is over. Or maybe he can use the forgetfulness venom. Since the other party wants to check his memory, it's better to forget his memory first. Suddenly Hope sat up suddenly, with a look of surprise on his face. This seems more feasible. In the final analysis, occlumency is about clearing the thoughts in one's mind, and legilimency is not really about flipping through a person's memory at will, but about being able to perceive the current thoughts and related memories. If he forgets his current thoughts with the forgetfulness poison, wouldn't it be possible to achieve the same effect as occlumency? But, when he turns on the forgetfulness poison, his body instinctively has resistance, which means he has to turn it on and off, which is a bit troublesome, but feasible. Although forgetfulness sweet water has no resistance, it cannot achieve the special effect of forgetfulness poison, and at most can only clear negative emotions and relax the body and mind. Suddenly, Hope's eyes lit up, as if he thought of something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin. Why should I forget myself? Instead of forgetting myself, wouldn't it be better to make the other person forget? When others use legilimency on him, he uses forgetfulness poison on others, so isn't this just the right balance? When others invade his memory, he needs their brains, and before they invade his thoughts and get related memories, he directly uses forgetfulness poison to make them forget. Hope hadn't expected that the forgetfulness poison and legilimency were a perfect match. Under his control, he could only delete the thoughts and related memories obtained by others, which was equivalent to no invasion. After worrying for a long time, it turned out that the key to solve the problem was in his body. Hope lay down with a smile on his face, made a mouthful of forgetfulness sweet water and swallowed it. He felt relaxed and fell asleep quickly. The next morning, Hope took Neville to Snape's office. Although Harry and Ron didn't want to face Snape, they still followed. Although Hope didn't want to face Snape's face, he still chose the weird Snape 5.7 instead of facing the shrewd Dumbledore. They just arrived at the door of the office and happened to see Snape coming out of the office, as if he wanted to go to the auditorium for breakfast. "Professor Snape, can I ask you a question?" Neville asked with fear on his face, but he had to muster up the courage. Seeing them, Snape instantly put on a gloomy look. His eyes first fell on Harry, and then on Neville. "Mr. Longbottom, if you want to ask about potions, then my advice to you is to give up. No matter what the question is, you only have a troll's brain. How can you learn to brew potions? Your troll-like rough hands will only mess everything up." Hearing this, Neville's face flushed. He had already thought of what to say, but now he was hesitant and speechless after being ridiculed. Harry's face flashed a trace of anger, but he didn't act impulsively. He knew that Snape could suppress them in Hogwarts by relying on his status as a professor. Even if he started to argue, Snape would be angry and think of ways to deduct points from them. Seeing this, Hope coughed lightly, and the forgotten venom sprayed out. In a short time, it had entered Snape's body through his nasal cavity, and that strange sense of control appeared again. Looking at Snape's appearance, it seems that he was too restrained last time. If he had known earlier, he should have really transformed into Snape and danced striptease in the auditorium. If he couldn't do it, pole dancing was also possible. "Professor Snape, Neville's parents have been in the hospital for treatment because of the unforgivable curse cast by the Death Eaters. I have a bottle of potion here. I bought it from a potion merchant from the East. He said that this potion can cure any negative effects caused by magic on the mind. I would like to ask you to help verify it." Hope took the initiative to take over the conversation and said politely, "After all, asking for help, the grudge between them can be temporarily forgotten." He stared at Snape's cold eyes, not afraid of Snape's legitimacy at all, because the amnesia venom had already invaded Snape's body. Once Snape sensed it, his thoughts or memories would be cleared by him in an instant. However, he did not feel that Snape had such thoughts or memories. It seemed that Snape would not use legitimacy under normal circumstances. Even Dumbledore probably did not want to use it all the time, but it was an instinct or side effect caused by practicing too deeply. Snape heard it, a trace of sarcasm appeared on his face, and he sneered. "Ha, I said that Quirrell did not understand what defense against the dark arts was, so you don't even know the unforgivable curse. If the wound left by the unforgivable curse can be healed, it would not be called the unforgivable curse. I think, Mr. Hope, if this bottle of potion is useful, what you should do is to drink a sip of Jinxie to cure your brain development that may be caused by some kind of dark magic." Hearing Snape's words, Hope 28 suddenly had the idea of challenging Snape on the spot. It would be better to bury him alive. It would be too easy for him to just vaporize him with dragon breath. Although he thought so in his heart, Hope remained calm, showing a fake smile and said gently, "Maybe you don't know, Professor, although you look alone, as if you have devoted all your thoughts to potions, but maybe you didn't put much thought into potions when you were young, and you were busy doing other important things. Everything today may have a great contribution from you. It's normal that you don't know about this kind of potion." That's what he said, but when he was ridiculed, how could Hope not fight back? He directly poked at Snape's past. How could he be wrong? If there was no Snape, Voldemort might not have lost. After all, it was Snape who brought the prophecy to Voldemort, which made it so difficult for Harry to survive. Harry and Ron looked at Hope in surprise. They didn't expect that Hope, who was always kind on weekdays, would directly confront Snape. And the effect of Hope's words can be seen from Snape's face at this time. Snape's face turned black, and he stared at Hope fiercely with wide eyes. Bloodshot could be seen in his eyes. In his heart, he had already cut Hope into pieces. His body was shaking with anger, especially his right hand. It seemed that he wanted to take out his wand and give Hope an Avada Kedavra. Harry and Ron's faces also changed. Seeing Snape like this, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. They actually saw murderous intent on Snape's face. "From since I entered school, I have never seen Snape so angry." Hope still kept a smile on his face, looking at Snape with his head held high, as if he didn't know he had said the wrong thing. Snape's knuckles were already pinched white. If it was Harry who said this, he didn't think the other party really knew anything, but it was Hope who said this. His mother was Hanny, and he was born in Slytherin. It was normal for him to have heard something. Just this sentence made him recall a lot of things. Good, good, good. Hope, you are good. Snape finally didn't take out his wand. He suppressed his anger and said loudly to Hope, staring at Hope, as if he had completely memorized his face and could recognize it even if it turned into ashes. Hope looked indifferent, that is to say, at school, he would teach Snape how to be a man and how to be a good teacher in a minute in another place. Bring it here. Snape then looked at Neville and shouted coldly. Neville was a little confused at first, but then he thought of something and hurriedly took out the glass medicine bottle that Hope had given him. As soon as he took it out, Snape snatched it away and put it in front of his eyes. He almost dropped the bottle when he saw the clear liquid inside. Is this the potion you said can cure the Cruciatus curse? Snape felt that he was being fooled. Is this a potion? You need to add various materials to make a potion, and it is impossible to make it into this color in the end. Okay. Mr. Hope, if this is a bottle of clear water, I guarantee that you can only spend the rest of your life in my office." Snape laughed in surprise, suddenly turned his head and stared at Hope. Hope shrugged and said casually, "Professor Snape, I guarantee that it is definitely a potion. Although he only added a little of his saliva, how can it not be considered a potion? It's just saliva. This potion is like Chinese medicine. If it is made like that, why care about what is added in it? It's okay as long as it works." Snape ignored Hope's words and rudely opened the bottle cap. He just put it in front of his nose and smelled it. His brows immediately frowned, and a trace of uncertainty flashed in his eyes. He sniffed a few more times. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. It was really a magic potion. Snape looked at the liquid in the glass medicine bottle with a serious expression. He couldn't tell what materials were added to it, but it was estimated that there were no complicated materials, otherwise it would be difficult to keep it so clear. But just a few sniffs, he felt calmer, and the anger just now was actually dispelled a lot. This is enough to show that this is a bottle of magic potion, and the effect seems to be good, which is somewhat similar to the effect of sedatives. This can only mean that there is a main material in it that gives it the characteristics of a magic potion, and perhaps this material can be somewhat effective even without adding other materials. Snape is really an expert in magic potions. Neville and the others saw his performance. Seeing Snape like this, they felt a little hopeful. Harry couldn't help asking for Neville, "How is it? Is it really effective?" Harry's words brought Snape back to his senses. His expression turned gloomy again and he looked at Harry coldly. "Mr. Potter, if you can listen to the class for a few minutes, you will know that identifying a bottle of potion is not as simple as taking a nap." Snape immediately put the cap back on. This time, his action was much more careful and gentle. If he could treat students like this, he might be liked by 1 or 2 students. "I will carefully identify it. At least it is a bottle of potion. But fortunately you didn't listen to other people's brainless advice rashly. Otherwise, your parents might not be cured, and you would help them end it early." Snape glanced at Hope, left with this sentence, and scared Neville pale. Hope looked at Snape's back and laughed disdainfully. He knew that Snape was trying to sow discord between them. He didn't expect that he could have such a mind. He knew the potion well. The sweet water of forgetfulness was not poison. Although it was 3/10 poisonous, Hope had also controlled the dosage and was sure that even if it could not cure the disease, nothing would happen. Looking at Snape, this potion seems to be really useful. Harry had been targeted by Snape for so long, so he knew a thing or two about Snape. He saw the clues at once and explained to Neville. Neville was relieved when he heard what Harry said. A smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were slightly red. As for Snape, his heart was naturally different from what he showed on the outside. He continued to have classes in the morning, but he couldn't wait after class. He rushed to his office without even eating. After returning, he drew out his wand and waved it. The office door snapped and closed tightly. He then took out the potion he had taken from Neville, poured out a little bit at first, and then began to identify it. As the identification proceeded, the expression on Snape's face became more and more complicated and wonderful. He had identified the ingredients in it through magic. The ingredients were unexpectedly simple. One of them was water, and the other was unknown. In other words, this potion was really just something diluted with water. Just like this, it could have the effect of a potion, and just smelling it could produce an effect similar to a sedative. This showed how overbearing that material was. Snape frowned. He had never heard of such a material, and it was identified by magic spells. Such a material did not belong to any material he had seen. Could it be that it was really from the East as Hope said? Then he identified that the potion was harmless, and then he stretched out his tongue to lick the separated potion. The potion directly melted into his tongue and disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Snape couldn't help but be stunned. Suddenly, he felt that the world was much quieter, as if he originally lived in a world full of noise. Suddenly, the noise disappeared and the world became very quiet. He had long been accustomed to the noise and suddenly realized that the world was so quiet. Snape's face changed, and he looked at the potion in shock. It even eliminated the negative effects of black magic. Just one drop had such an effect, so this bottle might really be able to heal the trauma caused by the Cruciatus curse. In addition to being shocked, Snape was also thinking quickly in his heart. The simple materials that could have such an effect must come from some powerful magical animals. He just thought about all the dangerous and powerful magical animals, but still couldn't find one that met the conditions. On the other side, Hope and his friends who had just walked out of the dormitory in the afternoon were walking towards the classroom, but they saw Snape's figure coming towards them in the distance of the corridor. His steps were hurried, and his face didn't seem as gloomy as usual. Seeing this, Hope already knew what happened. Before Snape came to him, he deliberately avoided his eyes and sneezed suddenly, and his saliva spread in the air. "Degree, where did you get this potion from?" Snape looked into Hope's eyes and asked directly. Hope did not answer, but asked, "Is it effective?" "It has a certain effect, but I need to know its origin to determine whether it is safe." Snape said impatiently when he saw Hope did not answer his question. Hearing Snape's words, Neville's face became obviously happy, his eyes were shining, and he looked directly at Snape. Hope saw Snape staring at his eyes tightly, as if he had some bad ideas, but he didn't care, didn't dodge, and turned to lie. Before school started, I met a potion merchant in Diagon Alley. He said he was from the East and had some magical and expensive potions in his hands, which could be sold for a limited time. Although I didn't believe it very much, I bought a bottle of potion from him for a galleon with the mentality of trying. As this sentence was said, Hope suddenly saw a familiar picture, which was him spitting into a glass medicine bottle and then pouring water into it. Sure enough, Snape used legilimency on him, and the picture he saw was exactly the memory deleted from Snape's mind, and also from his memory. Snape frowned immediately. He used legilimency on a first-year student. Of course he didn't think it was immoral, but he didn't feel that the other party was lying, which showed Hope was telling the truth, but he didn't spy on Hope's memory of buying potions. This also means that his legilimency failed. Of course, he didn't and couldn't have thought that his memory was quietly deleted. There are generally only two possibilities for legilimency failure. The first is brain occlusion. A more powerful brain occlusion master can even disguise and withdraw, allowing him to see only the memories and pictures that the other party wants him to see, thereby deceiving and concealing him. The second is a natural brain occlusion master, who can't do what a proficient brain occlusion master can do, but can also make legilimency fail. For this kind of person, there is another name, empty-headed, like a troll who doesn't use his brain, but a troll's brain is noisy and disordered. Snape looked at the preparation with some surprise. He didn't expect that the other party had an empty head. Such people usually have empty brains, but they still can't hide from the lie detector of legilimency. It's just that it's impossible to detect related emotions and memories from them. Hope's situation obviously belongs to this kind. As for the first-year students who actually mastered the brain occlusion technique, he didn't even think about this. Professor, if the potion is useful, can we return him? Neville's parents are still waiting to use him. Harry saw from Snape's expression and words that he valued the potion, which meant that the potion was really useful, and said hurriedly. But this sentence directly attracted Snape's cold eyes. I think I have said that it needs to be confirmed whether it is harmless. Didn't you hear it, Mr. Potter? Snape said coldly. He couldn't get any information from Hope, so he had to leave. Looking at Snape's departing back, Harry couldn't help but say worriedly he wouldn't want to take the potion for himself, would he? I think it's very likely, he is that kind of person. Ron agreed confidently, scaring Neville to the point of almost laughing. I don't think it's that bad, maybe he really needs time to study. Hope said quickly, but in fact he was just comforting Neville, he didn't know for sure. A few days passed in a blink of an eye, and it was Friday again. Snape seemed to be hiding in the past 2 days, and he couldn't be seen at dinner time. Both Harry and Ron thought that Snape really wanted to take the potion for himself, only Hermione held the opposite opinion and thought it was unlikely. Finally, they met Snape on Friday morning, which was also because the 2 classes in the morning were potions classes. They naturally took advantage of this time to ask about the potion, but they only got a simple and perfunctory answer from Snape, still identifying. Harry originally wanted to ask Snape if he didn't want to return the potion, but before he could say it, he was scolded by Snape. Go back to class, Potter. In the end, Harry could only return empty-handed. In this potion class, everyone in the classroom could feel an obvious change. Snape's focus on the target has expanded, and that person is undoubtedly Hope. Hope didn't expect Snape to be so vindictive, and he couldn't control himself several times and wanted to bury him. After a class, Hope wanted to change the magical creatures he originally wanted to fuse. Originally, he wanted to fuse the hidden monster, but now he suddenly wanted to fuse the soft-clawed land shrimp. There was no other reason, that is, this kind of magical creature has a special ability. Once bitten by it, you will be unlucky and everything will go wrong in the next week. At this moment, even Hermione began to doubt whether Harry's guess was true. It looked like he was going to run away with the money. Harry looked at Snape's departing figure, not knowing what to say. Why don't we go find Professor Dumbledore, only he can make Snape hand over the potion? Harry couldn't help but suggest, and this sentence was agreed by everyone except Hope. Why don't you go? I still have talent in the afternoon. Hope hesitated. He was still instinctively wary of this seemingly peaceful old wizard, and he really had something to do in the afternoon. Although he didn't fuse anything these days, he was not idle. In fact, he had already decided on the object he wanted to fuse. The soft-clawed land shrimp is really good, but after a little consideration, he still postponed it. He has been taking time to look for the by-family secret clan library these days, looking for the existence of real dragon remains, and now he has really locked on some targets. Of course, Hope didn't find dragon claws, dragon heads, etc., but there were some suspicious bones that still emitted a strong fluorescence. They might be the remains of real dragons, so he planned to find 10 times to explore. But if you say that there is no protective magic in the secret clan library here, he doesn't believe it. In order to be on the safe side, he decided to fuse the hidden monster first, so that he would be more sure, so he decided to go to Diagon Alley in the afternoon to see if there are any materials for the hidden monster. Okay. After hearing what Hope said, Harry and the others did not object. Anyway, there was no need for so many people to go, and they were not going for anything. After finishing their meal in the hall, they separated. Harry and the others could not wait to run to Dumbledore. Hope returned to the dormitory, used the self-transformation feature to change into an adult, and performed apparition to Diagon Alley. However, after searching Diagon Alley, he did not find it. Hope stood in the busy Diagon Alley, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. There are quite a few hidden monsters, and they are not like invisible beasts, whose hair can be used for braiding. To weave an invisible cloak, the number of them would naturally be considerable. But its materials were not particularly useful, and its real activity area was in North America, so it was normal that it could not be found in the magic material store in Diagon Alley. Could it be that he had to go to the magic world in North America to buy it? It would be easy and simple to go there, but he was unfamiliar with the place. After thinking about it, Hope raised his eyes and looked at an alley on the street that no one cared about. That alley led to Nocturne Alley. He planned to go to Nocturne Alley to see if there was no magic world in North America. Hope's figure was hidden under the black robe, and he walked towards the alley. Following this alley, you can clearly feel that you are moving away from Diagon Alley and entering a new and strange place. The bustling sounds of Diagon Alley are gradually fading away. It is much quieter here, but not deserted. Unlike Diagon Alley, the streets here are much dirtier, and the buildings on both sides are black and gray, which is different from the rich and bright colors of Diagon Alley. He has lived in Nocturne Alley for nearly 10 years, but this is the first time he has walked on the streets of Nocturne Alley openly, and of course it is not very open. Although he is transformed into the appearance of an adult, his body is hidden in a black robe, and even his appearance is also hidden, but it seems there seemed to be a sense of novelty that was out of place, attracting the wizards in the buildings on both sides to spy. However, he did not panic, and did not think that these people were any threat to him. Seeing a slightly shabby shop, he pushed the door and walked in. As he entered the door, the bell on the door naturally swayed, making a ringing sound. A hunchbacked old man came out immediately, with dark skin, short stature, wrinkled face, but very bright eyes. "Do you have any materials to hide the monster?" Hope asked expressionlessly and simply. "Of course," the old man said with a smile, revealing a mouthful of black teeth, which made Hope look a little disgusted. Then he saw the old man slowly moving his feet and walking into the inner room with great effort. When he came out, he was holding a large glass jar in his hand, in which there was a monkey-like head. Hope's pupils shrank slightly. If it was just a head in the jar, it would not be a big deal, but this head was still open-mouthed, spitting bubbles, and the eyes were wide open and still moving. It was obviously preserved by some kind of black magic, so Hanny was too normal. It was just a hidden monster. Hope endured the discomfort in his heart and asked, "How much?" 50 galleons, the old man said with a smile. If it weren't for the dazzling black teeth, Chang Shijin would think he was very kind and kind. 10 pieces, if you want it or not. Hope sneered immediately. 50 galleons dared to say it out loud. They really took him for a fool. Hearing Hope's offer, the old man was not angry. He nodded and said, "Then 10 galleons. Hope stared at the old man, reached into his black robe, grabbed 10 galleons from his purse, and threw them directly on the table. There were exactly 10 galleons scattered on the table. Seeing this, the old man picked up the coins one by one with a smile. After counting, he looked at Hope and glanced at the jar with the hidden monster head on the table. His eyes signaled Hope that he could take the things away. Hope did not act immediately. Instead, he looked at the old man deeply. After all, he grew up in Nocturne Alley. Although he had never really walked out of his home and came to Nocturne Alley, he had more or less heard some of Hanny's interesting stories about Nocturne Alley. There were few outsiders coming to Nocturne Alley, but once an outsider entered, he would be regarded as a target. If you are proficient in black magic, it's okay, but if you don't know anything, you can only wish for good luck. The wizards in Nocturne Alley will test you in various places. Once you can't stand the test, they will give the other party an opportunity to take advantage of you. For example, Hope has heard that some shops will tamper with the trading items and set black magic on them. If you don't know anything and just pick up the trading items, it is easy to be fooled. As for the black wizards, they usually choose to check whether there is black magic left on the items. This is like a convention among black wizards, full of temptations and traps. Even if they find out, they will not be angry, because this is the custom. Generally, those who can be fooled are either not vigilant enough or white wizards from outside. The former deserves to be fooled, and the latter deserves it even more. Of course, even if you are fooled, you will not lose your life. At most, all your things will be taken away, and even your wand will not be given. You stay and throw the man out of Nocturne Alley. Even if you go to the Ministry of Magic, it's useless. Aurors can't care if you don't lose your life. There are only so many Aurors and Strikers, and Nocturne Alley is full of dark wizards. These Aurors and Strikers will not go in for a little money. Instead, they will tell the victim, "Don't you know where Nocturne Alley is? If you know, why do you still want to go in?" Hope looked at the glass jar, smiled slightly, walked over boldly, and touched the glass jar directly in the old man's expectant eyes. The next moment, a black light suddenly shot towards Hope at the moment he touched it, and before he could react, the black light had already hit him, and the old man with a kind face and a smile took out his wand at some point. Dizzy, fall to the ground. An old and hoarse voice sounded, and a spell shot out from the tip of the wand, shooting towards Hope. However, in the old man's surprised eyes, Hope's figure disappeared instantly. No, it flashed, appeared on the side, and also avoided his spell. Why? The old man looked at Hope in shock, who turned his head towards him with a smile on his face. How did he do it? He was about to continue to cast the evil spell, but suddenly stopped, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Hope couldn't help shaking his head. He was never afraid of black magic. These black magics could even block fire dragons, let alone him with 10,000 times characteristics. But he didn't stand there and honestly take the opponent's spell. He directly dodged it with a phantom. The opponent only used an ordinary coma spell. In fact, it is impossible for these dark wizards to use the unforgivable curse here. First, not everyone can use it. The unforgivable curse is still a very advanced dark magic. Its knowledge is naturally banned. It is difficult to learn it, let alone master it. Most dark wizards are just ordinary people. Not everyone is Voldemort or Death Eater. Otherwise, they would not be so scared by Voldemort and let Voldemort easily rule most of the magic world. Secondly, once someone casts the unforgivable curse here, it won't take long for the Ministry of Magic to surround it. It's okay to turn a blind eye at ordinary times. If the unforgivable curse really appears, aurors and strikers can immediately gather and surround Nocturne Alley. This is not the era of Voldemort. Unknowingly, Hope has already controlled the other party through the forgetfulness venom. He doesn't have a good impression of this kind of dark wizard. He has plotted against him and attacked him. He won't tell the other party that it is a convention. So he didn't show any mercy and used a large dose of the forgetting venom. With a lot of memories deleted, the other party seemed to be a little demented. But Hope didn't plan to let it go. He planned to do an experiment on this black wizard. After all, the other party didn't seem to live long. He had always been curious about what effect the 10,000 times special effect forgetting venom could achieve, and at this moment someone happened to cooperate with him in the experiment. Hope sneezed directly, and the air immediately released the forgetting venom, which was a top poison, and soon drilled into the old man's body through the nasal cavity. Under the 10,000 times superposition, all the old man's memories were deleted instantly, completely. At this time, the old man's eyes no longer showed any confusion, but some cleanness. Not only his memory was deleted, but also his personality. At this time, he was like a blank sheet of paper, and he could be said to be a living dead. Take 2 steps and try, Hope said abruptly, and the old man turned his head to look at him, but did not move. Hope suddenly thought of something. I'm afraid he didn't even know how to walk, or even what he was saying. He suddenly felt that he had made a mistake and was a little annoyed. He should have known not to delete it so thoroughly. Originally, he thought that this kind of forgetting was formatting, but he thought differently. It was more like burning the computer directly, leaving no function. However, this also provided Hope with a lot of inspiration. In an instant, he thought of many things, but there was no experimental subject. If he just made the other party forget his personality, it should be considered formatting. The data was gone, but the function was still there. At that time, he might be able to treat it as a computer, input data into it, and use it to control the other party. Hope was thoughtful and felt that he could try it in the future. If he directly said that he was the master of the other party after formatting, he didn't know if they would believe it. Maybe he could try legilimency. This magic seemed to be able to not only invade the other party's brain at a high level, but also fabricate some false memories. If this was really possible, he could directly fabricate a false memory for the formatted person and then directly control them. Although it would be very cruel to do so, if the target was a person like the black wizard in front of him, he would have no psychological burden at all. But no matter what, the old wizard in front of him has been ruined by his forgotten venom, and there is no research value at all. Hope could only leave with a little regret. As for the things in this store that were already ownerless, he had no idea at all. They were all strange things, and he would hate them even if they were placed at home. Then Hope appeared in the villa in the capital, holding a glass jar with a monkey head in his hand. The picture was very strange. Hope also disliked this head, and he felt a little strange in his heart. Even the fur of the hidden monster would be fine, but he had no choice. Detected fusionable items, started the analysis task. Current fusion item, hidden monster analysis difficulty, see level analysis progress, January 2000 current extraction characteristics, 1, hidden, hide a specific object, invisible and untouchable. Note, the degree of this feature is linked to the progress of analysis. When the analysis is completed, you can get the 10,000 times feature. Current analysis efficiency 1 point per day, the progress of analysis can be improved through related tasks. Sea level? Hope frowned slightly. Although he originally expected it to be between sea level and D level, he was still a little disappointed when sea level appeared. After all, the difficulty was much lower. But he was a little stunned when he saw the extracted features. This is hidden but not invisible. Invisible? Untouchable? Of course he can understand invisibility, but this is untouchable? Hope frowned and thought. If it is invisible, it is normal to be invisible. Otherwise, why is it invisible, but it can't be touched? What the hell is this? Suddenly, Hope's eyes glared and his mouth opened slightly. Could this be what he meant? You must know that whether it is invisibility or illusion spell, it is actually impossible to be completely invisible. In magic, invisibility refers more to changing the body so that the body blends into the surrounding environment, which is similar to the principle of chameleon. If you look carefully, you can also find a clue. Moreover, touching it only makes the body blend into the surroundings. How could it be impossible not to touch it? But now seeing the system's explanation of concealment, Hope couldn't help but wonder, this wouldn't be complete invisibility, not the invisibility in the concept of magic, but complete disappearance. If he couldn't touch it, it meant that his whole person seemed to have become an illusion. Hide naturally means invisible, hide means hiding the body entity. Hope couldn't wait to try it, using the concealment feature, but there seemed to be no change. Hope looked down at his body, and there seemed to be no difference. Is it because he can see himself? Hope's face was full of weirdness, and he hurried into the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Song is the 10th time his face is even weirder. I saw his figure reflected in the mirror truthfully, still so handsome, with blue eyes, and hair almost covering his forehead. After all, he hasn't cut his hair since entering school. And because of the treasure feature, he is not going to cut his hair now. He plans to keep his hair. When his hair grows longer, he plans to try to make a magic wand with his hair as the core. Since he has tough skin, one visible benefit is that he does not lose hair, not a single strand, which is very nice. Of course, this is off topic. Hope looked at his figure in the mirror with suspicion. He couldn't figure out whether he could see the figure in the mirror because he could see the hidden figure, or he didn't hide. Suddenly, Hope thought of something and looked at the system again. He noticed the 4 words in the explanation of the hidden feature. Specific object? In other words, he can specify who to hide? This specific object should not only refer to wizards, but also life. After thinking about it, he looked up at the mirror again. With a thought, the figure in the mirror suddenly disappeared. He hid the mirror, and the effect was very good. At least he could see his body. Hope then stretched out his palm with anticipation and touched the mirror. The moment his finger skin touched the mirror, he actually penetrated it directly. But soon his finger felt blocked and could not move forward. It was blocked by something. Hope did not feel strange. His face was still excited. This hiding was more outrageous than he thought. Others could not touch him, which meant that he could not touch others. In this way, he really became an invisible ghost. In addition to being unable to fly, he could also pass through walls. In the eyes of the beekeepers, the bees at this moment were like crazy, all running out of the beehive, flying around randomly, looking very scary. At first, Hope felt that this was too simple, but when he looked at the system, the progress did not increase at all. Logically, it should have been maxed out now. Is this ineffective? Hope couldn't help but stop and look at it with some doubts, or was it because of the tough skin that it was not dangerous? He immediately began to try, instantly removing the concealment and instantly performing the concealment, and found that the progress increased by dozens of points instantly. Only then did he understand that it was really the fault of the tough skin characteristics. He simply turned off the tough skin and continued to hide. Oh! However, just when he had just performed the concealment, he screamed in pain involuntarily, and looked down to see that a bee was stuck on his arm. He hurriedly slapped the bee away, but the stinger had already remained on his arm. Hope was in tears. He just wanted to finish the task quickly. If he stayed a few more seconds, he would be discovered by more bees. He didn't expect that a bee would attack him from behind. He pulled out the stinger and threw it on the ground, but his arm was already a little painful. Even if he activated the tough skin again, Hope could only endure the pain and complete the task quickly. However, even if he was careful this time, he was still stung a few more times. Bees were everywhere. Even if he stayed for only 1 second, there might be a bee nearby that would instantly sting him. When he completed the task, he had a few more lumps on his body, especially on his face. There was a red and swollen lump at the temple, which was painful and itchy. Seeing that the fusion progress was full, Hope couldn't stay any longer. He directly used apparition to return to Hogwarts. He ignored everything else and appeared outside the school hospital. He ran in hurriedly to find Madame Pomfrey for emergency treatment. After coming out, Hope was no different from a normal person. After taking a sip of the sweet water of forgetfulness to ease his mood, he took the time to look at the system. The fusion was indeed completed, but the second characteristic was not extracted. Hope carefully felt the concealment that reached 10,000 times the characteristic, and it was more handy than at the beginning. Relying on instinct, he can instantly select multiple specific targets for concealment, in other words, in an instant. Suddenly Hope raised his eyebrows, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have discovered something incredible. You must know that concealment can only conceal oneself, but not others, but the items carried by the body are also counted. But Hope had a feeling that concealment seemed to be not only able to conceal the body, but even the soul. As Hope's mind moved, the soul had been hidden by him, but nothing could be seen from the outside. The first thing he thought of was legilimency. If he could hide his thoughts, memories and soul, what would legilimency do? However, his concealment characteristic is that it cannot be touched, but I don't know if magic can't touch it either. Hope was not sure, so he needed to find someone to cooperate with him in the experiment. Once it was confirmed that magic could not hit him in the hidden state, it meant that legilimency would not work on him. What's more, he was immune to magic like the unforgivable curse. If he had no soul and had the tough skin, wouldn't he be invincible? Thinking of this, Hope was already excited, and his eyes exuded a hint of excitement that was difficult to hide. After thinking about it, Hope appeared in the United Academy. This time he was not the same as last time. Today was Saturday. Hope used the treasure perception to find Huo Bufen's location. He was speechless. Why was he still in the stone tower? This kid seemed to have no other hobbies. When he appeared, his body had already transformed. When he appeared, in the dean's office on the second floor of the Academy's library, an ancient book was naturally opened, page by page. At the moment of turning, you can see names written on it. The page quickly came to the middle page, and there was only one name on this page. Unknown, former names, Hope, Feng Jun, Li Shang, Huo Bufen, abnormalities, 1, no permission to enter 2. Suddenly appeared and left, suspected to be apparition and did not trigger the anti-apparition spell, 3. 2 Huo Bufans existed at the same time and could not be identified status. At school above the parchment, an illusory image suddenly appeared. It was the image of Hope walking towards the stone tower after the transformation. However, the next moment, Hope and the image suddenly stopped and looked in one direction. Suddenly, the figure in the image disappeared, and the effect seemed to have run out of power and dissipated directly. The words at school on this page of ancient yellow paper also turned into leaving school, and the book slowly closed. Hope looked at the magnificent buildings and suddenly thought that there must be magic such as monitoring in the academy, and perhaps he could try to hide it. He was moved and tried it immediately. However, he didn't know if he really did it. He shook his head and didn't care anymore, and continued to walk towards the stone tower. When he came here, he could see that it was still full of students, but it was not occupied by the 5 major families as before. Every student, big or small, male or female, flew into the entrance of the stone tower with a happy face on his peachwood sword, and it was not required that one person must use it before entering. The entire stone tower accommodated many students at the same time. Some of them were slow in flying swords and were directly overtaken by the people behind them. Although there were sometimes collisions, there was basically no conflict. Advertisement Hope looked at the students and was moved. He directly covered all the students except Huo Bufen to hide, which means that now Sonia Bufen can see him. He walked in front of Huo Bufen as if he was not there. "You are here," Huo Bufen said with a complicated expression. Last time, he thought he would be the only direct descendant of a large family who was expelled from the United Academy in history, but nothing happened. "I need your help with something. I recently learned the illusion spell. After I become invisible, try to cast an attack spell on my position." Hope went straight to the point without any small talk. He didn't need someone to cast the unforgivable curse on him. After all, he was not stupid. As long as ordinary spells could not attack his soul, the unforgivable curse could not attack him either. After hearing this, Huo Bufen was full of doubts. Why couldn't he connect what Hope said? Is there any necessary connection between the disillusionment spell and attacking Hope? Here, but Huo Bufen didn't mean to ask further. After all, Hope was always mysterious, so it was normal that he couldn't understand. However, at this moment, the younger brother next to him looked over with a puzzled look, scratched his head in confusion, and asked in confusion, "Boss, who are you talking to?" Huo Bufen suddenly turned his head to look at his younger brother, and then quickly looked at Hope, blinking. Was he dazzled? Or was his younger brother's brain not good? Who could he talk to when he was so big standing here? Suddenly, Huo Bufen's pupils shrank, and he looked at Hope with a smile on his face, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Could it be his problem? "I said, I learned the disillusionment spell recently. They can't see me, which means that I practiced the disillusionment spell well." Hope said as a matter of course. It was really his question. Huo Bufen was shocked. Is this the illusion spell? He felt that if he continued to ask, he would get the same perfunctory answer as last time. There must be some difference between the magic over there and here. Fortunately, Huo Bufen's ability to accept was very strong. He quickly restrained his expression and said to his younger brother in a fake manner, "Keep watching you, I'm talking to myself. Come, attack me here." Hope continued. The next moment, in Huo Bufen's eyes, Hope's figure suddenly disappeared, and he didn't even hear the sound of Hope chanting the spell, let alone taking the magic wand. At least it was a wandless and silent spell. This was the illusion spell, a high-level magic, and he hadn't learned it yet. Hurry up. Hope saw Huo Bufen's face changing rapidly, as if he was performing a one-man show. He was a little speechless and couldn't help urging him. Huo Bufen's face was complicated. He held the fan at his waist with his right hand, pulled it down with a light pull, and quickly waved the closed fan, and a spell was cast instantly. All petrified. The spell immediately fell into the air, and Hope saw the light emitted by the spell passing through him. "Keep watching you." Seeing his younger brothers turning their heads, Huo Bufen said impatiently. Hope's face was shocked, just as he expected. As he thought, the spell really couldn't hit him in his hidden state. It seemed that he was so hidden that he couldn't be touched, and even magic couldn't touch him. It seemed that even magic like legilimency was ineffective against him. He didn't need to hide his body, but only hide his thoughts, memories, and soul. From the outside, he was still himself, but in fact, he was like a person without a soul. How could magic like Avada Kedavra, Imperius, and Cruciatus Curse deal with a person whose skin was so tough that no magic could penetrate and who had no soul? Hope appeared in Huo Bufen's sight in an instant, just like the position just now, without moving. After testing whether hiding can really make magic ineffective, Hope left with satisfaction. However, hiding is not without disadvantages. It refers to targeting specific objects. Even if all the people around can be designated as specific objects, they need to hide again when entering a new environment. Therefore, Hope's current operation is to identify everything around as specific objects to hide the soul, etc., and this state will continue. Back to the villa, Hope has already decided to explore the suspicious location of the Bai family's secret clan library tonight. In the dark night, he has transformed into a passerby, wrapped in a black robe, and determined his position with the help of phantom shifting, and his figure disappeared instantly. In a dim and lightless secret room, Hope's figure quietly appeared, but just after he appeared, he heard a swish, and before he could react, the whole person flew out directly. Bang! Hope hit the wall heavily, and then several sharp and rapid sounds rang out, attacking him quickly, and arrived in an instant. Clang! Hope instantly activated his stealth properties, and could feel those things shooting into his body, hitting the wall and bouncing back. Fluorescent flash. Hope casually cast a spell, and the secret room suddenly lit up, revealing the scene here. Rows of multi-layer wooden shelves filled the entire secret room, with many things placed on them. Hope, who was sitting on the ground, looked down and saw an iron-headed arrow in his arms, and a few arrows were also scattered on the ground in front of him. A hole suddenly appeared on the chest of his transformed clothes, and it was obviously this thing that attacked him just now. This arrow is not big, only the length of a palm, but it was such a small thing that knocked him out just now. He felt like he was knocked out by a car directly. If it weren't for his tough skin, he would probably be easily penetrated. Hope took the arrow in his hand, moved it closer to observe carefully, and found that there was a little black liquid 017 on the arrowhead, emitting a disgusting stench. It's also poisoned. Hope narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that this mechanism didn't intend to let people go back alive. This was probably not an ordinary poison, but some kind of black magic. Even if the wound was healed in time with magic potions, this black magic was enough to make people pay for their lives. At this moment, square holes suddenly appeared on the walls around the secret room. Hope looked at it suddenly and saw the creatures coming out of the holes. His eyes widened. The first thing he heard was a rustling sound, and then figures appeared in the hole. At first glance, they were huge green snakes as tall as a person, but they didn't have a snake head on their heads, but a beautiful face. Human head and snake body. It was the first time that Hope saw such a creature. It had no hands and feet, but only a human head. It used its tail to support its body like a poisonous snake and crawled in slowly. There were 8 of them. Each human-faced snake had a different face, and there were both men and women, but it had to be said that each face was perfect without a single flaw. You have to know that this is not made up, but a real face. Each one is absolutely beautiful. If this face grows on a person, it can easily become a popular internet celebrity. After these 8 human-faced snakes came in, they wandered around in the secret room, but they didn't find anything, but they didn't leave. Hope approached a human-faced snake to observe, thinking in his heart whether to take one back to raise as a backup member of his hybrid zoo. However, he didn't know what kind of dangers such magical creatures had, so he didn't dare to take the risk. At this moment, he heard a whistle, and the human-faced snake immediately reacted, drilling back along the original path, and the stone wall returned to its original state. After a while, the heavy stone door of the secret room slowly opened, and Hope instantly extinguished the light released by the fluorescent flickering, and the whole space fell into complete darkness. When the stone door of the secret room was half opened, the candle in the corner suddenly lit up, and an old man with white hair came in from outside. He walked around the secret room with a gloomy face, and finally stopped at the place where Hope had just fallen, and carefully picked up the arrow on the ground. The old man's face turned black directly. There was no figure here, but there was no blood on the ground, which meant that the mechanism of the secret room did not leave anyone behind, but he didn't know how the person slipped in. You must know that the mechanism in this secret clan library is only the last resort, but now the front arrangement has not been touched by anyone, but has been directly circled behind the buttocks. This feeling is like a panic feeling that it will be lost at any time. After carefully recovering the arrows on the ground, the old man walked around again, and found no other abnormalities, so he left. Hope stood there the whole time, and was unmoved even when the old man passed through him. Although he was hidden, it did not mean that there was no sound. When the stone door slowly fell and the candlelight went out, Hope began to move. He just looked at other things and did not move, and finally stopped in front of a shelf. There was a small treasure chest on the shelf in front of him, only the size of a palm. He opened the treasure chest directly, but there was no expected mechanism. There was a piece of yellow silk cloth inside, and a piece of jade white bone was placed on the yellow silk cloth. This was Hope's goal this time. He didn't know if this was the so-called real dragon bone, but through the fluorescence sensed by the treasure, it could be seen that even if it was not the remains of a real dragon, it was definitely left by some powerful magical creature. Hope picked up the bone and stuffed it directly into the purse he carried with him, and then closed the lid of the treasure chest, so that it should not be seen that the things inside were taken away. This did not cause any movement, and it was unexpectedly smooth. After getting the things, Hope did not stay and directly used the apparition to leave. Back in the villa, Hope took the piece of thing that was only the size of a pigeon egg and had a strange shape and observed it carefully. How could he know if it was the remains of a real dragon? Could it be that he had to merge it before he could know? Hope hesitated a little. What if it was not? After thinking about it, Hope decided to put it away first, or get other suspicious objects first. Hope positioned the apparition again. With the previous lesson, this time he just appeared and hid directly, but it still inevitably triggered the means here. He immediately heard a strange sound, like a baby crying. Then he saw a glowing figure in the dark, the size of a cow, with a sheep's body and a human face, but the real eyes grew under the armpits, and the foreclaws were a little weird, a little like human palms. Doughty. Hope had read some ancient legends after all, and recognized the figure at once. The reason why it glowed was not because of anything else, but because it was not a real life, but a ghost, a spirit like a ghost. It patrolled its territory like a monarch, but just turned around and found nothing. It leaped through the wall and left, and no one knew where it ran to. Hope was a little surprised. He felt that he had learned a lot from this trip, but he didn't know what abilities such a soul Doughty could have. However, a magical creature that could be regarded as a treasure guard must have some strangeness. If it wasn't a soul, he might have included it as one of the members of his zoo. As Doughty left, Hope directly cast a fluorescent flash to illuminate the secret room. This time, no wizard came to check. This place was similar to the previous secret room, with a series of quaint wooden shelves and treasures. Hope walked to a shelf and saw the target of his trip at once. It was a broken bone the size of an arm, and it seemed that the appearance had become a little yellowish as time passed. Hope immediately reached out and took it in his hand. It was a bit heavy. However, at the moment of picking it up, something suddenly happened. A piercing scream-like sound spread around the wooden frame in front of him. Hope suddenly thought of the howling curse he had seen before, which seemed a bit similar. However, he was not going to stay after getting the thing, and could just leave directly. However, at this moment, Hope saw the Doughty again, but saw it suddenly penetrate through the wall of the secret room, at a very fast speed, and came to the aisle where he was in the blink of an eye. Originally, Hope wanted to leave immediately, but he suddenly saw a scene that made him a little surprised, and he stopped instead. The body of the Doughty was quietly changing. In a short time, it was no longer as light and shiny as before. It turned from a soul body to a physical body. Its foreclaws firmly grasped the ground, and the eyes under its armpits swept towards where Hope was. Hope was a little surprised. He originally thought that this Doughty was just a soul, but he didn't expect that it could actually transform back into a physical body. Could this be its magical ability? Suddenly, this Doughty rushed over, biting at Hope with its huge mouth and sharp teeth, which frightened Hope and instinctively wanted to use apparition to leave. Just a thought in a flash, not to mention that he is now in a hidden state. Even if he is not hidden, he is not afraid of the bite of a mere magical creature. Hope looked at the Doughty biting at him in confusion, and its teeth pierced directly into his body, but it bit nothing, and its body was as heavy as before. He rolled his eyes and roughly knew why. It was nothing more than seeing the bone in his hand. Although he was holding it in his hand, he forgot to hide it as well. This thing would not hide directly just because he touched his hand. Hope's mind moved, and in the eyes of the Doughty, the hanging bone disappeared directly. Doughty roared angrily, but it didn't sound very intimidating, like a baby crying even louder. Hope looked at the Doughty, who seemed to be quite intelligent and knew there were people here, but he just couldn't see them and refused to leave. He immediately remembered the Dowdy in his heart and listed it as one of the reserve members of his zoo. With such an ability to transform reality into reality, he could try to integrate it in the future. Of course, forget it for now. If you want to subdue such a magical creature, you must at least know what special abilities it has, otherwise it will really cause trouble for yourself. Hope didn't stay any longer. He stuffed the bones into his purse in front of the Dowdy, and then used apparition to leave. He went directly to the third destination, which was also the last place, but this place was a little different from the previous ones. Hope didn't know how it was different, and he had to see it with his own eyes to know. From the perspective of treasure perception, this treasure house seemed to have been cast with a traceless extension spell, and many things were gathered in a small point, but the general traceless extension spell could not stop his apparition. He could still locate the specific location for apparition, but this one couldn't, so Hope appeared outside the treasure house. As soon as he appeared, Hope hid his surroundings, but this time it seemed that nothing suddenly attacked him, which gave him an unusual feeling, and, how to say it, Hope felt very strange. He looked around and found that this was a wilderness. The bright moon could be seen through the gaps in the leaves in the sky, and there were big trees all around. They were not century-old trees, but the same size as the trees on the normal mountain. There were dead leaves and fallen branches on the ground, and the chirping of insects and birds could be heard all over the mountain. In Hope's opinion, this place is totally unguarded. It is different from the previous treasure houses. Although those treasure houses are hidden and the location is very secret, they are guarded by people and are not really ignored. But the treasure house in front of him made Hope feel that this is what a secret clan treasure house should look like. It is thrown on the side of the road without worrying about what others think. It is confident that others will not find it. This is in line with the appearance of a secret clan treasure house. Hope turned to the treasure house and found an ancient stone tablet. The words on it were already decayed, but one word could be vaguely seen. He directly used the fluorescent flash and carefully identified the words on it with the light. It's not that Hope is illiterate, it's just that this word is very vague, a little better than other words. He was a little unsure after identifying it for a long time. Lu. This really touched Hope's blind spot in knowledge. Although he was not sure, he probably guessed that it was Lu, because it was a traditional Chinese character. Hope frowned. How could it be Lu? This word looked like a surname, and it appeared at the very beginning. Wasn't he looking for the Bai family library? But soon he discovered that this was not just a stone tablet, and there were some things buried under it by dead leaves. Whirlwind swept away. Hope's mind moved, and a strong wind blew, sweeping away all the dead leaves, revealing the things underneath. It was a stone sculpture, a turtle with a dragon head carrying a stone tablet. He recognized what it was at once, a dragon turtle. It was also called the Overlord. Such dragon turtles carrying tablets were very common in ancient times, and it was not a rare thing. Hope could sense that what he was looking for was inside the stone tablet, but how to get in? He couldn't help but touch the stone tablet with his hand, wanting to try to take things out directly as he did before by collecting the magic stone through the mirror of Arist. However, at this moment, the stone tablet suddenly moved. Hope was startled. Hope looked down and saw that the dragon turtle, which was supposed to be a statue, actually opened its eyes and was shaking its head and body. Alive! Hope was shocked. He thought it was just a statue, but he didn't expect it to be a living creature. This was a bit strange. The dragon turtle looked around, but didn't find any figure. He looked up at the light released by the fluorescent flashing spell in the air. There seemed to be some doubt in his eyes. Then he slowly moved his claws, turned around with the stone tablet on his back, and didn't find anyone. Seeing this, the dragon turtle shook his head again. It seemed to be sleepy because he had slept too long and just woke up and was a little confused. However, the next moment, before Hope could react, the dragon turtle suddenly moved, dug down with its front claws, and instantly drilled into the ground with a thunderous force, and disappeared directly in Hope's eyes. Hope was a little stunned. There were no holes on the ground, as if there was no trace left for people to find. He immediately turned on the treasure perception and tracked the trace of the dragon turtle. He found that the dragon turtle was very fast and ran out of the province in just a short while. He was a little surprised. This speed was too exaggerated. In just over 10 minutes, the dragon turtle suddenly appeared in the northeast direction, crossing from the southwest direction to the northeast direction. Is this the speed of a magical creature? This operation made Hope stunned. At this moment, he suddenly realized that it might be possible that this thing was not the Bai family's family treasury. It just appeared in the southwest by coincidence. After all, it was alive. Hope's eyes flashed with strong interest. He was very curious now. Is this dragon turtle someone else's secret treasure house, or is it just like a magical creature like the Sniff, who just has the quirk of collecting treasures? But it is very likely someone else's treasure house, because the stone tablet on it looks obviously man-made. Watching the dragon turtle moving quickly underground, Hope was not in a hurry. Although his treasure could not sense the dragon turtle, he could sense the treasure guarded by the dragon turtle, so no matter where it ran, it could not get rid of it. When the dragon turtle finally stopped, Hope directly positioned and performed the phantom shift, and instantly appeared in front of the dragon turtle. Facing the dragon turtle, his concealment was still there. Hope looked around. It was still a wilderness, and the dragon turtle had closed its eyes at this moment, sleeping like before. Hope walked in front of the dragon turtle. The ground was full of dead branches and rotten leaves. The soles of his shoes covered them, and they made a crisp and loud sound. The dragon turtle also heard it. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked, but still didn't find any human figure. He was very vigilant in his eyes and chose to run away directly this time. Hope looked at the dragon turtle that had already run away. There was only a pit with only a trace of it left on the spot. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he didn't force it to get up from the ground. Anyway, for him, this dragon turtle was like eating his bait, asking for the fishhook, and running away with the fishing line. No matter where it ran, he could find it by following the fishing line. When Hope appeared in front of the dragon turtle again, he found that this was the top of a high mountain. The dragon turtle stood on the top of the mountain and overlooked the beautiful mountains and waters. Hope reached out to the stone tablet on the dragon turtle, and the seal passed through. He then used the treasure induction to try to block it out. However, the thing seemed to appear in a magical space, isolated from reality, and his treasure perception was ineffective. In the final analysis, he did not find the entrance to that space. When he took the philosopher's stone from the mirror of Eris before, he at least touched the mirror surface and found the entrance. But at this moment, he wanted to get something from that space directly through a space, which was obviously unrealistic. Hope retracted his hand and looked at the dragon turtle on the ground. It seemed that the key was still on this dragon turtle. He thought about it and finally showed his figure, but his soul was not hidden by him. He tried to pick up the dragon turtle, but it was a bit awkward and motionless, like a huge stone. The dragon turtle opened its eyes again, but this time it clearly saw the figure, and used its foreclaws to directly turn its body half a circle, and then turned itself to face Hope, so that Hope's face could be seen clearly. While the dragon turtle was observing him, he was also observing the dragon turtle. He could clearly see wisdom in the dragon turtle's eyes, which was different from the magical creature with a human head and a snake body. "Aren't you a descendant of the Lu family?" A dull voice suddenly sounded, which scared Hope. He found that it was the dragon turtle who was speaking, and the language he spoke was still the current language. Hope came back to his senses, turned his eyes, and said tentatively, "It could be." This sentence directly made the dragon turtle roll his eyes, looking very spiritual. "You were the one who did it several times before," the dragon turtle asked as if he didn't hear Hope's answer. "That's right." This time Hope answered very confidently. "What do you want to do?" The dragon turtle asked Hope's purpose as if he didn't know how many treasures were hidden on his stone tablet. "Get something." The dragon turtle narrowed his eyes and looked at Hope, and said in a deep voice, "Go find something to get something. Why are you looking for me? If you follow me, be careful or I'll bite you to death. With your body, I can bite one of you in one bite." The dragon turtle pretended to be vicious and threatened. Then he scratched the ground with his two front paws, trying to get out of the ground as quickly as before. Hope just watched it quietly, and saw that this time the dragon turtle scratched for a long time and really dug a small hole in the ground, but this small hole could be dug by an ordinary beast. A trace of surprise flashed in the dragon turtle's eyes. Why couldn't it dig? Hope didn't make a sound to disturb it, and wanted to see where it could run. It would be a joke if his digging and stone digging characteristics were multiplied by 10,000 times and a dragon turtle could dig it. After digging for a while, the dragon turtle stopped, not knowing where the problem was, and looked up at Hope with some embarrassment. "Why don't you leave?" the dragon turtle asked in a dull voice. "Do you need me to take you a ride?" Hope asked casually, and stomped his feet lightly. The dragon turtle suddenly sank, half of its body collapsed into the ground, and it could still feel the ground on all sides actively squeezing it. "What did you do?" The dragon turtle looked at Hope in astonishment, and immediately understood why his ability suddenly failed. "Where are the things on you hidden?" Hope did not answer, but asked instead. The dragon turtle's face changed obviously, and it instantly realized that the other party obviously knew something. His eyes immediately turned, and his expression seemed to be saying what to think of to deceive Hope. However, the next moment, the dragon turtle moved its four legs at a speed faster than thunder, and ran away with the stone tablet on its body. Hope was a little stunned. This speed might be comparable to a car. In terms of speed alone, he really couldn't catch up. Hope then took out a small wooden sword from his clothes and threw it out. The wooden sword suddenly became larger and floated under his feet. He leaped and rode on the peachwood sword to escape at high speed. In 10 moments, he was walking side by side with the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle turned around casually and scared himself. He hurriedly wanted to use the trees around him to hinder Hope's pursuit, but the next moment he saw a scene that stunned him. The man was flying the sword, facing the trees in front of him without dodging or avoiding them, and hit them head-on. He thought it was too fast to dodge, but when he hit the big tree, he went straight through it, like a ghost, almost making the dragon turtle think it was just a soul. Hope was flying the sword leisurely, feeling like he was walking a pet. The surrounding trees had long been hidden by him, and even the peachwood sword under his feet was also touched by it. What kind of magic is this? The dragon turtle finally stopped and asked in disbelief. The disillusionment spell, you've never seen it before, Hope answered as a matter of course. The dragon turtle was speechless. It naturally knew what the disillusionment spell was, but when could the disillusionment spell go through a tree directly? What do you want? The dragon turtle seemed to have accepted his fate and asked in annoyance. The things you hid. These are Liu's things. I promised to keep them for them. I can't give them to you. Forget it, do whatever you want. You can't do anything to me anyway. I'll just sleep, the dragon turtle said angrily, and then he lay down and closed his eyes directly. I really don't care about Hope. As a dragon turtle, I dare not say anything else. This skin is really thick. Let alone a wizard, it has never lost in the fight with other magical creatures, and of course it has never won, because the opponent can't break through its defense, and it can't beat the opponent, and finally it can only end in a draw. Hope saw that the opponent was just giving up, but he didn't have any opinion. It's better not to run away. Is he still afraid that he can't do anything to a dragon turtle? He then tried on the dragon turtle and found that he really couldn't take things out of it directly, so he could only look back at this dragon turtle. Are you afraid of fire? Hope asked casually. Humph, the fire of Suzaku couldn't do anything to me back then. The dragon turtle obviously didn't fall asleep, closing his eyes and saying disdainfully. Then do you think this fire can burn you to death? Hope smiled slightly when he heard it, then turned his head to the side, opened his mouth and spit lightly, and a red flame suddenly gushed out. At first it was just an ordinary flame. Hope gradually increased the intensity of the flame, and finally he could even hear the sound of the air exploding under the flame. Originally the dragon turtle didn't care much. Wasn't it just a flame? He still closed his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention, but found that the movement seemed a little different and then opened his little eyes to look. At this moment, Hope's flame has reached a superposition of thousands of times, which has reached a very terrifying level. If Hope hadn't controlled the flame, the surrounding forests would have ignited at this temperature long ago. And the intensity of the flame is still increasing. Watching the dragon turtle's eyes blankly, swallowing his saliva. I'm afraid it will burn it into a turtle sun. Actually, this matter is not negotiable. The dragon turtle said sincerely that it was guarding the treasure for Lu, but it did not agree to risk its life. At the same time, it was very puzzled. When did the wizard become so outrageous? Could it be that it slept too long and the times have changed? Hearing this, Hope took a breath and swallowed the flame back, which made the dragon turtle nervous again. Are you really a wizard? Are you a new race? The dragon turtle asked uncertainly, spitting flames from his mouth, which was not a wizard at all. It's not important. Why don't we talk about you? How did you fall to being a mobile treasure house for this Lu family? Hope sat on the ground and said casually. Speaking of this, the dragon turtle showed a trace of depression on his face. I was fooled and lost a bet with others before. I agreed to help them keep things. If they find me, bring the agreed items, and use Liu's blood as a medium, they can take the things away. Hope's face changed slightly when he heard it, and he asked curiously, when was the last time they came to you? The dragon turtle looked thoughtful, as if he was calculating something. His eyes became more and more confused, and finally bowed his head. I usually sleep all the time, so I don't remember the time, but I usually have to sleep for hundreds of years before I wake up. But they haven't bothered me for several times. Sure enough. Hope heard the dragon turtle's words and said in his heart that there is no big family named Lu in the magic world today. It depends on the ability to use a dragon turtle as a mobile clan library, so that it will not be unknown. According to the dragon turtle's words, it has been at least hundreds of years. During this period, the dragon turtle has never been found again. Either the inheritance is broken and no one knows that there is such a clan library, or the people are dead. I have heard Huo Bufan say that there have been many big families in history, but how many of them have been truly inherited? Have you ever thought that they are dead? Hope couldn't help asking. The dragon turtle hesitated and nodded. Of course I have thought about it, but what does it have to do with me? It doesn't affect my sleep. Hope immediately understood the dragon turtle's idea. Guarding the clan library for Lu was just a matter of convenience. At most, it just disturbed his sleep. Even if Lu was gone, it didn't matter. Anyway, it just abided by the agreement, and there was no question of loyalty. Now the things in your body belong to me. Do you have any objections? Hope said domineeringly. This is not good. I am a turtle with integrity. If some of them are still alive, wouldn't I be unfaithful? The dragon turtle observed Hope's face and said carefully, as if he was just asking Hope's opinion. If Hope disagreed, he would go back on his word at any time. Looking at the dragon turtle's appearance, Hope didn't expose it, and directly gave the other party a face. After all, what he wanted now was not just things. This dragon turtle looks easier to feed than the glutton. It is also a mythical creature. Wouldn't it be better to take it to the zoo for breeding? If someone comes looking for you, I can just give it back to him. Well, you're right. The dragon turtle immediately went down the stairs. After all, the flames were real. Give me the bone in your body first, Hope said directly. The dragon turtle's eyes widened. Hope didn't expect that Hope knew what it was hiding. He immediately asked in confusion, "How do you know I have the leg bone of Kyanki?" Kyanki. Hope frowned. This name was not unfamiliar, but it was not the remains of a real dragon, which made him a little disappointed. "Yes, this thing is not Liu's, but I bit it off from Kyanki when I was fighting with him. That guy wanted to eat me at that time, but he couldn't do anything to me. I was so angry that I bit it tightly and hung on it for a long time," the dragon turtle said as if it was a matter of course, and there was still some hatred when talking about this matter. "Isn't it a real dragon bone?" Hope didn't expect the dragon turtle to have such a strange experience. "Of course not. How can I have my father's bones in my body? What are you thinking?" The dragon turtle looked at Hope with a strange face, and his eyes were very strange. "Dad!" Hope's eyes widened. It's not that he hasn't heard of myths, but he thought it was fabricated before. It turns out that the story of the dragon giving birth to 9 sons is true. Besides, who can leave bones for my father, who can beat him? The dragon turtle asked in confusion, thinking that what Hope said just now was all wrong. But this made Hope stunned, and then frowned. "How is it impossible? I heard that someone picked up the remains of a real dragon." However, when the dragon turtle heard this, a hint of obvious smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha, what a funny joke. My father left a long time ago. Where did the remains come from?" Hope's face changed, and he took out the bones he had obtained before, and asked very seriously, "Are there no real dragon bones here?" "Why don't you understand yet? My father can't leave bones. The magical creatures in your wizard's mouth are more or less related to my father. It can be said that everything is derived from it. How can you think that anyone can make it leave bones? Even the first wizard born in your world was born because he accidentally consumed the life essence of my father and caused a physical mutation. The source of magic in the world comes from my father. Other magical creatures were either created by my father or left by my brothers. No matter what, they are not stronger than me." The dragon turtle's words refreshed Hope's 3 views. He was shocked. That is, magic actually came from a real dragon. And the departure mentioned by the dragon turtle was not something else, but flying out of the blue planet. In the past, the real dragon came from the universe, passed by the blue planet, and reproduced here, leaving offspring. The offspring inherited the nature of the real dragon and continued to reproduce. Nowadays, all magical creatures have more or less a trace of real dragon blood. Even wizards can be said to have a trace of real dragon blood. But compared to magical creatures, wizards are more of a polluted product. Their genes are polluted, so some become wizards and some become muggles, but the genes are hidden in humans. According to the dragon turtle, the real dragon left thousands of years ago and could not have died on the blue planet, let alone left any remains. Hope was a little dazed. He didn't expect that wizards were born in this way. He felt okay. After all, he was a time traveler and was not a local, so he could accept it. He just didn't know how those wizards would react when they knew such history. But does this mean that he has nothing to fuse with the real dragon? Of course, if you really want to say that my father left something, it's not nothing. Long turned his head and raised Hope's hope again, making Hope stare at the dragon turtle intently. "My father shed his skin once, but it was basically divided up. I also took the opportunity to eat a lot of it. Maybe there are still some residues left. It is impossible for us to leave any residues, but it is not certain for you wizards. After all, you are not born from my father's bloodline, so you can't eat it directly. Even if there are residues left, they are just some scraps. Your wizards were not as powerful as us back then, so it was impossible for you to grab anything. At most, you could pick up the residues left by us." Hope suddenly ignited hope in his heart. Residues are not bad. As long as it is something left by a real dragon, even the residues of scraps will not affect his fusion. After listening to the history of the dragon turtle, he had a feeling that perhaps only real dragons were the ones that appeared on the blue planet. The only S-class life ever seen. Hope's eyes flickered slightly. Perhaps the residue of the real dragon's molting scraps that the Bai family had picked up was already a long description of that thing. Even if there is really, it won't be much, maybe a little bit of powder. It's really difficult to find it by relying on the main object's perception. But there is good news. Those real dragon residues can't be eaten by wizards, which means that there is a possibility of retention. Maybe he can try to trade. Hope's mind suddenly moved. It was more reliable to trade with the Bai family. He didn't know whether the 2 secret rooms he had sneaked into before were the Bai family vaults. With a mobile treasure house like the dragon turtle in front, who can say that the Bai family's secret vault must be in the southwest? Maybe it's in the sky, or maybe it's abroad. He would be exhausted if he really had to look for it one by one. Hope didn't want to stay any longer, but he had to take the dragon turtle with him even if he left. He grabbed the stone tablet on the dragon turtle's back with one hand, and the next moment he performed a phantom shift and returned to the villa in K. The dragon turtle looked around curiously, and then showed a disgusted face. This place is not suitable for sleeping. Hope didn't agree in his heart. It's better that it's not suitable for sleeping. He didn't bring the dragon turtle here to sleep. He might not be able to sleep for hundreds of years. Why do you have to sleep? You seem to have a long life. Isn't it a waste to spend time sleeping? The dragon turtle rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "You think I want to? I need to eat some high-energy magic creatures, but I can't beat them, so I can only starve. If I don't want to starve to death, I can only sleep." Hope didn't expect such a simple reason, and was speechless. He then turned around and changed back to his original appearance. Seeing Hope's appearance, the dragon turtle was stunned again. It was not because of anything else, but that he was too young. It couldn't help muttering in its heart that it was threatened by such a kid. It really lived in vain for so many years. Hope didn't notice the dragon turtle's expression. He suddenly thought of something, and thought slightly while touching his chin. Maybe he could try it. With the effect of his treasure-like characteristics, who dares to say that his energy is higher than his? Hope picked up the golden cup on the table in the living room, and the golden cup suddenly changed rapidly in his hand and became a sharp fruit knife. The dragon turtle looked at Hope curiously, not knowing what Hope was doing, but this hand was very skilled in transformation. Could it be that it had not woken up for too long? Now wizards are generally so outrageous. Open your mouth, Hope said, placing his hand above the dragon turtle, temporarily shutting down the tough skin feature. The blade gently scratched the fingertips, and a few drops of blood fell. Although the dragon turtle didn't know why Hope did this, it instinctively opened its mouth and directly caught the few drops of Hope's blood. It licked it gently with its tongue, and its eyes lit up. It was shocked again, staring at Hope with its small eyes in disbelief. Outrageous! The dragon turtle shouted in his heart, "This blood is higher than the molting energy left by his real dragon father. It's outrageous." Could it be that his father used the transformation spell to become a dragon? A child can't play with him. Dia! This sentence shocked Hope directly, and he looked at the dragon turtle with disbelief. He just had another turtle son? Pa! The dragon turtle reacted with shame on his face. He accidentally recognized someone else as his father. Damn it! Are you my brothers? The dragon turtle said in confusion. With such high-energy magic blood, apart from its father, there are probably only a few of his brothers. I am a serious wizard and have nothing to do with your father. Hope sat on the sofa and denied directly. He didn't want to be related to a dragon turtle. How is my blood? Hope asked curiously. The dragon turtle couldn't help smacking his lips and recalling the taste just now, and nodded. It's delicious. I feel like I can last for a few years without sleeping. Hope nodded immediately. It seems that he can be regarded as a high-energy magic creature. He then questioned the dragon turtle about its abilities, and the dragon turtle answered honestly, at the cost of wanting to bite Hope. Of course, under Hope's dragon breath, it changed its mind and decided to answer Hope's questions for free. Only then did he know how the dragon turtle hid things. It was a very simple operation, swallowing things directly into its mouth, and it had its own space in its body. What surprised him was that this was still a top student turtle. There were also some books hidden in the dragon turtle's body that Lou left for family inheritance, and the dragon turtle was in a very strange state when it was sleeping. It didn't know how many times it had flipped through these books, so it became a dragon turtle that knew more about wizard magic than Hope. Not only that, the dragon turtle could hear some things when it was sleeping, which was why it could speak a standard modern language after sleeping for hundreds of years. But Hope was not very interested in the books in the dragon turtle's body. Even if they were very precious, he was a poor student. If there was anything he wanted to know, he might as well ask the dragon turtle directly. I have seen a creature with a human head and a snake body before, and its face is very beautiful. What is that? Hope suddenly remembered the magical creatures he had met before and asked the dragon turtle. You should be talking about Nuwa. People who see their faces will be confused by them, mistakenly thinking that they have seen the most beautiful people in the world, and they will lure you to get close. When you wake up, your body has been entangled by them. It is impossible to break free with their strength, and you will eventually be swallowed by them. The dragon turtle talked eloquently, making Hope gasp. This sounded really scary. Perhaps only wizards who have mastered the art of brain closure can avoid it, but if you don't open your eyes to look at them like you did with the basilisk, you should be able to resist their temptation. Hope then asked about the second magical creature he met, which looked like a glutton. That's Doughty. He can switch between reality and illusion. He can't be attacked when he's in illusion. He usually hunts in illusion and attacks in reality. After getting the answer, Hope was very satisfied. The Nuwa clan sounded a little difficult to get along with, but creatures like Doughty sounded good. He would find a time to collect it and let it breed. Seeing that it was getting late, Hope didn't plan to stay any longer. He left after confirming that the dragon turtle didn't like to eat humans. Back at Hogwarts, it was almost dinner time. Harry and the others were not in the dormitory, so he had to go to the auditorium by himself. Coincidentally, he saw Dumbledore walking down the corridor on the way, and he seemed to want to go to the auditorium for dinner. Hope's figure paused, but he didn't show any abnormality. He turned and greeted him calmly. "Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore nodded expressionlessly, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. The two walked side by side towards the hall. Anyway, Hope didn't feel embarrassed, so he kept walking at the same speed, and there was no reason to speed up or slow down to deliberately avoid Dumbledore. And Dumbledore seemed to have the same idea, walking leisurely, and the two walked side by side, but didn't speak. It was not until they were about to reach the hall that Dumbledore took the initiative to break the silence. "I heard from Mr. Potter that you bought that bottle of potion from the potion merchant. I think I need to thank you on behalf of Frank and Alice. Neville is my classmate, and I happen to have something like this in my hand," Hope said casually. As for Frank and Alice mentioned by Dumbledore, they were Neville's parents. In fact, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries has admitted many patients like Frank and Alice. "If you can meet that potion merchant again, please let me know." Dumbledore's voice was slightly heavy and his tone was slightly low. "Of course, if I meet him, I will ask him if he is willing to sell the sweet water of oblivion." Hope naturally knew that Dumbledore would believe that the potion was related to him, and he took the initiative to reveal the name of the potion as a kind of disclosure. He didn't mind making some galleons with the sweet water of oblivion. Although it was easy for him to make money, it was very easy to make the sweet water of oblivion. Just find a jar of water, control the concentration and spit a mouthful of saliva into it to make a large jar of forgotten sweet water. Why not do this kind of money-making thing? Dumbledore heard Hope's words, his eyes flickered slightly, and he asked along with Hope's meaning. "I don't know what the price of forgotten sweet water is. I think the Ministry of Magic will be willing to pay for them." However, Hope did not say it clearly. Since it is making money from the Ministry of Magic, it certainly cannot be cheap. It depends on how many people need it. The potion merchant may need to look at the number of people. Dumbledore nodded immediately and decided to talk to Fudge first. After all, if the Ministry of Magic pays to solve the historical problems left by Voldemort, Fudge must be very happy. In a blink of an eye, the two came to the hall. Without saying goodbye, Hope walked straight to the Gryffindor table, and Dumbledore also walked to Professor H and sat down. Hope did not wait for Harry and the others. "I don't know where he went." He hurriedly ate a few bites and left. Dumbledore looked up at Hope's departing figure, his eyes thoughtful, as if he remembered something. He seemed to have done nothing these days, but in fact he investigated Hope. From the information obtained through various channels, he found that Hope was just an ordinary first-year student from a single-parent family. His mother, Hanny Ho, was a student of Slytherin College before and transferred to the East in the 6th grade. It can be said that he avoided the peak period of Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Almost 1 or 2 years after Voldemort's fall, he brought Hope back to the British magic world, lived in Knockturn Alley, and opened a magic material store. To be honest, there was nothing special about it, but it was such a child that made him feel helpless and terrified as a centenarian. No matter what, Voldemort had time to develop back then, but this child seemed to be born with it. If he hadn't been used to taking out some memories from time to time and putting them in the pensieve, I really don't know how long it would be concealed. Even if the portraits of the former principals in the office still remembered it, they might not take the initiative to talk about it. Instead, they would think that he didn't talk about it because he had his own ideas. After seeing some forgotten memories in the pensieve, he realized that he had actually turned over a car on an 11-year-old child. He felt that he had lived for more than 100 years in vain, and he had been tricked by a child and his memory was deleted without knowing it. Not only him, he had privately tested McGonagall and Snape, and they had also forgotten about Hope. It was hard to imagine how he felt at the time. Even Voldemort couldn't do such a thing. The apparition he showed when stealing the Philosopher's Stone, the transformation into other people when playing a prank in the hall, and the behavior of quietly making them forget their memories were enough to make Dumbledore realize the horror of this 11-year-old child. And according to Dumbledore's guess, that kind of transformation might not be the effect of the Polyjuice Potion, because the Polyjuice Potion can last for about an hour at a time, and judging from the incident in the hall, Hope imitated several people in a short period of time, first Quirrell, then Snape, and then Quirrell again, and the whole process did not exceed an hour. If it was a Polyjuice Potion, it would be impossible to do it, because such continuous imitation would lead to conflicting effects of the potion, which is a very dangerous behavior. This made Dumbledore suspect that it was a powerful human transfiguration, directly relying on transfiguration to change one's appearance, which requires a very high level of transfiguration to do it. He knew one person, Gellert Grindelwald. An 11-year-old first-year student mastered the apparition that could break through the Hogwarts anti-apparition spell, a very advanced human transfiguration, and a forgetfulness spell that even he could not detect. That was indeed Dumbledore thinking that he might retire, like his old friend Nicholas Flamel. Maybe it was very common to have amazing magical talent, but Dumbledore believed that this was a natural magical ability. There are always some lucky or unlucky people who are born with some strange magical abilities, or like his old friend Gellert, who was born a prophet. It is hard to imagine that Hope is as good as or even better than many wizards who have been immersed in magic for many years since birth, which makes Dumbledore suspect that Hope is the reincarnation of Merlin. But there is also good news that makes Dumbledore breathe a sigh of relief. For example, Hope was assigned to Gryffindor, which is different from Tom Riddle back then. Maybe Hope does not have such great ambitions. And birds of a feather flock together. Hope can become friends with Harry and others, which is what Dumbledore is most pleased about. Fortunately, he temporarily transferred Hope to the place where Harry and others were. In the dormitory, until now he still thinks that this casual move was the wisest operation. Although Hope stole the Philosopher's Stone, the prank scared the students of Hogwarts and they still have the habit of passwords, but this child pointed out the existence of Voldemort, although it is not known how Hope keenly discovered that Voldemort was possessed by Quirrell. And he took out the so-called forgotten sweet water potion bought from the potion merchant and cured Neville's parents, which is enough to prove Hope's quality. All this made Dumbledore dare not act rashly. After all, he still believed that Voldemort's path was related to his behavior. He discovered Voldemort's abnormality early and targeted it. It is hard to say that he did not push Voldemort on that path. So now it is the turn of a child who is more talented than Tom Riddle and even Gellert Grindelwald in the past. Dumbledore dare not act rashly, so even if the Philosopher's Stone was taken away by Hope, Dumbledore did not know what to do for a while. The Philosopher's Stone was given to him by Nicholas Flamel. In fact, when Nicholas gave him the Philosopher's Stone, he had actually given up using it to make the Elixir of Life. So how to deal with the Philosopher's Stone was entirely decided by Dumbledore. He could only temporarily regard it as he lent the Philosopher's Stone to Hope. This was a kind of helplessness and compromise, but Dumbledore thought it was necessary. From the conversation just now, Dumbledore also found out that the so-called sweet water of oblivion was probably not bought from a potion merchant, but made by Hope. Even Severus couldn't analyze the composition of this thing, and it had a very strong healing effect on the Cruciatus Curse. Dumbledore even believed that once the inventor of this potion stood up, he would definitely be awarded the Order of Merlin. After all, this was the Cruciatus Curse, the 10th of the unforgivable curses. When Zapp returned to the dormitory, he found that Harry and the others had returned, and Hermione was there, but for some reason, they were all covering their mouths and looked uncomfortable. "What happened to you?" Hope asked curiously. Hagrid was too enthusiastic. "We ate a piece of rock cake. I think I have to ask for leave to go home and see my father for a checkup of my teeth," Hermione said with a painful face. "It's really as hard as a rock. I even doubt if we are eating rocks," Ron said with an exaggerated look. Hope suddenly realized that he went to find Hagrid. "Hope, I'll tell you a big secret. Don't tell anyone." The thing guarded by the three-headed dog before turned out to be the Philosopher's Stone, which can turn stones into gold and is used to make Elixir of Life, but it was stolen. Ron leaned close to Hope's ear and whispered, tickling his ears, "How did you know?" Hope looked at the three people with suspicion. Hagrid would tell them this unless he let it slip again. Hagrid let it slip. Of course this is just a guess. The three-headed dog was Hagrid's pet Fluffy, but it was sent back and temporarily kept in the Forbidden Forest. It was supposed to be used to guard the Philosopher's Stone, but now it is no longer needed, which means the Philosopher's Stone was stolen. Harry immediately explained, "I think Snape stole it. It's not that I don't want to introduce you, but your identity is very special. According to the clan rules, you are not allowed to return to the clan land after being expelled," Huo Bufin said with a little embarrassment. Although they are the direct descendants of the main family, they dare not violate the clan rules openly. "Who are they?" Hope didn't care much. He looked at the backs of the girls jumping and asked, "One is my cousin in the first room, and the other two are from the second room. They have a good relationship with me," Huo Bufin introduced directly. When Hope heard it, he immediately calculated in his mind. It was probably that one was the granddaughter of his eldest uncle's family, and the other two were the granddaughters of his second uncle's family. They were all younger than him. Of course, the premise of this calculation was that he was still a member of the Huo family. "I have something to ask you. Why are you here?" Hope didn't hesitate and said directly. He just looked at the flow of people nearby. It was obviously not suitable to talk about things here. "Let's go, I'll take you to a quiet place," Huo Bufin said immediately, and then took Hope to walk on the street, while introducing their Huo family's clan land to Hope. Clanland, that's so domineering, refers to the entire wizard gathering place, which belongs to their Huo family. Because there was no settlement here at the beginning, but it was only after their family came here that a large settlement gradually formed. At the beginning, there were wizards with the surname Huo, and finally some wizards with other surnames gradually gathered here. This place was originally called Wagia Village, and now it has been changed to Huo's Clanland. Here, Huo really has the final say. Of course, this was before the Wizard Federation. After the establishment of the Wizard Federation, the entire magic world must obey the resolution of the Wizard Federation. But even so, there is still the Wizard Federation and the 4 permitted rules, which are the Huo family rules. The area surrounded by buildings that Hope saw before is where the wizards with the surname Huo live. It occupies half of the entire settlement and is still called Huajia Village. Outside Huajia Village, there is an ancient street connected, which is the commercial street. This commercial street, all the shops on the street have to pay taxes and rent to the Huo family every year, which shows that they are very arrogant. Of course, some of the largest shops are still owned by the Huo family. There are some residences around this commercial street, and wizards from other families live in them. In a blink of an eye, Huo Bufan brought Hope to a tea house, which is really different from the British magic world. Otherwise the place where Huo Bufan brought Hope should be a pub. Of course, there are pubs here. Hope has seen several on the road. Huo Bufan took Hope directly to a wing room on the second floor. You can see that the decorations here are all ancient and antique. In ancient times, it is a place that only rich people can afford. Soon someone brought up the teapot and dessert. At first glance, there is no difference from the ancient times. It's just that the teapot floated up by itself, tilted slightly, and the spout was aimed at the teacup, pouring out boiling hot tea, but there was no tea residue. This is tea taken from the magic tea tree, and it is fried through many processes. It tastes very different from Bai Ding's tea. Try it. Huo Bufan introduced this special tea to Hope. Hope probably had never tried it before. After all, he didn't even know what a peachwood sword was before. Seeing this, Hope was not in a hurry to talk about things. Instead, he picked up the teacup with interest and put it close to his lips. Just when he was about to put it in his mouth, he suddenly stopped. Would this tea be poisonous? Then he looked at Huo Bufan, who was smiling and seemed to be looking forward to Hope drinking it. Although he has tough skin, it doesn't mean he is resistant to poison. After all, how to say it, his relationship with Huo Bufan is very complicated, seemingly friendly, but actually betrayal is normal at any time. He is not really Huo Bufan's uncle, at least in terms of relationship. Sometimes blood relationship is not so important. But how can he be timid when the tea is at his lips? He raised his hand and the tea flowed in. Of course, just in case, he directly activated the swallowing feature. Whether it is poisonous or not, he can digest it completely, but it's a pity, he still wants to try what the magic tea tastes like. How is it? How does it taste? Huo Bufan asked expectantly. Not bad. Hope smacked his lips and tasted it, as if he had really drunk it. Why did you come back from the United Academy? I see there are quite a few students in the academy. It doesn't look like they are on holiday. You can't be trying to avoid me. Hope sat opposite Huo Bufan and said with a fake smile. That can't be possible. The clan is going to worship the ancestors recently, and all the people from the main vein have been called back, not only us, but also other clans. Huo Bufan said hurriedly, this is true, not only students, even adults have to come back at this time, so the entire Huo clan looks much more lively. Not all people with the surname Huo will come back. Worshipping the ancestors is a power that belongs to their main vein. As for what counts as the main vein, the descendants of the clan leader who brought them here that year are considered the main vein, and this number is not small. Hope didn't expect that wizards also retained the same customs as ordinary people, but it was normal to think about it. Their current form is maintained by blood, and it is natural to worship the ancestors. However, no matter how much they worshiped their ancestors, it had nothing to do with Hope. Who made him not on the family tree? So he immediately got down to business. Do you know anyone from the Bai family? Hope asked simply and clearly. Of course. Huo Bufan said without hesitation. Direct lineage. Yes, what about the person who can make the decision? Hope continued to ask. Huo Bufan choked and looked at Hope with an inexplicable look. Isn't this obviously embarrassing him? Who can make the decision in the Bai family? Only the direct lineage, but the direct lineage who can make the decision is older than him. Where can he go to know them? He has seen them, but who hasn't seen them? Who doesn't call them uncles and uncles? It's a question whether he will respond to them if he really meets them alone. Besides, the only person who can make the decision is the patriarch. Although he is a direct lineage, he is still a junior. Where can he go to know him? Seeing Huo Bufan like this, Hope immediately understood and was not surprised. I want to do a business with the Bai family, and I need your help to make a connection, Hope said bluntly. What business? The direct descendants of the Bai family can also have a say in general business. Upon hearing what Hope said, Huo Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was just a business, and there was no need for the clan leader to come on stage. The Bai family children he knew also had direct descendants of the same generation who had become big. If nothing unexpected happened, they would also become clan leaders in the distant future. Like his eldest brother, they had actually begun to take over some of the clan's businesses and train them as heirs. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they could still have a say. And talking about business, even if you are not familiar with them, you can still do it. I want their real dragon remains, Hope said softly with a calm face. However, it sounded like thunder in Huo Bufan's ears, and Huo Bufan was so shocked that he sprayed out the tea in his mouth. Puff! Hope's eyelids suddenly lifted, and a strong wind blew towards Huo Bufan, blowing the tea back and all of it onto Bufan's face. However, Huo Bufan didn't care about the wonderful magic that Hope showed, and suddenly stood up and said in disbelief, "What did you say?" Hope didn't repeat it. He knew that Huo Bufan didn't hear it, but just didn't believe it. "You heard it right. Do you know what you are talking about?" Huo Bufan widened his eyes. He couldn't believe what he heard, and felt that there must be something wrong with Hope's brain, and he dared to say anything. "Of course," Hope said calmly, with a slightly reproachful look in his eyes, as if saying that Huo Bufan was too rude and made a fuss. It was at this moment that Huo Bufan realized that Hope was serious and was not joking with him. He thought that Hope was absolutely crazy. Could it be that someone had cast some magic on him recently, and he had gone crazy? The remains of the real dragon, anyone with a little bit of brains would know what kind of treasure it was in the Bai family. If this sentence was said in front of the Bai family, it would be considered a provocation to them and they would definitely fall out. But at this moment, Hope said it as if it was a matter of course. It was so crazy that Huo Bufan didn't know how to comment on it. "I said it was a transaction, and it was not a robbery. Is it necessary to be so surprised? You are the future head of the family, why are you so out of control?" Hope said with a smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Huo Bufan's face changed drastically, even worse than before. He looked around in panic and said in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense, this is the Huo's tea house, opened by the clan. I don't know if there is any eavesdropping magic. If we are heard, you and I will suffer." Hope said disdainfully, "What if they really heard it? I am not from your clan. At most, I will really help you get promoted. Don't say you don't have this idea. This is true. If someone really overhears, they will definitely send people to arrest them. Hope will not surrender at that time. After all, he has no name in the Huo family tree, let alone any feelings. It is not impossible to overthrow the entire Huo family at that time. It just so happens that Huo Bufan can't contact the head of the Bai family. At that time, Push in the position of the patriarch can naturally contact the head of the Bai family." Huo Bufan's face changed when he heard Hope's bold words. He probably didn't dare to continue talking. He felt that if he continued, Hope would dare to say anything. Although there had been things like fighting for the throne in the past, it was not allowed by the clan rules. The fight for the throne had always required the control of most of the power in the clan. If it succeeded, he would be happy. If it failed, he would die. If Huo Bufan didn't have this idea, who hasn't dreamed? But Hope was an 11-year-old child after all. The fight for the throne seemed to be a very simple thing in Hope's eyes. In fact, it was just the arrogance of a child. Huo Bufan naturally wouldn't and didn't dare to take it seriously. "Let's talk about the Bai family." Huo Bufan hurriedly changed the subject. In comparison, this topic seemed to be more reassuring. "Okay, as long as it's something, there's nothing that can't be traded. In the final analysis, it's because the chips are not enough, but my chips are enough to trade the remains of the real dragon. Of course, that thing is not the remains of a real dragon. At most, it is just the residue after molting. In other words, it suddenly becomes cheap." Hearing Hope's words, Huo Bufan calmed down a little. He looked at Hope with some surprise and asked curiously, "What is the bargaining chip?" "You have seen the drop of blood that was given to the Yu family before," Hope said lightly. Huo Bufan thought about it and sat down. Judging from the reaction of the Yu family, the drop of blood is indeed a good thing. Moreover, they have been in contact with him more and more frequently recently, and it feels a little out of control. "Please give flowers." But I didn't tell him what he had researched. Every time I asked, I was just talking too fast. If he really couldn't research anything, he wouldn't be getting more and more urgent. "What's the use of blood? It can enhance the efficacy of any magic potion." Hope thought about it for a while, but still said it out. After all, he still had to rely on Huo Bufan to contact the Bai family, so he had to let people know what the bargaining chip was. Huo Bufan's eyes lit up slightly, and he continued to ask, "How much is it enhanced?" "It's far beyond your imagination, enough to drive people crazy," Hope said calmly, without revealing any details. In fact, he didn't know much. After all, what the dragon turtle told him was also ambiguous. Huo Bufan's eyes widened, but it was still a little hard to imagine how much it could be enhanced, far beyond his imagination. 5 times? 10 times? In his opinion, it was very good to be able to enhance the efficacy of the magic potion. If it was far beyond his imagination, it would probably be in terms of multiples. Enhancing it twice is already considered a rare treasure, but it is not enough to drive people crazy. It can only be 5 times. Enhancing it 5 times is already considered a rare treasure, but it is not enough to drive people crazy. The effect is enough to change the potion's effect, but compared with the real dragon remains, it is still not good enough. 10 times. This is almost the limit of what Huo Bufan can imagine. Huo Bufan spoke immediately, but stopped after saying only one word. He still felt that if he said this to any of the children of the Bai family, he would be scolded at best, or even duel on the spot. Don't take their real dragon remains too seriously. They are not real dragon remains, but just a little bit of residue after the real dragon sheds its skin. Whether the Bai family has them or not is another matter. Hope saw Huo Bufan's cowardly look and felt a little disappointed. How could he be the patriarch in the future? He pointed out some things immediately, and he was not sure whether the Bai family had it or not. Even if it had it before, it might not have it now. Huo Bufan opened his mouth in surprise. Looking at Hope's confident look, it seemed a little credible. The molting residue, this prestige dropped directly off a cliff. I can try, Huo Bufan said immediately. If it was a treasure, it would be difficult for him to speak, but if it was this thing, what else could he not speak about? Then when are you going? Hope asked impatiently. We have to wait until the ancestor worship is over. It will take at least 3 days. If he ran away at this time, he would beat him, but Hope couldn't wait for 3 days. It took 3 days to pass a message, and it would take half a month for all the miscellaneous things. Go now, I can take you back before dark. Hope didn't give Huo Bufan any thought. After all, Huo Bufan had time to go shopping, so how could he not have time? If everything went well, it would take less than an hour. Hope stood up immediately, and his whole appearance changed. He was Huo Bufan's younger brother. He was using this appearance to fly down the tower. Huo Bufan looked at Hope in surprise. Although he had always had doubts, he was finally sure at this moment. This was obviously not transformed by the compound potion. Why, you haven't learned the human body deformation technique? Hope saw Huo Bufan's fussing look, smiled slightly, and asked back. At the same time, he took a step forward and put one hand on Huo Bufan's shoulder. Before he could react, the two figures disappeared. When they appeared again, they were already on a street. It was the wizard settlement in the southwest, which was also the clan land of the Bai family. However, the settlement of the Bai family was not called the Bai clan land, but the Poison Bee Valley. The Poison Bee Valley also has an outer and inner enclosure, and the inner enclosure is Beijia village. Hope deduced the structure of the outer and inner enclosures from the buildings of the Poison Bee Valley, and did not take Huo Bufan directly into the inner enclosure, but appeared on the outer streets. As Huo Bufan said, each family held a ceremony to worship their ancestors, so the settlement was very lively. Huo Bufan calmed down, recognized the surrounding scene, and confirmed that this was the Poison Bee Valley. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed, but since he was here, he could only consider himself unlucky, so he immediately took Hope to Beijia village. There were guards at the gate of Beijia village, just like Huajia village. Fortunately, Huo Bufan's face was still good. After checking Huo Bufan's identity, he directly let the two pass. Hope was like Huo Bufan's younger brother, following Huo Bufan honestly, following him into the village, and came to the gate of a mansion. Huo Bufan held the door knocker and knocked. A thumb-sized bronze bird standing on the door knocker suddenly came to life, tilted its head to look at Huo Bufan, and then turned its head back to comb the feathers on its back with its beak. Looking for brother Bai Yuan, the fifth eldest son of the Huo family's main lineage. I'm here to discuss a big business, Huo Bufan said softly to the bronze bird. His tone was very formal. As soon as the voice fell, the bronze bird jumped and turned around, drilled into a small square hole that was just big enough for it to pass through, and flew out directly. Bai Yuan is the eldest son of the Bai family's direct lineage, and he is of the same generation as me, but his status is much more noble than mine. Then there was a slight rumble, and the door slowly opened. A young woman in a simple linen dress lowered her head and was struggling to open the door. Dear guest, please follow me. The young woman kept her head down, looking at her shoes, even when she was talking, and turned to walk in front to lead the way for them. Hope frowned and looked at Huo Bufan on the side. He had already followed him one step ahead, and seemed to be able to sense Hope's doubts. He took the initiative to explain. This is Bai Ding. Didn't I tell you before that sometimes children are born Bai Ding? They will not return to the world of Bai Ding to live, but will stay in the family to work for wizards. Those who can be kept in the house by the direct lineage should mostly be related by blood, Huo Bufan explained in a low voice. Hope narrowed his eyes and looked at the girl's back. To be honest, for a moment he thought he saw a house elf. Don't look at their simple clothes. In fact, they have a good life. At least they have a high status among the common people in the magic world. Huo Bufan noticed something and continued. Hope didn't say anything, but looked around. After entering the gate, the first thing he saw was a flower bed, which occupied the center and was divided into two paths on the left and right. They went forward, passed through the wall gates, and finally walked into an exquisite courtyard. Next to the courtyard was a building that looked exquisite. This building didn't look like a mansion. Instead, it was a bit avant-garde, like a villa decorated in a retro style. A man in a white shirt and long hair was sitting at a stone table in the courtyard. Just from the soft fabric of the white shirt, one could feel that the owner of this dress was either rich or noble. As for the man's face, it was not very outstanding. He had a big head and thick eyebrows, which was completely inconsistent with this outfit. Brother Bai Yuan, long time no see. Before the man said anything, Huo Bufan took the initiative to greet him. Hearing his 533 tone, Hope thought he had returned to ancient times. Fortunately, there was no fist clasping or saluting, otherwise he would have felt awkward just standing aside. Brother Bufan, I heard that you want to discuss a big business with me. This makes me a little curious. Could it be that you want to take your big brother's position? The price is not low. Bai Yuan's voice was rough, and he started to tease as soon as he opened his mouth. Huo Bufan responded directly, his face changed, and he was suddenly shocked in his heart. He began to doubt himself. Could it be that he really had such an idea, and wrote the idea on his face? Otherwise why would everyone laugh about this matter? Haha, just a joke. Seeing Huo Bufan's face, Bai Yuan suddenly felt very interesting and laughed. Haha, Brother Yuan is really humorous. What else can Huo Bufan do? He can only laugh along and praise the other party for being humorous. He directly changes his name to try to get closer to the two of them. But to be honest, could it be that the Huo family has handed over some of the business to you to manage? Otherwise, how could you have a big business? Bai Yuan still said with a smile on his face, but his words were very harsh. I don't know what Huo Bufan thinks, but Hope can see that Bai Yuan looks down on Huo Bufan from the root. Every joke he makes is actually a sarcasm. Huo Bufan can naturally hear it, but what can he do? He has a wrong status and can only accept it. That's not the case, but what I'm here to talk about today is definitely a big business. Huo Bufan's smile was a little stiff. Oh? Don't tease me, little brother Bufan, I can't take jokes. Hearing Huo Bufan's words, the smile on Bai Yuan's face turned colder. Without the support of his family, what big business could he discuss with him? Huo Bufan immediately felt that Bai Yuan's attitude had become much colder. His face changed slightly and he looked at Hope sideways. Hope immediately made a look, although he didn't know what his blinking expression meant. Huo Bufan felt encouraged by Hope's eyes, and he became inexplicably confident. Hope blinked his eyes, a little confused, wondering what Bufan had realized. Brother Yuan doesn't seem to be interested. If that's the case, I might as well go find the Yu family. They've been bothering me a bit lately. Their boss wanted to see me, but I turned him down. Forget it, I might as well go find him. Huo Bufan smiled softly, revealing a hint of sarcasm, and stood up as if he was really going to leave. You Tai Xiang? Bai Yuan asked with a flickering look in his eyes. Otherwise, you can't call yourself the boss if you're from a side branch. Huo Bufan snorted coldly and said, Ha ha ha, little brother Huo, I am a little negligent, come quickly. Go and get my best tea, I want to make tea for little brother Huo myself. Bai Yuan's face changed instantly, and he shouted loudly with enthusiasm. Hope saw Huo Bufan suddenly stood up, a little surprised, and couldn't help wondering if he really gave any advice just now. No, let's talk about business. Huo Bufan raised his hand and waved, looking a little serious. I recently got a magic material, a drop of blood, which can be used to enhance the effect of any potion. Are you interested? Huo Bufan got straight to the point, which was the most convenient way. If the thing really has the effect you said, I'm certainly interested, but how much can it enhance? Bai Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew it was a good thing as soon as he heard it, but how much it enhanced the efficacy would determine its value. A lot, beyond your imagination. Huo Bufan had to be a riddler, after all, he didn't know. Bai Yuan frowned immediately. As a businessman, he was most wary of such ambiguous answers, because such answers might have big pitfalls. Brother Huo, this is not how business is done. You might as well be more honest. Bai Yuan shook his head, as if he was a little dissatisfied with Bufan's answer. Huo Bufan's expression did not change. He reached into his pocket with one hand and took out a glass bottle directly. He held the top and placed it on the table, but his hand did not withdraw. There was a drop of crystal blood in the glass bottle. This was what Hope gave to Huo Bufan, but it was just a sample. It was completely different from the drop of blood given to the Yu family. It was only 100 times the superposition. The thing is here, but let's not talk about it first, let's talk about what I want. Bai Yuan's eyes fell on the blood, but he did not linger for too long. He looked at Huo Bufan again, with a slight smile on his face. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. I heard that your family has the remains of a real dragon? Huo Bufan's words made Bai Yuan's face turn black. Bai Yuan's face changed and became very ugly. There was no smile anymore. His eyelids sank slightly and he stared at Huo Bufan sharply. Do you know what you are talking about? Huo Bufan, Bai Yuan said in a low voice, his eyes emitting a dangerous light. Bai Yuan didn't expect Huo Bufan to really dare to speak up. He wanted to exchange a drop of broken blood for the remains of the real dragon of their Bai family. He was really bold. Of course, I know that what you call the remains of a real dragon are just the residue left after molting. Don't make it sound like the remains of a real dragon. You will definitely make a profit by exchanging this drop of blood. Huo Bufan seemed to have a backer because Hope was standing by. He faced the anger of the eldest brother of the Bai family and said with a sarcastic face, "It was really different from the beginning." Bai Yuan didn't react to this, still staring at Huo Bufan fiercely, as if he was ready to cast a curse to keep Huo Bufan here at any time, but his heart was full of huge waves. How did he know? This major secret involving the Bai family, only the direct descendants of the direct descendants have the right to know. If he is not the eldest, he is afraid that he doesn't know anything. The so-called real dragon remains in the clan are actually fake. The truth is just as Huo Bufan said, in fact, it is just a little bit of remains after molting. People in their clan can't even be sure whether it is the skin shed by a dragon or a giant snake. Such a secret matter was actually revealed by the unappreciated fifth brother of the Huo family. For a moment, he thought that someone in the clan had leaked the secret, but after a moment's thought, this possibility is very low. Only the most loyal and high-ranking people in the clan can know this information. That's the thing. As for whether to exchange or not, it's up to you to decide. This drop of blood will be left to you. Of course, it's not the drop of blood that was traded. The blood that is really used for trading is dozens of times more effective. You can think about it slowly. Huo Bufan said calmly, ignoring Bai Yuan's angry glare, and stood up, leaving the glass bottle on the stone table. After saying that, Huo Bufan turned his back and left without looking back. Hope followed closely behind, blocking Huo Bufan's back, always to prevent Bai Yuan from really spitting out an evil curse in anger. But it was obviously redundant. They were not blocked at all and finally successfully left the Bai family's house. As soon as he left the house, Huo Bufan's momentum collapsed directly, and he seemed to doubt his life, and there was a hint of excitement on his face. This is the first time I have faced such a tough person like my eldest brother. I feel that I may not be able to get out of here. Huo Bufan was both relieved and excited. Such an opportunity was very rare for him. You have to know what kind of demeanor he had to maintain when facing his eldest brother as the fifth child. Even if he said something wrong, he might be punished, and no one else would have any opinion. You performed well, Hope praised casually. He believed that as long as they studied the drop of blood, they would eventually be tempted. Now he just had to wait for the result to see if the Bai family really had the residue of the real dragon's molting skin. Then Hope and Huo Bufan walked out of Beijia village. As soon as they left Beijia village, he put one hand on Huo Bufan's shoulder and performed the phantom shift directly, appearing in the Huo clan's territory. If someone from the Bai family comes to you, you should stay calm first. Before leaving, Hope specifically instructed. Then he returned to the villa in Kyoto and watched TV out of boredom. Suddenly he remembered his homework and turned to look at the dragon turtle lying on the sofa beside him. Isn't this dragon turtle knowledgeable? Hope quickly returned to Hogwarts, brought a pile of homework, and thoughtfully brought the magic pen. After all, you can't expect a dragon turtle's claws to really hold a feather pen. The dragon turtle looked at the parchment in front of him with a dull face. Letting a turtle do his homework for him, is this what a human would do? But this plan fell through because the dragon turtle couldn't understand English. But even so, my fish is not completely useless. Hope translated the homework questions online in real time and asked the dragon turtle to give the answers. Not to mention, this dragon turtle is really good. The books that can be collected by the Lu family library are naturally not bad. In Hope's opinion, this dragon turtle can compete with several teachers in Hogwarts. Moreover, under the magic pen, Hope doesn't need to work hard to write homework. He can finish it quickly. There are also some strange and effective insights in it. Even a young wizard of Hope's level can feel refreshed. No homework. Hope, who was under pressure, naturally enjoyed a leisurely weekend holiday. He also took time to go to the department store and bought the latest model of the red and white machine. He studied it for a while before installing it. There was no one around, so he had to fight with the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle also had a face full of competition. He really used his claws to press the handle on the floor. The result was self-evident. He was naturally beaten by Hope in all aspects. However, the dragon turtle refused to admit defeat. One person and one turtle played from day to night. Feeling his stomach rumbling, Hope threw the handle away, stretched his waist, and turned the TV back to the TV channel. This is when he returned to Hogwarts. As soon as he came back, I saw Hermione was instructing Harry and Ron to do their homework with a serious face, just like Professor McGonagall. The two of them were so embarrassed that their faces turned red, as if they were doing their homework with their faces, and they had to endure Hermione's criticism from time to time. Hope, you're back. Seeing Hope, Harry and Ron shouted in surprise as if they saw a rescuer. Their eyes were very excited. It was undoubtedly because Hope and Hermione had a better relationship. At least Hermione could be more restrained when doing homework together. However, Hope saw what the two were up to at a glance, and directly raised the full parchment in his hand and said casually, "I have finished my homework." Harry and Ron looked at Hope in disbelief, as if Hope had betrayed them. "Go on," Hermione said with a straight face, not to mention that she really had the momentum of McGonagall. However, the next day, Hope was directly scolded. The homework of History of Magic was simply a mess. Hope only then remembered that 10 Oriental dragon turtles knew nothing about the history of magic. The dragon turtle explained it clearly, and this was the last homework to be written, so Hope had no doubt that he was directly translating the answer given by the dragon turtle. Hope re-examined the homework and found out how outrageous it was. How many years ago did the first wizard appear in history? The dragon turtle actually said tens of thousands of years ago. Damn! Hope couldn't help but curse inwardly as he looked at the full homework. This dragon turtle was too unreliable. However, in fact, not only the history of magic homework, but also the herbology homework was criticized by Pomona Sprout, saying that his homework was simply written nonsense and he had no idea what he was writing about. She even said that she would tell the matter to the police, give it to Professor McGonagall, and ask her to talk to Hope about how to do homework carefully. Harry and the others looked at Hope with strange eyes, as if they wanted to laugh but couldn't, and their faces turned red. Whenever Hope looked at them, they would take the initiative to avoid Hope's sight, as if they were worried that they would not be able to help seeing Hope like this. Damn dragon turtle. Hope gritted his teeth and said secretly. When he wrote it yesterday, he actually thought it was really reasonable, but it turned out to be like this. 4.9 is not entirely to blame the dragon turtle, most of the responsibility lies with Hope, and he didn't doubt it at all. Hope was so angry that he ran back to the villa during the lunch break. He didn't burn the dragon turtle directly, but switched the TV from the TV series channel to the international channel and put the remote control in his purse to buy it. The dragon turtle was a little confused and looked surprised. He looked at Hope with grievance, but Hope did not give him any explanation. But when Hope returned to the villa at night, he found that the TV channel had been changed back. The dragon turtle looked at Hope with an innocent face, and even learned how to change channels without a remote control. However, this matter is indeed not the dragon turtle's fault. It is not that the dragon turtle is writing nonsense, but that what it has learned is like this. Hope realized that the things that the dragon turtle learned were things from 2,000 years ago. In the past 2,000 years, the magic world has not stagnated. It has long been innovative. Some things that seemed to make sense at the time have been judged as wrong today. This does not mean that Eastern magic has great mistakes. The biggest reason is that Lu disappeared. Otherwise, they would have overturned their previous mistakes in the past 2,000 years, but they did not. Such antiques that have been treasured for 2,000 years are now somewhat outdated and have become a pile of useless waste. Hope could only admit this matter himself. After all, it was his own fault. Not only that, at noon the next day in the hall, Snape stopped by the Gryffindor table. Harry thought he was going to be targeted again, but he didn't expect that it was Hope who was unlucky. Snape directly boasted that Hope was able to create his own potion science without the system of potions, and was simply a master of potions. He should give up the position of professor of potions to Hope. Of course, this was all yin and yang. Snape used his life skills to devalue Hope's homework, and Hope couldn't refute it. This is no joke. Hope transformed himself and ran to Diagon Alley at night. Soft-clawed land shrimp is not hard to find. It looks like a crayfish. Its tail is one of the ingredients of some kind of potion, so it is very common. Hope bought its tail for a small amount of money. A large bag of galleons, quietly put it away, quickly returned to the Kyoto villa, appeared in the bedroom on the second floor, jumped out of the tail, and started to fuse directly. Detected fusionable items, started the analysis task. Current fusion item, soft-clawed land shrimp analysis difficulty, D-level analysis progress, 1/500 currently extracted characteristics, 1, doom venom gland, can secrete venom that brings doom. Note, the degree of this characteristic is linked to the analysis progress. When the analysis is completed, the 10,000 times characteristic can be obtained. Hope raised his eyebrows slightly, which was not much different from the information he had learned. Being bitten by a soft-clawed land shrimp will lead to bad luck, and this bad luck comes from a kind of mucus it secretes. At first glance, it is somewhat similar to a venomous snake, and both will inject venom when biting the prey, but the venom of the soft-clawed land shrimp has a strange effect. Hope's eyes flashed, but the D-level difficulty was within his expectations, and he turned to check the exclusive tasks of this fusion. Exclusive task, hunting. Every successful completion of hunting will increase the progress point by 1. This task can be repeated, and the progress points are limited to the analysis progress of the soft-clawed land shrimp. Hunting? Hope's eyes flashed with a thought. This task doesn't sound difficult at all. I just didn't expect to get such a task from a crayfish. Hunting is obviously not a task of eating prey, the focus is more on behavior. And 500 times is not a small number. Hope thought about it and had a business in his mind. The next moment, his figure disappeared and appeared on a small island in the C-28. What other place can compare to the natural hunting ground of the sea? Hope stepped on the beach barefoot and jumped directly into the sea. In an instant, he transformed into a seagull, flapping his wings and flying over the endless ocean. After flying for a distance, his body suddenly expanded and turned into a huge great white shark falling from the sky. With a splash, Hope fell into the sea. However, transforming into a great white shark was not as comfortable as Hope thought. This unique way of breathing made him feel a little uncomfortable, as if he had difficulty breathing. He had to shake his body and tail vigorously to move in the sea. At first he swam very slowly, but when he really adapted, he felt that this experience was really strange. Only when he really swam freely did he feel that his breathing was unobstructed. Many fish in the ocean could only hide in front of him. However, he was just a newborn great white shark. Even though his body size was not similar, his swimming skills were very poor. He felt exhausted after just swimming for a while. It was really hard to force his body to shake in the ocean. He even tried to directly prey on the small fish that passed by him, but his flexibility was too poor. He was like a dried fish swinging in the water, and any small fish could play tricks on him, but it was not without gain. When he opened his bloody mouth and showed his sharp teeth, there were always some small fish that used his mouth as a nest and drilled directly in. Without a doubt, they were digested cleanly by his swallowing characteristics. He checked the system specifically and found that such waiting was also a hunting method, which was also included in the exclusive task. He suddenly felt a sense of gain. It turned out that there would be fish that would come to his door without any effort. Gradually, he was a little tired. If he turned into a human form now, he would definitely feel muscle soreness. It seems that he must merge a magical creature with power next time, otherwise he can't do anything with the power of an 11-year-old wizard. But even if he has no strength, Hope is not without other ways as a wizard. Suddenly, a current of water came from behind, like a warm ocean current. He only needed to twist his body slightly, and without much effort, he could swim quickly, just like having a motor installed behind his butt. This was Hope's characteristic of being a life expert. Now that he was more and more proficient in magic, he found that it was easy for him to make some changes to this kind of life magic. Without much effort, he could feel the true speed of a great white shark, a sea overlord. This feeling was more refreshing than flying a sword. Every time he passed by, he could stir up a current in the sea, causing the small fish that sensed it to flee in panic. He also used the spell of clear water like a spring to wrap the small fish around him, forming a spring flow, which directly sent them into his mouth. His fusion progress was rapidly improving. However, at this moment, Hope suddenly felt a strange current in the ocean. This was a bit like the great white shark's natural hunting perception. There was a creature approaching quickly, and a sense of crisis instinctively surged in his heart, as if he was being stared at as prey. Of course, this was just an instinctive reaction in his heart. His tough skin characteristics were always turned on. He didn't think that the great white shark had no enemies on the seabed. However, shadows flashed under the dark ocean, and the small fish around had already seen the bad situation and ran away early. These shadows looked no smaller than him, but there were more of them. In a short time, Hope saw more than 10 shadows flashing by, much faster than him, and seemed to have surrounded him. No matter how fast he was, these shadows were hovering around him and did not fall behind. Hope was not panicked at all, but a surge of excitement surged in his heart, like the bloodthirsty instinct of a great white shark, eager for others to attack, and also eager to bite any enemy to pieces with his sharp teeth. It was dark under the ocean, and it was hard to see what those figures really looked like unless you got really close. At this moment, a bright light suddenly shone, like the sun rising suddenly from the bottom of the sea, illuminating the nearby sea. Those shadows finally revealed their true appearance, with a little white spots on the black upper body and white on the bottom, and they looked much cuter than they are now. Killer whales. Startled by the sudden bright light in the ocean, the group of killer whales suddenly fled away, one by one, but they did not leave directly, as if they had identified Hope. In terms of size, Hope did not have an advantage, as there were many killer whales that were bigger than him. The most important thing was that these killer whales were fighting in groups. Their own size was enough to make them the overlords of the ocean, but they still fought in groups, which was simply outrageous. If it were a real great white shark, it would probably only be trembling at this moment, unable to escape or fight. Hope could have left directly, but he didn't do so. A flash of excitement and expectation flashed in his eyes, and a fierceness surged in his heart. He felt what the ocean hunting ground was. After an unknown period of time, the group of wandering killer whales finally took action. One killer whale suddenly approached. Just when Hope thought that the other party was going to attack him one-on-one, he found that the killer whale suddenly turned around and gave up. However, at this moment, Hope suddenly felt that something was wrong with the water flow below. Before he could react, his body was hit hard and flew out of the sea. If someone was nearby at this moment, they would definitely see this rare scene. A great white shark was knocked out of the water by a killer whale. The killer whale took advantage of the situation and bit its flank. The terrifying bite force tried to bite a bloody hole directly in Hope's body. However, the situation was obviously beyond the killer whale's expectations. It did not successfully bite a blood hole, but it also successfully bit Hope's flesh and refused to let go. Hope was furious. It turned out that the killer whale was just attracting firepower. The real killer whale was this extremely fast killer whale. He was fooled by a killer whale. He suddenly turned his huge head, a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he opened his bloody mouth to bite the killer whale fiercely. However, the teeth closed steadily and did not bite the killer whale at all. Hope realized that the killer whale's entry position was surprisingly good, so he could not bite it. Plop! They fell into the sea, directly raising a large splash, and returned to the sea surface. With the successful attack of the killer whale, the other killer whales seemed to feel that the prey had been controlled. They swam suddenly, and dozens of killer whales surrounded Hope and wanted to share Hope's flesh and blood, but they all wisely avoided Hope's front, all wanting to do him from behind. Hope naturally disagreed with any male creature doing him from behind, and immediately wanted to turn around and fight. However, the killer whale biting him on the side used terrifying power to clamp him tightly, slowing down his swimming speed and direction. If Hope was really a great white shark, his speed and direction would naturally be slowed down at this moment, so he could not successfully turn when the killer whales ran behind him. But who is Hope? He is an 11-year-old wizard, and his real power is far weaker than that of a great white shark, so the result is even worse. He was bitten and became a toy in the mouth of the killer whale. The huge power from the killer whale's mouth was like pressing his vital points, telling him to go in any direction, and to point his butt at the killer whales, so he could only do it obediently. Hope looked angry, but he had to admire this group of killer whales. They seemed to be able to hunt without injury, and finally happily shared Hope's flesh and blood. Such consciousness was enough to make them move forward in the ocean. But Hope was not really a great white shark. He had not fought for consciousness and strength, so he seemed to be able to cheat. The next moment, the two huge figures entangled with each other suddenly disappeared. A young killer whale that was lagging behind the killer whale group suddenly twisted violently. Hope appeared beside the killer whale at some point and opened his bloody mouth to bite it hard. A horrible bloody mouth suddenly appeared on the young killer whale, which was full of Hope's teeth marks. The wound penetrated half of the young killer whale's body, which was very scary. Even the internal organs and bones were bitten clean. The killer whale was killed in one go. It twisted for a while and then stopped moving. The wound emitted blood mist and quickly dissipated in the sea. There is no doubt that Hope used swallowing. Compared with swallowing, all the killer whales present were garbage. His swallowing characteristics bit one by one, and he didn't talk to them about the problem of bite force at all. As the young killer whale died, the other killer whales seemed to be angry and rushed towards Hope frantically, and the bite force coming from the side could really feel their anger. However, Hope disappeared again with the killer whale beside him. Once Hope appeared, he bit hard and must have a harvest. In a flash, the sea was full of blood, attracting some fearless fish. Once Hope bit a killer whale's head and half of its face was gone. In a short while, half of the killer whales were gone, and the other half just floated in the ocean in silence, losing all signs of life. Finally, the killer whales began to be afraid, leaving behind the bodies of their companions and began to flee. Even the killer whale that had been biting Hope seemed to have received an order, unwillingly letting go and quickly fleeing. All these changes happened too quickly. In the last second, they were still happily preparing to share Hope's flesh and blood, and in the next second, they were sadly throwing away their armor and fleeing madly. Hope looked at the back of the killer whale that had been biting him, but did not chase after it. He turned and looked at the bodies of the killer whales. The bodies that exuded thick blood were obviously the best bait, attracting many nearby fish. Unable to resist the temptation, they were swept by a stream of water and rushed into Hope's open mouth. The progress of fusing soft-clawed land shrimps skyrocketed wildly, and the progress was maxed out in an instant. Hope ignored the school of fish that were still gnawing on the flesh of the killer whales, turned back to human form, and used apparition to leave. Hope returned to the villa with water stains all over his body, and took a hot bath directly. If you ask him how it feels to gnaw on flesh and blood, he actually doesn't feel anything, because the flesh and blood he gnawed was completely swallowed up and didn't fill his stomach. For him, at most it's a meal of fresh sashimi. Hope wiped the water stains on his hair with a towel and looked at himself in the mirror. He didn't have 8 abdominal muscles, but his appearance seemed to be able to deceive some girls. He wasn't handsome, but he had a unique charm, especially his blue eyes. The wet hair fell down, almost covering his eyes. Hope felt the new characteristics after the 10,000 times superposition, the doom venom gland. In fact, he didn't feel that there were any extra organs in his body, but when he needed it, the doom venom would be born with his saliva. The principle is similar to the forgetfulness venom, and the concentration can also be adjusted and spread through the air. But Hope can control the forgetfulness venom. Even if it is inhaled by unrelated people, as long as he doesn't affect it, this intake will not bring any bad results. He can't control the doom venom produced by the doom venom gland. Once it spreads through the air, it will be a large-scale attack. Except for his own antibodies, everyone who ingests it will be unlucky. So it must be used with caution. How can he dote on Snape alone? It's really a headache. For the time being, he didn't think of a suitable method. Hope turned back to Hogwarts and prepared to secretly observe some of Snape's living habits to see if there is a chance to poison him. The next day in the auditorium, owls swarmed in as usual, dropping gifts and newspapers. Professor Quirrell. Some students also subscribed to the Daily Prophet, and they couldn't help but shout loudly after reading the content in the newspaper. This directly attracted the attention of most students in the hall. After all, not everyone has the spare money to subscribe to the Daily Prophet. Malfoy, who has the habit of subscribing to newspapers and wants to use this to show that a pure-blood wizard pays attention to social news, started to show off with the newspaper in his hand. He spread out the newspaper and this news appeared on the front page without any need to find it. Then he read aloud according to the newspaper. Quirinus Quirrell, a crazy wizard whose mind was affected by black magic, was found guilty after trial and will be imprisoned in Azkaban. It is reported that Quirinus Quirrell is the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. He attempted to carry out sabotage in Hogwarts and was arrested in advance. This editor hereby reminds some schools to open their eyes when recruiting employees to avoid some evil-minded and crazy wizards sneaking in. Hope couldn't help but look at Dumbledore in the professor's seat. He didn't seem to hear Malfoy's voice and ate breakfast elegantly without changing his expression. This last sentence was obviously accusing Dumbledore. Hope thought in his heart that with the means of the Aurors, it would not be impossible to find out the true situation of Quirrell. He was possessed by Voldemort. It's just that such a thing became mental madness in the mouth of the Daily Prophet. Obviously, they didn't want to admit the true situation of Voldemort. In the eyes of the Ministry of Magic, this was just Quirrell's fantasy. As for Voldemort, there is no ghost, no residual soul, he has been dead for a long time. In Fudge's eyes, this is just a means of Dumbledore with ulterior motives. This kind of means is not enough for Fudge. As a politician, G knows it all. It can be said that no one knows what Dumbledore really wants better than him. I don't know where to find a mentally ill wizard. After some means, Quirrell believes that the soul he imagined is Voldemort, and then personally sends it to the Ministry of Magic. Isn't it hard to guess why? Bringing up Voldemort again, isn't it just to bring up Dumbledore's achievements in the past, to save his face, so that the public will not forget him? Harry and the others couldn't help but exclaimed when they heard this. This is Professor Quirrell. Driven by curiosity, they borrowed a copy from others and read it attentively with their heads together. Hope also leaned over and found that the other news in this Daily Prophet was discussing Hogwarts. How can parents be convinced about Hogwarts' negligence in selecting professors? Should the selection of professors be completely handed over to Hogwarts? It will be too late if problems arise. The Ministry of Magic has loopholes in supervision in this regard. Hope raised his eyebrows. He had just heard the content of the front page from Malfoy. Who would have thought that this newspaper was more serious than Hope thought? The whole article was openly and secretly accusing Dumbledore of mistakes in selecting professors. Even a mentally ill patient can become a professor. This is simply too ridiculous. It is not difficult to see that the content of this Prophet's Daily has been instructed by the Ministry of Magic and is extremely aggressive. It seems that Dumbledore has really touched Fudge's bottom line this time. In his eyes, Dumbledore has already shown signs of fighting for power. Since Dumbledore wants to use this to gain fame, Fudge can naturally use this to hit Dumbledore's reputation. But they didn't fall out after all. Fudge just took this opportunity to hit Dumbledore, but didn't point his finger at him and scold him. Are they crazy? This isn't Dumbledore's fault. Harry complained to Dumbledore with a puzzled look on his face. Of course, after all, truth serum is not allowed when recruiting professors, and judging from the history of the Ministry of Magic, there is a high probability that there will be bad apples among them. Should they be blamed more? Hermione frowned and said unhappily. Hope blinked and didn't say anything, but he was thinking in his heart. It seems that judging from the results of Dumbledore's selection of professors for the defense against the dark arts class, these accusations seem to be true. Anyway, Dumbledore's vision for selecting people is not very good, but I don't know if Dumbledore did it on purpose. He is obviously a master of legilimency, so he shouldn't be unable to see anything, but it's just that there were problems with his vision. If he wanted to fish, it wouldn't be a big problem to let Quirrell in, but Gilderoy Lockhart really had no explanation. Of course, it is possible that he didn't even meet with these professors at the beginning to set the rules. Another possibility is that it is related to the cursed magic left by Voldemort on this course. After all, it changes every year, and after so many years, it may be that no one can take it, so it doesn't matter who it is. In addition, this course is Voldemort's obsession, and the flaws deliberately revealed may be for fishing. Hope didn't think much about it. After finishing their meal, they all walked towards the classroom. The class this morning happened to be Defense Against the Dark Arts. Now that Quirrell had happened, they were discussing which professor would take over this course. After all, they had been studying on their own since Quirrell was taken away, and no one had taken over until now. For example, Hope and Harry naturally thought that it was a good thing to study on their own without a professor. Not only did they not have to attend classes, but they also had no homework. Where could they find such a class? However, when Hope arrived at the classroom, he found that there was already a figure that is clearly different from the first-year wizard. His image is also very clear, with a white beard hanging down to his waist. This person is undoubtedly Dumbledore. Harry and the others couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this. and then a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. With Dumbledore teaching magic, the situation would naturally be different. Hope narrowed his eyes slightly and met Dumbledore's gaze, but it only stayed for a moment, as if he just glanced at it, and there was no special meaning. He was not panicked, his soul, memory, thoughts, etc. were always hidden, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, things went beyond Harry's expectations. He thought that if Dumbledore was the one to teach this course, he would become extremely serious. However, when the class really started, Harry was still drowsy, and so was Ron. But Hope listened carefully. Dumbledore's theory was undoubtedly not at the same level as Professor Quirrell's. As for practical combat, it was even more incomparable. This was Dumbledore's rich experience, so how could he not listen? The class ended quickly, and Hope was still listening with relish. But when he was about to leave after class, he was stopped by Dumbledore. "Mr. Hope, please stay for a while." Dumbledore's steady voice sounded, and many people looked at Hope curiously, wondering why Dumbledore was looking for Hope alone. Even Harry and the others looked at Hope curiously, with questions in their eyes. But Dumbledore was looking for him because of the last time he forgot the sweet water. "I have asked an old friend at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries to help count the number of injured people who have suffered great mental trauma. There are a total of 26 people. Can you help contact the potion merchant?" "I will try my best, Professor. After all, it takes a lot of time to contact the potion merchant, and I don't know if he will read the letter I wrote to him," Hope said seriously. "Of course, they have been waiting for a long time. If they can be cured, I don't think they will mind waiting for a few days." Dumbledore nodded in understanding. "And I have asked Fudge for his opinion. He is happy to pay a galleon for these patients. Maybe you can send a letter to the potion merchant and ask him to give a suitable price. After all, the potion that can cure this kind of disease is not simple, and it is also worth a galleon that matches its value." Dumbledore blinked, revealing a cunning look, as if to remind Hope that he could make a lot of money. After all, it was the Ministry of Magic that paid. "What's your suggestion? If you can attach a suggested price, I think the potion merchant will be more concerned about this matter." Hope immediately asked Dumbledore for his advice. Dumbledore was silent for a while before saying, "About 500 to 600 galleons. Of course, this is just my suggestion." Hope directly assumed that Dumbledore was talking about 600 galleons. For 26 people, it would be about 15,000 galleons, not a small amount but not too much. After all, his potion is absolutely unique in the world. 600 galleons per person, 600 galleons converted into pounds is only 3,000 pounds, which is just a month's salary for a muggle. Hope decided to reduce the amount of the sweet water of oblivion when the time comes. It is enough for one person, so as not to make it cheap for the Ministry of Magic. "Okay, Professor." Hope nodded in approval. After the discussion, Hope left in a hurry. As soon as he went out, he saw Harry and the others waiting for him. They hurried to the next classroom together. Seeing the curious look in their eyes, Hope did not hide anything and told them the situation directly. "Hiss, that's a lot of money." Hearing so many galleons, Ron couldn't help but count on his fingers. Although he didn't count clearly, he knew how much galleons it was, and his eyes couldn't help but shine. "What are you thinking about? This money has nothing to do with Hope." Looking at Ron's disappointing appearance, Hermione said unhappily, "Is potion so profitable? I want to make so many galleons in the future." Ron fantasized that one day he would be able to make so much money from potions, and then he could buy whatever he wanted. However, Hope and the others ignored this sentence directly. Ron could first pass the level of potion study. Although there was no exam yet, given their current situation when the professor was still Snape, it was simply a fantasy to want to pass the exam. Even Hope thought so. Even Hermione, no matter how perfect she was in potion study, could not get an O evaluation as long as the professor and grading teacher of potion study were still Snape. It was Friday again. Hope and Harry felt exhausted after 2 potion classes in the morning. Harry was like this every day, so it was not unusual, but it was the first time for Hope to experience the feeling of being targeted for 2 consecutive classes. Harry must have been familiar with this feeling. In the 2 potion classes in the morning, Hope's homework was picked out again, and it was criticized for nothing. Gryffindor also deducted 10 points. This also made Hope determined to test the power of the Doom Venom on Snape. Li Zhao, Hope has thought of several strategies for this. Either find a time to sneak into Snape's lounge late at night and force the Doom Venom into Snape's mouth. Even if he was discovered, at most he would use the Forgetfulness Venom to erase his memory. Of course, this is the worst option. Hope has a better way, which is to tamper with Snape's food and drink. The meals made in the kitchen can appear directly on the dining table in the auditorium, mainly because of the structure of the kitchen. The kitchen is just below the hall, and there are tables and chairs in the kitchen, which are exactly the same as the hall above. The house elves who have prepared the food only need to put the food on the dining table in the kitchen, and they will naturally appear at the corresponding position above. In other words, he only needs to find out Snape's position in advance and poison him. The only problem is that Hope is not sure whether Snape, as a potion master, can find out that the food is poisoned before eating. Once the matter gets out of hand, even with the forgetfulness venom, it may not be safe. Hope also thought about trying to get Harry to work with him, believing that Harry would be very interested, but thinking that Harry would definitely not be able to resist Snape's legilimency, this idea could only be abandoned. Hope also suddenly remembered that he actually had another thing besides the Doom venom. Like the forgetfulness sweet water, the venom underwent a qualitative change due to the blessing of the whole body treasure. It is no longer in liquid form, but in gaseous form. The secreted liquid will directly dissipate into gas and spread around. Strictly speaking, it is also spreading bad luck, but this bad luck is good for Hope. Even now, he could sense that Snape's wand was in the hospital wing, unless Snape had forgotten his wand there, but this was obviously impossible. An adult wizard could not have forgotten his wand. That would be ridiculous. So the person standing outside at this moment could not be Snape. Logically speaking, if it wasn't Snape, he couldn't be as bold as them to sneak in, but Harry and the others obviously couldn't know. At this moment, they were so panicked that their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Hope instantly activated the treasure perception and found that the person standing outside was none other than Professor McGonagall. This discovery made Hope slightly stunned. Could it be that Professor McGonagall also suspected that Snape had stolen the Philosopher's Stone? Hope secretly quenched his breath. This was indeed led astray by Harry and the others. In fact, the reason why Professor McGonagall appeared here was mainly because of Snape's request. As a professor of potions, he was an expert in potions and instinctively trusted the potions he prepared, so he asked Professor McGonagall to help him prepare the spare potions. At this moment, Professor McGonagall outside took out the spell and gently tapped on the office door, but there was no response. McGonagall was not surprised either, and turned to gently wave the wand. "Allah ho hole open." This voice was transmitted directly into the office, which surprised and delighted Harry and the others. They were surprised that the person who came was Professor McGonagall, and they were also happy that the person who came was Professor McGonagall. Even if he was caught, it was better than being caught by Snape. But as the spell fell on the office door, there was no response. Hope narrowed his eyes slightly. This was naturally him playing tricks. Hearing McGonagall cast the lock spell, he silently cast an anti-unlocking spell. This was specially used to prevent the unlocking spell and also belonged to the life magic. Relatively speaking, with the superposition of 10,000 times, his speed of casting the anti-unlocking spell is naturally faster than that of Professor McGonagall, and it is almost instantaneous. But this does not mean that everything will be fine. If Professor McGonagall chooses to break the door violently, the anti-unlocking spell will be useless. Hope grabbed Harry's shoulder and planned to pull a few people to cast apparition and leave the moment the table came in. Just use the split spell to forcibly destroy the office door, and then use the restore spell to repair the office door. However, Professor McGonagall frowned, but did not move for a long time. She just stayed for a while and left directly. Compared with Hope, Professor McGonagall knows Hogwarts better. Although the doors of their professors' offices are not as good as the doors of the common room, they have also cast the solid spell, which is what Hope thought that only a split spell can break the village. Hearing the footsteps of Professor McGonagall leaving, several people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and their clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. It was almost over. Hermione said with a look of fear. After such a scary experience, several people did not dare to stay here any longer. They opened the door of the office timidly, stuck their heads out to observe the surroundings, and left quickly after confirming that no one was there. After leaving completely, several people really breathed a sigh of relief. "I almost thought I was going to be expelled," Ron said, panting, still in shock. When Professor McGonagall cast the locking curse, he already felt that his life was completely over. But why didn't Professor McGonagall's unlocking charm work? Harry asked in confusion. After all, they had sneaked in with the unlocking charm. It was impossible for Professor McGonagall to fail in the spell. "I cast a counter-unlocking charm," Hope explained directly. "Is there such a spell?" Harry, a poor student, asked in surprise, but he didn't seem to see Hope cast the spell, but it didn't matter. "Of course there is," Hermione said speechlessly when she heard Harry ask such a question. As they chatted, they walked towards the Gryffindor common room. During the short journey, Hope, as a bystander, clearly saw Harry and the others go from being scared at the beginning to gradually getting excited later, as if they had experienced a great adventure. He couldn't help but shook his head secretly. These people are worthy of being Gryffindor. It only took a while for them to go from being scared to being brave next time. After returning to the dormitory, several people began to discuss. They felt a little sorry that they had not caught Snape stealing the Philosopher's Stone. After some analysis, several people felt that such valuable stolen goods were likely to be hidden in a more secret place, and they did not rule out the possibility that they were hidden on Snape. Hope thought it made sense. Such valuable things were usually carried with them. For example, he did have the Philosopher's Stone in his purse. Since he knew that Dumbledore had recovered his memory, he did not think about hiding the Philosopher's Stone anymore. It was not as safe as carrying it with him anywhere. After the discussion was over, several people began to disperse. Hermione naturally had to go to the library, and Harry had to practice Quidditch. Seeing that the real game was not far away, he had been practicing more frequently recently. Ron could only go with Harry. After all, Neville was not there, and Harry had something to do, so no one played chess with him. As for Hope, he naturally planned to find Hoobufan to ask about the residue of the real dragon's molting skin. He activated the treasure perception to find Hoobufan's location and found that he had returned to the United College. He looked at the empty dormitory and directly used the apparition. When he appeared in the United College, he had changed his body shape and clothes. It was only afternoon at Hogwarts, but it was already night here. But when Hope just showed up, he found that the surroundings were unexpectedly bright. There seemed to be a dazzling moon hanging in the sky, emitting incandescent light, illuminating the entire United College. Just when Hope was wondering if the United College was holding a celebration, a piercing long sound resounded throughout the college. At the same time, the moon shot out a red light, which fell on Hope alone. Hope frowned immediately. This didn't look like a celebration at all, and the light specially marked him out, which clearly showed that he was discovered. He directly used the concealment feature to hide any magical means in the United College. This is the disadvantage of the concealment feature. Many times, concealment can only be used after arriving at a specific place. Except for his soul, other things are not always hidden. They need to be activated actively. This is mainly a burden problem. The more specific targets he chooses, the more difficult it will be. However, even if the soul is hidden, it is only for the surroundings. He instinctively identifies all the magic-related things around him as specific targets, so as to hide his soul. As he turned on the hiding, the red light shining on him disappeared, and at the same time, the long sound that spread throughout the United Academy slowly stopped. Hope was more and more sure that this was the guardian magic of the United Academy. The long sound was not something else, but an alarm. His appearance caused the alarm of the United Academy. Not only that, Hope had just hidden for a while, and soon more than a dozen wizards with peachwood swords flew in the sky. After circling here for a few times, they found nothing and left. What happened to the United Academy? Hope immediately judged that there must be some problem with the United Academy, otherwise it would not activate such a guardian magic, and there were also special people patrolling. It was obvious that all this would not produce any results if he thought about it by himself, so he had to ask Hoofan to find out. He immediately walked towards where Hoobufan was, not at the Eugean Stone Tower, but in a group of buildings. Hope followed the corridor and came to a simple single-story house. It looked like a student dormitory. Simple standard huts were concentrated in one place. There was no one outside, but the lights were bright inside. However, unlike Hogwarts, the student dormitories in Hogwarts were protected and only passwords could be used to enter, but there were no such things here. Hope came all the way to the hut where Hoobufan was, and the doors and windows were closed tightly. But this did not bother Hope. He did not even use the apparition, but it directly in front of the door in front of him, and then walked through it directly and walked into the hut easily. This hut did not cast any traceless extension spell, it was the size that Hope saw, and the decoration inside was even simpler. There was no single bed, but a big Kong. Judging from the quilts on it, 8 people actually lived in this small house. In addition to the Kong, there was only a simple wooden table and 4 benches in the whole house. The chat was quite lively inside, divided into 3 circles, 1 circle sitting on the Kong, 1 circle around the wooden table, and the remaining circle had only one person, flipping through books in a boring way. The person in the circle was his nephew Hoobufan. Hope was a little surprised. He didn't expect Hoobufan to have such a time. He was often surrounded by his younger brothers before, but now he was alone, which was rare. Hope walked directly to Hoobufan's side and sat on him. At this moment, Hoobufan couldn't see Hope, and he was still looking at the magic book seriously. Although there is no bookstore in the magic world in his hometown, it does not mean that there are no books. However, Hope only glanced at the words on the book and saw that it was not a magic book, but a novel, and it was from the Muggle world. Hope did not show his body directly. Although he could show his body to Hoobufan alone, he was a little worried that he would scare him sick. He changed his body shape and returned to his own appearance. At the same time, Hoobufan raised his head and looked around, looking for Hope's figure. Obviously, he had sensed Hope's arrival from the jade pendant. Seeing this, Hope transformed again and then showed his body shape. Hoobufan, who was mentally prepared, saw Hope suddenly appear beside him, but did not shout. "Is it inconvenient to go out and talk?" Hope asked in a low voice. There was no way, the sound could not be hidden. Hoobufan glanced at the other people who were chatting, slowly raised the book in his hand, covered his mouth, and then whispered, "No, the whole academy is under martial law and curfew. Could it be that the alarm just now was caused by you?" Hoobufan immediately thought of the alarm just now, which happened to coincide with the appearance of Hope. "That's right, but your dormitory doesn't seem to have a toilet. How can you solve it if you don't go out?" Hope admitted directly and asked curiously. He looked around and didn't even hear a sound at night. We added potions to the soup we drank at night, so we don't need to excrete for a short time, Huo Bufan explained in a low voice. Hope couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. There is such a magical potion that is against the sky. If it is popularized in the Muggle world, wouldn't it give people no chance to slack off? What happened to you? Why are you fighting? Even such a magical potion that is against the sky is used. It seems that the matter is not small. A group of black wizards sneaked into the college and attacked the dean. For some reason, Huo Bufan's eyes flickered when he said this. Dead? Hope blinked his eyes. He didn't expect that the magic world in his hometown was so restless. If he remembered correctly, the dean of the college was not just the dean, but also the president of the Wizarding Union. In terms of status, it was equivalent to the Minister of Magic. Assassinating a Minister of Magic, this matter is really not small. Of course not. When I wanted to do it, I found myself surrounded by professors. Huo Bufan's voice was slightly louder, and he directly retorted that if he could be easily killed, how could he be the dean? Bufan, what are you mumbling about there alone? Someone heard Bufan's voice and couldn't help asking. No, I was reciting. Huo Bufan immediately put down the book, made up an excuse, and then raised the book again to cover his mouth and face. In this case, why is there martial law? I heard that they are just hired black wizards, and the real mastermind has not appeared. Not only that, I heard that the officials of Baiting were also attacked at that time, and it is very likely that this group of people did it. I suspect that the black wizards who sneaked into the academy are just cannon fodder. Hope's eyes were shocked. Attacking Baiting officials, isn't this worried about violating the confidentiality law? Dead? Hope also asked back. No, but it is said that many Baiting died. Huo Bufan looked at Huo Kuo with a weird look. Hope frowned, feeling that Huo Bufan's eyes were strange, as if he was hiding something from him. But this group of black wizards was really crazy, attacking and killing white officials? If the forgetfulness spell was not cast thoroughly, it would directly expose the existence of the magic world, and then a war would start. It was as if they wanted to drag all the wizards in the magic world to be buried with them. Could it be that they were also ambitious people like Grindelwald? I found out some things when I went home this time, of course, they are not necessarily true. Your father seemed to have something to do with the mastermind of this incident. Huo Bufan hesitated to speak, and finally said in a very low voice. After all, Hope had been hanging around in front of him many times, so he had to find out some news about the second house. He did find out some news, but he didn't expect to hear such a thing as soon as he returned to the United Academy. Hearing this, Hope's face changed slightly. Is it related to his father? He certainly has no feelings for his father whom he has never met in this life. Relatively speaking, he values Hanny's identity as her husband more. Huo Bufan then told Hope what he knew, and Hope's face changed. The mastermind of the attack on the Baiting officials was a black wizard named Guan Shanyun, who did not belong to one of the 5 major families and came from a Baiting family. When he was studying at the United Academy, he was excellent in both character and learning, and his grades were excellent. After graduation, he entered the 4th department, had outstanding work ability, made a lot of contributions, and finally even entered the Wizard Union and became a member of the Union. This is already a high position and power. You must know that most of the wizards in the Union come from the 5 major families. It is not easy for a wizard without roots to get to this point. However, just a few months after becoming a member of the Union, Guan Shanyun suddenly attacked the president Zhong Kong, the dean of the United Academy. It is rumored that Guan Shandu used the unforgivable curse and almost killed the dean. After he failed and fled, he gathered some like-minded people and tried to overthrow the Wizarding Union. And Hope's father was Guan Shandu's subordinate, so he was expelled from the Huo family. Guan Shandu's massive rebellion naturally failed, but he also fled for many years. The Ministry of Justice has not caught him. Unexpectedly, he reappeared recently. Fellows? What is Tao? Hope asked with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that his father was actually a villain. It seems that it is not so unfair. No wonder Hanny never talks about his father. This is like the Death Eaters. There is really no need to mention it. Originally, he thought that if his father's death was really unfair, he would not mind taking revenge for Hanny, just for Hanny, but now he wants to take revenge, unless he picks the Wizarding Union. Hearing Hope's question, Huo Bufan suddenly hesitated, because he couldn't be sure whether the rumor he heard was true or not. Finally, 993 still said it in a low voice, as if he was afraid of being heard. It is said that the dean colluded with Bai Ding and betrayed the entire magic world. Hope looked at Huo Bufan in surprise. He did not expect to hear such an answer. Huo Bufan pulled out a hand and scratched his head. If it was not for inquiring about Hope, he would not know that there was such a thing back then. It was simply too incredible. When he knew about this, he was as shocked as Hope is now. Hope's eyes flickered and he couldn't help thinking, this can't be true. If it is true, it is reasonable. Otherwise, how could Zhong Kong suppress the 5 major families back then? Although Zhongkong originally had many followers from Bai Ding's family, the 5 major families were not to be underestimated. They had a deep foundation and had been operating for many years. However, this may also be Guan Shanyun's conspiracy theory. It is precisely because even ordinary wizards think it makes sense that this conspiracy theory seems very clever. Hope suddenly thought of other things. Guan Shandu seemed to be targeting the President Zhongkong. Were the 5 major families really willing to be suppressed by Zhongkong without any idea? It just so happened that Hope's father was still a direct descendant back then. How could he be involved in such a thing? Hope narrowed his eyes slightly, but he was not sure whether his father's affairs were really related to the Huo family. After all, no matter what, a main line would not be abandoned. The participation of the direct line of the main line and the participation of other Huo's children are completely different concepts. If they are really discovered, can they get away with it by removing the name? Hope shook his head. It is difficult to get the truth of such things based on some rumors. He just listened to it as a story. What did the Bai family say? Hope then asked the real purpose of his visit to Huo Bufan. Bai Yuan came to me in person. He asked me if the blood in my hand was really dozens of times more effective than that drop of blood. Huo Bufan said with a little excitement. Although this thing was not his, it was a very impressive thing to have a future head of the family come to him in person. Many people in the academy saw it at that time. The usually arrogant third brother also came to ask about it, but he didn't tell him. But he told me that their Bai family didn't have the remains of a real dragon. It was just a fabrication of others. He asked me to trade it for something, or I could spend a lot of money to buy it. Money is the magic currency in my hometown. It is actually called gold thread money, but it is generally called money. It looks similar to ancient copper coins. It is round outside and square inside. It is golden in color, but has 3 more obvious gold lines. What did you say? Hope's face changed slightly when he heard it. I told him I need to consider it. Huo Bufan answered honestly. The so-called consideration is naturally waiting for Hope's opinion. Humph. Tell them that they will only exchange the remains of the real dragon. If they don't have it, forget it, but the drop of blood must be taken back. Hope snorted coldly, thinking that the Bai family might not have it, or they just didn't want to exchange it with the so-called real dragon remains. As for money, which family doesn't have it? Just give them 1 day to consider it. If they don't have it, forget it. Hope thought about it and added that he didn't believe that the Bai family really couldn't be interested in his blood. If they still couldn't trade it, it only meant that the Bai family really didn't have it. Okay. Huo Bufan agreed directly. After the matter was said, Hope didn't stay any longer. He directly used the apparition to leave and return to the Hogwarts grave. He was ready to continue the fusion. Learning from the experience of the last time, Hope decided that he must get himself a strength or physical trait this time. The first thing he thought of was of course the giants and the trolls. Although they both have great strength, it is impossible for the trolls to really fight the giants. After all, they are not in the same weight class. At first glance, the trolls are about the same height as Hagrid, but Hagrid may not be able to beat a young giant, and hand-to-hand combat relies on strength. Although he has never seen it, Hope instinctively feels that the trolls can't beat the young humans. It's just that, giants are humans, but trolls are just magical creatures with low intelligence. There is still a big difference. At least in Hope's opinion, the difficulty of fusion of the two should not be at the same level, so he finally decided to fuse the trolls. Then he directly used apparition to come to Diagon Alley, and bought the materials of the trolls without much effort. Their beards can be used as the core of the wand. However, no one would want to use a wand made of troll beards. This is equivalent to giving a ridiculous name, and people will laugh at you for the rest of your life. You should know that wands are generally matched to their owners. If you use a wand made of troll beards, once there is a conflict, it will be associated with trolls, which is more vicious than dirty words. Detected fusionable items, start analysis task. Current fusion item, Forest Trolls Analysis Difficulty, Sea Level Analysis Progress, January 2000. Current extraction characteristics, 1, Amazing Strength, possessing strength beyond body size. Note, the degree of this characteristic is linked to the analysis progress. When the analysis is completed, you can obtain the 10,000 times characteristic. Current analysis efficiency, 1 point per day, and the analysis progress can be improved through related tasks. Forest Trolls? Hope was a little surprised. He didn't expect it to be so finely divided. Forest trolls are a type of troll. Others include mountain trolls and river trolls. This actually just means that their living places and growth environments are different, and their body shapes and appearances are also slightly different. At this moment, there is only one progress point, but Hope feels better than ever. His body shape has not changed, and his muscles have not bulged and burst, which is a pity. However, even if there is no change in body shape, he can still feel the real difference. This is a force that gives him a strange feeling in his heart. He feels that he has become much healthier, and a continuous confidence bed is born in his heart. Although he is not weak, just young, but relatively speaking, he can still feel that he was weak before. and maybe he had to breathe heavily after walking a few steps. Hope paid attention to other information again. Sea level difficulty is acceptable. You know, the fusion difficulty of House Elves is B, which is in line with Hope's guess. Wisdom is also a plus. Then he checked the exclusive tasks. Exclusive task: smashing trees with bare fists. Every time you smash a tree with your fist, you can increase the analysis progress by 1, and this task can be repeated. Note, this task is an exclusive task for the fusion of forest giants. Looking at this task, Hope opened his mouth slightly. This seems like something a giant can do. With his current strength, can he do this? Hope was very skeptical, but it would be too easy to take shortcuts. The next moment Hope directly located deep in the Forbidden Forest, performed Phantom Shift and disappeared instantly. The Forbidden Forest was full of towering trees, and the gloomy sky had no sunlight passing through the dense leaf gaps, so the surroundings were very dim. Hope glanced at the surrounding trees, and the thinnest ones were as thick as an adult's hands. He slowly walked to a tree, looked at this tree that was thicker than several of him, raised his fist directly, and swung it suddenly, without a trace of reservation, using all his strength. Puff! Hope's small fist sank directly into the tree trunk, creating a hole. Although it was not enough to break the tree, it was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. Combined with the tough skin, Hope did not feel any pain. He pulled his hand back and patted the residue on his fist. His fist was intact, without even a scratch on the skin. Hope's eyes flashed, and the next moment his body suddenly rose and expanded. In a blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant monster, and then raised his huge fist and swung it fiercely at the tree in front of him. Bang! The residue flew, and a huge hole appeared in the tree, but it was still not enough to break the tree. Hope continued to punch, leaving holes on the tree, as if he was tireless, punching with his left and right fists alternately, hitting the tree as a sandbag. In fact, the effect was very good. Although the progress point of the fusion was only 1, it was actually superimposed several times. In terms of strength, it might not be worse than a real giant monster. When the last punch was thrown, the tree broke with a sound, and the thick trunk smashed towards Hope. Hope did not dodge, narrowed his eyes, raised his hands directly, and hugged the tree trunk suddenly, stared, and directly carried the trunk on his shoulders. You must know that at the moment when the trunk broke, his progress point increased a little, and just a little, his strength surged again, which was enough to catch this tree. With Hope's current deformed body, it was enough to hug the trunk with both hands, turn his waist, and use his shoulders to smash the trunk in his hand as a weapon. Bang! A huge sound sounded in the Forbidden Forest, and the trunk exploded in an instant, smashing hard on another big tree. The tree trunk broke directly, and the broken wood flew around, and the big tree that was hit also had a huge gap at this moment, and the whole body tilted up, revealing a large piece of tree roots. Hope saw his feet and couldn't help but grin. This feeling was really great. Throwing the broken tree trunk to the ground, he came to a big tree and punched it hard. The terrifying power was directly released on the unlucky tree. Although it didn't break with one punch, the tree was already shaky. When Hope hit 2 more punches with all his strength, the thick tree finally couldn't stand it anymore. It let out a wail and fell to the ground with a dull bang. The progress point was increased by 1 again, and Hope felt that his strength had been strengthened again. He tried again. This time, he punched hard, and the next moment the trunk broke. A big tree that a person could hold with both hands was broken by Hope's punch. This feeling, it can be said that he felt the power of a Superman, which made him more excited than other characteristics. Hope's eyes were shining. With a little force on his feet, obvious big footprints appeared on the ground. He appeared in front of the next tree in the blink of an eye and punched hard. Boom! His progress points increased rapidly. Each time he punched, he could take away a tree. This was a rare task in which he did not choose to take shortcuts, because he was addicted to this powerful feeling. At first, he only broke the trunk of the tree. Later, he punched and the trunk exploded directly. It was hard to imagine that it was under pressure that it should not bear. As the multipliers were added, his speed also increased. The amazing strength referred not only to the strength of his arms, but also to the strength of all parts of his body. Later, he could only see a shadow passing by, and then a towering tree exploded. It was like burying a bomb inside the tree and then starting it. These trees were already overwhelmed and often turned into pieces of debris. The entire Forbidden Forest was constantly ringing with loud noises. At first, there was the dull sound of the tree falling to the ground, but later there was no such sound, because the tree no longer fell to the ground as a whole, but broke into countless fragments. Every time Hope swung his fist, it was like a bomb exploding, disturbing all the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. To see if those Botruckles really dared to appear in front of Hope, all the magical creatures hidden in the Forbidden Forest became agitated and moved away from the sound like crazy. However, this is only the instinct of magical creatures, not all creatures are like this. For example, at this moment, several figures are running quickly, with human upper body and horse lower body. As a large group in the Forbidden Forest, they must come to check what happened in the Forbidden Forest. Oh my god, What happened here? The centaur Bane stopped his limbs in disbelief, opened his mouth wide, and looked at the tragic scene in front of him. It was like the Mediterranean Sea. The forbidden forest in front of him was directly empty, with only uneven broken tree roots and scattered wood chips and branches on the ground. In the gloomy weather, the light of 2.2 fell on the ground without hindrance, and they seemed to be standing on the dividing line between light and darkness. Someone is destroying the forbidden forest, the centaur Forenza said with an ugly face. Is this the point? Bane couldn't help but complain. However, with their arrival, the loud noise in the forbidden forest did not stop, but it sounded very close to them. Go and have a look, Forenza said in a serious voice, and immediately ran forward. Although Bane was very reluctant, he still moved his limbs and followed Forenza's pace. Soon they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. A huge figure flashed quickly, and each flash was accompanied by a loud noise. The towering tree that two adults could barely hold together actually exploded directly, turning into debris and scattering in all directions. Some wood chips also hit them, making them feel that this was not an illusion, but a real thing. At first, Forenza and Bane couldn't see clearly because the huge figure was too fast, but after more than 10 seconds, their faces changed drastically, looking at Hope's figure in horror, and saw a horrible scene. A giant just punched a huge tree, and the tree exploded into pieces. Is this reasonable? It was hard for Forenza and Bane to imagine how powerful it was to do this. Even a giant couldn't do this. How could it be a giant? Even a fire dragon can't withstand this punch. Bane's eyes widened, and he was still immersed in shock. He couldn't help muttering, thinking that the fire dragon would fall to the ground after being hit by the giant. What was terrifying was not only the strength, but also the speed of the giant monster. With such a heavy body, it left after images when walking, and it seemed to be faster than the speed of the centaurs, which meant that once they were discovered, they could not even escape. They could not even outrun the giant monster, which was too pathetic. The two people who realized this could not help but look at each other and swallowed their saliva. They did not want to stay here anymore. They left quickly before they were discovered, took their tribe and left this terrifying forbidden forest to find a new residence. However, just when they turned around, a dog barked, and the voice was passionate and powerful, but it made Forenza and Bane stand still. A three-headed dog came towards them, with fierce eyes. Each head had a big mouth, showing sharp teeth, saliva flowing down the mouth, and stared at Forenza and Bane fiercely, as if he regarded the two people in front of him as today's dinner. Okay, Fluffy, stop it, they are my friends, not your food. Next to the three-headed dog stood Hagrid, who was equally huge, trying to appease Fluffy, lest he lose a few friends. For some reason, looking at this ferocious three-headed dog, Forenza and Bane actually felt a little cute at this moment, as if it was not so dangerous, but it was just an illusion for a moment. The three heads roared at Forenza and Bane one after another, and the sound spread 28 points throughout the forbidden forest. If it were usual, it would definitely scare away many birds, but today there was no movement. It was just that Forenza and Bane felt their bodies stiffen instantly with the roar of the three-headed dog, and their faces were ashen. If you look closely, you will find some fear. Damn, what's going on here? Forenza, you got here before me, did you find anything? Hagrid didn't notice the abnormality of the two people's expressions at all, and looked around with a serious face. Forenza and Bane did not answer Hagrid's question, but turned their heads stiffly and looked behind. They were sweating coldly. They saw that the terrifying giant monster had stopped and turned to observe them. The gaze was like the gaze of the god of death. They felt the real breath of death. One of the heads of Lu Wei happened to see Hope and immediately barked at Hope loudly. The other two heads did the same. They lowered their bodies slightly and tensed up, with fierce eyes. Forenza was about to remind Hagrid to run away, but saw a black shadow rushing out directly. It was Lu Wei, who scared them and actually provoked the monster. Go, Hagrid! Forenza turned his head nervously and shouted at Hagrid. And Bane ran wildly at this moment, without waiting for Forenza and Hagrid. This was not a bad thing. At least there was a big dog that looked fierce to give them time and a chance to escape, although they could have left quietly. Forenza also rushed to Hagrid, and pulled Hagrid's arm to drag him away, but Hagrid's tonnage was there. How could Forenza pull him? Come back, Fluffy. Hagrid didn't care about the doubts in his heart, and didn't ask Forenza, but wanted to stop Fluffy. Although the giant monster was also strong, facing Fluffy with three heads, he was afraid that he would be torn to pieces in a short time, so he shouted loudly, wanting to call Fluffy back. However, Fluffy was obviously not going to pay attention to Hagrid. In a blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of Hope and jumped at Hope. The three heads opened their mouths as if they were afraid of being snatched away by other heads. The next moment, Hope took a step forward and came to the three-headed dog in an instant. The six eyes of the three-headed dog looked at Hope, who suddenly appeared in front of it with a dull look, and there was still excitement in his eyes about hunting prey. However, Hope simply punched Fluffy's chest directly. Bang! Lu Wei's three heads were still a little confused, but his whole body was flying back quickly, even surpassing Bane, who was running desperately. Bane could only watch a black shadow flash past his eyes, and fell heavily on the woods in front of him like a cannonball. In an instant, a big tree was broken, and the main head could be heard making a sound like a child's Yuan Ming. Bane stopped immediately, turned his dull face back, and knocked Lu Wei from there to the front of him, which was faster than him. Not only Bane was stunned, but also Hagrid and Firenze. Hagrid saw this scene, and felt a chill in his heart. He really didn't understand it, but he had to accept this fact. Firenze had already determined that the power of the giant monster was so terrifying that he couldn't understand it. Is this a giant monster? Hagrid stammered, feeling his legs a little weak. Firenze suddenly looked relieved, perhaps thinking that he was about to die and preparing to welcome this last moment. In fact, he also knew that he couldn't escape. However, what they didn't know was that Hope was frowning at this moment, muttering in his heart that if he hadn't held back his strength, the three-headed dog would be no different from other towering trees, and he could still blow it up with one punch. But fortunately, he had transformed into a giant monster before in order to operate faster, otherwise what Hagrid and the others saw now was the scene of Hope, an 11-year-old child, breaking a tree with one punch. Hope thought about it and didn't intend to pay attention to them, but continued to work. His progress point was a little short, and he could finish the work in a while. Before that, they shouldn't bother him. A huge explosion sounded again in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's face was covered with cold sweat. He was relieved when he confirmed that the giant monster did not come to kill him. He gave Firenze a look, and then the two of them slowly moved their bodies, fearing that they would disturb Huokuo. Hagrid came to Lu Wei's side after a while. He saw that Lu Wei was half lying on the ground at this moment. He seemed to have not recovered yet. The three heads were a little dizzy, and it felt that their eyes could not gather together. They were still wailing softly in their mouths. It seemed that they were afraid that the sound was too loud and would attract the giant monster's heavy punch. It was impossible to wake up Lu Wei for a while. Hagrid then used all his strength and struggled to pull Lu Wei away quickly. There was no giant monster here, so their speed was very fast and they did not dare to slow down at all. Hope looked at the position just now, confirmed that they had all left, and continued to get up. After a while, the explosion in the Forbidden Forest finally stopped. He changed quietly, and his body suddenly shrank back to his original appearance. Only then did he have time to look around. The scene could only be described as embarrassing. Anyway, no one could cut trees as fast as he did. Hope did not stay, and directly apparat away, returned to Hogwarts. Lying on the bed in the dormitory, with his hands folded behind his head, looking at the sunlight outside the window, he checked the system. The task of fusing the giant monster has been completed, and this time the task was done very smoothly, with a feeling of hearty and refreshing. The feeling of that terrifying power exploding with his fist on the tree was very comfortable. He felt that he could fight for a day, and maybe he could remove the Forbidden Forest in a day. Now his amazing strength characteristics have been superimposed 10,000 times, but it was greatly restrained by Hope, reducing the characteristic multiplier. After all, this characteristic is too exaggerated. He doesn't know what it will be like if he really goes all out. Is it possible to directly smash the blue star? Of course, this is just his imagination, and he won't really do it. But after this, Hope can think about the next magical creature to be merged. The idea he just thought of ended just like that. This is really annoying, he thought with emotion. On the other side, Firenze and Bane finally escaped a long distance, feeling like they had survived a disaster. Lu Wei finally recovered, but he was not as fierce as before. He was a little depressed, and all three of his hands were hanging down. Although Hope held back, Lu Wei was still seriously injured. At this moment, he was traumatized and felt very uncomfortable. This giant monster is too scary. Hagrid was horrified and expressed their consensus, which completely overturned their ideas about giant monsters. Perhaps after today, giant monsters will become the most dangerous magical creatures, nothing else. You've seen it, Hagrid. This place is no longer suitable for us centaurs to live. We will take our people away. As for you, my friend, I suggest you move as soon as possible, Firenze said with a heavy face. He left in a hurry without waiting for Hagrid's reply. This matter could not be delayed. Bane had already returned to the centaur tribe before him and told the elders of the tribe first so that they could arrange to evacuate as soon as possible. Yes, I need to tell Dumbledore. It's a big trouble. After Firenze left, Hagrid suddenly woke up. His face was very complicated, and he showed a bitter smile. With such dangerous magical creatures, it is estimated that a large number of magical creatures will be ready to move. Hagrid hurriedly left the Forbidden Forest, walked quickly into Hogwarts, and came all the way to the principal's office. He said the password and entered the principal's office. Fortunately, Dumbledore was in his office at this moment. It's bad, Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid rushed in anxiously and said loudly. After listening to Hagrid's story, Dumbledore's face became very heavy, his eyes flickered, and he seemed to be thinking about something. I need to check your memory, Hagrid. Hagrid sat on a slightly narrow chair, looking a little anxious. In front of him was a wide green stone basin with some gemstones inlaid on the outside. Hagrid held a folded bright pink umbrella in his hand and pointed the tip of the umbrella at his temple. Concentrate on recalling the picture you saw, find it, and pull it out with your wand, Hagrid. Dumbledore stood aside and reminded gently. Hagrid closed his eyes tightly, as if he was constipated, but he didn't succeed. Relax, Hagrid. Let nature take its course, and when you find it, it will come out on its own. Under Dumbledore's careful instructions, Hagrid's expression gradually calmed down, and his brows slightly raised, as if he had found his memory. A wisp of bright silver light began to condense at the top of the umbrella, and finally gathered into a large ball of silver light. Hagrid suddenly opened his eyes and slowly put the ball of silver light into the pensieve. The fluorescence spread like smoke and gathered in the entire stone basin. Dumbledore came to the pensieve and watched the memory of the pensieve. As time passed slowly, Dumbledore's face became more and more solemn, and finally he broke away from the memory of the pensieve. Excuse me, it doesn't look like a troll. If trolls have such power, I don't think other wizards would dare to talk about them all the time, Dumbledore said slowly. The scene was really shocking. A three-headed dog of similar size was knocked away with one punch, which was enough to show that the giant's power far exceeded that of the three-headed dog. Hagrid, please go find Professor Snape and ask him to guard the edge of the Forbidden Forest to prevent the giant from entering Hogwarts. By the way, go find Professor McGonagall later and ask her to manage the students. You have to keep them away from the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore gave orders. No problem. Hagrid got up in a hurry and walked out quickly. The ground was shaking slightly under Hagrid's weight. After Hagrid left, Dumbledore turned to look at the Phoenix Fox and gently stroked its feathers. Fawkes had already understood what Dumbledore meant. He raised his head and chirped softly, making an extremely pleasant sound. The next moment, flames came out of his body and swallowed Dumbledore and it in an instant. The figures of the man and the bird suddenly disappeared. Dumbledore appeared in the Forbidden Forest. Compared with the wizard's apparition, Fawkes's ability was not actually apparition, but a kind of flight, blending between reality and illusion. There is no need to use apparition like a master, who can only use apparition in places he has been to. Dumbledore looked around and was speechless for a moment. The dense Forbidden Forest looked like a piece of hair that had been shaved off, which made him look uncomfortable. There was no trace of the troll in this empty area. Dumbledore walked past the tree stumps, stepping on the sawdust and branches on the ground. His face became more and more solemn, and he didn't speak. This place was even more shocking than Hagrid's memory gave him. Observing the sawdust and bark on the ground, he could already imagine what happened at that time. What? For some reason, the giant hit the tree trunk with his fist. With just one punch, the towering trees were blown into sawdust. No wonder such a force could knock Fluffy away. It was terrifying. Dumbledore looked around and had already pulled out his wand. Such a monster was not something a wizard could compare to. In his opinion, it was more dangerous than Voldemort. He could not take it lightly. Dumbledore then searched for the giant in the Forbidden Forest. It was too dangerous for such a creature to stay in the Forbidden Forest. No one knew what it would do. I won't go through the Forbidden Forest to enter Hogwarts. In Hogwarts, Hope closed her eyes gently, thinking, and almost fell asleep. At this moment, the dormitory door suddenly opened, making a slight sound, which woke Hope up directly. She sat up from the bed, and saw Harry and the others walked in with a depressed look on their faces, followed by Ron and Hermione. What's wrong? Hope looked at Harry and asked curiously. Don't say it, we finally used the Quidditch training ground to train while other colleges were in class, but Professor McGonagall asked all students to return to the common room. The first game is not long away, Harry said impatiently. The Quidditch training ground was originally crowded with people and small numbers of people. All colleges wanted to use it, so they could only use it in batches. Now they were driven back, which meant that their training time was a little less. This is also unavoidable. Something big must have happened in the castle. I saw that all students' classes were suspended and they were all driven to the common room. Hermione analyzed rationally. This was the first time she encountered such a suspension of classes in the whole school. It's a pity that it's not in the morning, otherwise we wouldn't have to attend Snape's 2 classes, Ron said with regret. Harry and Hope also nodded. This is really a pity. But Hope also knew that the current situation was probably due to the commotion he caused in the Forbidden Forest, and it was impossible for it to happen in the morning. But I feel that a lot of things have happened these days. Has Hogwarts always been like this? I heard Hagrid say that except for Gringotts, Hogwarts is the safest place. Under the blow of 2 regrets, Harry became more depressed and asked puzzledly. Of course not. Fred and George also said that there were many unexpected things this semester, and they haven't encountered such a good thing as suspension of classes in the past few years. Ron immediately denied it. Hope listened to their talk, raised his eyebrows slightly, and didn't say anything. Harry could find the reason from himself in this regard. Of course, he himself was too. Next, the few people could only be trapped in the common room playing boring wizard chess. Of course, only Harry and Ron were playing, and Hermione was reading in their dormitory. and Hope was really bored, although it was caused by himself. Finally, he secretly ran out of the dormitory, performed apparition to come to the Kyoto villa, plugged the game console into the TV, and played games with the dragon turtle. It's just that the dragon turtle seems to be more skilled than before, and the operation is also in good shape. Compared with the bloody slaughter before, although it is still crushing, it is a bit laborious now. Hope couldn't help looking at the dragon turtle with suspicion. Wouldn't this turtle secretly practice while he was away? Just practicing is not a big deal, but when he thought that he was in class and the dragon turtle was playing games at his home, this was not good. But Hope couldn't find evidence. Every time he played the game, he had to plug in the line. How could the dragon turtle understand this operation? In Hogwarts, Ron beat Harry again and couldn't help shouting happily. Harry was even more depressed. He and Ron were not at the same level in wizard chess. He turned his head casually and looked around the dormitory, but he didn't see Hope. He was a little confused. Where's Hope? Why is she gone? He went to the bathroom. We'll come back later, Ron said nonchalantly, and continued to set up the chess pieces, ready to kill Harry again. It seems like he hasn't been here for a long time. Hermione put down the book at this time, recalling when she last saw Hope. Several people suddenly thought of something, looked at each other, and were surprised. He wouldn't run out of the city. Castle, Harry said in surprise. If the professors and Filch catch us, it will be a big deal. Hermione frowned immediately, not because she was worried about the score of the house, but because she was a little worried about Hope's safety. The professors suspended classes and ordered them not to leave the common room, which meant something dangerous. Let's go get him back, Harry immediately suggested, of course, mainly because he didn't want to play wizard chess anymore. Do you know the secret passage out of Hogwarts? Hermione asked. I know, Hope took us there last time, Harry said immediately, and he shuddered when he talked about this, thinking of the scene of being chased by the eight-eyed giant spider last time. It has been sealed by the professors, I heard it from Fred and the others. Ron shook his head. Last time they told Fred and George about the secret passage, they treated it as an adventure and prepared some things to catch the giant eight-eyed spider. Unfortunately, it ended before it even started. The secret passage was completely blocked. Do you think Hope really went to Hogsmeade? Ron looked left and right and whispered in the dormitory where only the three of them were. I asked Fred and the others. There is actually nothing fun in Hogsmeade. People who go there are more for dating or drinking. Are you saying that Hope is in love? Harry said in disbelief. It's possible, Ron whispered seriously. How is it possible? Have you ever seen Hope get close to any girl? Hermione rolled her eyes directly. This was a completely illogical speculation. Harry and Ron immediately recalled and found that it was really not the case. They looked at Hermione in tacit understanding and nodded. It couldn't be Hermione. Who would choose to fall in love with Hermione? Wouldn't that be finding a housekeeper for themselves? But Hope is really a little weird. Although Hermione denied the speculation that Hope was in love, she was also a little skeptical. Is it right? This was the first time that Ron got Hermione's approval, and he said happily. Several people then discussed fiercely, talking about Hope's strangeness. When Hope came back, he pushed the door and saw three people looking at him with strange expressions. I went to the bathroom. Under the pressure of several people's eyes, Hope instinctively confessed. Who said that going to the bathroom can't take an hour or two? Tell the truth. Are you in love? Ron asked excitedly. Hope's eyes widened. What the hell was going on? The scene changed. Hope was sitting on one side of the table, while Harry and the others were sitting opposite Hope, with their hands folded across their chests, as if they were in a three-court trial. Where did you go? Outside. What for, Jay? Which secret passage did you take? Hope was immediately stuck. Looking at their postures, they really wanted to interrogate them. It seemed that they didn't really have any doubts, but just didn't say anything. The reason for this scene now was that Hope suspected that they had nothing to do, that is, they were idle. I didn't take the secret passage, I went out through the main door. It was Harry's turn to be stuck, staring at each other in bewilderment. Filch was guarding the gate. How could you go out through the main door? They all asked in disbelief. Seeing their expressions, Hope turned to fold his hands, with a confident smile on his face. Now he had the situation back under his control. Do you know the disillusionment charm? Hope leaned against the back of the chair and asked casually. In a trance, Hope thought he had returned to the first time he met Hermione. That time he asked Hermione the same question and left her speechless. But now Hermione is no longer the same Hermione as before, just as Hope is no longer the same Hope as before. It is a spell that only seniors learn, and it is very difficult. Even seniors find it difficult to master it. Hermione's eyes flashed, and she said calmly, looking at Hope sharply, as if she was competing with Hope, and she would never ask her to stump again. Hope was not surprised by Hermione's answer. If she couldn't answer it, she would not be Hermione. Facing Hermione's answer, Hope raised his head slightly, with a somewhat arrogant look. Several people looked at Hope inexplicably, not knowing what Hope's expression was. Hermione was the first to react, frowning and saying with a look of doubt, "You don't mean to say that you have mastered the disillusionment charm?" Harry and Ron also looked at Hope with suspicion. They couldn't say they doubted him, but they didn't believe him at all. "That's right." Hope nodded. This was a concept of magic, and there was nothing wrong with admitting it. Who couldn't be gifted? Although his concealment characteristics were somewhat different from the disillusionment charm, because the disillusionment charm could be heard on others, but it couldn't be concealed. It was purely to conceal oneself. Impossible. The disillusionment charm is also a very difficult one among advanced spells. Even if Hope admitted it himself, Hermione didn't believe it at all. Hermione herself had tried to learn some advanced spells, but the difficulty was not ordinary. At least it was absolutely impossible to master it by self-study. Even with the personal guidance of the professor, it would take a lot of time and effort to learn, not to mention that the disillusionment charm was even more difficult than the general advanced spells. Harry and Ron widened their eyes, and their faces were filled with disbelief. After all, they were all poor students. How could you quietly become a top student? Looking at their expressions, Hope put on a rebellious look instead. "Humph, how is that impossible? The reason why I am not good at other courses is because I spent most of my time learning the disillusionment charm. What you usually see is just an illusion. In fact, I am a diligent and studious person. I just spent the time you spent on Quidditch, wizard chess, and studying on learning the disillusionment charm," Hope said proudly, but he didn't know that he was actually a top student and a top student. Looking at the dull look of Harry and Ron, Hope regained his confidence. After all, he was not a poor student like Harry and Ron, but when he usually hung out with them, people would think he was also a poor student. Hermione looked at Hope with a strange look in her eyes, and said faintly, "So, if I use the time I spend on tutoring you to complete your homework to study, I can also learn the disillusionment charm." As Hermione said this, Hope's face froze, and he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "That's not the case. It actually depends on talent. If you don't have talent, just spending time is useless. You know, because of the dragon turtle incident, his reputation with the professor has become very bad. It feels that if he dares not to hand in his homework once, Professor McGonagall will send a letter to Hanny. So for now, he still needs to hold Hermione's thigh tightly." Hearing this, Hermione snorted coldly, and Hope was considered to be sensible. Harry and Ron looked at each other, not wanting to believe that Hope had secretly become a top student. It was like Ron was actually a top student who was better than Hermione, but he was just hiding it to keep a low profile. Who could accept this? "I don't believe it, unless you show us how to do it now." In fact, Hermione couldn't accept that a poor student had become a top student, and she said to Hope immediately, "That's right." Harry and Ron immediately agreed. Hope looked at the three people who didn't cry until they saw the coffin, and sneered. "Humph, come on." He had to give Harry and the others a little shock today. He was just used to keeping a low profile on weekdays, and they really thought he was a poor student like them. Hope immediately searched in his pocket, trying to take out his wand, but he didn't find it. Then he remembered that he didn't bring his wand except when he was in class. He quickly stood up, came to his bed, and lifted the quilt. Sure enough, his wand was hidden underneath. There was no other way. He basically didn't use a wand now. Even if he really had to use one, it would be more convenient to cast a spell with a fan. Under the gaze of the three, Hope pretended to wave his wand, but suddenly stopped and tilted his head to think about it. He remembered that when he was reading in the library before, he had seen the disillusionment charm in a spell book. He tried to recall what the spell was, but he just glanced at it at that time and really didn't remember it. Looking at Hope's appearance, Hermione looked as if it was just like that. She didn't believe that Hope really knew the disillusionment charm. Hope transformed into Hoobufen's younger brother, performed the phantom shift, and came near Hoobufen. He appeared quietly on the Poison Bee Valley commercial street. Looking around, people were coming and going on the street, and soon he found Hoobufen among them. He was following a wizard, and the adult wizard led the way in front and talked to Hoobufen sideways. Hope just stood there, watching them approach the side. Hoobufen, led by the Bi-family wizard, walked towards their Begia village, and suddenly glanced at a person in front of him inadvertently. He was stunned, and then he realized something. "Why are you here?" Hoobufen stopped and asked Hope. His tone was very casual. "Come here to buy some things." Hope believed that Hoobufen could recognize his identity, but at this moment he pretended to be Hoobufen's younger brother, so his expression was naturally respectful. "Who is this?" the Bi-family wizard asked with some doubts. "My brother. Since we have met, you should come with us." Hoobufen answered the Bi-family wizard's question casually, and then instructed Hope. "This is not good. Today's occasion is not suitable for outsiders to be present." The Bi-family wizard's face changed slightly, and his heart tightened. He did not expect to encounter such an incident. "What are you afraid of? This is not an outsider." Hoobufen's face sank, as if he was about to die. Seeing Hoobufen's face, the Bai family wizard looked at Hope carefully again. Seeing that the other party was not very old, he should also be a student like Huo Bufan. He felt relieved and smiled again. Since Mr. Huo said so, there is no problem. Huo Bufan then winked at Hope, and Hope nodded immediately, consciously following Huo Bufan, and the few of them continued to rush towards Beijia village. Brother Bai Yuan asked me to come here, I think there should be an answer. Huo Bufan seemed to be asking, but he was actually speaking to Hope. I'm just a worker. I don't know what Mr. Huo is talking about. You can ask him in person later. The Bai family wizard replied apologetically. Huo Bufan stopped asking questions when he saw this. He didn't expect the other party to answer. After walking for a distance, they came to a tea house. It was called a tea house, but it was actually divided into quiet houses with elegant decorations. If you want to listen to music, you can pay for it. This is the Bai family's property, which supports a group of white-collar girls who have been learning piano since childhood. Please wait here for a while. I will invite Mr. Bai. The Bai family wizard first brewed a pot of tea for them, handed them teacups respectfully, and then stood up to leave. Yesterday I told Bai Yuan about your request. Whether the Bai family wants to trade or not depends on today. Seeing the Bai family wizard leave, Huo Bufan immediately showed his true colors, observed the surroundings of the courtyard, and whispered to Hope after confirming that there was no one. Okay, we'll act according to the situation later. Hope didn't say much, just looked around casually, admiring the green scenery here. These plants were irrigated by magic potions, and each one grew beautifully. They looked like plastic flowers, maintaining their peak posture, as if they would never wither, a scene of hundreds of flowers blooming. However, after more than 10 minutes, not only did Bai Yuan not come, but even his men disappeared. For a moment, they were left out in the cold in this courtyard. Little did they know that the eldest brother of the Bai family and the eldest brother of the Yu family were sitting in the courtyard next to them and drinking tea leisurely. It's almost time, let someone go. Bai Yuan smiled and said softly, and someone in the courtyard immediately responded and walked out and left the courtyard. But he himself had no intention of leaving. A few minutes later, Huo Bufan had already been impatient. When did he need to wait for others for so long? If he saw that the other party was the eldest brother of the Bai family, he would have turned his face and left. Of course, in terms of status, the other party did have the confidence to make him wait, but he came here today to trade, not to ask for help, not to mention that he was invited by Bai Yuan himself. Now that people have come, let them wait here. Is it to show off the host's power? Just when he was about to go out to take a look, a figure finally appeared at the gate of the courtyard, but it was not Bai Yuan, but a woman. A young woman came in with a teapot. Before she arrived, the aroma was refreshing. Her face was beautiful and lovely, and her smile made people feel numb. Her face was flawless, her skin was as white as milk, her big eyes were very smart, and her lips were red and her teeth were white, seeking flowers. She wore a pure white tube-top dress inside, revealing a large area of white on her shoulders and half of her calves, and a transparent silk dress outside. Not to mention Huo Bufan, even Hope's heartbeat stopped for a moment. It's not that he had never seen a woman, but the woman was like a painting. My dear guests have been waiting for a long time. I will pour tea for you too. The woman came to the stone table and put the wood in her hand on the table. For a moment, the fragrance became more tempting, and her voice was extremely sweet. She stood with a slight bend and brewed tea for them. Huo Bufan stared in disbelief, his eyes feasting on the spring scenery, and his breathing became rapid. Hope was not much better, he felt his heart beating very fast, and he couldn't be a gentleman at this moment. After the boiling hot tea was poured into the exquisite teacup, the woman sat down, picked up the teacup and was about to hand it over. At this moment, the woman seemed to be scalded, she groaned, and the cup was thrown away, flying backwards. The boiling hot tea poured on her body, soaking the clothes on her chest, but the tea was boiling hot, and her skin turned red in a short time. Ah, it's so hot. The woman's face changed, her face was full of pain, her expression was moving, and she was pitiful, and her voice was even more numb. Are you okay? Huo Bufan's face also changed. Seeing this, he quickly stood up, and instinctively took out the paper towel on the table to clean up for the woman. Hope's eyes widened at this moment, and he couldn't help but feel that the situation in front of him was very familiar. He could recite this plot by heart, but it made him wonder if he was dreaming now, or if the Bai family's tea house was a little too improper. Regardless of what Hope thought, Huo Bufan had already taken action, hurriedly using a tissue to wipe the water stains off the beautiful woman in front of him, but the location of the water stains was very special. Huo Bufan was just in a hurry, and of course Hope didn't know if he had any ulterior motives. But the next moment, Hope saw the woman's face change, and was horrified. He ignored the burn and grabbed Huo Bufan's palm, looking at Huo Bufan in horror and said, "What are you doing?" A few seconds after the woman shouted, someone rushed in from outside the courtyard gate. There were two figures, one of whom was the Bai family wizard who had not returned for a long time, and the other was not Bai Yuan. What happened? The Bai family wizard frowned. As soon as he came in, he saw the woman grabbing Huo Bufan's hand and shouting indecent assault. Her expression was sad and horrified. It was obvious what happened. His tone suddenly sank and his face turned pale. Hope raised his head slightly and came back to his senses. Fortunately, the plot was not quite what he imagined. His eyes fell on the bi-family wizard. His eyes were inexplicable, and he didn't know if it was an illusion. The time when the bi-family appeared was just right. "Don't get me wrong, I'm just helping you, I didn't think so much." Huo Bufan was also a little stunned, but seeing the pitiful woman in front of him, he explained gently, "Is that so?" The bi-family wizard turned his eyes to the woman and asked coldly. The woman immediately let go of Huo Bufan's hand, and tears the size of soybeans rolled down her fair face. She tried to wipe away the eye oil with her fingers, but she couldn't wipe it off completely. She looked aggrieved and miserable, shaking her head and sobbing. I was kind enough to entertain them on behalf of my brother, but he took advantage of me when I was burned." Huo Bufan's face turned ugly instantly. He took advantage. Before he could say anything, the bi-family wizard had already spoken first. "Our young master treated you so politely, is this how you repay him? How dare you be disrespectful to me?" The young master's sister. Hearing the bi-family wizard's angry questioning, Huo Bufan's face changed, pointing at the woman and asking in disbelief, "She is the bi-family's legitimate daughter, how is it possible?" 910 I have never heard of it. There are so many court children of the same generation in the 5 major wealthy families, it is impossible for him not to have heard of it. Although she is a commoner, she is also the young master's biological sister. As soon as these words came out, Huo Bufan already felt that something was wrong, and looked at the woman coldly. It must be said that this woman is really beautiful, but even her expression at this moment makes him not want to blame her. But Huo Bufan knew what he had done. He snorted coldly and looked directly at the bi-family wizard. "Humph! Are you from the bi-family going to turn against me for a commoner?" In the eyes of the 5 major families, commoners have always been accessories, no matter their status or blood relationship. Even if she is Bai Yuan's biological sister, it will not change this fact. At most, her status is slightly higher than that of an ordinary commoner, and such a status is generally responsible for managing slightly important matters within the family. If Huo Bufan had wanted to explain before, but now a commoner, with his status, it is not enough. There is no need to explain anything. Even if he really did it, what can he do? Miss Bai is not an ordinary commoner. She is the most beloved sister of my master, the bi-family wizard immediately retorted. "If you, the Bai family, dare not turn against the 5th son of the Huo family, then let me take advantage of it." At this moment, the adult wizard standing next to the Bai family wizard suddenly stood up, with a face full of flesh and fierce eyes. It is obvious that he is not easy to mess with. "Who are you?" When Huo Bufan heard someone dare to call him like this, his face sank and he asked coldly, "You are from the Yu family." The fierce wizard's voice sounded very rough. "Your Yu family wizards also want to get involved in this matter." At this moment, Huo Bufan really felt that something was wrong. The whole thing was wrong. "She is the wife of our Yu family elder brother who is not yet married. Do you think it has anything to do with me?" The Yu family wizard with a fierce look glanced at Huo Bufan fiercely and asked angrily. At this moment, Huo Bufan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This mere commoner now involved the elder brothers of the Bai family and the Yu family. Such a person is still working in a tea house and said, who would believe it if he went out? Hope, who sat and watched the show from beginning to end, understood it clearly. Although the plot development deviated from his initial imagination, it deviated back from another angle. Unfortunately, it was more serious than before. This is not a trap. No matter what the time is, it is so coincidental that they have been waiting for so long. The Bai family wizard rushed in as soon as he heard the sound, just like guarding outside. And such a commoner who was related to the eldest brother of the 2 wealthy families was so kind to entertain them. Everything was too coincidental as a script. Little did they know that at this moment, Bai Yuan, the eldest brother of the Bai family, and Yu Dongshan, the eldest brother of the Yu family, were peeping at the scene in front of them with some kind of magic, watching with relish. "It's a pity for this little lady, why not really give her to me as a concubine?" Yu Dongshan looked at Bai Yuan's sister, smacked his lips and sighed. This girl's beauty was really outstanding. I felt pity for her, he really wanted to take her home. If brother Yu doesn't mind it being too hot, I naturally have no objection. Bai Yuan said casually while brewing tea. "Forget it, if my father knew about it, he would beat me to death." Yu Dongshan sighed when he heard Bai Yuan's straightforwardness. If it was an ordinary commoner of the Bai family, there would be nothing wrong with it. It would be normal to marry her home as a concubine, and it could also enhance the friendship between the 2 families. But unfortunately, this woman has been abandoned. It is impossible for them, a wealthy family, to do things as rudely as the common people, so there is such a drama in front of us. It is impossible to lure Huo Bufan over and do it directly. You have to find a reasonable excuse so that the Huo family can accept it, and that commoner woman is their excuse. The woman's name is Bai Ji. She is really Bai Yuan's sister, but she has the same father and different mothers. According to the ancient saying, she is a concubine. Of course, the magic world does not pay attention to legitimate and illegitimate children under normal circumstances. It is useless to be a legitimate child without magic talent. On the contrary, if a concubine has magic talent, she will be raised as a legitimate child. Huo Bufan is a direct descendant of the Huo family after all, and he will have to interact with the Huo family in the future. Naturally, they can't do it themselves. This matter is handed over to the people under their command are enough. Even if the Huo family has objections in the future, they can directly push their subordinates out to take the blame. Of course, in fact, their Bai family and Yu family have no fault, but their subordinates have been deceived. But for the friendship between the big families, they can make sacrifices and send their subordinates to the Huo family to vent their anger. The deception is naturally because of Bai Ji. As a commoner, it is normal to have resentment, so she deliberately retaliates and wants to destroy the friendship between them, so as to kill people with a borrowed knife. This does not even need to be explained in detail, because in history, there are countless examples of commoners rebelling in the family. Who has not encountered such a thing? This is more normal than eating dumplings during the new year. At that time, Bai Ji will definitely be thrown out to the Huo family to vent their anger. As for what was lost during this period, it is nowhere to be found, and the Bai family and the Yu family cannot hand it over. I think the Huo family can understand it. If they can't understand it, then estimate in your mind whether the Huo family can beat them 10 times. It was just a way to save face, so as not to assume that the Huo family was really unaware, so it was almost enough. The master humiliated the minister and he died. The Yu family wizard picked up the magic fan from his waist and pointed it at Huo Bufan with anger on his face, his blood boiling, and shouted excitedly. However, with such a loud noise, there was really no reaction from the outside. If this was a magic like soundproofing, then why did they all come in when the woman called before? As the Yu family wizard picked up the magic fan and pointed it at him, the atmosphere suddenly changed. How could Huo Bufan not know what was going on? He laughed in anger, and then suddenly sank his face and scolded coldly. How dare you do this? Huo Bufan never thought that he, a direct descendant of the Huo family, would be pointed at by someone with a magic fan. Huo Bufan suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to come alone, and turned to look at Hope, and saw Hope with a peaceful look on his face, his eyes slightly shining, and the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he was watching a wonderful play. Huo Bufan's actions seemed to remind them, and the Bai family wizard also took out the magic fan and pointed it at Hope without any hesitation. Huo Bufan was in a complicated mood at the moment, and winked at Hope. Now he could only rely on Hope, although everything was caused by him, and he was just doing things after all. Now it seems that this matter is not good. It's not that he doesn't want to resist, but he can't do it. He is just a student in his excellent career, and he can be the confidant of the two elder brothers. His level must be not low. Now he is pointed at by someone with the magic fan first, and any slight action will directly stimulate the other party. Although Hope usually behaves very magically, Huo Bufan doesn't know whether he is reliable in battle. If he is not reliable, it's over. Hope looked at the magic fan facing him, feeling helpless. If he knew that things would end like this, he might as well break into the Bai family at night and force them to hand over the things. Seeing Hope's expression, Huo Bufan felt relieved. As soon as he turned his head to look at the Bai family wizard who was pointing at them, he saw an amazing scene. The ground where the two adult wizards were located suddenly collapsed, as if it was hollow underneath. The thin layer of stone slabs on the surface broke, and the two fell down in panic. Hope sat steadily on the stone bench. With a thought, the soil under the ground surged up, wrapping the two from all sides, leaving only their heads exposed. However, before Huo Bufan could be happy, he saw the Bai family wizard with a look of shock and anger, shouting loudly, "Open the mountain and split the stone." The next moment, a huge gap appeared on the stone ground in front of them, and they felt that the pressure on all sides was relieved a lot. Hope was a little surprised. What kind of spell was this? He had never heard of it. But since the other party could still cast a spell, it meant that he had not done enough. Hope's eyes flashed, and the cracks on the ground healed suddenly. The two were unable to move again. As he narrowed his eyes, the two screamed, their faces twisted, blood rushed up, and their faces seemed to bleed. The two felt that the soil on all sides was squeezing them madly, as if they were going to burst directly, and it was like squeezing a balloon, and the air would naturally run to the top if you squeezed the bottom. They felt a splitting headache, as if it was not their bodies that were going to explode, but their heads that would explode first. Puff! The two opened their mouths at the same time, spraying blood mist and revealing a mouthful of bloody teeth. Huo Bufan hurriedly dodged when he saw this, and was almost covered in blood. Bai Ji, who was standing by, felt a chill in her heart when she saw this scene, and couldn't help screaming. Bai Yuan and Yu Dongshan, who were watching the show on the side, couldn't sit still at this moment, and stood up angrily with gloomy faces. It's not that they care about the names of the two men, after all, they were going to be pushed out to take the blame. Waste! Bai Yuan cursed angrily, and smashed the ceramic teacup in his hand on the stone table, breaking into two pieces. I thought it was an easy task, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Go! dare to touch my Bai family's people in my Bai family tea house, arrest them. Bai Yuan said angrily to the surroundings, and then several people came out from the dark. But before they went out, they were stopped by Bai Yuan. Wait, Bai Yuan turned to look at Yu Dongshan and asked unhappily, Brother Yu, where are your people? You can't just show your support. Since you want to share things, you must show your support. Seeing this, Yu Dongshan didn't say much nonsense and shouted directly to the outside of the yard. Yu Zhen, you go with me. An adult wizard came out immediately. Bai Yuan waved to the few people. What he wanted was not support, but attitude. This is the Poison Bee Valley of the Bai family, and the last thing they lack is the Bai family wizard. On the other side, Huo Bufan saw Hope showing his power, and his face was a little excited. Sure enough, he didn't make a mistake. The reason why he helped Hope was because he was shocked by some of Hope's methods. Although he didn't have the ambition to seize the throne, he also knew how to accumulate connections for himself, so as not to know how to cram for the Buddha when the time comes. But he remembered something, his face changed again, and he turned to Hope with a worried look and said, or we should leave quickly, this is the Poison Bee Valley. No matter how powerful Hope is, Huo Bufan doesn't think Hope can challenge the entire Bai family. You can't run away, hee. Before Hope opened his mouth, the Bai family wizard on the ground suddenly went crazy. Hope raised his eyebrows, and didn't expect that this person would still want to interrupt now, and added a little more strength, and directly knocked him unconscious. No hurry. Hope shook his head and said calmly, after all, he didn't get what he wanted. Seeing Hope so calm, Huo Bufan felt relieved and sat down again, saying angrily, Bai Yuan is probably in cahoots with the Yu family, Bop. Huo Bufan spat on the ground and saw Bai Ji sitting on the ground. The woman was terrified and thought Huo Bufan was going to make her scream like the two heads on the ground. It didn't seem like she was acting. Huo Bufan, who had been acted, naturally didn't like this woman. He snorted and turned away. He wouldn't take his anger out on a commoner and lose face. But just in case, Huo Bufan took off the magic fan from his waist and held it in his hand to avoid the situation just now. A few seconds after the woman shouted, someone rushed in from outside the courtyard gate. There were two figures, one of whom was the Bai family wizard who had not returned for a long time, and the other was not Bai Yuan. What happened? The Bai family wizard frowned. As soon as he came in, he saw the woman grabbing Huo Bufan's hand and shouting indecent assault. Her expression was sad and horrified. It was obvious what happened. His tone suddenly sank and his face turned pale. Hope raised his head slightly and came back to his senses. Fortunately, the plot was not quite what he imagined. His eyes fell on the Bai family wizard, his eyes were inexplicable, and he didn't know if it was an illusion. The time when the Bai family appeared was just right. Don't get me wrong, I'm just helping you, I didn't think so much. Huo Bufan was also a little stunned, but seeing the pitiful woman in front of him, he explained gently. Is that so? The Bai family wizard turned his eyes to the woman and asked coldly. The woman immediately let go of Huo Bufan's hand, and tears the size of soybeans rolled down her fair face. She tried to wipe away the eye oil with her fingers, but she couldn't wipe it off completely. She looked aggrieved and miserable, shaking her head and sobbing. I was kind enough to entertain them on behalf of my brother, but he took advantage of me when I was burned. Huo Bufan's face turned ugly instantly. He took advantage. Before he could say anything, the Bai family wizard had already spoken first. Our young master treated you so politely, is this how you repay him? How dare you be disrespectful to me? The young master's sister. Hearing the Bai family wizard's angry questioning, Huo Bufan's face changed, pointing at the woman and asking in disbelief, she is the Bai family's legitimate daughter, how is it possible? 910 I have never heard of it. There are so many court children of the same generation in the 5 major wealthy families, it is impossible for him not to have heard of it. Although she is a commoner, she is also the young master's biological sister. As soon as these words came out, Huo Bufan already felt that something was wrong, and looked at the woman coldly. It must be said that this woman is really beautiful, but even her expression at this moment makes him not want to blame her. But Huo Bufan knew what he had done. He snorted coldly and looked directly at the Bai family wizard. Humph! Are you from the Bai family going to turn against me for a commoner? In the eyes of the 5 major families, commoners have always been accessories, no matter their status or blood relationship. Even if she is Bai Yuan's biological sister, it will not change this fact. At most, her status is slightly higher than that of an ordinary commoner, and such a status is generally responsible for managing slightly important matters within the family. If Huo Bufan had wanted to explain before, but now a commoner, with his status, it is not enough. There is no need to explain anything. Even if he really did it, what can he do? Miss Bai is not an ordinary commoner. She is the most beloved sister of my master, the Bai family wizard immediately retorted. If you, the Bai family, dare not turn against the 5th son of the Huo family, then let me take advantage of it. At this moment, the adult wizard standing next to the Bai family wizard suddenly stood up, with a face full of flesh and fierce eyes. It is obvious that he is not easy to mess with. Who are you? When Huo Bufan heard someone dare to call him like this, his face sank and he asked coldly, "You are from the Yu family." The fierce wizard's voice sounded very rough. "Your Yu family wizards also want to get involved in this matter." At this moment, Huo Bufan really felt that something was wrong. The whole thing was wrong. "She is the wife of our Yu family elder brother who is not yet married. Do you think it has anything to do with me?" The Yu family wizard with a fierce look glanced at Huo Bufan fiercely and asked angrily. At this moment, Huo Bufan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This mere commoner now involved the elder brothers of the Bai family and the Yu family. Such a person is still working in a tea house and said, who would believe it if he went out? Hope, who sat and watched the show from beginning to end, understood it clearly. Although the plot development deviated from his initial imagination, it deviated back from another angle. Unfortunately, it was more serious than before. This is not a trap. No matter what the time is, it is so coincidental that they have been waiting for so long. The Bai family wizard rushed in as soon as he heard the sound, just like guarding outside. And such a commoner who was related to the eldest brother of the two wealthy families was so kind to entertain them. Everything was too coincidental as a script. Little did they know that at this moment, Bai Yuan, the eldest brother of the Bai family, and Yu Dongshan, the eldest brother of the Yu family, were peeping at the scene in front of them with some kind of magic, watching with relish. "It's a pity for this little lady. Why not really give her to me as a concubine?" Yu Dongshan looked at Bai Yuan's sister, smacked his lips and sighed. This girl's beauty was really outstanding. I felt pity for her. He really wanted to take her home. If brother Yu doesn't mind it being too hot, I naturally have no objection. Bai Yuan said casually while brewing tea. "Forget it, if my father knew about it, he would beat me to death." Yu Dongshan sighed when he heard Bai Yuan's straightforwardness. If it was an ordinary commoner of the Bai family, there would be nothing wrong with it. It would be normal to marry her home as a concubine, and it could also enhance the friendship between the two families. But unfortunately, this woman has been abandoned. It is impossible for them, a wealthy family, to do things as rudely as the common people, so there is such a drama in front of us. It is impossible to lure Huo Bufan over and do it directly. You have to find a reasonable excuse so that the Huo family can accept it, and that commoner woman is their excuse. The woman's name is Bai Ji. She is really Bai Yuan's sister, but she has the same father and different mothers. According to the ancient saying, she is a concubine. Of course, the magic world does not pay attention to legitimate and illegitimate children under normal circumstances. It is useless to be a legitimate child without magic talent. On the contrary, if a concubine has magic talent, she will be raised as a legitimate child. Huo Bufan is a direct descendant of the Huo family after all, and he will have to interact with the Huo family in the future. Naturally, they can't do it themselves. This matter is handed over to the people under their command are enough. Even if the Huo family has objections in the future, they can directly push their subordinates out to take the blame. Of course, in fact, their Bai family and Yu family have no fault, but their subordinates have been deceived. But for the friendship between the big families, they can make sacrifices and send their subordinates to the Huo family to vent their anger. The deception is naturally because of Bai Ji. As a commoner, it is normal to have resentment, so she deliberately retaliates and wants to destroy the friendship between them, so as to kill people with a borrowed knife. This does not even need to be explained in detail, because in history, there are countless examples of commoners rebelling in the family. Who has not encountered such a thing? This is more normal than eating dumplings during the new year. At that time, Bai Ji will definitely be thrown out to the Huo family to vent their anger. As for what was lost during this period, it is nowhere to be found, and the Bai family and the Yu family cannot hand it over. I think the Huo family can understand it. If they can't understand it, then estimate in your mind whether the Huo family can beat them 10 times. It was just a way to save face, so as not to assume that the Huo family was really unaware, so it was almost enough. The master humiliated the minister and he died. The Yu family wizard picked up the magic fan from his waist and pointed it at Huo Bufan with anger on his face, his blood boiling, and shouted excitedly. However, with such a loud noise, there was really no reaction from the outside. If this was a magic like soundproofing, then why did they all come in when the woman called before? As the Yu family wizard picked up the magic fan and pointed it at him, the atmosphere suddenly changed. How could Huo Bufan not know what was going on? He laughed in anger, and then suddenly sank his face and scolded coldly. How dare you do this? Huo Bufan never thought that he, a direct descendant of the Huo family, would be pointed at by someone with a magic fan. Huo Bufan suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to come alone, and turned to look at Hope, and saw Hope with a peaceful look on his face, his eyes slightly shining, and the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he was watching a wonderful play. Huo Bufan's actions seemed to remind them, and the Bai family wizard also took out the magic fan and pointed it at Hope without any hesitation. Huo Bufan was in a complicated mood at the moment, and winked at Hope. Now he could only rely on Hope, although everything was caused by him, and he was just doing things after all. Now it seems that this matter is not good. It's not that he doesn't want to resist, but he can't do it. He is just a student in his excellent career, and he can be the confidant of the two elder brothers. His level must be not low. Now he is pointed at by someone with the magic fan first, and any slight action will directly stimulate the other party. Although Hope usually behaves very magically, Huo Bufan doesn't know whether he is reliable in battle. If he is not reliable, it's over. Hope looked at the magic fan facing him, feeling helpless. If he knew that things would end like this, he might as well break into the Bai family at night and force them to hand over the things. Seeing Hope's expression, Huo Bufan felt relieved. As soon as he turned his head to look at the Bai family wizard who was pointing at them, he saw an amazing scene. The ground where the two adult wizards were located suddenly collapsed, as if it was hollow underneath. The thin layer of stone slabs on the surface broke, and the two fell down in panic. Hope sat steadily on the stone bench. With a thought, the soil under the ground surged up, wrapping the two from all sides, leaving only their heads exposed. However, before Huo Bufan could be happy, he saw the Bai family wizard with a look of shock and anger, shouting loudly, "Open the mountain and split the stone." The next moment, a huge gap appeared on the stone ground in front of them, and they felt that the pressure on all sides was relieved a lot. Hope was a little surprised. What kind of spell was this? He had never heard of it. But since the other party could still cast a spell, it meant that he had not done enough. Hope's eyes flashed, and the cracks on the ground healed suddenly. The two were unable to move again. As he narrowed his eyes, the two screamed, their faces twisted, blood rushed up, and their faces seemed to bleed. The two felt that the soil on all sides was squeezing them madly, as if they were going to burst directly, and it was like squeezing a balloon, and the air would naturally run to the top if you squeezed the bottom. They felt a splitting headache, as if it was not their bodies that were going to explode, but their heads that would explode first. Puff! The two opened their mouths at the same time, spraying blood mist and revealing a mouthful of bloody teeth. Huo Bufan hurriedly dodged when he saw this, and was almost covered in blood. Bai Ji, who was standing by, felt a chill in her heart when she saw this scene, and couldn't help screaming. Bai Yuan and Yu Dongshan, who were watching the show on the side, couldn't sit still at this moment, and stood up angrily with gloomy faces. It's not that they care about the names of the two men, after all, they were going to be pushed out to take the blame. Waste! Bai Yuan cursed angrily, and smashed the ceramic teacup in his hand on the stone table, breaking into two pieces. I thought it was an easy task, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Go! Dare to touch my Bai family's people in my Bai family tea house, arrest them. Bai Yuan said angrily to the surroundings, and then several people came out from the dark. But before they went out, they were stopped by Bai Yuan. Wait! Bai Yuan turned to look at Yu Dongshan and asked unhappily, "Brother Yu, where are your people? You can't just show your support. Since you want to share things, you must show your support." Seeing this, Yu Dongshan didn't say much nonsense and shouted directly to the outside of the yard. "Yu Zhen, you go with me." An adult wizard came out immediately. Bai Yuan waved to the few people. What he wanted was not support, but attitude. This is the Poison Bee Valley of the Bai family, and the last thing they lack is the Bai family wizard. On the other side, Huo Bufan saw Hope showing his power, and his face was a little excited. Sure enough, he didn't make a mistake. The reason why he helped Hope was because he was shocked by some of Hope's methods. Although he didn't have the ambition to seize the throne, he also knew how to accumulate connections for himself, so as not to know how to cram for the Buddha when the time comes. But he remembered something, his face changed again, and he turned to Hope with a worried look and said, "Or we should leave quickly, this is the Poison Bee Valley." No matter how powerful Hope is, Huo Bufan doesn't think Hope can challenge the entire Bai family. "You can't run away, hee." Before Hope opened his mouth, the Bai family wizard on the ground suddenly went crazy. Hope raised his eyebrows, and didn't expect that this person would still want to interrupt now, and added a little more strength, and directly knocked him unconscious. "No hurry." Hope shook his head and said calmly, after all, he didn't get what he wanted. Seeing Hope so calm, Huo Bufan felt relieved and sat down again, saying angrily, "Bai Yuan is probably in cahoots with the Yu family, Bop." Huo Bufan spat on the ground and saw Bai Ji sitting on the ground. The woman was terrified and thought Huo Bufan was going to make her scream like the two heads on the ground. It didn't seem like she was acting. Huo Bufan, who had been acted, naturally didn't like this woman. He snorted and turned away. He wouldn't take his anger out on a commoner and lose face. The third son of the Bai family shouted angrily, his voice shaking the entire tea house. After venting his anger, he turned around and wanted to find his eldest brother. However, he was stunned when he turned around. He didn't expect that the man who had just left would stand in front of him. He was really surprised. His face changed again. Although he was also wondering why the other party appeared behind them, he was more inclined to believe that although the other party's apparition broke through the anti-apparition spell here, it was still affected and could not leave too far. However, before he could be happy for long, Hope's body began to move. The amazing strength characteristics broke out at this moment. Hope's right foot exerted force to crack the blue stone on the ground, and his body suddenly jumped out at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Hope appeared in front of the third son of the Bai family. Before he could react, the third son of the Bai family flew backwards and hit several wizards on the other side. Like a bowling ball, he knocked down 3 or 4 adult wizards. The other wizards were horrified and waved their magic fans very quickly, but Hope was obviously faster. He punched the wizard on the side and found the right angle. In Hope's eyes, these wizards stood in a line, and the field was perfectly divided. As one person flew out, all the wizards behind were affected and fell to the ground one after another. Although Hope held back, the power was still terrifying enough for an adult. After falling to the ground, they could never stand up again. Thunder explosion, flying sand and rocks, all petrified. Legs stood stiff and stopped dead. At this moment, countless voices rang out, all of which were spells, and then spells fell on Hope. They were frightened by Hope's speed and used their most powerful spells without caring about whether Hope would be killed directly by so many spells. However, the result was that the spells penetrated Hope, as always, without any effect. All the wizards standing there felt numb in their hearts, looking at Hope as if he were a monster, with huge waves in their hearts. Hope did not give them time to be shocked, and punched again, knocking one person away and knocking down a large group of people. At this moment, there were not many wizards standing on the field. They looked at Hope's figure with their eyes wide open. I saw an extremely young boy holding his fist, like a god of war. On his side were all adult wizards who fell to the ground. Some had bloody heads, some were unconscious, and the wizards who were not unconscious were all wailing loudly. Run! Finally, some wizards realized that this man was not something they could deal with, and their morale collapsed, and they shouted heartbreakingly. However, there was an anti-apparition spell here, so they couldn't leave quickly even if they wanted to. For a while, they became turtles in a jar. Someone took out a small wooden sword from his pocket, threw it out quickly and jumped at the same time. The action was so smooth that it seemed like he had practiced it 1,000 times. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing on the peachwood sword, soaring into the sky, and fled. Hope just glanced at the other party and did not intercept him directly. He had to give him a chance to leave and report the news. Otherwise, how would they welcome him later? Would he transform himself into a fire dragon to challenge him? As for the rest of the people, they did not have such a background and such an expensive peachwood sword. They could only use their flesh legs to abandon the wizards on the ground and flee in a hurry. However, in Hope's eyes, their speed was too slow. He exerted force on his feet again, and the whole person jumped out instantly, like a bullet shot out, at a very fast speed. In a blink of an eye, he caught up with the fleeing wizard and knocked him out with a light punch. In just a short while, except for a wizard who flew away with a peachwood sword, all the other wizards who surrounded them fell to the ground. Huo Bufan also ran out from the side at this time, looking at the wizard on the ground in disbelief. He just witnessed all this with his own eyes, but even so, he still couldn't believe that this could really be done by one person. This person was his uncle. At this moment, his mood was indescribable. He felt that today he had finally gotten to know his uncle thoroughly. He was more terrifying than those magical creatures, and he was even more curious about how he did it. No wonder he usually looked down on the rich. If he had such strength, he could also become a rich. Hope slowly returned to Huo Bufan's side and casually patted the ashes on his hands, as if he had just cleaned up the garbage. Let's go, visit Beijia village. Then Hope walked outside. Huo Bufan was stunned for a moment, and hurried to catch up. His mood was inexplicably surging, and he never mentioned leaving again. After leaving the tea house, the street was still so lively, and no one knew what happened. The Bai family wizard who fled in panic rushed directly into the Bai family village, attracting countless guards to chase him. However, the intruder entered the ancestral hall courtyard, lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, leaving him covered with bruises. The guards came closer and saw that the man was actually the Bai family wizard. Finally, the wounded Bai family wizard was carried to the clan hall. The clan hall is usually the meeting hall of the Bai family. At this moment, the people sitting in the hall and sipping tea are Bai Yuan, Yu Dongshan, and others. However, the person sitting in the main seat is not Bai Yuan, but Bai Yuan's father Bai Hong, who is also recognized as the next clan leader. Now all the big and small things in the clan are taken over by Bai Hong, and the old clan leader is already in a semi-retired state. When the Bai family wizard was carried to the hall, Bai Yuan's face changed drastically, and he stood up suddenly, knowing that things were done again. Bai Hong was still calm, but his face was furious. He asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Then, after the wizard explained, they knew what happened. Whether it was Bai Hong, Bai Yuan, or Yu Dongshan, they all frowned at this moment. Huo Bufan's uncle? That must be someone from the Huo family, but he looked young. Many figures of the Huo family flashed through their minds, but they couldn't match him. Could it be the Huo family's secret weapon that could make them like ghosts and unable to be hit by the spell? With such terrifying speed and power, only 10 people disintegrated nearly 20 well-trained wizards. If the wizard in front of him was not trustworthy, Bai Hong would have thought that this person was talking nonsense. It seems that the person has run away. The Huo family should know about this soon. Uncle Bai, I have to leave first and let the clan be prepared. Yu Dongshin stood up at this moment and said respectfully to Bai Hong. In the final analysis, this matter was a joint effort between the Bai and Yu families. Now that the matter has failed and the people have escaped, the Yu family will have to face the wrath of the Huo family. Well, thank you for your hard work. Bai Yuan, you send them off. Bai Hong nodded, his expression recovered a little, and instructed his son. Watching his son and Yu Dongshin leave the door, Bai Hong shook his head slightly, and coldly instructed the wizard standing around, send the third brother and others for treatment. Several people started to leave immediately. Seeing these people leaving, Bai Hong seemed a little unhappy. He couldn't stop the anger in his heart and slapped the wooden handle of the chair. Failed, a bunch of rubbish. This matter seemed to be decided by Bai Yuan, but it was actually his idea. He had prepared to offend the Huo family, but he didn't get the things, and he had to argue with the Huo family next. And he didn't need to think about it to know what the attitude of the Yu family would be at that time. If the things were in hand, everyone would naturally be allies. Now that the things were not in hand, who cares who you are? The Yu family will definitely not admit it. He also wanted to push it to the Yu family, but the incident happened on the Bai family's territory, which would inevitably be an excuse for the Yu family to shirk responsibility. At that time, they might have to face the Huo family themselves. Bai Hong couldn't help but frown. If it was just like this, it would be fine. The Huo family didn't suffer any losses, and it wouldn't really matter. Guan, after knowing this, his brothers would probably come out to make a scene again. Just thinking about it makes people upset. However, what he regrets most is the blood. It's a pity that now the person has escaped. No matter how powerful they are, it will be difficult to catch him back. On the other side, Bai Yuan and Yu Dongshan were speechless all the way. They both had their own ulterior motives and their faces were not good. Of course, compared with Bai Yuan, Yu Dongshan was in a slightly more relaxed mood. He had never shown up in the whole process of this matter. Even if the matter was leaked, he would not suffer any loss. Moreover, their Yu family did not gain nothing. The blood sent by Huo Bufan was already very precious and enough for them to do something. They came all the way to the entrance of Beijia village. The reason why they needed to walk such a distance was naturally because Beijia village had set up an anti-apparition spell. Basically, all the major family clans were like this to prevent scoundrels from breaking in directly and plotting against the law. Brother Yu, please go slowly. Even though Bai Yuan was in a very unhappy mood, he still did not lose his dignity and said politely, please take care of my two followers. Yu Dongshin nodded, not forgetting the two Yu family members who came with him. Their lives or deaths were unknown at this moment, but now was not the time to look for them. Just as the two were saying goodbye to each other, a voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, isn't this Bai Yuan, the eldest brother of the Bai family, and Yu Dongshan, the eldest brother of the Yu family? What important matter are the two elder brothers discussing together? Hearing this voice, the two people's faces changed, and they suddenly turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, only to see Huo Bufan and the young man with unpredictable means coming towards the village entrance. You haven't left yet, Bai Yuan said in disbelief. The two men hadn't left yet, and appeared openly at the entrance of Beijia village. They were going to fall into a trap. Why should I leave? Are you too forgetful? Have you forgotten that you invited me to the Poison Bee Valley? Huo Bufan sneered and asked back. Now that he had Hope's support, he was naturally very strong. He was no longer respectful when they met each other, but was very arrogant. Who are you? If you have the ability, don't hide it. Bai Yuan ignored Huo Bufan and turned to stare at the real owner and questioned. Hope. Hope answered softly, not afraid that these people would know his identity. Really surnamed Huo. Bai Yuan and Yu Dongshan looked at each other, frowning. This name really sounded like a member of the Huo family, but they had no impression. You know, they are basically familiar with the main veins of these wealthy families, but the name Hope has no effect on them. Moreover, this person claimed to be Huo Bufan's uncle. Huo Bufan had not refuted it yet, so he must be someone from the main vein, but they just had no impression. What do you want to do? Bai Yuan asked sternly, his face changed slightly, his lips trembled slightly, seemingly asking, but in fact he had realized something. The other party appeared here, obviously with ill intentions, and the key point was that the other party really wanted to fight against the entire Bai family alone. Even if the other party's means were weird, where did he get the confidence to fight against the entire Bai family? Of course it's for the real dragon to shed its skin. I wanted to have a good deal with you, but now it seems that you wealthy families don't even want your face. Hope saw the other party's expression and couldn't help but sneered and mocked. Do you really want to tear my face with my Bai family? Bai Yuan instantly pulled down his face and asked in a low voice. No, you were the first to lose your face, but it seems that you don't seem to be able to make the decision. Let you, who can make the decision, come out and speak. You are not worthy. Hope was a little too lazy to continue arguing with Bai Yuan. Although Bai Yuan was the future head of the Bai family, the current head was his grandfather, and even his father had not taken over the power yet. It was unknown when Bai Yuan would die. Although he seemed to have a noble status in the Bai family, he was worthless in Hope's eyes. And if we really talk about seniority, Bai Yuan was still a junior, so what could he do? It was the first time that Bai Yuan heard someone dare to say that to him. He was immediately furious. He turned his head angrily and looked at the tower behind him. He saw that all the wizards guarding his village had stood up. He immediately winked at them. These wizards immediately understood and waved the magic fan in their hands to cast a spell on Hope. Hope also looked at the tower, following Bai Yuan's gaze. He happened to see those wizards casting a spell on him. He snorted coldly, moved his body, and appeared in front of Bai Yuan in the blink of an eye, which scared Bai Yuan. "I'll take you in to report the news. It's faster this way." Before Bai Yuan could take off the magic fan, Hope had already grabbed Bai Yuan's long gown with one hand and like a bow, he threw Bai Yuan directly into the village entrance. Bang! 2 or 3 seconds later, a loud noise rang out, and Bai Yuan's mark was left on the wall of a house, accompanied by scattered smoke and dust. Yu Dongshan stared at this scene with wide eyes, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The sturdy body could not bring him any sense of security. He felt that the other party's small body was as strong as a giant monster, and more importantly, the other party was standing in front of him. Being approached by a giant monster would be fatal. The wizard on the tower at the entrance of the village acted rashly when he saw this, and ran to the top of the stone building with a panicked look on his face. There was a big bell there, and the guarding wizard pushed the hammer hard and hit it hard. Wooden bell. The deep bell sound spread immediately. Dong, dong, dong. The guarding wizard just pushed it, and the wooden hammer hit itself, which seemed very urgent. The bell sounded deafening, as if a sound amplification spell was cast, and spread throughout the Bee Valley. Hope and the others were closest, and they felt their eardrums were beating. And with this bell sound, the whole Poison Bee Valley reacted. Outside Beijia village, the owners of various shops changed their faces, walked out of the shop one after another, and looked in the direction of Beijia village. Without hesitation, they all knew what happened, and quickly closed the shop door and hid. And those who did this were undoubtedly wizards of other surnames. There were also many figures who picked up magic fans and headed towards Beijia village. Some figures also drove peach wood swords and rushed there first. These wizards all had a common form. Not only outside the village, but also inside the village, the kings reacted quickly. 4 or 5 seconds after the bell rang, many figures flew into the sky with peachwood swords and headed for the village entrance, densely packed like flocks of birds. In less than 30 seconds, the sky was already full of wizards, and it felt like being surrounded by dementors, but the number of these wizards was obviously greater. Huo Bufan looked at this scene and couldn't help but tremble with fear. He didn't expect the guarding wizard to directly sound the alarm. The bell symbolized an enemy attack. Once it sounded, all the Bai surnamed wizards would join the battle. Mainly, Huo Bufan didn't expect Hope to attack Bai Yuan directly. The other party was of noble status, and he would probably lose half his life. Doing this at the entrance of someone else's village was really no different from an enemy attack. Not only the wizards in the sky, but also the wizards on the ground arrived quickly, with a clear goal, and directly surrounded them. To be honest, these hundreds of wizards were really a bit of a waste of talent to surround the two of them. Huo Bufan couldn't help but worry. With his weak arms and legs, he couldn't survive any attack spells used by these people. Moreover, at this point, even if he was beaten to death, the Huo family would not help him. Unconsciously, he had no way to retreat. He hurriedly ran to Hope and Yu Dongshan. Seeing the indifference on Hope's face, he breathed a sigh of relief. He should be able to remain calm when surrounded by so many wizards. These wizards from heaven and earth all raised their magic fans to point at Hope, but did not act rashly, but waited for someone to come. Yu Dongshan was in a very bad mood at the moment, especially when he saw Hope looking at him. A drop of cold sweat flowed directly from his forehead. He felt even worse than Huo Bufan now. After all, the spells were blind. At such a long distance, the spells of these Bai family wizards might fall on him, and then he would die in vain. Not only that, there was a giant humanoid monster in front of him, as if he would be thrown out in the next second. This feeling was really tormenting. It's none of my business, this is all Bai Yuan's idea. But when they looked at the entrance of the village, they were stunned. They saw that the ground of their entire Beijia village had sunk halfway, with the tower at the entrance of the village as the boundary. From the outside, the tower was only half as high as before. If they wanted to get out now, they had to climb over the 2 or 3 meters high stone wall. And in the sun, a figure was standing on the stone wall looking at them. It was Hope, standing there swaggeringly watching their jokes. Bai Hong angrily drew out the magic fan and aimed it at Hope, but he hesitated to cast the spell, because he was not sure whether his spell would work. This person was too weird. What? If you don't give me what I want, I will sink your whole village, not like now. Hope looked down at them, very dazzling in the sun. When the elders of the Bai family heard what Hope said, their faces suddenly changed, and they realized something and looked at Hope in disbelief. Was this the man who caused the earth dragon to turn over? Just then, a wizard hurried over and shouted to the chief. "Chief, our whole village has sunk, and it seems that only our village is like this, and nothing happened outside the village." When these words came out, it confirmed what Hope said, and everything seemed to be right. Everyone's face was a little horrified. "Can you still do this? How did you do it?" The head of the Bai family also lost his composure at this moment and asked in shock. Hope's eyes flashed, but he didn't send a message to the other party to clear the doubts, and smiled slightly. "Hand it over or not?" The patriarch pointed at Hope angrily, his fingers trembling a little, but he couldn't speak for a long time. At this moment, he thought of many things. Is it possible that all this is just a coincidence? In fact, this is not this person's method, but just a dragon turning over. If they hand it over like this, and are forced to this point by one person, what dignity will they have in the future? If what happened today spreads, they will become a joke in the entire magic world. How can they face their ancestors after death? Clan. But if they don't hand it over, if all this is really this man's trick, then their Bai family may be exterminated today. Years of inheritance were destroyed, and the Bai family was directly cut off in his hands. How can he meet his ancestors after his death? Seeing the Bai clan leader like this, Hope snorted coldly. With his snort, the entire Beijia village shook again. This time they could clearly see that the entire Beijia village was obviously sinking. This time they finally believed it. The other elders looked at their own clan leader anxiously, and urged, "Clan leader, if they don't make a decision, their clan land will be gone." The clan leader's face was ashen at this moment, and his blood-red eyes bulged out as he looked at the village that was sinking continuously. The figure was getting taller and taller, which meant that their village was sinking continuously, and the tower at the entrance of the village was gradually lower than the ground outside. "Hand it over. We hand it over." Finally, the chief shouted loudly, his whole body hunched over. This shout seemed to have used up all the air in his chest, and he collapsed. Because he used the amplification spell, the sound spread throughout the village and the entire Poison Bee Valley. For a moment, all the wizards couldn't believe it. The Bai family just bowed their heads like this. As this sentence came out, the shaking stopped instantly, and their village stopped sinking. This scene made the elders tremble with fear, enough to prove that all this came from the person in front of them. "Very good, I'll take it tomorrow. If you want to ambush it, you can try it. I won't hold back next time," Hope said calmly, and then turned to look at Yu Dongshan, the eldest son of the Yu family. Yu Dongshan saw Hope's eyes, his legs couldn't help but feel a little weak, and he secretly said in his heart that it was not good. "Your Yu family took my things before, I want to see them intact, and your and the Bai family's dealing with me will not end so easily." After saying this, Hope directly apparat away, leaving behind everyone with different expressions, and Bai Hong with a very ugly face. This time they are considered to have kicked the iron plate. The key is that this matter was planned by Bai Hong himself. In other words, this disaster was caused by Bai Hong himself. At this moment, several people secretly did not feel embarrassed, but rather a little happy, waiting to see the joke of this prospective patriarch. This time the prospective patriarch might have to be replaced. Hope appeared in the Huo family land, and Huo Bufan seemed to be still there, so he came over specially. Seeing Hope appear, Huo Bufan hurriedly came up and asked, "What happened?" "It's solved, they gave in," Hope said calmly, but Huo Bufan heard it as something else. Huo Bufan felt a little complicated. The wealthy family they were proud of actually gave in like this, which was too much, but it was not a bad thing, because he knew the person they gave in to. He was his uncle. Huo Bufan said with a wry smile, "This matter is expected to be a big deal, and my family will probably ask me about it." Advertisement: he appeared at the Bai family, and I was afraid that he could not hide it. "It's okay, you can tell the truth," Hope said indifferently, put one hand on Huo Bufan, and took him directly to the United Academy, and then returned to the villa. As the sun was approaching dusk, the setting sun's rays fell on the yard. Hope lay comfortably on the lounge chair by the pool, facing the gentle red light, and fell asleep. He slept for 2 or 3 hours, and it was only 8 or 9 o'clock. His stomach rumbled, so he called for a takeaway. He ate the takeaway and continued to fight with the dragon turtle. He didn't rest until the early morning and ran back to Hogwarts. It was still early here, but the sky was a little dark and it was raining outside. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw Harry and the others doing their homework. Hope saw this and quickly took out his homework book and started to do his homework together. He didn't forget how he spent the previous week. If he came again, his parents would definitely be notified. During this time, the magic world in his hometown had already fallen out. The news of the Bai family spread quickly. After all, there were more than just the Bai family in the Poison Bee Valley. The composition was complicated, and it was naturally impossible to block the news. Compared with ordinary wizards, the first to receive the news were the wealthy families. The Yu family was the witness and planner of the incident. The eldest son of the Yu family was on the scene, so they naturally knew it first. But the Huo family was a little stunned when they heard the news. At first, they thought it was a rumor, but later they knew that it really happened. The key point is that from the news, their Huo family is actually the protagonist of this incident, forcing the Bai family to bow their heads. When did they have this method? The Huo family looked at each other and asked someone to find out the ins and outs of this incident. Finally, they found out that the protagonist of this incident was their fifth son Huo Bufan. When they heard that Huo Bufan was on the scene, they quickly sent someone to pick Huo Bufan up from the academy. Only then did they know the ins and outs of the incident. People from each branch of the Huo family were sitting in the Huo family hall. The patriarch was sitting in the main seat, and Huo Bufan was standing honestly to greet the eyes of others. You said that man is really the third child. How can you be sure that you are not deceived? Even though this matter has been repeated several times, the head of the Huo family still couldn't help asking. For him, Hope is his brother's child, but is that child really so amazing? When we first met, the blood jade pendant issued by the clan had a sense of it. Huo Bufan said honestly without getting tired of it. Did he really almost sink the Beijia village? The head of the clan asked curiously. I don't know about this, I had already left at that time. Huo Bufan also knew how the Bai family bowed their heads, and he was also shocked in his heart. Although he knew that Hope was very powerful, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. So this is his confidence. Huo Bufan murmured in his heart, no wonder he always said that he would help him become the head of the family. It turns out that he really has this ability. His Huo Bufan suddenly woke up. Hope wouldn't say it to be true. But of course he didn't dare to say it in front of so many people to cause trouble for himself. Father, I think we should welcome this child back. Hearing that Hope alone forced the Bai family to bow their heads and had such divine power, some people immediately had ideas about Hope. If the family had such a person in charge, they would be able to walk sideways in the magic world. As soon as this was said, someone immediately agreed. Yes, what happened back then has nothing to do with this child. The clan leader couldn't help but sigh when he heard it, knocked the pipe in his hand on the table, and slowly said, I'm afraid that this child will have a gap in his heart. After all, it was the decision of the clan that his father was expelled. The clan leader's words directly quieted the noisy clan hall. Everyone remembered at this moment that perhaps for this child, not only will he not return to the family, but he will have resentment towards the Huo family. If this turns around and sinks the Huo family, it will be troublesome. Bufan, if he comes to you again, remember to explain what happened back then clearly, so that he won't misunderstand. The clan leader immediately instructed that the good news was that this person was really from their Huo family, and the bad news was that he was not in the family tree. The next day, Hope attended class as usual. While daydreaming in class, he was looking forward to the real dragon molting that was about to be obtained. I hope this thing will not disappoint him. As for whether the Bai family might still want to deal with him, it is possible, but he has no worries, so he did not consider this aspect. At noon, he hurriedly separated from several people, returned to the dormitory, and transformed directly, then used the apparition to disappear in an instant and appeared in the Poison Bee Valley. As soon as he appeared in the Poison Bee Valley, he felt that it was very lively here, and the streets were full of people. Each one seemed to have received a message to watch the show, and in fact it was true. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. Even though the street was brightly lit, these people did not notice that the protagonist had appeared. Following this street, Hope squeezed all the way to the entrance of the Beijia village, and from time to time he could hear legends about him from other people. On the way, Hope also saw some wizards who were dressed in uniform but somewhat out of place. They wore bright red robes and red berets on their heads, which was considered very cutting-edge clothing in the magic world of his hometown. The key is that they stood on one side of the street, and there were basically no idle wizards who dared to approach them nearby. At first glance, they were not easy to mess with. Hope recognized their origins, the detectives of the Ministry of Justice, similar to the Aurors of the British magic world. Just appearing here is very intriguing. Are they here to arrest him? Would the Bai family not have hired official people to arrest him? Hope was a little confused, and speculated in his heart, but he didn't stop for too long. All the way to the entrance of Beijia village, there were fewer people here, but the closer you get to this place, the more people's attention will be attracted, and there are many masters in the sky driving peachwood swords. He's coming. Suddenly someone recognized Hope and whispered. Such a whispered word, but for some reason it was so harsh, and it was very prominent in the noisy environment. Many people heard it at once, and instantly cast their eyes over. After just a few glances, they soon fell on Hope. It's not difficult to find it. After all, Hope's image is more prominent, and the person he transformed into is just a child in his teens, and it is naturally very conspicuous to appear here. The detective of the Ministry of Justice also looked over at this moment, but did not make any movements, as if he was really here to watch a show. The surroundings suddenly became more noisy, but Hope ignored it and continued to walk towards the village. Soon he appeared at the entrance of Beijia village. Just like yesterday, the entire Beijia village sank. If it rained, it would probably become a lake. With Hope's arrival, the Bai family had already discovered it and blew the whistle. When Hope arrived, a group of Bai family members were already standing there waiting. Unlike yesterday, the Bai family looked at Hope with fear today. After the incident yesterday, they found that the 7 dead men they had sent out before were really dead, and even their bodies were not left. They also realized that their people did not run away, but disappeared on the spot. "Where are the things?" Hope asked coldly without any expression on his face. This was not a big deal, so the patriarch did not show up this time, but Bai Hong came. He looked at Hope with a gloomy look and a hint of helplessness. His eldest son Bai Yuan was hit by Hope yesterday and was seriously injured. Fortunately, he was treated in time, otherwise he would have died on the spot. Even so, he had to stay in bed for several months to recover. This is enough to show how serious the injury was. More importantly, after this incident, his future is foreseeable. The best case is that one of his sons can take over the position of the head of the family in the future, but it is more likely that the head of the family will have no chance with him from now on. As for himself, the result is naturally worse. But even so, Bai Hong did not dare to turn his face. He waved his hand, and his men took out an ancient wooden box and handed it to Bai Hong. Bai Hong handed the box over with a humiliation. The moment he took it, Hope's face changed. The fluorescence felt from the rosewood box was enough to show how valuable this thing was. It seemed that it was really a real dragon shedding its skin. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the wooden box in Hope's hand. They were very curious. Those who had channels naturally knew what was inside. It was the remains of a real dragon. They had to stretch their necks in the hope of seeing something. Just as Hope was about to open it, there was a sudden explosion. Bang! The huge sound echoed throughout the Poison Bee Valley. In the dark night, the flames that gushed out from the ground instantly enveloped Hope. Everyone was startled by the sudden explosion and looked at the scene in shock. Under the terrifying flames, Hope was blown away. By Ding's explosives. The face of the criminal police who stopped to watch this transaction suddenly changed, and he recognized what it was at once. This is not magic, but Bai Ding's explosives. Someone buried explosives underground at some point. When the flames dissipated, a huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and the figure Yuan Shi who was originally standing there survived. Hope was blown away directly, and his life or death was unknown. Bai Hong and his group of Bai family members were also the first to be hit, and their bodies flew out under the explosion. Some of the survivors screamed in pain, and the most tragic one had his hands and feet blown off. This was just the one who screamed. Bai Hong didn't even have the chance to do so. He fell asleep directly, and half of his body was blown off. Everyone watched this scene, and all kinds of thoughts emerged, and no one dared to step forward. Some of them suspected that this was the Bai family's method. Did they not want to hand over the things? It was not known whether the man from the Huo family was blown to death as the Bai family wished, but the broken arm was too severe. It seemed that Bai Hong, the eldest son of the head of the Bai family, should be gone. Seeing that no one dared to step forward to check, the constable of the Ministry of Justice squeezed out of the crowd, cast a protective spell on himself, and stepped forward quickly. After the Bai family members reacted, they also rushed out. They themselves also suspected whether this was their own method, but no matter what, they should not let it go now. Some people were thinking and went to the direction where Hope fell. They didn't know whether they wanted to rescue him or do something else. However, before they got close, they saw a man with his body stained black by gunpowder sitting up from the ground. It was Hope. Hope looked at his clothes, which had become a rag, barely hanging on his body. His arms were stained black and there was a smell of gunpowder. However, there were no wounds on his body. Hope looked at the ground that was blown up safely. The power was really great. If it wasn't for the slightly off position, it could have buried all the Bai family members. He also saw the miserable state of the Bai family, but at this moment, he didn't know whether the explosives were related to the Bai family. With a wave of his hand, all the traces of gunpowder left on his body disappeared, and in an instant, they were all gone, and even his clothes were restored to their original state. A simple restoration can make the tattered clothes return to their original appearance. He slowly stood up, swept across the messy ground, passed by the Bai family members, and searched for the sandalwood box that had just escaped from his hands on the ground. Everyone present looked at Hope, each with a strange look on their face. They didn't expect that this man would be fine in the face of such an explosion. It looks like there is no scar at all. You know, Bai Hong standing in front of him has been broken into 2 pieces at this moment, and there is no way to save him, but Hope looks like he is fine at first glance. Is he really a wizard? Everyone is really a little skeptical. And Hope took a simple glance and didn't find his sandalwood box. Even if he turned on the treasure perception, he didn't sense the fluorescence of the real dragon shedding its skin from nearby. This explosion wouldn't blow it into powder. Even if it turned into powder, he could distinguish it from ordinary dust with a real dragon shedding its skin. The thing he took over from the Bai family was originally powder. When he took it over, he used the treasure perception to check it. It was a small can of powder. No wonder he hadn't found it before, and he didn't expect that the real dragon's molting skin had been ground into powder by the Bai family. There was no trace of it nearby, and it was obvious that the thing had been taken away. Either someone stole it, or someone carefully arranged all this just to take the real dragon's molting skin from him. Hope had a blank expression on his face, and he was not angry to that extent, because the matter was not out of his control. Unless the things sensed by his treasure were completely annihilated, he could find them quickly even at the ends of the earth. The next moment, Hope let go of his treasure perception and only selected the sandalwood box that he had sensed before, and found its trace in an instant. The box was no longer in the Poison Bee Valley, and even crossed directly from the southwest to the central area. This distance was not small. At least this explosion could not blow it over there. And a group of wizards flew out of Beijia village at this moment. They obviously knew what must have happened after hearing the explosion. Among them was the head of the Bai family. As soon as he came out, he saw the tragic scene on the ground, with broken limbs and arms, and even only half of his son was left. His eyes instantly turned red. Looking at Hope, standing there unharmed, he immediately blamed Hope for the death of his son. The head of the Bai family looked at Hope angrily, and was very excited. If there were no others around to stop him, he would have rushed up and fought with Hope. Others stopped him not because of anything, but because they knew that they could not beat Hope. Even if Hope did all this, they could only swallow their anger. At this time, the wizard of the Bai family, who had witnessed everything, stepped forward in a panic and whispered what happened here. The face of the head of the Bai family changed again and again. He understood something in an instant. His anger was hidden in his heart, and when he looked at Hope, his eyes were only sad. I swear on the honor of my Bai family, this matter was not planned by my Bai family. The Bai clan leader's voice was miserable, and he roared loudly, which contained both anger and a trace of sadness. He didn't expect that one day his eldest son would be killed by someone, and he had to stand up and clear his relationship first. With his sadness, the family members watching the show nearby also felt the same. No matter who killed him, I will make him pay the price. Then the Bai clan leader looked around again, and his fascinating eyes swept over the wizards one by one, making these wizards feel cold in their hearts. At this moment, they remembered that this man was not only an old man who lost his son, but also one of the most powerful people in the magic world. His revenge must be terrible and swift. I am afraid that the entire magic world will be in turmoil. Advertisement Hope just glanced at the Bai clan leader and did not respond. He would not conclude that this matter had nothing to do with the other party because of his performance. Who knows if the other party is acting, but actually secretly planned all this, not hesitating to sacrifice a son. After all, there are many sons in the wealthy families, and losing a son in exchange for the real dragon sheds its skin may be worth it for them. After all, there is only one real dragon, and the son can be reborn. At this moment, Hope located the real dragon sheds its skin through treasure perception and phantom shifting, and disappeared in an instant. When Hope appeared again, he appeared in a private house. Through the previous treasure perception, Hope already knew that this was not a gathering place for wizards, but a building in the Whiteclad society. There were no traces of magic nearby, and there was only one magic fan. His appearance did not attract anyone's attention, and he observed the surroundings. This is the living room. The TV is still playing pictures, and some advertisements are playing, but there is no figure on the sofa. But from another room, someone can be heard humming a song, and it seems that he is in a good mood. Hope's eyes fell on a table in the living room, where was placed the sandalwood box that he had touched for just a few seconds. There was still the smell and traces of gunpowder on it. The box had been opened and was placed openly, with a milky white porcelain bottle inside. However, the item was not damaged in the explosion. It was more solid than the Bai family's. It was obviously a magic item. Hope closed the sandalwood box and stuffed it into the purse he carried with him. Just after doing all this, he heard footsteps. He looked up and saw a decadent young man with curly hair, messy beard, and deep eye sockets. He walked out of the room with his bare chest and a white shirt. The moment he saw Hope, he was stunned in place. His eyes were full of surprise and tension. He recognized Hope at once. His face suddenly changed, and his arm suddenly touched his waist, but he touched nothing. The wand he wanted was in the clothes he had just changed. The young man was about to say something, but Hope's figure had disappeared. Apparition. Before he could react, he felt a hand on his waist. Instantly, endless horror surged in his heart. His skin was the first to react, and he had goosebumps all over his body and his hair was numb. The next moment, he felt that the whole world was changing, as if the sky was spinning, and the ceiling was getting farther and farther away from him, as if it had become higher. The whole person suddenly shrank until he shrank into a ball and finally became a silver watch. Hope looked at the watch in his hand and casually put it on his right wrist. This was a new move he discovered from the self-transfiguration feature. Anything that passed through his hands could be transformed, even a living teacher. Although this transformation would disintegrate directly as long as it was slightly out of his control, in other words, as long as he kept it in his hands, the transformation effect would not dissolve. It is still not easy to just turn a person into a watch in transfiguration, but there are many people who have mastered it. What surprised Hope was that the person who designed the explosion to kill him had a Western face. Hope wandered around the room casually and saw the wizard costumes that had just been changed. He found a magic wand that looked like a branch. He just glanced at it and didn't do anything. This magic wand was of no use to him. This was the disadvantage of the magic wand. Unlike the magic fan, a magic wand that doesn't match an individual will only hinder the wizard. However, the magic fan is a standard medium, but it doesn't require matching. Anyone who gets it can use it directly. Of course, this doesn't mean that the magic fan is superior to the magic wand. It can only be said that each has its own advantages. A magic wand with a high matching degree is more helpful to wizards. It is said that the magic fans used by wizards in wealthy families are all customized versions, which are different from ordinary magic fans. After using the treasure perception to take a look, there is no magic fan here. There was nothing else worth looking at, so Hope didn't stay and just used apparition to leave. He reappeared in Hogwarts, returned to the dormitory, and greeted Harry and the others as if nothing had happened. They noticed the extra watch on Hope's wrist and were a little curious, but Hope brushed it off casually. Watches are not rare in the magic world, but very common. In comparison, the watch on Hope's hand is not an alchemical product, so it seems very ordinary. Hope sat on the bed as if nothing had happened, staring at the watch in his hand. The other 3 people in the dormitory didn't notice that Hope had just gone through. He experienced a life and death crisis and was almost killed on the spot. This 1.7 incident is of course not over. The culprit is in his hands, and he is not worried that the other party will run away directly. It is a little troublesome to get something from the wizard. After all, he does not know legilimency. Even if the other party is willing to say something, he dare not guarantee that it is the truth. However, this can be replaced by truth serum, but truth serum is not an ordinary potion. It is not something that can be bought in any potion store. Perhaps it can be found in some black markets, such as Nocturne Alley, or Huobufen can find a bottle. It shouldn't be difficult with his identity. But this time Hope didn't plan to buy it from outside, but decided to brew a bottle himself. Because he wanted to brew a bottle of truth serum that was different from the truth serum on the market, but a truth serum with an effect that was improved by many times, which would require his blood. After he brewed the truth serum, he would know whether there were any wealthy families involved in this matter. Even though the Bai family lost an eldest son and injured many people, Hope did not directly rule out their suspicion. Who knows if these wealthy families are really so crazy that they want to exchange an eldest son for his life? If they succeed, wouldn't it be a big profit? Hope suspected not only the Bai family, but also other wealthy families. Compared to this matter, Hope was more concerned about the real dragon molting, which he finally got after several rounds of turnover. He did not wait to merge directly, but planned to find a dragon turtle to see if this thing was real. As for now, he could only suppress his thoughts and go out to class with Harry and the others. Finally, when the get out of class was over, Hope found a reason to leave and hurried back to the villa in the capital. At this time, the moonlight outside was bright and shining on the earth. The villa was brightly lit, and the dragon turtle was lying on the sofa watching a bloody ethical drama, fascinated by it. There was even a pile of tissues beside him, and his small eyes dropped transparent pearls from time to time. It completely overturned Hope's 3 views, and he didn't know whether to disturb the dragon turtle. Finally, Hope sat down on the sofa, and the dragon turtle looked over, and only now did he notice Hope's arrival. "See if this is your father's ashes?" Hope took out a sandalwood box from his purse and put it on his legs. Then he took out a porcelain bottle from the sandalwood box and opened the lid of the porcelain bottle. There was white powder inside. It was actually not wrong to say that it was ashes. Hearing this, the dragon turtle looked at Hope with a little resentment, but his little eyes still looked at the porcelain bottle in front of him, sniffed hard, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and his eyes seemed a little absent-minded. Hope was not in a hurry. While waiting for the result of the dragon turtle, he watched TV. It's true that this melodrama is suitable for all ages. Hope was absorbed in it in a short time. After a while, the dragon turtle finally made a sound, and there seemed to be some nostalgia on his face. "It's the smell of my father. I haven't smelled it for a long time. Although it turned into ashes, the dragon turtle will never forget the smell that belongs to my father in this life." Hearing the answer of the dragon turtle, Hope was very satisfied. He took the porcelain bottle back and put it into the purse solemnly. Then he looked at the watch on his wrist, untied the metal strap, threw it casually, and the watch fell directly to the ground. Before it landed, the watch began to expand violently, and in an instant it turned into the appearance of a person, sitting on the ground in embarrassment. This sudden change almost scared the dragon turtle to jump up. "What the hell?" The dragon turtle screamed in shock, and his emotions were swept away at once. Sitting on the curly-haired young man on the ground finally had a chance to escape. Without any hesitation, he cast a spell without a wand and silently killed Hope. From the magic light of the spell, it was clear that this spell was not a simple and pure white magic. The spell fell directly on Hope, and the curly-haired man's eyes were filled with joy. When he thought he had succeeded, he found that this young man who looked like a child looked at him calmly, and there seemed to be a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. as if he was laughing at his overestimation. And the fact was indeed so. He was sure that the other party had been hit by his spell, but nothing happened. The child in front of him was like a fire dragon, immune to his spell. At this moment, his heart could not help but fall endlessly, with only an increasingly heavy coldness. He was not unaware of the specialness of the target person, so he used Muggle explosives instead of magic. With that amount, even a fire dragon would be blown out of the hole. At that time, he saw the bomb successfully detonated, and he didn't care about anything else. He just rushed to the sandalwood box that was blown away. As for Hope's life or death, he didn't know. He thought that the target person might survive, and thought of many results, but he didn't expect that after he successfully got the things and left, he could still be tracked, and the other party didn't show any injuries. The moment he saw Hope in the room he had prepared, he knew the situation was bad. However, before he could think about it, he felt that he was forcibly transformed. Having lost all his 5 senses, he naturally could not hear or see anything, but his consciousness was still clear, and he knew his condition, so he had been waiting for an opportunity. He had waited for it. The moment his body returned to its original state, he directly cast a black magic that was enough to seriously injure people. It was not that he did not want to cast the killing curse, but that he could not cast the killing curse without a wand, just like he could not cast apparition without a wand, otherwise he would definitely not choose. He chose not to attack and kill, but to run away directly. Even though the person in front of him was not the target he had seen before, but a child with blue eyes, he still did not hesitate. This is impossible. The curly-haired man shouted in disbelief, just like the feeling of riding a roller coaster. Only by venting loudly can the fear in his heart be relieved. However, he did not feel any use, and only felt that his heart was getting colder. Although he said so, he continued to attack. Hope was too lazy to dodge, and let the curse fall on him. His body did not move, but his eyes. God is getting more and more dangerous. In his mind, this man is already a dead man. First he attacked him with a bomb, and now he threw a powerful black magic spell at him so rudely. He is already dead. How can he not die, if he is not still useful? The dragon turtle next to him was watching the show and was shocked. Sure enough, this 990 kid in front of him was not like a wizard, let alone a human. As a dragon turtle, it has thick skin, which is enough to resist most magic spells, but the kid in front of it looks more capable than him. How can it believe that this is a human? At this moment, it can't help but doubt, is it just like what it saw on TV these days, animals turned into humans? Maybe some magical creatures can do this after a while. The curly-haired man finally stopped, and had completely given up. His face was full of despair. Looking at Hope's face, his eyes began to fade. Tell me, who asked you to die? Hope put on a ruthless face, his eyes were cold, as if looking at a dead person. However, his words did not get any response. The man seemed to be stagnant and could not hear him. Maybe you want to try the Cruciatus Curse before answering, right? Compared with the Truth Serum, the Cruciatus Curse is actually a simple and convenient interrogation method. Although Hope has not mastered it, who knows? I say. After hesitating for a while, the curly-haired man finally spoke. Hope looked directly into the curly-haired man's brown eyes, listened to his intermittent voice, and felt that his eyes were a little evasive. After a moment, the curly-haired man lowered his head, like a defeated dog, and did not dare to continue looking directly into Hope's eyes. Hope also got the answer from him. Although he didn't know whether it was true or false, it at least provided a direction. The curly-haired man was called Carey Marvin. He was born in the Irish magic world and was wanted by the Ministry of Magic in Haley City. And Carey was just a soldier. The master behind him was Guan Shanyun, the dark wizard who attempted to kill the dean of the academy many years ago. However, Carey's rank was not high, and the one who gave him the order was only Guan Shanyun's confidant. He didn't reveal much information to him, so he couldn't answer whether Hope was involved in this. What Carey could reveal was only some information about Guan Shanyun, such as Guan Shanyun's men gathered many dark wizards from all over the world and controlled some magic circles in Southeast Asia. Hope was not very interested in this information, he just listened. What is your mission? Find an opportunity to seize the remains of the real dragon. Whose idea was to use explosives? Sus's idea. He also gave me the explosives. Sus was Kylie's superior and a confidant of Guan Shanyun. How do you deliver the things after you get them? Hope continued to ask in a cold voice, whether it was his idea or his things, it would not work. However, the answer was something Hope did not expect. Phone contact, wait for Sus to call me. Hope did not expect that the means of contact they used were so modern, there was no trace of magic, and they turned to Muggle methods. Perhaps this was the reason why they could avoid being tracked by magic. As for the phone, it was the landline in the house rented by Sus. Hope frowned slightly, he could not always be by the phone. After thinking about it, Hope grabbed Kylie who was sitting on the ground, and directly performed the apparition to return to the house where Kylie was caught before. He grabbed Carey with one hand and came to the phone in the living room. Even though he was a little small, he could easily pull Carey over. Carey also felt Hope's strength. The palm holding his arm was like an iron arm, and he couldn't even shake it a little. Carrie could only stand aside and watch Hope press the buttons on the phone. Hope pressed the buttons on the phone a little unfamiliarly, and was a little flustered for a while. After all, this was not a mobile phone. After a while, he found 2 missed calls. The time was a few hours ago. Hope's eyes flickered slightly. A few hours ago, it was not long after he took Carrie away. It's just that these 2 missed calls came from different numbers. Hope turned his head and looked at Carrie. It should be SUS. Every time he called, it was not the same number plus R. Carrie didn't want to admit it in his heart. After 2 missed calls, the other side probably realized that his mission failed and would probably not call again. But he couldn't say that. Once he said that, it meant that he had lost his value. Hope also thought of this, but he didn't know how they handled it internally. Maybe they would continue to call to confirm. However, this was just a thought. Hope now understood Carrie's position in the group. At best, he was just a soldier who could be abandoned at any time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to wait for contact from the top. It was also possible that Carrie didn't tell the truth. It was obviously unlikely to expect the other party to take risks for a soldier, and he couldn't have been on the defensive all the time. Hope looked at Kylie with a sidelong glance. His plan to follow the clues was probably going to fail. This group of people was very cautious in handling the matter. But it didn't matter. It was enough to know who it was. As long as the other party was still on the blue star, he would not disappear. Hope suddenly reached out to Kylie. Kylie was startled and dodged instinctively. Just as he was about to beg for something, Hope's palm was already on him. The next moment, his body shrank quickly like a spring, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a silver watch. Hope tied it casually on his wrist, and then apparat back to the villa in the capital, appearing in the bedroom on the 2nd floor. The sound of the TV downstairs could be heard from time to time on the 2nd floor. He sat on the single sofa in the bedroom and took out a porcelain bottle from his purse and placed it on the small table in front of him. He opened the bottle cap and saw the white powder inside. Hope's eyes clearly lit up. Finally got it. Hope was a little excited. This is a real dragon. According to the dragon turtle, it is the source of all magic. Once it is fused, I wonder what characteristics it will get. Hope couldn't wait to reach out his hand and pinch 10 powders with 2 fingers. Fusion. Detected fusionable items, started the analysis task. Current fusion item, Dragon analysis difficulty, S-level analysis progress, 1/1000000. Current extraction characteristics, 1, water control. Water control, has great control over water sources. Note, the degree of this characteristic is linked to the analysis progress. When the analysis is completed, you can get 10,000 times the characteristics. Current analysis efficiency, increased by 1 point per day, and the analysis progress can be improved through related tasks. Water control? Hope's eyes moved slightly, and at this moment he seemed to feel a little different from before, as if he had some induction. He closed his eyes slightly, but the whole world did not fall into darkness because of this, but the water light filled the sky, and he sensed the water source of the whole world. From the tap water flowing in the water pipe, to the underground river flowing underground, to the large ocean occupying the blue planet. He seemed to have become the overlord of the ocean, and all the seas were responding to him, and the waves kept colliding, rolling up the stormy waves one by one, as if welcoming him. When he opened his eyes, this feeling did not disappear. Hope's eyes were filled with joy, and he quickly came to the balcony of his bedroom and looked at the swimming pool below, where the water was shining with moonlight. As his mind moved, the surface of the entire swimming pool suddenly became rippled and swayed gently. After a few seconds, it shook violently, hitting the edge of the swimming pool and causing a splash of water. Pa! The pool water was like a warrior who was ready to die, and it hit the wall of the pool fiercely. The splashing pool water jumped up to a height of 3 or 4 meters, and a few drops of water even fell on the balcony where he was standing. Hope's mouth was not happy when he saw this. With a grin, the water in the pool slowly returned to calm. He did not stop, but looked in front of him. He saw a tiny drop of water suspended in the air, and it kept growing. In an instant, it turned into a fist-sized water ball. Looking around, the water ball was already the size of a basketball. This water ball seemed to have become his toy, constantly changing its shape under his mind, allowing him to knead it. Sitting in the Transfiguration classroom, watching Professor McGonagall wandering around the classroom, his voice sometimes far and sometimes near, Hope's mind was not on the class at all, although it was the same on weekdays. But today seemed a little different. All his thoughts were on the system at the moment. The seemingly huge amount of fusion progress was actually completed last night, just by staying up all night at home. 100,000 exclusive tasks are equivalent to 100,000 rain clouds. It's just that the rain clouds are big and small, and last night as the characteristic superposition multiplier continued to rise, his water control characteristic became more and more terrifying. At the beginning, he could only condense more than 200 rain clouds at a time, and later he could condense thousands, tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of rain clouds at a time. The exclusive tasks were naturally completed faster and faster, and Tianwan was not such an outrageous number. Now he has completely merged with the real dragon, and the water control characteristic has reached an astonishing 10,000 times superposition. With just one thought from him, the sky over the whole of Britain can condense thick black clouds that cover the sky and the sun, and even pour down torrential rain continuously without interruption. Not only that, he can also instantly cover the entire continent with rain clouds. And rain is only a small aspect of the water control characteristic. He can be said to have mastered all waters, and 70% of the surface of Blue Star is ocean. From another perspective, it is not an exaggeration to say that he controls Blue Star. Although it is also a 10,000 times characteristic, this 10,000 times characteristic is obviously different from the past, and it also makes him feel different. If it is said that his strongest characteristic before is actually digging soil and digging stones, which makes him enough to become a land god, but that's all. With only the 10,000 times digging soil and digging stone characteristic, he can't control the entire crust. At most, he can move a mountain and collapse a piece of land. Although it is also very strong, stronger than ordinary people, the reason why he is strong is not really strong, but the upper limit of others is too low, so he looks strong. This time is different. The 10,000 times characteristic obtained from the real dragon makes him feel like a god, which is not the case before. As long as he wants, he can even directly control the seawater to flood a continent and set off a world-destroying disaster. The most important thing is that he extracted more than one characteristic during the process of fusing the real dragon. He was busy completing the exclusive task yesterday. Although he knew that he had extracted new characteristics, he was not in a hurry to check. After completely fusing the real dragon, he felt too sleepy and didn't have time to check. When he woke up in the morning, he suppressed the surprise of unpacking and waited until class to open the system to check. It was really surprising enough. The second characteristic is soaring. Without the help of wings, you can fly directly in the air. Hope sat on the chair and experimented quietly. Under the 10,000 times characteristic, there was no situation of directly jumping to the roof of the classroom. After all, the higher the multiplier, the stronger his control over the characteristics. His buttocks left the seat slightly, his feet also left the ground, and the whole person was directly suspended. With the wizard robe covering him, even Neville sitting next to him didn't notice it. Even if someone was watching him, at most they would think that he straightened his waist. Hope couldn't help but grin, a very obvious smile appeared on his face, the corners of his eyes were curved, and his blue eyes were full of joy. Some people can't wait to try the endless sky outside. This feeling is completely different from flying with a sword. Although the speed of flying with a sword is not bad, it is not very smooth with the help of external objects. How can it be compared with flying by yourself? Just when Hope was thinking about this and that, Professor McGonagall looked over and saw the smile on Hope's face that could not be concealed. Moreover, her eyes were straight forward, not on the blackboard or her body. It was obviously a blatant walk, Mr. Hope. Professor McGonagall shouted with a stern face, and everyone's eyes were focused on Hope. But Hope didn't respond. He was too absent-minded. Hope. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall became more serious, with a few more wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and his voice became deeper and louder. Neville quickly stretched out his hand and shook Hope's arm to wake him up. Professor McGonagall is calling you. Neville reminded Hope in a tiny voice, his head seemed to be buried in the textbook, covering his open mouth. Hope came back to his senses and stood up quickly. Professor McGonagall walked over slowly, took out a button and put it on Hope's desk. Then please demonstrate how to transform this button into a snuff box. McGonagall looked at Hope sternly. This was a test she gave Hope. If Hope could complete it, she would not pursue the fact that he was distracted in class just now. Hope's eyes fell on the button. It's not difficult to transform a button into a snuff box, which is also an inanimate object. It's a first-year course. In essence, it's not much different from transforming a match into a silver needle. It's just more difficult. After all, a snuff box is different from a silver needle and is more complicated. A snuff box is a container for snuff. It's a palm-sized box with various styles but very exquisite appearance. The more exquisite the things are, the more the level of transfiguration will be tested. Although Hope can directly transform it into a snuff box by just putting his hand on this button, it can be as exquisite as he wants, but it's obviously not practical. He can't tell Professor McGonagall that he has mastered wandless transfiguration. Hope's transfiguration spell learned in the transfiguration class is really average, but at least he has learned a lot of classes. Even if he is distracted sometimes, he can now successfully transform a match into a silver needle. Hope touched his hand to his waist, and when he was about to pull it out, his face froze and he almost took out the magic fan. Under Professor McGonagall's gaze, he reached for his left waist and pulled out his wand. Hope then chanted a spell and waved his wand at the button. The next moment, the button twisted and turned into an exquisite green snuff box, inlaid with gems and exquisite patterns. Professor McGonagall's serious expression suddenly eased, and she nodded slightly, looking at Hope with a less serious look. Yes, it seems that you have a good talent in transfiguration, but even so, you can't be distracted during class, Gryffindor plus 2 points, McGonagall said in a slightly relaxed tone. Although this is just a very simple transformation, you can also see something. From the perspective of completeness, Hope's transfiguration is not bad, and it is even better than that of senior students. Of course, this does not mean that Hope's transfiguration can be compared with senior students, but only in terms of the degree of sophistication of this kind of transformation. Senior students can naturally do such a simple transformation easily, and there will be no problem with completeness, but the more detailed things will be worse than Hope, which will test the wizard's talent in transfiguration. Asterisk 1.0 Hermione frowned and looked at Hope, with a puzzled face. She knew Hope's transfiguration skill very well. After all, they often stayed together and their seats were not far apart during class. Therefore, Hope's progress was very exaggerated. If she were to do it, she could only do this level at most, and even her level of refinement was a little lower. She had to wonder if Hope had secretly practiced it again. Just like Hope had mastered the disillusionment charm, he seemed to go to Hogsmeade Village to play every day, but he actually found a place to roll up secretly. At this moment, she felt a crisis. Hope sat down with a smile on his face. Of course, he didn't roll up secretly in private, and he was not that kind of person. In fact, he was also very surprised. The feeling just now was unprecedented, without any sense of blockage, and it was easily performed, very easy and simple. His family knew his own level. Before, he would never be able to do this. At most, he could transform into it's just a snuff box. The reason for this change is due to the third characteristic he extracted from the real dragon: magic instinct. This so-called real dragon is different from the ancient legend in Hope's previous life. Although there are some similarities, legends are legends. This real dragon really exists. This dragon is the origin of all magic. In other words, it is a magic dragon. It is not difficult to see from the extracted characteristics. Hope looked at the introduction of the third characteristic on the system: magic instinct, born with the ability to cast magic. Hope can understand this characteristic more deeply by combining his own feelings. The real dragon has the ability to cast magic since birth. In other words, it does not need to learn. It knows how to use magic when it is born. Magic is like a person to it. Crawling, breathing, chewing, all of these are just instincts, no need to learn. Hope's eyes flickered slightly, and he began to think in his heart. What is magic? This is a cognitive problem, he is not very clear. But how to use magic, he now knows it clearly. Now that he has mastered the instinctive characteristics of magic, he can easily find the method. Just like the relationship between cognition and method, he does not need to care about cognition, but directly master the method. For example, for transfiguration, he does not need to know what transfiguration includes, what its principle is, and he does not even need to learn the method. He can directly master transfiguration. Only creatures who learn magic later need to learn the experience and knowledge summarized by their predecessors so troublesomely, while creatures who do not know magic before directly bypass learning these 10 steps. In Hope's view, this is a top-level magic talent, but this talent is not omnipotent. Magic can also be divided into simple and difficult. Of course, most of the magic of wizards will be listed as simple for creatures like real dragons. The magic instinct talent of real dragons just makes them take a long way less than humans. If human wizards rely on knowledge and wisdom to develop magic that is difficult for real dragons, and real dragons only rely on instinct to perform simple magic, it is possible that real dragons will lose to human wizards. Magical instinct makes real dragons strong, but human wisdom is not incapable of surpassing the natural strength of dragons. Magic instinct is a kind of magic talent. For Hope, it is an extracted characteristic. After being multiplied 10,000 times, it is naturally more terrifying. Hope was full of joy. Talent was what he urgently needed. Now that he has the magic instinct characteristic, he is still the most talented person on Blue Star, including all creatures. However, knowledge is not useless to Hope. With the help of the knowledge summarized by the wizard, he can master magic more efficiently, and rely on magic instinct to explore in areas that wizard knowledge does not cover. Hope continued to look at the content on the system, but he was no longer so devoted, and his eyes were cast at Mag from time to time. He looked at the fourth and last characteristic, the indestructible dragon body. After reading the introduction of this characteristic, Hope instantly understood that this is a life-saving skill. The focus is on indestructibility. With this characteristic, no matter how broken the body is, it can be continuously repaired. Regeneration of broken limbs and even regeneration by dripping blood, but it seems to have nothing to do with the soul. However, the word dragon body is not meaningless, and it overlaps with the characteristic of being full of treasures. It's just that the two do not conflict because of their similarity, but add up. I just don't know if the characteristics of the blood 587 fluid are still there. He withdrew his eyes from the system and looked at the front of the classroom. He seemed to be listening to the class seriously, but he was actually absent-minded again. This wave was really fruitful. He gained 4 characteristics at once, and these characteristics were different from the past, and they were stronger. But even so, Hope still felt a little pity. Although 4 characteristics are not a lot, they also copied all the talents of the real dragon. Hope thought he could extract the characteristics that would make him live longer from the real dragon. Because in the mouth of the dragon turtle, the real dragon has a long lifespan, at least tens of thousands. If it is superimposed 10,000 times, Hope dare not think about it. Just a simple superposition can make his lifespan reach an extremely terrifying level. However, this time he did not extract the characteristics related to lifespan, which made him feel a little pity. Hope's eyes flashed with contemplation. He didn't believe that his lifespan had not changed at all. His body had undoubtedly become stronger, and he even had the characteristics of an indestructible dragon body, which meant that his cell division speed had become faster, perhaps even faster than the rate of cell aging. It was a pity that his system did not have numerical records of lifespan, otherwise he would know whether his lifespan had been extended because of his strong body. But no matter what, with his current physical condition, he could always live to 100 years old without any disaster or illness. In the following time, Hope did not continue to be distracted, but listened to the class a little. With the characteristics of magic instinct, the feeling of this class was different. He could master the transfiguration performed by Professor McGonagall with just one look, and even surpassed it. This feeling of being a top student made him very happy. If it were before, he needed to listen carefully to the class to master the tricks of transfiguration, but that was not enough. He needed to practice countless times to increase the success rate of the transfiguration spell. Now, in just a short time, he could perfectly master the transfiguration spell. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration spell had no secrets in front of him. He could even see the flaws in Professor McGonagall's transfiguration spell. Even when performing the transfiguration spell, he could directly find the most correct way, the simplest way, and lead directly to the magic path. For him now, the wand or the magic fan was definitely an obstacle. Watching Professor McGonagall explain a simple transfiguration spell over and over again, Hope couldn't help but be distracted again. The excitement slowly dissipated, and gradually returned to normal in the following History of Magic course. When the morning class was over, Hope was no longer so excited, but he still said goodbye to Harry and the others and did not go to the auditorium for dinner together. He had too many things to experiment with. He turned to use the stealth feature directly, facing all the surrounding buildings and creatures. In an instant, he felt his feet go empty, and the whole person inevitably fell down. The floor of Hogwarts was directly penetrated by him. The great feeling of falling made him feel like he was falling into a bottomless abyss. In fact, it was true. If he had not cancelled the stealth feature, he would have continued to fall and even fell to the center of the blue planet. It was just unknown whether he would die of lack of oxygen in the middle of the way. Just when he fell to the first floor of Hogwarts Castle and was about to fall to the ground, Hope directly used the soaring feature. The next moment, the whole person was fixed in the air, just like this. It can't be considered completely suspended. He was soaring upwards at an extremely slow speed at this moment. Hope's eyes flashed, and the whole person was instantly ejected. In an instant, he passed through Hogwarts Castle and appeared above the castle. The momentum did not decrease, and he was still flying at a high speed. If someone could see him, they would find that his figure was shrinking rapidly in the air, and soon he could not be observed with the naked eye. In the air, Hope could turn around at will, or stop instantly, and the whole person was as fast as a missile. When he burst out at his true speed, the whole person turned into a fireball, and a loud noise echoed in the air. In front of him, there seemed to be a visible air wall, which was the picture formed by the air being forcefully squeezed away by him. He definitely exceeded the speed of sound by a long way. His clothes would burn instantly at this speed, so he could only cast the firming spell continuously. This is the only way to prevent all the things on his body from being destroyed at high speed. However, he could also feel that he needed to cast the firming spell continuously on the things on his body. Under a sufficiently strong external force, magic would still lose its effect, and it was not really immune to all physical forces. The firming spell was originally handy based on the characteristics of a skilled lifeman, and now it has made a qualitative leap under the magic instinct. Under the map formed by the apparition, he came all the way from the British magic world to his hometown, the Magic City, and at the highest speed, it took less than 10 seconds. Hope stopped in the sky above the Magic City. The Magic City at night is in full view. This kind of soaring made him excited, and he couldn't stop for a long time. Calm. It is indeed a 10,000 times superposition. The value after the 10,000 times superposition alone is already amazing. However, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Although the speed after the 10,000 times superposition is very fast, if the 10,000 times effect is cancelled, the original soaring characteristic speed does not seem to be that fast. And this characteristic comes from the real dragon. Hope doesn't believe that such a speed can cross the starry sky and support it to travel in the starry sky. Even the soaring characteristic after the 10,000 times superposition has not reached the speed of light. How can such a speed cross the starry sky? After thinking for a moment, Hope could only guess that the real dragon crossing the starry sky did not rely on soaring, but estimated that it was some kind of magic. Hope did not dwell on it, and instead flew down, cancelled the concealment characteristic, and found a restaurant to eat. It stands to reason that his body under the immortal dragon body there should be some changes, but there are none. He did not become gluttonous because of his strong body, and his requirements for food were not great, which was the same as before. This made Hope think deeply, and the Coke bottle was against his lips, his eyes flickered a little. This was not reasonable. He did not think that a real dragon's appetite was similar to his, but the immortal dragon body did not bring any changes to his appetite. If so, perhaps his lifespan would not change at all. Hope quickly thought of this, and frowned. After all, the changes in his body came from the characteristics. The current situation made him suspect that the characteristics blocked other changes that should have occurred, or the changes brought to him by the system were only those described in the characteristics introduction, no more and no less. Even though his physical strength was stronger than that of a real dragon, the dragon is still strong, but the lifespan has not been affected at all. Hope turned to recall the various situations since he acquired the characteristics, and found that this situation was particularly obvious. He should have realized it long ago, but he was not in a hurry at this time. Although he speculated that his lifespan might not increase at all, his system was still there. And after completely integrating the real dragon, he could start integrating non-living objects, and he could always find a way to increase his lifespan. Take a step back and say that if it really doesn't work, there is still the magic stone that can be made into an elixir of immortality. In addition, with his blood, it seems that increasing lifespan is just a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Hope drank the Coke in the glass bottle, took out money from his purse to pay the bill, and left. When he came to an uninhabited area, he hid himself, took off again, and flew into the villa in the capital in a blink of an eye. The dragon turtle was obsessed with TV as usual, and didn't care about Hope's sudden appearance. Hope originally thought that the dragon turtle might come up and call him Dad directly, but now it seems that he thought too much. The dragon turtle did not find his abnormality, and did not even mistake him. It seems that he is still a human being in essence, and his 2.5 characteristics hide his abnormality very well. Hope did not pay attention to the dragon turtle when he saw this, and went straight up the stairs to the second floor, entered the bedroom, and closed the door to avoid being disturbed. He sat casually on the bed and took out a pomegranate red crystal from his purse, which was the Philosopher's Stone. The system can already fuse inanimate objects, so he naturally chose to fuse the Philosopher's Stone in his hand first. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. The Philosopher's Stone is a rare treasure in the entire magic world, at least in the magic world in Europe. The only inanimate object that can be compared with the Philosopher's Stone is probably the Deathly Hallows, which is regarded as a legend. Legend has it that those who master the 3 Deathly Hallows will control the power of life and death and escape death. But this is just a legend, at least the elixir made from the Philosopher's Stone is not a legend. Hope looked at the magic stone, his eyes flickered slightly. Of course, he couldn't fuse all of it. He was also planning to use this magic stone to refine the elixir of life. Hope entered the bedroom with a kitchen knife, intending to use it to make some fine powder on it, so as not to cause damage to the Philosopher's Stone. However, when he gently scratched it with the kitchen knife, it did not leave any trace. Hope held the kitchen knife in one hand and gestured on it, but he did not really start for a long time. He was a little worried that if he used too much force, the Philosopher's Stone would be broken into several pieces, which might directly destroy it, which would be a loss. In desperation, he finally put down the butcher knife, went downstairs and went out, and when he came back again, he had a piece of coarse sandpaper in his hand. With the help of sandpaper, he successfully rubbed off a little powder from it, and the whole Philosopher's Stone did not look abnormal. With a little expectation in his heart, he pinched the fine powder with 2 fingers, threw the Philosopher's Stone aside, and with a thought, he merged it. Detected items that can be merged, and started the analysis task. Current fusion item, Philosopher's Stone analysis difficulty, A-level analysis progress, 1/10,000 current extraction characteristics, 1 magic solidification, greatly improve the sustainability of magic effects. Note, the degree of this characteristic is linked to the analysis progress. When the analysis is completed, you can obtain the 10,000 times characteristic. Current analysis efficiency, 1 point per day, and the analysis progress can be improved through related tasks. Hope blinked, and didn't expect it to be very similar to what he had speculated at the beginning. However, it is not difficult to see that this is somewhat similar to the effect of his blood. His blood effect can improve the effect of magic potions, and the effect of the Philosopher's Stone is to continue the effect of magic potion 28. Both are modifications of the effect of magic potions, just from different aspects. The elixir of life may be a kind of magic potion that keeps the body from decaying or fixes the body's life state. But you have to know that magic potions are different from magic. Most of them are immediate acting types, and even if they are taken, they can't last too long. The magic solidification of the Philosopher's Stone makes the effect of a certain type of magic potion that solidifies the body state last a long time, thus forming the so-called elixir of life. If his blood is added when making the elixir, the effect of the Philosopher's Stone can be magnified, and the effect of solidifying the body state can be prolonged, thus achieving the purpose of longevity. The reason why the Philosopher's Stone can turn stone into gold is precisely because of the effect of magic solidification. It is not that the stone really turns into gold, but only the solidification of the deformation effect. It is not that it cannot be deformed back, but it is difficult to break its solidification state. Thinking of this, Hope's eyes suddenly lit up, and an idea emerged in his mind. Now that he has the magic solidification property, he does not need the Philosopher's Stone to turn stone into gold, because he has already mastered the transformation spell, and the magic solidification property is enough to prevent gold from returning to its original state for a long time. Isn't this also turning stone into gold? And not only that, if he masters a certain kind of magic that is consistent with the effect of the elixir, with the magic solidification property, can't he extend his life? Hope only felt that there was a ray of hope. Although he did not extract the longevity property from the real dragon, he found a way to extend his life from the Philosopher's Stone. He didn't know if there was such magic in the magic world, but even if there was not, he could probably figure it out with magic instinct. It's just that it's easier to learn directly than to create a magic. Magic instinct is ultimately a talent for casting magic. Although some magic can be created through trial and error, the process is not simple. Hope's eyes turned and he checked the exclusive task of fusing the magic stone. To be honest, he was very curious about what kind of exclusive task would be born by fusing the magic stone. However, when he saw the system content, his brows couldn't help but frown. What kind of task is this? Exclusive task: collect magic crystals each time a task is completed. The analysis progress increases by 1, and this task can be repeated. Note, this task is an exclusive task for the fusion of magic stones. Hope's eyes changed slightly. Could it be that this stone has gender distinctions, and men and women want to collect thousands of harems? Of course, this is his fantasy, pinching his chin while thinking. In the end, he could only get an unreliable answer. Could it be that this is the process of making magic stones? Is the material of the magic stone actually a special crystal? But if you want to ask the correct answer to this question, you have to ask Nicholas Flamel, the maker of the magic stone. Hope didn't dwell on this question for too long. The task itself didn't have much meaning. Completing the task was meaningful. This task seemed very easy to him. You know, treasure hunting was as easy as eating for him. Once the treasure sensing feature came out, it was enough to easily find all the magic crystals in the nearby area. But Hope was not in a hurry. Although the task was simple, there were many of them. It would take some time to collect 10,000 magic crystals. Hope casually put the magic stone lying on the bed into his purse. For him now, the magic stone was no longer of much value, but it was still a treasure. Then he went downstairs, said something to the dragon turtle and left directly, because he still had classes in the afternoon. In the afternoon, it was Professor Flitwick's spells class. He would listen carefully to such classes in the past. After all, it was not a boring history of magic or herbology class, but a class that actually taught spells. Even though most of the spells taught were some simple life-related magic, he knew them all. But today's feeling was really different from the past. Also, it was superimposed 10,000 times, but the magic instinct was much stronger than the life expert. In the past, even if Dumbledore came, he could not perform better than him in life-related magic. It was the same now, but the life-related magic he performed in the past still followed the principles of spells created by wizards throughout history. Now, he directly broke away from the principles and turned to find the most superior route to perform magic. This feeling was very strange. At this moment, there was a glass of pumpkin juice on the table of each student in the classroom, which was undoubtedly provided by the house elves in the kitchen. Under the leadership of Professor Flitwick, Hope drank the pumpkin juice in the glass. Most people didn't understand what Professor Flitwick was doing, and they turned their heads in confusion. But Hope and Hermione probably had guessed what spell would be taught today. Is this a new measure at Hogwarts? Will drinks be provided in every class in the future? Ron licked his lips, his eyes shining a little. It was a good experience to drink a cup of pumpkin juice outside the hall. Stupid, this is to teach us the refilling charm. Hermione looked at Ron with contempt and whispered. Sure enough, when most of them drank up the pumpkin juice, Professor Flitwick explained that the spell taught today was the refilling charm, a spell to refill drinks. This is definitely a very practical spell, and it is also a simple spell. After Flitwick explained the key points of this spell and demonstrated it to them, they began to try it themselves. This is why Hope likes the spell class more among all the courses, and so do Harry and others. Because the spells taught now are all from the magic book Elementary Spells, and the spells in it are very simple. Each spell class basically only teaches one spell. After Flitwick roughly explains the key points of the spell, the rest of the time is for them to learn and practice spells by themselves, also known as free time. Flitwick will wander around the classroom and correct the students' mistakes from time to time. Even if they practice spells perfunctorily while talking, they will not be criticized by Professor Flitwick. Therefore, Professor Flitwick has always been ranked among the top 2 in the hearts of students. He is the most easygoing professor among many professors except Dumbledore. Before Hope drew out his wand, he saw Hermione casting the refilling charm on the glass with residual pumpkin juice. The next moment, a stream of pumpkin juice gushed out from the bottom of the glass, like a spring, and stopped only when the glass was filled. Hermione had already learned such a simple spell. "Professor, I succeeded." Hermione immediately raised her hands high, looked at Professor Flitwick with a proud face and shouted. The other students in the classroom were already used to this, and didn't even look over. "Very good, Miss Granger, well done. 2 points for Gryffindor." Flitwick immediately came over, showing an admiring look as usual, and gave Hermione a credit. Hope couldn't help blinking his eyes when he saw this, secretly complaining in his heart, not knowing how Professor Flitwick did this, something he should have been used to, but he would always show surprise. This really has some acting talent in him, maybe it should be called teasing children, but Hermione didn't think she realized it. Hope turned her eyes and looked at the others. Harry and the others also tried with their wands, but they didn't succeed like Hermione did. Of course, Hope didn't believe that Hermione succeeded in one go. The spells on